Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 68. This is information about Wano Kuni liquor iron mine and sea stone. I have sorted it out. Let's look back. Stussy is here. Shiki remembered what Shiki once said to Kazan. My brother. He never does useless things, everything he does is planned. It is a seamless plan. It has been like this since childhood. Now it seems that Shiki's description is very appropriate. Liquor iron ore? Sea stone? If Kazan hadn't come to Wano Kuni, he would have asked Shiki to inquire about relevant information. She had never heard of such a thing in the world. Moreover, the more you investigate, the more important this ore will become. After all, the era is still early, and these two rare ores only became famous in Grand Line after Kaido became the general agent of Wano Kuni. The more you sell, the more crazy you are. Even sold to Marie Joyce through Mingo the Clown. It's also reasonable that not many people know about it these days. Shiki had to admire that Kazan's intelligence was called key intelligence. Own information? That's something that's been advertised across the seas. The value is completely different. Received information. Kazan income space. Liquor iron ore, sea stone, and even historical text stones are Wano Kuni's unique minerals, which are used to make exclusive weapons and will be sold very expensive. Of course, this era is not as flourishing as the era of great navigation, but things like resources can be arranged in advance. When the power of the flying pirates reaches a certain scale, people can be assigned to manage it. At that time, those mentally handicapped warriors can go to the mines. The information has arrived. Tian Suiyu is also managing the famous knives dug out of Jianzhong. Among the famous knives inside, 2 have been confirmed to be the 21 knives of the Big Fast Knife. In the future, if there are capable swordsmen on board, they can be rewarded. This trip to Wano Kuni has yielded a lot. Soon, Stussy's boat arrives below. The boat was lifted up by a jet of water turned into a sea water, and went up with a clatter, like an elevator, until it reached the Nuxus. During the whole process, Stussy looked incredible. I was afraid that I would fall into the sea. It's a waste of your well-prepared makeup. Stepping on the deck with red high heels, Stussy smiled politely at everyone, and her beautiful eyes immediately fixed on Kazan in the C position. With the arrival of Stussy, Titan family, members of the pirate group before Linlin, and some Amazon Lily warriors. 19. At this moment, the collective is dumbfounded. No. It's too beautiful. Sophisticated feeling. Empress Shiki, who had the aura of an emperor first, came up 15 days ago with Tian Yuexu who was like a beautiful jade, and today came a Stussy. What's the situation? Is there a beauty pageant on the Nooks? Why are all the seas stunning? Everyone looked at it. Stuss wears a white plaid parasol. There is a round hat on the head with embroidered pink roses on the brim, and a head of slightly curly soft blonde hair underneath. The facial features are so delicate that they cannot be described in words. Elegant mouth, jaune blue eyes, as delicate as a Barbie doll. White shawl flutters with the wind, and the orange-red skirt with patterns is made of lace. A pair of long legs extend from under the skirt, straight and well-proportioned. The red high-heeled shoes on the solace of Stussy and the pink roses on the head echo each other, forming a visual whole. The outfit looks very advanced, and people can't help but look from top to bottom, and from bottom to top, never get tired of it. It's nothing but pleasing to the eye. Hello. Stussy smiled and greeted everyone gracefully. Then, he came to Kazan. This is Kazan, the captain of the air pirates. Is the pure gold in his hands? As long as you get the pure gold, you can stay young forever. Great. Great. Finally able to touch the baby of my dreams. The moment he saw Kazan, Stussy's thoughts kept popping up. However, before she could speak the second sentence, she felt a strange sense of knowledge enveloped her, and the next moment, Stussy felt that she was being targeted by a wild beast, like a prey. Where did it come from? What a nasty feeling. Kazan? Does he think I'm pretty too? Immediately, Stussy mobilized his breath. Block out that strange probing force. Oh. Narcissistic woman. There are quite a lot of ideas. Where did she get the news? She actually wants to get pure gold from me? Pure gold can't be exposed casually. Pure gold is the reason why Stussy proposed to meet. Haki's strength is not bad, and he can detect being spied on. After all, he will be on the Rock's ship in the future. Fortunately, there is a branch of reading people's hearts, otherwise Stussy is a thunder. Big thunder that can cause trouble. When Stussy boarded the ship, Kazan used her knowledge to read people's hearts and locked her in. When Stussy realized, Kazan had already read her. She was completely belated. But Kazan already understood Stuss's purpose. Pure gold? What are you thinking? If you know this secret, you may not be able to get off the boat. Present. Kazan mobilized the wind fruit directly, and the sails of the Nuxus immediately blew, sailing towards the next destination in an instant. Stussy's boat, which lost the floating support of lion fruit's ability, fell directly into the sea, smashed to pieces, and strange parts burst out one after another and fell into the sea 10 by 1. What are you doing? That's my boat. Stussy threw away the umbrella in his hand and ran towards the deck, watching helplessly as his boat split into several pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. Totally panicked. What's the situation? How did he destroy his ship? The boat is full of crystallization of its own technology. Stussy went back to the deck angrily, wanting to question Kazan, why the flying pirates were so rude and why they destroyed their own boat. In a few minutes, Kazan didn't bother to argue with Stussy, so he put her in a private study. Sitting halfway on the desk, Ku opened his mouth. Stussy, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to me? Although it is knowingly asking. But Kazan decided to try Stussy's character. So far, he's very unhappy. This woman actually wanted to take pure gold from her hand. And she is so narcissistic that she thinks that she has the most beautiful appearance in the whole world. Of course, she is also beautiful, but she is at the same level as Shiki and Tianyuexu, but her temperament is just different. But under such circumstances, she thought she was invincible in the world for her beauty. What's more, Stussy is full of lies, even more naive. If this woman is dishonest, can only use strong means to forcibly take memory. The voice fell. Stussy suddenly felt a burst of pressure, turned around gracefully, put his hands on the bookshelf, took down a book, and held it in his hand. It is to avoid nervous movement of the hand and let Kazan notice it. Actually, before boarding the boat, Stussy originally sorted out a lot of words. But at the moment, her mind was muddled. This was not the meeting she had envisioned. Make up your mind. Stussy squeezed the book tightly, and said, Kazan, I want to join the flying pirates. I am a scientist, and my combat power is not bad. I think you should need someone like me on your ship. Hide your purpose first, don't rush the matter of pure gold. Stussy vaguely made a decision. However, pure gold is what she dreams of. Her youth is urgent and she doesn't want to wait for a second. Due to Kazan's deterrence, she can only postpone her goal contradictorily. When you really get the pure gold, turn around and leave immediately. Kazan laughed, is that all? Seeing Kazan's relaxed expression, Stussy thought there was something to be done, so he said firmly. You're not honest enough, Stussy, you're here for pure gold. After the words fell, Kazan smiled slightly. His eyes looked at Stussy more playfully. What? Stussy couldn't help but look a little shocked, but still maintained this elegant figure. How did he know his purpose? Nothing, Captain Kazan, I just want to join. But the story is not over. Stussy was grabbed by Kazan's neck and lifted up directly. Pata! The books she used to decorate also fell on the floor at this moment. You are too narcissistic, and you can't tell lies. I'm a pirate, not a fool. Kazan's hand tightened even more, grabbing Stussy's limp neck. I have to say that this woman is too delicate, her neck is as soft as a silicone doll. Woo woo woo. You. Instantly, Kazan unleashes menace. When the huge force came, Stussy felt that his neck would not be pinched, and he couldn't breathe. He wanted to call for help, but found that the soft moan spread and was absorbed by the books all over the bank. What frightened her even more was that she could actually feel. A piece of my own memory is being retrieved by the man in front of me. What kind of power is this? Why? Stussy hasn't recovered yet. Kazan's leisurely voice sounded. Parkingham Stussy, just turned 17 7 days ago. New World, the 3rd kilometer of the Kingdom of Bohemia. Crazy about technology. When I was 5 years old, I developed a new type of weapon, and the kingdom used it to win wars of aggression. At the age of 8, he invented a number of convenient technologies and received a lot of research funding. After the age of 13, I started to study the drug experiment of eternal youth, but all ended in failure. I chose to go to sea at the age of 16, the purpose is to find time antidote. Obviously it's an all-round scientist script. Actually thinking about eternal youth, you've gone astray. Under the strong readership, all of Stussy's memories are probed by Kazan. Kazan sighed secretly, Stussy is a technological all-rounder. Only at the age of 13, because of youth development, he began to care too much about his appearance, his personality became extreme, and he took the wrong path of research. To choose to study the dead end of longevity? Isn't it a pure waste of talent? Even OPOP Fruit's ability user needs to pay the price of life if they want to send people to immortality, which is enough to show how difficult immortality is, and how buggy pure gold is. A character like Stussy fits with such a doomed research path. What kind of emotions are there in the afterlife? To study genes? Make clones? Beauty finally collapsed like that. It makes sense too. It's the same as ants wasting their talents to have children. Kazan felt that it was indeed a pity. Please, let me go, I can't breathe. When Kazan's voice came, Stussy was shocked and sent a chill down his spine. I can only beg and give up struggling completely. The man in front of him can actually spy on people's inner world. Terrible. Is there any point in lying? Sorry. Master Kazan. I was wrong. I'm here for pure gold. Please make an offer, I am willing to pay any price. Woo-oh, please let me go. An offer? Kazan couldn't help laughing, do you think I lack money? My pure gold can buy the whole world. Your proposal is not attractive to me. Me? Sorry. Stussy was suddenly incoherent. Kazan is right, he owns pure gold, so he owns the most precious treasure in the world. In the face of unlimited time, it is a very stupid decision to talk about money. But what else do you have besides money? The Kingdom of Bohemia only has money looted from wars. A stronger touch came, and Stussy almost despaired. About to lose consciousness. I can't just die like this. Dead bodies turn black and stink. For Stussy, who cares about beauty, turning into a corpse is no different from going to hell. Do not be like this. Woohoo! 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. Stussy was completely desperate, and Jean Blue's eyes were full of pleading. As long as you let me go, I will promise you anything. I beg 517, please be gentle. I'm literally dying. It may be that death is coming, and inspiration is boundless. Stussy immediately thought, he has an appearance that even he would be jealous of, don't other people care? After going out to sea, I met so many people, even the women's eyes were straightened. Kazan, who is holding her in front of her eyes, has so many beauties hidden on board. Isn't he a girl? As long as you sincerely beg, at least he won't destroy flowers with his hands. Perhaps. End. The kingdom of Bohemia belongs to slavery. As the third princess of the empire, Stussy also arranged slaves in the laboratory. These stupid slaves often made mistakes, and every time they knelt on the ground pitifully begging for mercy. At that time, Stussy, choose to forgive with kindness. Isn't it like the scene at the moment? Didn't you just make a mistake? Stussy moved his fingers subconsciously. Clatter. Shawls and suspender skirts fell on the ground, bringing a burst of fragrant wind. Body up and down. Only a rose hat and a pair of red high heels remain. Woo. Can I? Owner. Please let me go. Will you? Kazan. No way. Giving in so easily. Kazan is not so easy to fool, and immediately releases reading people's hearts. It was easy to read the message in Stussy's mind. Result. The woman Stussy, body, mind, and even soul, unexpectedly completely surrendered at this moment. The reason turned out to be: when a person dies, they become bad and stink. Death is not scary. But it turned black and stinky, and all the beauty of the whole life disappeared. Better stay on board as a slave. If you show surrender, maybe the master will also reward himself with a grain of pure gold. All right. How elegant you are when boarding the ship, how embarrassing it is after being abused. Kazan just threw Stussy on the desk. She was crying there in a strange posture, crying and crying. The makeup on her delicate face was all over, it was so pink and tender, not to mention ultimate, it was still a white tiger. Owner. Can you forgive me? In this way, the voyage is still going on. However, Stussy has returned to his original character at the request of Kazan, the master. But asked by Kazan. The direction of her future research is entirely determined by Kazan. Stussy, who survived the catastrophe, was naturally extremely grateful and completely surrendered. Because Kazan promised that as long as she behaved well, she would be rewarded with pure gold. This day, the explorer of the Nooks holds a binoculars in his hand. Come down like Kazan reported, Captain, Sleeping Island can already be seen. Looking at the island as big as a sesame seed in the distance. Kazan little by little. And at the same time, what he doesn't know is: among the ruins of Sleeping Ancient Town, there is a bright red figure wandering around. That man is Baloric Redfield. Chapter 69. New World, Sleeping Ancient Town. Also known as Torrance Town. This is an ancient island with many mysterious ruins and treasures. But after a long time, it is no longer testable. Like the destruction of a great kingdom, here too there is only history to be unearthed. Sleeping Ancient Town is still an uninhabited island in this era. The entire island is not big, but there are ancient ruins. Pirates have stayed at sea for a long time, and when they pass by, they will choose to visit the island. Find an open space, have a party or something. At the same time, Kazan knew that Sleeping Ancient Town wasn't just sitting on ancient islands. There is also a mysterious phantom beast devil fruit. Zoan. Bat fruit phantom beast vampire form. Vampire ability users can plunder other people's lifespan by sucking other people's blood, and can also make ability users return to a youthful state, and even control their age. Take life. In Kazan's view, this is a rule system similar to Paramecia, a time-like ability. It is the strongest control skill in the whole pirate world. The reason is very simple. A strong man with peak combat power, if blood is sucked by a vampire, he will become a centenarian in an instant. Time can make batch after batch of strong men age. The invisible lethality is so strong that it is outrageous. If a certain guard in Impel Down has the form of a phantom beast vampire, then the big pirate sent to Impel Down does not need to bring sea stone. As long as they are sucked blood, the strong will disintegrate with the passage of life. I broke my head every time I fell. Does such a centenarian still have the ability to escape from prison? At the same time, in addition to the weird constitution added by Zoan itself, vampire ability users can create darkness, allowing ability users to hide in it, so that opponents cannot find their shadows. Certainly. Kazan has a large amount of pure gold, life is not a problem. He doesn't currently have a fruit slot, so he doesn't plan to consume vampire form himself. But it can be given to the people on board. The number of members of the Flying Pirates is increasing day by day, people with potential are gradually being discovered, and the advantages of talented people are being expanded. The demand for fruits is also quite large. Sleeping Ancient Town originally required O'Hara scholars to decipher the ciphertext in order to find the fruit in the form of a vampire. Kazan's condition is not equipped for treasure hunting. But since he got the treasure hunting radar, this fruit is in Kazan's must-take plan. After the Nook's West is manufactured, he returns to New World and plans the route. Here we come. No matter where the fruit is hidden. When the radar sweeps, there is nothing to hide. Everyone go to the island. Rest for half a day. Captain Kazan gave the order. The Nooks docked at the seaside, and the nearly 60 people on board the ship happily landed on the island of Sleeping Ancient Town. Longbread found an open space and began to prepare for the banquet. With a knife in his hand, he quickly sliced various ingredients into thin slices, and the luster of the meat came out. Others helped to transport the ingredients, light the fire, set up tents, and lay carpets. Come help. Lin. Ah ha ha ha. That's great. There's another party. Great. Here it comes. Wow. With the entry of the Flying Pirates, the entire deserted island immediately changed its vitality. And Kazan, Shiki, Shuki, Stussy. The four of them walked slowly towards the depths of the island ruins. Master, be careful, there are thorns and thorns ahead. Stussy took Kazan's arm, pleading in his beautiful eyes. She looked so pitiful. It will make people who don't know think that Stuss has been abused. Since Stussy was pinched by Kazan and subjected to psychological torture, she was careful in everything she did, for fear of making her master Kazan angry. Kazan has also used heart reading many times to confirm Stussy's experience. She has a clean body and is very loyal to herself after being surrendered. It's just that after many years of research on the secret medicine of youth, coupled with extreme narcissism, my psychology gradually became a little abnormal. Seeing her doing everything, she looks like she is begging her master. Kazan also asked her to relax. Don't call yourself master, just act like a slave master. You, Stussy. In the future, he will be the technology leader of the Flying Pirates. The atmosphere should be in place. But Stussy said that her hidden masochistic genes were stimulated by Kazan. She's crazy about being abused by Kazan. If you don't call Kazan master for a day, and you don't get spanked a few times, you will feel uncomfortable all over. Kazan really treats her as a human being. But Stussy is not willing at all. Perhaps scientists are more stubborn. XX. Stuss indeed made an intoxicated sound amidst the begging for mercy. So, the master is the master. Kazan didn't bother anymore. Anyway, Stussy only does that to Kazan. In front of other people, she still has an unstoppable nobility and elegance. Like the other one on the boat, Charlotte Linlin, is also very strange. Linlin didn't have any idea about other rooms at all, he just wanted to live with Kazan and Shuki, and now Stussy moved in again. Seeing that the latecomers are the first to arrive. Linlin is so wronged. In the dream talk, everyone is arguing to be the empress. Live in the biggest room. Linlin also doesn't think Kazan doesn't want to serve children at all. Why? In short, these women on board are very strange. And soon, Kazan's treasure hunt radar suddenly had a red dot flashing. The mechanical beep also brought him back to his senses. Did it die? Approaching. Hearing the prompt, Kazan waved the 3D treasure hunting radar and found that the red dot was inside the pyramid ruins in front, still more than 10 meters above the ground. It is estimated to be in the middle of the stones of the Mayan pyramid. Kazan confirmed the location. Devil fruit is just ahead, let's go. Shiki, Shuki, and Stussy all listened in disbelief. They knew that Kazan came to the island to find a devil fruit, and now they heard Kazan's certainty, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. You really deserve to be my brother. The plan is perfect. This man knows everything better than me, an intelligence agent. Great host. The greatest host ever. Where did the news about Kazan come from? How is this fruit the same as the one he buried himself? There was a burst of emotion among the people. And just when the four of Kazan were about to enter the ruins, just saw. A tall man in a red dress came out, with a narrow-bladed rapier at his waist, a treasure map in his hand, and nothing else. The man shook his head, as if feeling sorry for not finding the treasure. Valoric Redfield. Now he is not the lonely Red that he was later, but a lonely swordsman wandering the sea. Because Redfield is a born observation Haki awakener, his knowledge is powerful enough to read people's hearts. And when he was young, he could hear the voices of almost everyone around him uncontrollably. Infancy. The budding state of humanity. Because of Redfield's premature touch, the ugly secrets in the hearts of adults. This allows a child whose mind is still budding to develop in a more withdrawn direction. Killing, hypocrisy, abuse, lust, greed. All evil. Childhood Redfield never experienced it personally. But it was also engraved on his little heart through the continuous voice of the heart, and the engraving became deeper and deeper, to the point where it could not be removed. Mental illness is planted. Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing the ugly hearts of the people around me. Redfield has a great rejection of other people and has developed a very withdrawn character. As he grows older, his knowledge becomes more and more colorful. Of course, the ability to read people's hearts can be turned off at any time. But childhood can be called the helpless experience of dark products. Keep Redfield out of human contact. Stay away from the crowd, go to sea alone, enjoy the solitude. Now, seeing Kazan and others coming to the ruins, Redfield didn't care. The people in front of me are just a few strangers among the vast number of sentient beings who came to explore the ruins, so there is no need to have any entanglements. No idea at all. Redfield has long been monitoring the entire island through knowledge and knowledge. Of course, he did not read people's hearts, but only knew that a group of pirates had come to the island, so it was not surprising to see Kazan. As for the treasure map in his hand, I got it by accident a few days ago, but he found that the ruins are like a maze, and he couldn't find the marked phantom beast, devil fruit, which can affect lifespan. In this situation, Redfield could only return without success. I don't want to throw away the treasure map in my hand, so I hide it on the island where I buried the treasure. If I have a chance in the future, I will look for this mysterious devil fruit again. Does it increase lifespan? Is there really such a mysterious ability? Let's wait and see. Other pirates don't have the storage space of Kazan, and they find it troublesome to carry important things, so they usually choose to find a familiar island, find a tree, and bury them on the spot. Redfield is no exception. Anyway, he was a bit reluctant to lose this treasure map. And the other side. Kazan naturally noticed the man in red in front of him. This attire is exactly what later generations will become famous for. It is the lone Red Earl Valoric Redfield, who is as famous as Whitebeard, Roger, and other great pirates. Normally, the rocks would have Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki in his secondary. Roger has Silver Rayleigh and Brass Jabba as his secondaries. Redfield can be as famous as Roger, enough to meet his extraordinary. If Redfield can be recruited to the air pirates, that cooperates with me, brother Shiki. The combination of these three people is undoubtedly the most brutal force on the sea. Only A lonely person has a lot of ideas, and getting on a boat might be a hassle, so forget it. A thought flashed through Kazan. Did not continue to tangle. He is not afraid of Redfield, he has fought against Roger before, and Shiki has also defeated Newgate, the future peak powerhouse in the sea. The current strength of everyone is actually the same. Unlike Rox, Kong, and others, they have already entered the peak of their combat power. Redfield is only in his early 20s now. In terms of strength, Kazan has full confidence in winning. Only the other party seemed withdrawn and used to it, and when he saw someone, he would even lift his eyes and lower his head to meet him. If there is no intersection, Kazan will naturally not bother. Kazan came to find the phantom beast vampire form, not to fight. See the treasure map in Redfield's hand. Kazan also couldn't help thinking, in this era, Redfield has already obtained the vampire treasure map? It's just that there are no scholars from O'Hara, and they can't decipher the text in the ruins. Word agency? So when you are old, you will come directly to hunt for the bat fruit vampire form. Passed by. No one spoke. Nothing happened. Seeing that Ladefield had returned without success, Kazan gave up entering the ruins to explore. On the periphery, he touched the stones of the ruins with his hands to lay a floating mark. In an instant, the entire ruins sprang up loosely. Huge blocks of blue and black disintegrated and separated in the air. The entire pyramid has become a loose state of collapse at any time, and countless dust and gravel are falling down like a waterfall at this moment. Soon. A purple-red strange fruit. Thumping, bouncing among the rocks, rolling down. The green whirlwind blew by, and the purple-red fruit landed on Kazan Chen without any mistakes. Pata. Kazan picked it up and took a look. Not bad. Okay. It is Zoan Batfruit Phantom Beast Vampire Form. AJ. The secret treasure of the sea touched by the host, the Phantom Beast Vampire Form. Experience plus 6 million. Fortune value is already full, critically hit the armed color branch entry, internal destruction. Fortune value is full, crit out Conqueror's branch entry, conflict. Bone shaking, release Conquerors like a long-range skill, causing physical damage and adding mental damage at the same time, similar to God's Avoidance and Bone Fist Rush understood by the host. The range changes according to the strength. Seeing these two entry rewards, Kazan knew he was fully developed. The first is Armament Haki. He has not mastered the internal destruction of the armed color before, and now the internal destruction skill of the armed color has arrived, all the branches of the armed color that have appeared in the plot. He has absolutely mastered it. And Conqueror's Conflict. It is also an important part of Conqueror's Haki. After this skill is lit, Kazan already has the same moves as Peak Shanks. Killing by knowledge. God avoids. Of course, if you use swordsmanship, but if you use fists? It also has the ability to swing bone fist clash like Garp. Throw a punch of long-distance destruction with the Conqueror's Haki. Hiss. Kazan couldn't help but gasp. Looking at it this way, I have already collected all the powerful moves that have appeared. Wano Kuni digs a wild famous knife, touches it to fill up the fortune value, comes to Sleeping Ancient Town, and finds the vampire form of the Phantom Beast, good money. All kinds of experiences come together. It produced such a big crit. This point. It's something Kazan never thought of before. Kazan was totally in for a surprise. Is it so easy to find? Shiki couldn't help but admire. Stussy has another pleading expression, the master is great. Brother, is this the Phantom Beast you mentioned? Well, I actually hate Zoan. Shiki frowned. Reminiscent of Sabayati Dai Island, besieged by 3 targeted Zoans. Shiki couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Only, it's the Zoan on his own ship, and it's instantly different. Zoan, it's still a Phantom Beast, okay. Brother, what kind of ability is this Phantom Beast? The three of them gave questioning looks at the same time. Kazan is in a great mood after getting Conqueror's bone-shaking ability. Not bad. Ha ha ha. We did find a phantom beast. Then, Kazan patiently explained to the three people, this is a Zoan phantom beast devil fruit, the name is bat fruit, it is in the form of a vampire, and the capable person can control others' lifespan, and remain young forever, and can hide in the dark. It seems very powerful. Gee ha 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 ha. Shiki and Shuki sighed at the same time, their brows raised. Owner. Stussy's heart tightened when he heard it, and he felt that his whole body was on the edge. What's the situation? In less than half a month, I had witnessed pure gold with my own eyes, and at this moment, I saw the fruit in the form of a vampire that can keep young. Are there so many time elixir in the sea? Or, follow the master, it will be so easy to see. Ah! Master! Stussy, following you is the most beautiful decision. Please whip me up. And when everyone was in a state of surprise, a mysterious color of knowledge attacks from all directions. Valoric Redfield shot at this moment. Chapter 70. Snapped. In the face of the knowledge released by Redfield, Kazan used Conqueror's knowledge kill to instantly block this observation haki. Like a puff of smoke, it was blown away. The effect is immediate. Not far away, Redfield stopped and turned around. Alas! He showed a very puzzled expression. What happened? Devil fruit, Redfield doesn't really matter. It's true that he has the treasure map of the devil fruit of the phantom beast, and it's also true that he came to Sleeping Ancient Town to hunt for treasure first. It's also true that he has no fate with that devil fruit. Since others get it, there is nothing to say. And Redfield made an informed observation, purely out of curiosity, and wanted to find out what this group of people were thinking. After all, he is the one who got the devil fruit. Even this group of people does not shy away from talking loudly about this phantom beast in front of an outsider, as if I didn't take myself seriously. Now, the color of knowledge is sealed and cannot read people's hearts. It made Redfield even more puzzled. Defensive knowledge is very common, but he has only seen it in his life to block and read people's hearts. Defense and blockade are actually two different things. Redfield deserves to be called the Lonely Red Man. Faced with this situation, even if the opponent has a large number of people, even if the strength is miraculous and bottomless, he has no intention of leaving at all. I even look forward to what will happen on this island. After going to sea for several years, I rarely see opponents. Immediately, Guo Defeld's fighting spirit began. He wants to see what kind of magical ability it is. Those who can suppress their own initiative to release, read people's hearts. At the same time, on Shiki's side, he felt the breath of Redfield. Same as Big Brother Kazan. It seems to be a specific development called knowledge reading people's hearts. The man in red is a master at observation haki. I thought in my heart, is this person robbing the phantom beasts? Anyway, don't take action to teach a lesson. Doesn't fit his golden lion personality either. Shiki's hands moved quickly. With one step on his foot, the Sakura tenwood hanging on his waist was unsheathed, facing Redfield, without any hesitation. Before anyone arrives, the imposing slash wave is already on the way. Buzz! The gold slash wave struck, and a huge sword sounded. Redfield armament haki wrapped around the blade. Hit hard on the flying slash wave, splitting it apart. Redfield was under a lot of pressure. He couldn't help taking a few steps back, the dust instantly shattered where he had landed, and the sound of explosions exploded around him. But Redfield finally blocked the blow. 297. Although he was serious, he didn't feel how powerful the blonde boy was. Redfield has innate confidence in his own strength. Over the years, he has created his own sword dance and haki-like combat skills by reading the defeated opponent's memory, experience, swordsmanship, perception, open-handedness, and the strengths of other families. Also read it early. Can read the martial arts cheats in other people's minds. It's no different from a plug-in. For a chosen child like Redfield, it's hard not to be strong. Interesting. With a step on his foot, the long sword in Redfield's hand was slowly raised, ready to strike again. At the same time, Knowledge Color opened fire with all its might. His natural knowledgeable owner, reading people's hearts, has the characteristics of full coverage, just like a passive skill that can be turned on and off automatically. Yes. Reading people's hearts can be defended by people of the same level, or even a lower level. But battles are often fierce collisions. As long as the enemy relaxes a bit, Redfield can take the opportunity to read the opponent's psychological activities. Even if only for a brief moment. Finding out just one thought of your opponent can affect the entire battle situation. This is the core advantage in the battle of reading people's hearts. As for the aftermath, of course, taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, to speed up all the enemy's combat skills. But Redfield was disappointed again. He was surprised. Reading people's hearts is like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Even if I drive it all the time, I don't get any feedback. Could it be him? Redfield looked to the other side, and there was another blonde man at the scene. The haki, which can seal and read people's hearts, came from that man. Across the way, Kazan looked at a somewhat confused Redfield. Kazan couldn't help being a little amused. Kill by knowledge. It's too strong. As expected of the man with the strongest conquerors, the skill mastered by the red-haired Shanks. Even facing a natural knowledgeable person like Redfield, as long as Conquerors develops knowledge killing, it can branch and seal all the knowledge color characteristics. The so-called natural color of knowledge has also become common color of knowledge. The difference is still huge. For example, observation haki itself is to improve the responsibility of the awakened person, and the awakened person can predict the future. It is a prediction, a hypothetical judgment of the unknown. If the judgment is correct, dodge the attack. If you make a wrong judgment, you will suffer the consequences yourself. And what about the feature branch of knowledge and knowledge, foreseeing the future? It's about actually seeing what's going to happen. That short moment is the fact that the future must happen. Between prediction and fact. It feels like a goal is about to be scored, and the goal must be scored in the next second. Huge difference. Therefore, the killing of knowledge and knowledge can kill all the characteristic branches of knowledge color, which is equivalent to forcing the strong into a situation where they rely on instinct to fight. What will happen in the next second depends entirely on the fighting instinct. After experimenting with the powerful ability of killing by knowledge, it is only natural for Kazan to laugh on the spot. It really is his fault. How old is it? Redfield actually met an opponent who restrained himself on haki. It shouldn't be. That kid is still laughing at himself. What a jerk. Relying on the ability to read people's hearts at any time, in previous battles, Redfield has always been playing with others, just like playing games. When did others play with himself? However, not only that, Redfield's knowledge and knowledge can also foresee the future one's. But he found that he couldn't see the short future at this moment. This feeling, for him who is used to crushing his opponents with knowledge, is no different from being blocked and blind. Very uncomfortable. While Redfield was planning how to respond, the next moment, Kazan exudes observation haki, locking on Redfield at 360 degrees without any dead ends. Damn it! How can I read people's hearts? When Redfield reacted, he was so frightened that he immediately opened up his aura to defend. He never imagined that one day he would become the target of others invading his thinking. Is this guy also born to be knowledgeable? Present. Shiki attacks again. Without reading people's hearts and foreseeing the future, Redfield gradually fell into a passive state. The development of Shiki swordsmanship is not as weak as that of Redfield, who steals and summarizes other people's swordsmanship perceptions. Moreover, Shiki created the double sword style of swordsmanship, which perfectly suits his own swordsmanship. Jingle 1. The collision of swords resounded throughout the audience. Redfield retreated steadily after being beaten, retreating several steps in succession. He uses armed colors, conquerors. Shiki also has it, and it's not worse than what he developed. Certainly. Although he was in a weak position, Redfield was a strong player after all, and he didn't say he was defeated. Just very uncomfortable. Hoo. Redfield was panting, feeling very unwilling. What made him most uncomfortable was that the blonde man who hadn't made a move had completely killed his observation haki advantage without moving. What kind of power is it? Why have I never read it in the minds of my previous opponents? If you continue to fight like this, you will definitely fail miserably. And at this time, hear the sound of fighting on the island. Emily, Mok, Charlotte Linlin, Longbread, and others who were preparing for the banquet rushed to the scene and saw Shiki fighting. Linlin immediately expressed that he couldn't bear it and wanted to take action. Conquerors broke out straight away. Shocked Redfield again. Good guy. Redfield, who is withdrawn by nature, never reads wanted notices or newspapers, and doesn't care about news from the sea. What he meets depends entirely on fate. He doesn't know Kazan, of course. Originally, he didn't take the people on this boat seriously, but now he feels that he was so wrong. Didn't you see a pink-haired girl with Conqueror's haki? What kind of monsters are on this ship? Do you really want to fight? Don't you want to be surrounded and beaten to death? BJDG, Kazan stopped Linlin. Linlin, Shiki is having fun, don't bother, don't worry, we will win easily. Well, I listen to Boss Kazan. Brother Shiki, the banquet is about to start, let's make it quick. Charlotte Linlin made a trumpet with her hand and yelled directly into the sky. Redfield, who was listening, had black lines all over his face. As for Kazan's words, Redfield was even more annoyed and directly quit. After all, he was just a boy in his early 20s. Can you bear this grievance? Do not fight. No fun. The lion-like man in front of him had better swordsmanship than himself, and he still had demon fruit power, so his ability was useless. The blonde man even turned his knowledgeable nature into nothingness. Now here comes another Conqueror's damsel. This configuration wants to gang up on the single self, even the gods can't play it. Gee ha 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 ha. The man in red is a coward. Since you choose to strike first and leave no price behind, do you think you can leave here? Shiki was floating in the air, taunting wildly, the sword skills are not very good. Tisk tisk tisk, where did the fighting spirit go? Fool! Redfield's face was full of disdain. Golden Retriever BD. What are you proud of? It's not your skill. One-on-one can't tell who wins. Redfield felt aggrieved, he admitted that Shiwei was very fishy. Although he has a lonely character, but the facts must be recognized. Shiki is strong on the one hand, but isn't there another reason? Knowledge color was killed. Not fair. Okay. Come on, Valoric Redfield, I can give. Your fair one-on-one duel, but what if you lose? Kazan spoke suddenly. After all, Redfield is as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. Being able to intersect with it here, Kazan is ready to give it a try. Subdue it. Although Redfield is a withdrawn person, he was able to intersect with the Baron, Brook, pirate group, and was infected by the ideal of the nose song Brook, and even began to worship. Nasal song Brook. If Brook had invited, maybe Redfield boarded the ship of the Baron pirates? Although withdrawn and aloof, Redfield is a normal person. Hawkeye, who has always been single, later formed the Four Emperors group with Lao Shat. Moreover, A lonely person has a weakness of being lonely. They will have absolute confidence in themselves and strongly maintain their self-esteem. For the sake of dignity, this kind of people will keep their promises. If the blow hits, and give Redfield another step, maybe it will be done. And you don't have to pay anything here. Compared to keeping a secret, Kazan prefers to trust his own judgment. And he has knowledge to kill. The secrets of the entire Flying Pirates lie in the core characters, and even the real secret lies only in Kazan himself. You know me? Redfield was surprised. Kazan, a swordsman without a companion on the sea, by the way, is your nickname Pat? You? Redfield froze. The man in front of him absolutely knew himself. As a person who is born with knowledge, if his memory has been read, he can perceive it, and Redfield is sure that his memory has not been read, so how would he know? Stop talking nonsense, we are in a hurry to start a banquet. 1-on-1, what is the price if you lose? Hearing this, Redfield gritted his teeth and said directly, if you don't use the ability to block knowledge and color, you can set the conditions. If Kazan makes a killing, Redfield might as well not take this fight. He realized that this blonde man was more difficult to deal with than the previous one. Don't be afraid, I can see the future. Remember what you said. Don't die. Finished. Kazan put away what he had seen and heard, and entered a defensive state. Conquerors, armed color, knowledge color. This moment is all about Redfield. Haki struck, and Redfield immediately trembled. This man is strong. Redfield read people's hearts and was immediately released. Instead of reading other people's memories, he focused all his attention on Kazan. The familiar feeling of fighting is back. His fighting spirit was immediately aroused. Come on. Redfield's rapier was immediately covered with armed color. And Kazan's side was immediately blown up by a gust of wind, and he jumped tens of meters high, and in the next moment, his body, which was blessed by the wind, fell towards Redfield at an extreme speed. At the moment of falling, Kazan's first-generation ghost came out of its sheath, and thunder and lightning immediately flashed on the blade. Conquerors swept the audience. Not only that, Kazan is also preparing to use the Conqueror's impact this time. If the Conqueror's entanglement is limited to the weapon, but the impact is to twist the entangled Conquerors into a slash and attack into the opponent's body, and the physical and mental attacks will explode at the same time. Hitting someone who doesn't even have a Conqueror's root is genius? It's really bullying. Boom boom boom. A hole, are you underestimating me? Redfield immediately greeted him with a knife. Buzz buzz. The moment the two were about to touch, the black thunder in front of Redfield suddenly exploded, and a black-red slash was shot out by the violent thunder. Redfield gritted his teeth, his eyes widened in an instant. A lot of blood sprayed out directly from the gap between the teeth. Wait, the future I see is... Gradually, Redfield felt more and more distant from Kazan Gold's figure. What happened? How am I going backwards? What is this power? Boom! In just an instant, Redfield was blasted back tens of meters by Kazan's strike, and bombarded on the huge stone ruins in the distance. The explosion came out, the wind blade danced wildly, and the ruins were immediately turned into dust. Smoke and dust filled half of sleeping ancient town. This is just what happened in a second. Shiki, Shuki, Stussy, Linlin who saw this scene. All were stunned in shock. Go crazy! What kind of power is this? My own big brother, man, master, boss, is astounding. It's too scary. Too bad, that man in red is probably stupid. Chapter 71. Kill Redfield with just one blow? Shiki couldn't help but froze in place. With a glance, he saw Redfield fainted in the ruins. Really dumbfounded. Shiki and Redfield just played against each other. Although not having fun. But in a duel with masters, you can measure the weight with just one shot. Shiki knows that Redfield is a combination of knowledge, conquerors, armed color, and swordsmanship, all of which have been cultivated to extremely high levels. Bye. It's okay to say hello, but you have to admit Redfield's strength. A one-shot thing? A path Shiki never envisioned. But it really happened before my eyes. Groove. This knife contains the mighty Conqueror's haki. Black-red slash? My elder brother has developed a new high-level application of haki. The development of reading people's hearts by knowledge, and knowledge is outrageous enough. Now Conqueror's is back with something new. Doesn't seem to be the same as Conqueror's winding. This kind of haki's development speed, the genius Shiki can't accept it. Sure enough? Is the combination of swordsmanship and haki the ultimate combat mode? Brother, what kind of move is this? Shiki's eyes were full of desire for power. Shiki, this is to strike Conqueror's haki into the enemy's body, attacking the most vulnerable places such as internal organs, muscles, and bones, etc., to achieve real internal destruction. You will find that there is no scar on the surface of Redfield. Soon, Shiki returned lightly. Confirming Kazan's words, hiss. That stupid red pig has no scars. But rolling his eyes and spitting blood. This slashing move is impossible to defend against. Shiki always feels that his big brother is always at the forefront of high-end. The other side. When Redfield opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day. Looking at his head, he could find the huge Nuxus, hovering over him, giving himself a piece of coolness in the scorching sun. And under his body was hard gravel. It's hard, the whole body hurts from the diaphragm, and it feels like every muscle has been torn apart by violence. It is clear. Redfield also lies in the ruins of a site that was previously bombarded. Recall the scene of the previous battle. Redfield's expression was indescribably complicated. I was killed by that man in a single blow. How could it be possible? That 1 second of foreseeing the future clearly saw that he was repelled, but the result now is that he was seriously injured and fell asleep for a whole day. This has never happened before. That kind of terrifying slashing attack that contained Black's violent thunder actually bypassed his own defense and directly crossed the border to reach the depths of his bones. What a fighting skill it is! Originally thought that the ability to kill the knowledgeable branch was perverted enough, originally thought that others had the ability to read people's hearts enough to surprise myself, and returned the result. Unexpectedly, that man actually has the ultimate move of Conqueror's high-level use. Invincible killing move. Unstoppable killer move. Moreover, even if he is in a coma, after the opponent defeats him, there is no need to read people's hearts and read his own memory. I was underestimated. Could it be that his fighting skills are so insignificant in front of him? Isn't he curious about his own secret? Reading is in your hand, you are reluctant to use it, right? Realizing that he was neglected, Redfield actually had a desire to take the initiative to talk, and he also had an inexplicable admiration for Kazan's qualities. This is his whole life. It was the first time I met someone else's dimensionality reduction blow. Yes. Dimensionality reduction strike. The big pirate kid with a head of 3 billion is not weak, but in front of the red-haired man who has a god's evasion, it's just a matter of a knife, and he didn't know what happened until he fell into a coma. Possessing advanced combat skills is indeed equivalent to having the ability to reduce to strike. Because, this is a combat mode that novices never imagined. Taste it for the first time. The top is very normal. Didn't Luffy roll his eyes when Kaido's conquerors entangled him and knocked him out of breath without realizing it? However, when Redfield fell into a battle of memories, the Amazon ship doctor of the flying pirates came over. Pat, you have been in a coma for a day, the captain asked me to check your injuries, don't move, you have to cooperate. Pat. Don't call me Pat. Do I know you well? Looking at the ship's doctor holding a syringe, a transparent liquid medicine came out of the needle. Redfield felt uncomfortable and reluctant. Aloof, he never needs anyone's attention. Not even medical treatment. No, I can do it myself. Hiss. Get out of the way, I can get up by myself. Redfield was about to get up, but found that he couldn't move at all. Explosive pain came, as if every cell was being corroded by sulfuric acid. It hurts. It hurts. Fine. The kindness was rejected, and the ship doctor was about to order it with the medical kit. But Redfield suddenly asked, "Over there, what is it?" 3 belts and 1 airplane. Sorry. Hurry up, all the flowers I've been waiting for are gone. I bomb, Wong bomb, I only have 1 card left. It's been a pleasure working with you local farmers. Redfield rolled his eyes and looked around. A group of female warriors gathered around a table, shouting slogans, with cheerful smiles on their faces. The cheerful atmosphere spread out, and Redfield couldn't help but be infected. He is used to loneliness, and he hasn't seen such a happy scene for a long time. The ship doctor followed Redfield's gaze and saw 2 or 4 Amazon lily warriors gathered in front of a table, waving poker cards in their hands, and there were some onlookers around, cheering. That. It's a card game invented by Captain Kazan. Fight the landlord, the crew of our flying pirates love to play. The captain often plays cards with the Empress on the ship. Redfield, fighting the landlords? Captain? It turned out that the man who defeated me was the captain of the flying pirates. His name is Kazan. Remember. This guy is strong. Insanely strong. Then, attracted by another laughter, Redfield looked to the other side again, and asked, "Where's the one over there?" "It's not to fight alone, but it's a tune. The big bar is blooming, thank you everyone. The little paste is poured out, and the pockets are full. Everyone, please prepare berry in your pockets. All in one color. Laozi is playing cards, chahahaha. Master Shiki is really amazing." Redfield saw that the blonde boy who had fought against him before was playing with a few women with square stones. The stones were stacked in a row, and they were flicked out by fingers from time to time. Another very novel thing, Redfield was very curious. "Ah, that," the ship's doctor explained. "Vice-Captain Shiki plays mahjong. By the way, Shiki-sama is Kazan-sama's younger brother. Mahjong is also a card game project invented by our beloved Captain Kazan. Mahjong is so fun. Master Shiki will call several female warriors in the middle of the night, because he plays mahjong in his room. After a game of mahjong, usually you won't leave the room the next day." As the ship doctor spoke, a reddish intoxication appeared on his face. Apparently, she also plays mahjong all night long with Shiki. Deputy Captain Shiki. Okay. It's these 2 brothers. But then Kazan is a gaming genius. He invented so many fun things. Redfield traveled the sea for several years and got a lot of memories of pirates. But in the amateur life of those pirates, except for drinking, it's just chatting and farting. Simply boring. Every time Redfield reads the memory, he always looks disgusted. "I was looking for happiness in other people's minds, but it turned out to be so low level." However, in fact, Redfield has never encountered such advanced entertainment items as the Flying Pirates, Dowdy Zhu, Mahjong, and he is actually a little curious at this moment, curious about how these items are played. They were having so much fun. Have to say, the pleasant atmosphere of playing cards is very touching for a lonely person. There is even an urge to get involved. Redfield was attracted again, and frowned. "What about there? Things over there, The entertainment items over there seem to be a bit different." Redfield couldn't move his eyes. Only the beads can look to the other side. "I saw that there were 2 Titan warriors, Charlotte Linlin, and many male pirates in the open space, shaking their heads crazily with the fierce sound of snakeskin drums. With the rhythm of the music, the hair of various colors flicked wildly and danced happily. Even the 2 swimming snakes, Nukem and Lime, were also mixed in the crowd. The snake's head stretched and retracted, the snake's mouth opened, and the snake letters stirred rhythmically, and the snake was also very excited. The snake skin drum brought out by Amazon Lily is very touching. In the picture, people, snakes, and surroundings are very intoxicating. When the ship's doctor heard it, it was full of black lines. He glanced contemptuously at Redfield lying on the ground. Thought. Although the things that Master Kazan invented are very interesting. But Redfield is too new to the world. Kazan-sama also said that this guy is very strong. Ah, that one. The ship doctor nodded and patiently explained to him, that is disco. Disco is a dance that releases emotions. If you shake your head and brain to the beat of the music, your emotions will explode with excitement. Just jump on the disco and you can be energetic all night. Especially those two titans, Mr. Molly and Mr. Mok, they are not the crew of our flying pirates. But because they love disco very much, they have been on board for more than a month, and they still don't want to leave. However, according to Linlin, they have fallen in love with the happy atmosphere of the flying pirates, which they have never experienced in their decades of sailing career. They brothers, just wait for Captain Kazan to nod and allow them to join. *TT. Is there anything else you can do, Pat? Pat. Hiss. Hearing this, Redfield was a little stunned. Another new game. So many games. It's still fun. Huge. Terran warrior stays on board for a game? Still waiting for Kazan's approval to join the flying pirates? The atmosphere of the flying pirates seems happier than the barren pirates. Mr. Pat. Hearing this, Redfield came back to his senses. I'm fine, let me lie down for a while. Gilyalu. The hunger in Redfield's stomach came. The ship's doctor said to bring some food. But this time, Pinda did not refuse. After the ship doctor left, Redfield looked at another clearing. There. Kazan was exercising swords with Tianyuexu. When the sound of clanging swords collided, Shiki and Stussy applauded appreciatively. Surrounded by onlookers, there was worship and applause everywhere. Master Kazan is awesome. Oh. Oh. It's such a wonderful picture. It's so beautiful. Miss Tianyu's sword dance is so beautiful. Redfield closed his eyes and looked no further. In their eyes, there is sincere worship. It's not like acting. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, Redfield was finally able to stand up. Finally, he broke away from the ruins where he had been lying for 7 days. He felt like his bones were going to go stiff. 00. Although the injuries on his body were not completely healed, he was able to move freely. During these 7 days, the banquet of the flying pirates has never stopped. All kinds of games, fighting the landlord, cards, mahjong, werewolf killing, Three Kingdoms killing, glass marbles. On the entire island, only Latefield was lying alone. Simply. The joyful atmosphere never stops. You are the one that was missed. And Redfield also used to read people's hearts, read several members of the weak flying pirates, and obtained part of the memories deep in their minds. Of course, Redfield is a man of principle. The flying pirates did not kill themselves, they provided exquisite and delicious food every day, and even sent a ship doctor to treat themselves. It would be a bit heartless to inquire about their secrets. So, Redfield only reads some less important memories. It is the kind of memory that asks and gets the answer. Of course, Latefield is a lonely person, he doesn't want to communicate with people too much, so naturally he can't ask, he can only read people's hearts. But this part of the memory is irrelevant. Shocked Redfield. Kazan, this guy not only defeated me, but also took pity on me. In order to prevent an accident to an immobile self, he actually held a banquet to delay the 7-day departure of the pirates. Itinerary. The boat doctor, food, and even shelter from the wind and rain are all arranged for myself. Even, he didn't take advantage of his weakness to pry into the secrets of his heart. A mighty man. Even more terrifying. What's even more frightening is that the entire pirate group worships Kazan brothers crazily. Law. Even the titans who are not members of the pirates, MOLE, MOK, all praise the Captain Kazan. Towards a pirate group that can fly. A gigantic kingdom in the air. Sky Island, Floating Island, Sky Kingdom. Kazan, what a great ideal. Captain, Redfield can act now. The ship doctor walked up to Kazan and reported to Kazan. Kazan raised a hand, and the party stopped immediately. All the subordinates began to pack tables, chairs, carpets, tents and other props, and then moved them to the nooks west together. Soon, at the scene of Sleeping Ancient Island, there was no trace of the banquet anymore. Everyone! Go! All aboard the Nooks West! The Nooks West gradually floated into the air. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. Seeing the ship flying higher and getting smaller, Redfield stood on the island of Sleeping Ancient Town, and he was completely stunned. Yes, looking at the sky, he was completely stunned. No. Didn't you say before the fight that you will pay the price if you lose? I lost. What is the price? Now I am cured by you, I eat your food, and I see through my eyes. I have gained so much unexpected happiness that I have never had in a few years. Result. What is the price I have to pay? I haven't paid the price yet. You are leaving? Kazan, what do you mean? You want to leave without saying hello? FK. What do you mean by that? Guang. Chapter 72. The Nooks slowly floated into the air. Kazan stood at the bow of the boat, the golden hair praised, majestic. He wears first-generation onitsu on his waist. In his hand, he held another sword with a unique shape. This is an umbrella sword. This umbrella sword, the scabbard is an umbrella, it is an umbrella that can really be opened, but the scabbard is made of special black metal. Inside the umbrella pole, there is a slender double-edged sword hidden. The hilt has a bat-shaped pattern, and the whole sword reveals a strange atmosphere. This is a demon sword dug out from the wild sword mound in Wano Kuni. It's called Blood Bat. The quality is Dekui Deo 21. The reason why Kazan knows about this knife is because there is a famous knife know-it-all, Tianyu Exu, by his side. And why take it out? Of course, look at the performance of Redfield below. During the banquet, Kazan is also observing the emotional changes of Ladefield. Ladefield went from withdrawn at the beginning, refusing everything, to a trace of longing in his eyes, and gradually accepting. All the changes in Ladefield were noticed by Yizan. Pirates hold infinitely joyful banquets, which have a subtle influence on Redfield. A person who is used to being alone on the sea is extremely eager to release his emotions, especially the opposite emotions of loneliness. Redfield's loneliness is nothing more than an ugly idea of human beings, a medical hope. What if it is positive? This will be a mental correction with great lethality. Kazan arranged and operated the whole happy banquet behind the scenes, which was also a means to stimulate Redfield. Certainly. All this, other people do not know the reason. When they heard that there was going to be a banquet, everyone naturally expressed their true feelings and participated in the ceremony. It can make everyone happy, and it doesn't exist in the first place. Now, Kazan wanted to see if, according to Ladefield's character, that kind of aloofness, he could express his aloof personality as he imagined. Redfield 503 still owes himself the price for losing the duel. A lonely and proud man. If you lose, you will immediately think about how to fulfill your promise. Now Redfield owes a huge favor to the flying pirates. If you ignore it and go straight away. For someone as lonely as Redfield. It hurts my pride so much. Will remember forever. Looking down at Ladefield who was standing there in a daze, Kazan couldn't help laughing in his heart, probably it was a strong struggle. However, even if the judgment is wrong, Kazan doesn't care. It's just a week. Owning pure gold, a year is nothing. And if the judgment is correct, Redfield can be recruited into his camp. The flying pirates will increase their combat power by an explosive force. After all, he is a man who can be as tough as Kong, and a single pirate who is as famous as Whitebeard Roger, and his strength is not far behind. Let the two sides meet again, taking advantage of Redfield's 20-year-old refusal to subdue, and when he grows into a lonely red, his personality is basically fixed at that time, so there is basically no need to think about it. Soon. Redfield's voice came from below. All the members of the flying pirates came to the railing and saw the black shadow waving their hands. Hello. The price I have to pay. BD. Laozi is not someone who can afford to lose. Kazan. Who the hell are you underestimating? Redfield's voice came. Shiki suddenly remembered, and asked, Good guy. I forgot if this kid didn't tell me. Brother, I'll go down and collect interest right now. Brother, what do you want him to pay? I don't think he has much berry on him. Now Redfield is like Roger and others. Roger still has more than 10 million bounties. Didn't take this guy seriously. In addition to being strong and having a strange personality, there is only a strong body left. Ignore him. Kazan said flatly. Shiki also thought that his big brother would never do useless things, since he valued this man in red so much, everything he did must have his reasons, so he stopped asking about it immediately. You guys are bastards. If you don't talk about it, I'm going to board the boat and ask for an explanation. Redfield jumped anxiously and spoke loudly again. But soon. A black knife was dropped from the sky. Umbrella sword? Redfield reached out to catch it, and he naturally wouldn't think it was a simple umbrella. The blood bat came out of its sheath, and the cold light shone. Good knife. What does he mean? I'm the loser. Kazan won me, and you want to give me a famous sword. When Redfield looked puzzled. Kazan's voice passed down, Redfield, the price I want you to pay is to let you aboard, this knife is called Blood Bat, if you want it, hold on. Hearing this, Goldfield hesitated. Kazan's purpose, Redfield knew. But I am a lonely person, and I don't want to join any pirates, but after thinking about it, I met the Baron pirates who were full of joy when I was a child, and I was also infected by the Baron pirates. He came up with the idea of going out to sea. Just looking for a team that I have never met before. There's no team like the Baron pirates. So be alone. Right now, the air pirates seem to be doing well. Famous knife? Is Kazan stepping down for me? If I give up, that guy Kazan should just walk away. Redfield feels the blood bat, and it is definitely a rare treasure knife, and the bat pattern on it is completely in line with his own aesthetics, that guy Kazan really understands me. But he didn't read his own memory. Blood bats are marked floating by Kazan. At this moment, Piao Piao's ability was activated, and the blood bat trembled slightly, floating upwards. This upward force. Is that so? No wonder Kazan told me to hold on. Forget it, Redfield seemed to have given up thinking at this moment, and he no longer thought about those strange things. He directly held the blood bat, and under the blessing of Piao Piao's ability, the blood bat kept bringing Redfield up. Until Redfield holds a blood bat stands on the board of Nuxus. Kazan smiled inwardly, Redfield was bound to the boat by himself. However, this kind of person is not suitable for any welcome ceremony, and it is enough to just dump the position on Redfield's head. Anyway, the problem is not big, so Kazan immediately changed the topic. Emily, Mok, and Linlin have already told me that the two of you brothers want to join the flying pirates. I want to make sure. Is it true? Ah. Boss Kazan, it's true. Ha ha ha. I hope Boss Kazan won't refuse. Emily, the head of Mok's huge round neck immediately nodded in a foolish manner. Very good. The future commander of the Morley army of the Gemming army was also easily captured. Moreover, the Titans have a long lifespan. Moli and Mok have been at sea for decades and have experience as captains, so they can be regarded as one of the characters. Currently, the key figures of the entire Flying Pirates are Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shuki, Charlotte Linlin, Tianyuexu, Stussy, Molly, Mok, Longbread. It is already a small pirate group with 10 core members. Of course, there are more than 6,000 subordinates. Most of them are female warriors from Amazon, and the rest are members of the Linlin Pirates. In Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shuki, Charlotte Linlin, these 5 people will definitely join the list of top powerhouses in the future. It is the role of domination. As for Moli and Mok, Kazan is going to let them eat Menmen fruits and Deodao fruits. Their future achievements are not clear, but they are titans. Constitution has great potential and is definitely suitable for eating devil fruits. As for Stussy, Tianyuexu, a scientist and a young lady, their combat power is a little weaker, but if they find a suitable devil fruit for them, maybe they can also inspire. Calendar. Longbread is very shrewd, but his fruit ability limits him, so don't think about his combat power. It's time to organize the team and make it an invincible force. Kazan, Shiki, and Redfield, this terrifying combination, has raised the configuration of the pirates to a terrifying level. Then, welcome to join the Flying Pirates. From now on, everyone on board will be a member of my Flying Pirates. Kazan. Roar. Long live the air pirates! Joyful voices immediately sounded on the deck. Call. What Kazan said is very clear, and Redfield naturally understands that if he chooses to hold the blood bat and not let go, he has already chosen to join the Flying Pirates. It's nice, though, that Kazan didn't specifically bring up Redfield's name. All attention! For lonely people, they will blush. Just thinking about that picture gave Redfield goosebumps. Now, the team has basically recruited suitable people, with unlimited potential, and is a force that cannot be ignored on the sea. As the captain, Kazan is also starting to determine the positions of some people on board. Roger is a combination of gold, silver, and copper, and Kaido is a combination of big kanban. What combination would you like to make yourself? However, considering that it was only today that Latefield and others were confirmed to join the group. So, Kazan decided to postpone it for a few days. Simple recruiting, ending in joy. Play around and make trouble. On the broad deck of the Nuxus, figures were running around, bustling everywhere. At night, the Nuxus was sailing at low altitude. Master, the servant's house is going again. Stussy really has a talent that cannot be hidden. Everyone else collapsed and surrendered, and she was flooded in wave after wave. Of course Kazan couldn't help feeling refreshed every time. The rosy-faced Shuki suddenly said, "Hey, is that portrait Sister Tianxiu?" Tianyuexu curled up under the blanket, trembling uncontrollably in a certain position. "Sister, no, that's the ancestor of our Tianyu family, Tianyu Shi. Sister, you two are so alike, like twin sisters." Stussy recovers from the stimulation. This portrait was brought out by Tianyuexu from Wano-kuni, and it was just hung in a corner of the room today. Tianyueshi was the ancestor of the Tianyu family more than 700 years ago, but only one portrait has been handed down, and an illusion passed down by word of mouth, which has been passed down within the Tianyu family. In the ancient portraits, Tianyueshi has green hair and a famous knife pinned to his waist. Temperament and weather. The appearance is also more than 95% similar. People who don't know the situation will think that the two are twin sisters. Ding! You have watched the portrait of Tianyueshi of the Tianyu family, and the experience value is plus 1 million. Kazan is very strange, and a glance at the portrait also increases the experience value. When is the moon? The ability user of that time fruit will later travel through time and space and come to modern times. The timeline is still early, so I didn't ask too many questions. But I have to say, Tianyueshi and Tianyuegsu really look like twins. A grandparent, a junior, spanning 800 years. The genes of the Tianyu family are truly miraculous. A few days passed. The Nuxus stopped above a desert island. Kazan considered the layout of the flying pirates. Now, organize a party for everyone. Nuxus, the chamber. Kazan is sitting on the captain's throne, standing beside Shiki, Tianyueshi and others, while Shiki is standing in front. Next to him are Redfield, Molly, Mok, Charlotte Linlin. The rest of the crew stood further out. After everyone is here. With a wave of Kazan's hand, 3 devil fruits appeared out of thin air on the table in the center of the conference hall. Redfield saw a miraculous scene. I couldn't help but be amazed. Captain Kazan's methods are really amazing and shocking everywhere. The green wind dragon that can raise the sail. The fluttering ability to levitate everything. Now it's the ability to fetch objects from a distance. This man is indeed the strongest man I have ever met, with outrageous means. 3 devil fruits. Kazan explained. Oh. Devil fruit. Not everyone in the pirate group has seen devil fruit. It was the first time they saw such a strange fruit. Everyone was amazed and couldn't help but look at it curiously. Distorted patterns, strange shapes, weird colors. Each of them is the most miraculous superpower on the sea. And devil fruit is the secret treasure of the sea, each one is worth hundreds of millions of berries. The captain took out these fruits. Soon, Kazan introduced, this white devil fruit is Paramecia door fruit, any object that the eater can touch will become a door and can be opened, but you can open the door anywhere and go in and out freely. It can even affect the human body. Considering that the Titan family constitution has a huge bonus. Molly, Mok, which one of you wants this men Lukuo? Kazan didn't deliberately name anyone, but he believes that people and fruits will have a response in the dark. This. Molly and the Mok Titan brothers looked at each other in disbelief. They know the value of devil fruit. It's just a few decades of sailing career, but I've only seen people with abilities, and I've never seen devil fruit 0.8. The 2 brothers have long been interested in devil fruit, but they haven't seen it yet. Opportunity to get. But now, the Titan brothers have just joined the flying pirates. In a few days, will the captain reward you with a treasure like devil fruit? How can this be? We are not worth it. Boss, we have not made any contribution to the team, will this devil fruit? Molly Mok said at the same time. Kazan waved his hand casually, you don't have to worry about this. The voice fell. Molly immediately fell into a deep shock. Seeing Kazan's firm eyes, it seemed that the captain had made a decision. The 2 brothers looked at each other, as if Molly was in love. The sense of reality is stronger. Boss Kazan, let me do it. Molly said seriously. With a casual finger, Kazan floated the Paramecia fruit directly in front of Molly, and held it with 2 giant hands excitedly. In the hands of the Titans, devil fruit feels like the size of a glass marble. As for the other island fruit, Kazan let it float directly into Mok's hands. The brothers of the Titan family were really shocked. Unexpectedly, the 2 brothers got the long-awaited devil fruit on the same day and at the same time, and they became more determined that it was the right decision to join the flying pirates. Good development, can't live up to its own captain. The other members of the pirate group cried with envy. However, everyone knows the strength of Molly and Mok. Giving them devil fruit is undoubtedly the decision to maximize the team's income. If you want to then perform well in the future. Kazan didn't care anymore when he saw that the Titan brothers had already accepted them. Next is this. This is Zoan, bat fruit, phantom beast species, vampire form, ability users will greatly enhance constitution, and have the ability to fight as phantom beasts. Latefield, what are your thoughts on this phantom beast vampire form? Chapter 73. Me? Thoughts on the vampire form of phantom beasts. Faced with Kazan's sudden question, Latefield was a little stunned. Of course, Redfield could see it. According to Kazan's decision to give the door fruit and the island fruit directly to Mok a minute ago, since he proposes it now, he intends to give this phantom beast to himself. But although Redfield was curious about the fruit, he didn't really want to eat it. It's been a few days since I joined the pirates. The favor of the famous sword bloodbath has not yet been repaid. Do you want to give away phantom beast again? Originally, whether to eat or not was a problem, but now it is even more embarrassing. Seeing Redfield hesitant to speak, he was coy. Shiki immediately took a step forward, squinting one eye and said, I said Pat, you're like ABCH, my brother gave you devil fruit, it means this fruit is suitable for you. Hurry up. Redfield was stabbed and immobilized for 7 days. Kazan thinks that his conquerors, which is less than level 60, won't hurt people like that. This person is used to celibacy, and his health is definitely not good. Therefore, in order to complement Latefield's constitution shortcomings, Kazan planned to equip him with a phantom beast fruit, and the vampire form was given directly to him. Favor. Since it is going to be done, make a double copy. Famous knife, fruit, give. That's called chasing and feeding. Just to make that kid Redfield, blushing, feel embarrassed. And, with Redfield's talent, designated to make the vampire form shine in this day and age. Captain Kazan, I see. Shiki, aren't you afraid that I can overtake you if I eat the phantom beast? Redfield blushed. He smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Shiki said with disdain on his face, Che, Pat, you don't know, Lao Zi was in the Sabayati tunnel, and fought against 3 Zoans for a few blocks, and he never saw him lose. Jin, afraid you are a nightbird who eats the country's sun. Hu. The purple devil fruit floated over and landed in Latefield's hands. The fruit the size of 2 fists was heavy in his hands. At this point, Redfield would be lying if he wasn't excited. 19. He relied on his natural knowledge and ability to read people's hearts. In previous battles, he had never experienced the feeling of being injured. This time he was critically injured by Kazan, and he lay down like a dead person for 7 days. It's not normal to feel anything. Is this a phantom beast? What was the most rare ability in the sea that the pirates used to think about? The ultimate fruit worth billions of berry. The captain sees that my constitution is weak? And phantom beast species can make up for this weakness? Jail Pat is impressed by Captain Kazan's demeanor. As expected of a pirate group that I, Redfield, would join. Flying pirates, I'm committed. Sea devil fruit has been allocated. Kazan continued, next, let me talk about the positions in the regiment. Shiki is the vice captain, and his job title is Admiral. When I'm not on the ship, the courtiers obey the orders of the envoy. Kazan has already analyzed the situation of this era to Shiki and the precautions. So, if he is not there, he will take care of the pirates, and basically there will be no problems. It is also time to exercise his ability to manage the team. Yes. Everyone answered with serious faces. The pirate group has been established for several months, and the captain finally remembered to take care of it. Admiral? Hearing this title, Shiki was overjoyed. The title of Admiral is a bit hacky. From today, Lao Zi Golden Lion is the vice captain of the Flying Pirates. Admiral Golden Lion? Lord Admiral? Boss Admiral? Hiss hiss. How to listen and how to feel. Jahahaha. Shiki secretly covered his mouth in ecstasy. Kazan's voice fell again. Ledfield is the captain's deputy, and the position title is Earl. When the captain and deputy captain are away, the deputy can give orders on behalf of the captain. Count? My outfit prefers red, Red Earl? The needle does not poke. It is very in line with the temperament of the Earl. However, can you not be a deputy? I, the Lone Ranger, have never ordered anyone. Redfield kept muttering in his heart, forget it, anyway, there are Captain Kazan and Shiki's mate, as the mate, it's okay if I don't talk. Soon, several positions were established. Kazan, the captain of the Flying Pirates, the title is Governor. Shiki, the deputy captain of the Flying Pirates, titled Admiral. Ledfield, captain's mate, title Earl. Shuki, Minister of Intelligence, title Chief of Staff. Stussy, Minister of Science, title Minister of Science and Technology. Loaf, Chef. As for Charlotte Linlin, Molly, and Round, Kazan did not specify the positions, but briefly explained what they would do. Now the entire pirate group has only more than 60 people, and there is no detachment at all. Naturally, he couldn't be entangled in the position. Finished posting. Kazan also gives assignments to Shiki and Redfield. Let them use the Wano Kuni information collected by Shuki, cooperate with Tianyuexu, and in the next few years, get the Tianyu family and the Kurozumi family, because the mining area is located between the two families. Then control Wanakuni's liquor iron ore, sea stone. After Wano Kuni, it can be regarded as one of the strongholds of a certain branch of the Flying Pirates. The two brothers Mo Lee and Mok, apart from being with the group, are also developing Menmen fruit and Deodao fruit. These two devil fruits will be of great use in the future. Stussy? Kazan mainly asked her to study aerodynamics, pure gold, weapons, electricity, and those lunar technology handbooks that Kazan got in Sky Island. As for Charlotte Linlin, what can a child ask for? Kazan can only ask her to grow up quickly. The first meeting is over. Nook's West Deck. 20 meters above the ground of the deserted island. After you eat the devil fruit, there will be a few minutes of adaptation process, just adapt to this ability on this desert island. Kazan looked at the three of them and said, when these people grow up, this force simply dare not think about it. Yes, Bone. Redfield, Molly, and Mok took the lead and jumped down together. Brush. 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 Time jumps at this moment. West Blue, O'Hara. As the sun sets, the last golden afterglow is reflected on the sea level. Ah! Sleepy. On the edge of the cliff, in front of you is the endless sea. A gold figure, sitting on the head of a green dragon perched on the grass, the faint green breeze blows, and the green dragon's hair is dancing with the wind. The gold figure packed up the books and jumped down. The wind dragon shrunk into Kazan's body. O'Hara's last book. Read it. Ding. Host read Battle of the Gods, experience value plus 4 million. For a very long time, Kazan likes to take his wind dragon and read books on the cliffs of O'Hara. Go home, go home. Shiki guys, it seems like they are coming tomorrow. I almost forgot the exact time. Over the years, Kazan has taken time to travel all over the world. He has been to Sixus in the East Blue, without the Maramara fruit, to Baydrilla, where Portkas de Rouge was not yet born, and to the village of Kokosia, with only an orange grove. I have been to the Fishmen Island, and found that the goldfish, Otohim, has not yet been born. Hey, what a boring time! But the good news is, Kazan wears pure gold when he is 21 years old. Time seemed to freeze forever at the moment when he put on the pure gold, his appearance never changed, and his temperament did not stop because of time, it has been improved several levels. System, open the panel. And evenly distribute experience points to each entry. Host, Kazan. Swordsmanship, IV90. Physique, IV90. Constitution, IV90. Observation Haki 490 Foreseeing the future, reading people's hearts. Armament Haki, IV90, Flow, Internal Destruction. Conqueror's Haki, IV90, Entangling, Shock, Knowledge Kill. Lion Fruit Wind Fruit, IV90, First Awakening. Special Talent, Listen to Everything, Treasure Radar. Fortune, 100. Experience Value, 0. Portable space of 3000 cubic meters, Devil Fruit Mosaic Frame /book /pure gold /black boulder. Added a body art entry, all entries are at level 90, Lion Fruit Heffen Fruit, just awakened at level 90. Although it is not the limit of the system, it has already reached the peak of the sea. True Hex Warrior. My favorite phantom beast, Devil Fruit, why haven't I met it before? The inlay frame is ready, but a new era is about to begin, and it will always come. After all, at this moment, it has been Sea Circle calendar 1478 years. The era of the Valley of the Gods is about to kick off. Kazan yawned, facing the sea, and stretched. Now that O'Hara's loan books are finished, it's time to move on to the next leg of the journey. It seems that tomorrow, Shiki and the others will all come over. And just when Kazan was about to get up, rustle. Stepping lightly on the soft grass, a silver-haired figure appeared behind Kazan. Nicole Albia. When we met for the first time, Albia was still a 3-year-old girl, chasing Kazan all day long, calling Big Brother, and hiding in Kazan's blonde hair countless times to sleep. But now Albia is grown up now. She has long silver hair and a fully grown figure. Perhaps Albia has studied literature for a long time, and the temperament of a scholar is undoubtedly evident on her face. The silver-haired beauty, cool personality, and profound knowledge are all on her face. Such a beautiful color with unique temperament. The whole ocean is alone. Kazan turned around and smiled. Nula Island Historic Site, how long have you been out? 3 months and 5 days. Albia smiled slightly. Has it been so long? I think. Kazan's voice was still there. With a puff, Albia hugged her directly. A soft squeeze came up, and Kazan stood in awe. Although, the two fell in love very early on the island, and had an affair, and even Kazan lived in Albia's room all the time. However, Albia is pure. Anyway, I don't know which muscle is wrong, and I have to wait until I'm 18 to do something. Fortunately, there is no shortage of Kazan, so there is no rush. Albia's whining sound came from her bosom. Kazan Big Brother, Nicole is an adult today. Burnt cake. It's a spicy feeling. Kazan's chest was wet. The next day. O'Hara. A transparent, 7-meter-high square door to space is opening. A gold figure, with a red figure in front. He came out from behind the door with a group of figures. This is the ability of Paramecia's door fruit. Molly's door fruit has 2 main auxiliary abilities. 1. The person with the ability can open the door where they can see it, and can lead people by themselves, through the opening location, through the space, and go to the target location. Yes, A-B, such a traveling mechanism. 2. The ability user can store a mark on a certain location like a magnetic pointer. This mark allows the ability user to lead other people across infinite space to any marked place. See ha 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 ha. O'Hara, I miss you so much. You see, I used to dig potatoes in that field and carried them with lion fruit. Shiki pointed to the land on the right and laughed. Lord Admiral, I didn't expect you to have such an experience. The person on the side covered his mouth and smiled. What about Governor Kazan? Shiki said with a smile, at that time I was working in 433 farming, and my brother was studying. What a diligent governor! Shiki waved his hand, MOK, check where my brother is. Yes, Admiral Golden Lion. Mok nodded. Ding dong. Mok jumped suddenly, the huge body of the Titan tribe burrowed into the ground, and then, a Mok made of soil appeared in front of everyone. This is the ability of Shima fruit. Capable users can integrate into any island, detect desired targets, set up monitoring, etc. At the same time, capable users can also temporarily change the shape of the island, such as creating a hill, moving a hill, etc. Of course, the island fruit ability user can also permanently change the structure of an island, but permanent change is like construction, and it takes a lot of time. Mok used this skill to move all of Wanakuni's liquor iron ore together, and now almost all of Wanakuni's ore is contained on the territory of the flying pirates. Sea stone? It can't be moved, but the pirate group has also occupied a piece of territory. Soon, Mok's eyes were fixed. I found it. I'll bring the boss here. Rumbling. Present. O'Hara on the other side. Somewhere in a very ordinary yard. The sun is just right. Kazan is sitting in a rocking chair for morning reading. Nicole Albia's birthday was yesterday and the two had a fantastic evening together. But Albia came back temporarily, just to be with Kazan on this special day of adulthood. After seeing it, she had already set off for Naira Island this morning to continue exploring the ruins. O'Hara's scholars are really dedicated. Rumble. Where Kazan was, a piece of land suddenly rose up. He sat on the rocking chair, as if sitting in a self-driving car, rumbled, and drove towards the outskirts of O'Hara. Shiki, why are you making such a big show? Kazan's face was full of black lines. Roadside. Grandma Jenny of O'Hara was startled when she saw that the ground was running like a horse. Kazan, what the hell are you doing? Young people are doing all kinds of things. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, Jenny's big sister was already Jenny's grandma. In the past, Shiki used a string of bamboo baskets to carry potatoes and corn for her family. Kazan laughed. Ah, it's that guy Shiki. Oh. Shiki is back? Then you bring him over to my house for dinner at noon. Grandma Jenny yells at Kazan. In the distance, the clover, is already O'Hara's doctor. Kazan, the atmosphere on the island has changed as soon as Kazan came to O'Hara, and he is still a troublesome 2 billion big pirate. However, his knowledge is getting more and more profound. Makes my clover very comforting. Bang rumble. Kazan continued to move forward, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the suburbs and appeared in front of everyone. Dad! Dad! Accompanied by the milky voice, a small figure. At this moment Chi-Chi rushed towards Kazan. Chapter 74. O'Hara, the milky voice drives the warm atmosphere. Kazan has one in each hand. He held two 2-year-old girls with ball heads in his arms. The girl in the left hand is called Kana, with gold hair, and is the child of Kazan and Yuankai. The girl in the left hand is called Kathy, with green hair, the child of Kazan and Tianyuexu. But what about? Maybe it's because Kazan has pure gold. What time is, don't care at all. Even if 15 years passed by in a flash, when we came to the sea circle calendar in 1478, Kazan is now 33 years old, but there is no trace of time carved on his face. There is plenty of time for carrying on the family line, and he is not willing at all. Children? It was Shiki and Tianyu who asked Kazan to sow the seeds at night 2 years ago. Women are all blessed with pure gold, so they can easily maintain the most wonderful age. They have the most perfect physical condition and can have children at any time. As for how to avoid pregnancy, those with lion fruit ability can float hundreds of millions of years. Scientific name, perfect beauty middle out. Want kids? There will be no perfect CE. Kazan asked Tianyuexu to be the parent and live in Amazon Lily, so that they could grow up healthily. Have a happy childhood and say. Dominating the sea is currently only a matter for them, the immortals. Brother, look, Sakura 10 would dry. Gee ha 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 ha. The knife was tempered 3 years ago. Sakura Tenwoods are all black swords. Rub. Shiki took a few steps forward carelessly, and showed the black sword in front of Kazan. Facing the younger brother who wants to praise, Zan is not very interested. Knife? First generation geisha was 10 years ago, okay. Good job. Shiki. Patting Shiki on the head, the doctor praised. Tzi ha 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 ha. Shiki and Kazan are twins, both 33 years old. But what? Shiki wore pure gold a little later, and his appearance stayed at 30 years old. His most notable feature is that a circle of gold lion's mane is connected to the corner, and Shiki's entire face is surrounded by golden hair. Lush gold's mane, chiseled face, and a gold robe make Shiki even more hacky. Looks a bit like a pirate admiral. Standing next to Shiki is the deputy. Redfield. Because of his vampire form, Redfield let himself go and grew to 35 years old. Anyway, he can adjust his age by sucking blood at any time. Governor. Redfield put one hand on his chest, lowered his head, and greeted him calmly. Kazan tapped Redfield on the shoulder. This guy, Ladefield, may have too much offer Kazan. So every time I see Kazan, I feel a little restrained. But Kazan heard. This guy is the happiest among the pirates, every kind of entertainment, mahjong, fighting the landlord and so on, no one on the boat has played him, tap dancing, jumping up and down is even more crazy. Redfield braided 2 black and red braids, covering the ears, and had gold nose rings on his nostrils. Red's cape, Red's dress, trousers, black leather shoes, blue rose decoration on the neckline. The overall collocation is very classic. On the other side are Mo-Lee and Mok, 2 Titan brothers. Titan has a long lifespan, and the two have not changed much except for dark spots on their skin and longer beards. And Shiki. Under the nod of Kazan, Shiki is 28 years old wearing pure gold, wearing the emperor's costume with the characteristics of the daughter country, noble and hacky. As a woman, she already wants to reach the ultimate. Tianyu. She stopped time at the age of 19, with a pure appearance, she is still the best example of Xiaojiabiu, even a slight eyebrow raising can make people feel affectionate. Stussy. At the age of 25, she chose to wear pure gold. On her hands, shoulders, and skirts, there are all kinds of gemstones embellished. She has an elegant and noble temperament, which is firmly grasped by her. The thing that bothers Kazan the most is Charlotte Linlin. Now Linlin is almost 28 years old. If you don't pay attention, the old lady will be cold. Perhaps because of Linlin's weird constitution, she still can't get rid of her baby fat, which hasn't fully grown out, and the Napoleon pirate hat already has the prototype of a big pirate. But even though Linlin cried and begged Kazan, he was not allowed to sleep in the big room. FFLX. Linlin really can't hold it anymore. If this goes on like this, she will already be at the level of director. Linlin cried and wanted pure gold, and cried and begged Kazan to be nourished. She always thought that the present was the peak of her appearance, and she was afraid that her blooming season would pass. She even gradually lost confidence in her appearance. But Kazan is a time traveler. Of course I advise Linlin not to rush. He knows. It is now 1478, and there are 5 to 6 years left before the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Now Kaido is still a stinking brat, and he hasn't joined the Rocks Pirates yet. Linlin in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is a flower. Now, the flowers are not in bloom, so Kazan must not be interested. Seeing that everyone has already set up a face-to-face meeting, Shiki came to Kazan's side. He introduced, Governor, there are currently 2,320 members of the Flying Pirates. Wano Kuni recruits and manages 1,400 people because of its huge mine reserves. The rest are ship attendants. One of them is from Amazon Lily, and the other part is Shiki, which Redfield has recruited in recent years. There are about 600 people in total. There are probably 600 crew members with the regiment. It's a small pirate group, but they are all elites. Members with poor potential are all guarding the mine at Wano-kuni. Hearing this, Kajian took a look. There were only about 50 people who landed on O'Hara Island, and the rest stayed in the space of the fruit of the door, and no one came out. Those face-to-face members of the pirate group are showing their heads and looking curiously at Captain Kazan, who has never shown up. To know. Kazan's name often appears in the mouths of Shiki and Redfield. It is the existence that the two strongly admire. The new crew members naturally admired Kazan, and they couldn't help but wonder what their captain looks like. Now see. He's a handsome guy in his early 20s. Is he really Admiral Shiki's big brother? They both have blonde hair alike, but their looks are so different. Kazan thinks. So many people crowded in O'Hara is not a problem. Kazan, let's go, and see the situation on Bagpipe Island first. Boss Governor, I'll open the door right away. Molly smiled. Soon. Everyone followed Kazan and entered the door space. With the glass door of O'Hara door fruit closed. Behind a tree in the distance. Dr. Clover looked at the dark crowd in the distance and felt a headache. That guy Kazan is really a big pirate. Is that Shiki? The longer he grows, the more fierce he is. Fortunately, they all left, otherwise O'Hara will be in big trouble. South Blue. A few minutes passed. More than 600 members of the Flying Pirates landed on a floating island in South Blue from West Blue O'Hara through the gate fruit. This floating island, floating in South Blue's 10,000 meter Takatomi. When Kazan visited South Blue 4 years ago, he accidentally discovered it. At that time, he could already use lion fruit to float the island. The island, named Bagpipes. The natural environment of Bagpipe Island is very beautiful. There are mountains and water, green trees, and fertile land. Area? Twice the size of Yoder Rice Rosa. For 4 years, Stussy inspected the island and made a detailed and targeted design. According to the blueprint, MOK used the ability of Deo fruit to transform. The underground facilities of Bagpipe Island have been completed due to partial renovation. Such as wind tunnels, power systems, drainage systems, etc. It is worth mentioning that the wind tunnel, the underground of Bagpipe Island, has been transformed into tens of thousands of wind tunnels extending in all directions. These wind tunnels have been rigorously calculated by Stussy. The inside of the wind tunnel has an extremely complicated structure, and many technological facilities in terms of kinetic energy are installed. There are openings on the side of Bagpipe Island in all directions. Looking up, the bottom of the entire island is covered with sound holes like bagpipes. And the wind blows into the wind tunnel, and after a complicated circle, it can be ejected from the corresponding wind tunnel opening. With the help of wind, the floating island can be pushed forward and fly. Plus, Molly can integrate into the island through the island fruit and change the opening of the wind tunnel, thereby realizing the steering of the island flight. At the same time, because when the wind passes through the winding cave, it will produce melodious bagpipe-like music. So, Kazan named this floating island Bagpipe Island. With a delicate face, Stussy came to Kazan gracefully, "Master." Stussy winked and said softly, "The underground of Bagpipe Island has been remodeled, and only the refined design of some power facilities is left, but making the island fly and use it is not a problem. And we have the fruit of the door, the fruit of the island, and it is easy to move construction materials from all over the world. As for the ground buildings, Sister Shuki has also started collecting information on stone materials." Shuki said helplessly, "I haven't found it yet. I'm wondering whether to use local materials, or move other islands, cut them, and use them to make materials. It often takes hundreds or even thousands of years for other islands to build towns and build countries. Bagpipe Island is a wild island. It is from scratch, and it is too difficult to build in a short time. Is there really an island in this world that can provide so many building materials? Watching a piece of wild bagpipe island. Kazan squinted his eyes. Is it the building stone I have ready-made? Ah! Off the shelf? Stones are not weapons, not treasures, pirates rarely come into contact with them, and even Shiki, an intelligence expert, cannot collect relevant information. After all, Bagpipe Island needs a lot of stones. Kazan's voice fell. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears to listen. No way! Does the governor really have so many building materials? Kazan thought for a while and explained to everyone. East Blue, Marie Joyce built a sea-crossing bridge in the Kingdom of Bridges for 700 years. The bridge body and the stone collection points on the path are all cut stones. According to Marie Joyce's wealth, the quality of the stones is absolutely superior. We'll come over when we're free. Kazan's voice fell, and the collective went numb. Good guy. It's no secret that East Blue has a kingdom of bridges. But people have never thought of robbing the stone of the Marie Joyce Bridge. The road envisioned. What kind of thinking is this? How do you connect the cross-sea bridge with building materials? FK. Shiki, shit. My brother is a genius. Redfield, Nima. The governor is indeed invincible. Shuki, as expected of my man. Stussy, master, your wisdom has given me spasms. Tian Yuexu, my lord is very charming. Other pirates, the last time everyone was shocked was when Governor Kazan was there. Sincerely, the boss of the governor is really awesome, this is our captain. The screen changed. Shiki and Kazan are back again, West Blue, O'Hara. Grandma Jenny's house. Agreed, let's eat. The flying pirates have evacuated from O'Hara and returned to New World, leaving only 2 brothers in O'Hara. Certainly. There is also Molly on the island waiting to open the door at any time. The Kingdom of the Bridge, the 2 brothers are going to go again later. With the change of times, the sea situation has become more and more compact. Pirates, Marine, have big moves every day. There are also some things that need to be handled by the Captain Kazan. Brother, we have set up a stronghold 500 nautical miles east of Hakinosu, and those Marines often trouble us. Shiki pulled the bowl and chopsticks. The familiar taste made Shiki drink a bowl of white rice. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and a stinky woman named Crane are all stationed in New World, and they seem to be fighting with our flying pirates. Naval Headquarters has also been enlisting aggressively in recent years. I have to say that Marine has a deep foundation. The recruitment order is sent out, and there are hundreds of responses from all over the world. Shiki burped. Being a pirate is a kind of tempering, and the real big era has not really come yet. These few years. Kazan let Shiki and Redfield play. Overall, they did a good job of building the pirates. As for Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane, the future Big Four of Marine, you can say they are aces, and they have grown up now. They are all Marine Vice Admiral and belong to the headquarters. Backbone. The combination of these 4 is indeed a big killer for Naval Headquarters. Rocks, any new moves? Kazan asked. Shiki touched the golden whiskers on his chin and frowned. That Rocks guy, he fought once, and his strength is unfathomable. At the beginning, Rocks often troubled Marine, and the bounty kept increasing. Rocks' bounty increased. Brother, you didn't show up. The bounty also increased with Rocks, but for a few years. After that, your bounty will not move. It is estimated that Marine is watching you disappear. Marine gave up using your bounty, Nyonghao, gold to stimulate Rocks. At the beginning, Naval Headquarters wanted to avoid the Rocks' dominance. It was Sengoku from Rear Admiral who proposed to use a bounty that can suppress Rocks at any time to support the flying pirates to check and balance the balance between New World pirates. With Kazan disappearing from public view, Marine's plan gradually fell through. Kazan didn't see anyone. Nothing to do. No matter how much the bounty increases, no pirate will believe it. So far, Rox has gradually become the great overlord of the sea, and he has recruited 70,000 pirates, collectively entrenched in the hive island Hakinosu. Rox pirates. Suddenly, Marine dared not face up to the huge power. Rox also said that the reason why the stronghold of our flying pirates is allowed to exist is entirely because of your relationship. Rox sent a warning: if you don't show up within 3 months, brother, he will take our entire flying pirates away. Humph! What kind of bird is Rox? Shiki complained with disdain on his face. The meal is over. After the two brothers said goodbye to Grandma Jenny, they came to an open space outside. Since Rox want to meet up, let's go to Hakinosu. Now, Kazan's system rewards, all entries have reached level 90. Appraised by the system as the most versatile hexagonal peak warrior on the sea. And Kazan's high-level use of various haki all grind gold to the level of professionalism. Lion fruit and feng feng fruit have all been awakened. Kazan has developed a variety of moves, and can destroy a town with one blow. It is really easy to be forgotten by the sea after leaving for a long time. Time to turn the sea upside down. On the grass, Kazan opened his palm, and the first generation geisha was summoned from the space and landed in his hand. The unparalleled big sharp knife is pinned to his waist. Kazan's overall temperament instantly exploded. This sudden burst of temperament made Shiki and Emily obviously stunned, and then they were so excited that they couldn't be more excited. Let's go, lead the group to Hakinosu. The door of space opens, and the real legendary is about to enter the legendary stage. Chapter 75. New World. Marine Branch X2 near the Hakinosu Sea area. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, and several naval headquarters vice admirals gathered in the meeting room to hold a meeting. Sengoku himself is a man with a high IQ, and his intelligence attribute was elevated by the form of the great Buddha of every one fruit, making him a powerful the resourceful general. Wisdom and bravery describe such a person. Sengoku outsmarted everyone else present in terms of strategy. Therefore, it was elected as a representative of this meeting. At this moment, Sengoku was standing in front of a sea map with a solemn expression, analyzing the situation. Do an analysis report for the new colleagues in the audience. On the map, the hive, Hakinosu Island, is marked with a red X. In the most prominent position in the center of the entire map. Around the center of Hakinosu Island, there are more than a dozen islands scattered around. Among them, Marine selected 11 islands. A total of 11 marine branches from X1 to X11 were built on the island. These 11 marine branches are regarded as thorns in the eyes of the Rox. The Rox pirates and Marine, the two sides have fought dozens of times on these islands. The whole process lasted 10 years. Both sides suffered heavy losses every time, and of course, Marine lost even more. With the help of naval headquarters, a steady stream of map kings can be delivered. Destroy the building and rebuild it. If there are fewer soldiers, send them again. Naval headquarters insisted that 11 branches survived the crazy bite of Rox. This map. This is the battle map of the sea area of Hakinosu. On the map, 11 marine branches have formed a siege network for Hakinosu. The missing point is outside Hakinosu, at 3 o'clock. There is an island called Newfoundland. Sengoku collected himself. Use the command whip to point at the crossed position on the map. This is Hakinosu. Then, Sengoku explained to his newcomers. After more than 10 years of deployment, 11 branches of our marine have deployed a tight encirclement net against Hakinosu. To a certain extent, Hakinosu is cut off from the outside world. Leaving the gap in Newfoundland is to prevent the Rox from engaging in a war of trapped beasts. After all, we currently have no way to eradicate the Rocks pirates. Now, something happened. The gap in Newfoundland was occupied by the flying pirates a year ago. At first, I thought that this was the choke point, and Rocks would take action to fight and snatch the flying pirates, but in the end, Rocks didn't take action against the flying pirates. We underestimated Rocks' endurance. Since it is determined that Rocks will not make a move. So, it's up to us Marine to take down the flying pirates. 443. Listen to Sengoku explain the battle situation. Those new Marine Vice Admirals also understood in an instant. In general, Marine has set up an encirclement circle for the Rocks pirates, but Marine does not have the ability to kill with one blow, so a gap is released to prevent Rocks from counterattacking, otherwise, the price will be huge. But at the moment, that gap was occupied by an outside force, the flying pirates. And occupy such a key position. It's like contacting passing pirates in advance. Those pirates will most likely be recruited by Rocks. Now that the flying pirates occupy the front, it is possible to intercept these pirates and bring them under their command. But in this case, Rocks refrained from attacking the flying pirates. Because Rocks wasn't stupid, he knew that Marine is using his fierce tiger to bite the hungry wolf of the flying pirates. He Rocks would rather suffer than be this fool. Sengoku Vice Admiral. Why occupy the gap if we left the gap in Newfoundland? At this moment, a Marine Vice Admiral wondered. Originally, this gap was intentionally left by Marine, but now they want to take it back. Is not this contradictory? It's very simple. Sengoku explained patiently. Because an island occupied by forces is completely different from an island occupied by no forces. Our Marine needs Newfoundland to be an idle island, not a pirate island. And the flying pirates are gradually expanding in size, which is getting worse and worse for our Marine. More importantly, my Marine has already reserved enough combat power, it's time to prepare for a huge war. Sengoku's tone was impassioned. The surrounding Marine generals heard a burst of enthusiasm. At this time, a Vice Admiral stood up and continued to ask questions. Sengoku Vice Admiral, but the flying pirates, New York, can fly. Beneath Sengoku's round hairstyle, a wise smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course we have prepared a secret weapon against skyships. So, get ready. All Marines leave for Newfoundland immediately. On the other side, the island of Newfoundland. The Nooks stopped above the center of the island, at a position of about 20 meters, and there were ropes extending down the deck, making it easier for weaker pirate members to get on and off the ship. On the ground, various temporary buildings were erected. Inside a building, Kazan has come here from O'Hara. Looking at the map, BJFH, similar to that of Marine, and seeing the location of Newfoundland Island, Kazan couldn't help but twitch his brows. As Sengoku said, the location of Newfoundland is very ambiguous, almost a battleground for military strategists, and no one is moving now. It is a three-party check and balance relationship among Marine, Rocks, and air pirates. But once a certain condition is broken, Newfoundland must be a battlefield. Kazan also sees something different about this location. He didn't know if Shiki did it on purpose, or if he didn't know the importance of this position. But now that you are back by yourself, have fun. Don't even care. There's no point in staying in this shitty place. It is better to just give up. After going to Hakinosu, just take the Marine X1 branch directly. The condition of that island is better than that of Newfoundland. I remembered the days when the two brothers lived in the warship at the beginning of time travel. I don't know if I live in the Marine branch. What kind of experience is it? Kazan directly ordered, all set out, we are going to Hakinosu. Follow orders, avoid no one. There are more than 600 people in the pirate group, with excitement in their eyes, and they are busy working one after another. For a short time, Newfoundland became empty. and it took less than 10 minutes to walk on the Nuxus. Newfoundland was surrounded by more than 20 warships. Looking ahead. Nothing out of the ordinary about the island. Sengoku is numb. What's going on? There is no movement on the island. What about the pirates of the flying pirates? An hour ago, the spies sent back information, saying that Shiki and others are still here. Garp, so, I'm lonely again? Zephyr, did that make that guy aware of something? Crane, play for fun, make trouble for trouble, don't make fun of beauty sleep. At last, Marine still went to the island to check again. Except seeing the still burning fire. There are no other living people. I can only return bitterly. The other side. The Nooks West finally saw the island. Hakinosu, also known as the Paradise of Pirates. Countless vicious big pirates gathered here, venting their anger all day long and never seeing the light of day. Here, there are so many pirates with a bounty of tens of millions, and there are too many pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Looking around, there is a very prominent skeleton-shaped building on the island. There is the base camp of the Rocks Pirates. After the disbandment of the Pirates of the Valley of the Gods, they were picked up by Akoko, who knows the current affairs. Later, in the era of evil in the plot, 4 Emperors Blackbeard directly beat the old man and snatched the Hive Island. Throughout the long history, this place has been a gathering place for pirates. Worrying. The Nuxus hovered in the air. The members of the Flying Pirates lie on the railing and look down, can't help talking. This is Hakinosu, the skeleton building is very characteristic of pirates. Hakinosu is also known as the natural pirate island. After a long period of time, multiple spaces have been opened up inside the Skull Rock, where the Emperor's pirate house lives. And, every head of Pirate Island lives in it, now. It belongs to the Rocks Pirates. But besides the scenery, I heard that Hakinosu is filthy. Pirates on Hakinosu Island also noticed the Nuxus in the sky. Can't help but look up one after another. The logo of the pirates is. That's the Flying Pirates. Are Shiki and the others going to land on Hakinosu? Is the ship in the sky really the same as the one in Legendary, a giant in the sky, with an overwhelming momentum? I heard that the captain of the Flying Pirates, Kazan, is not worthy of his name. It was Marine's scheme to raise the bounty to 2 billion berry. He has disappeared for a long time. He must have been fought by his own brother. Everyone, pirates. We are brothers too. Ha 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 ha. Brothers for one day, welcome for half a lifetime. Go and report to Captain Rocks. And at the same time, while the Nuxus was approaching Hakinosu, a powerful and twisted observation haki emanates from the inside of the skeleton building. Almost instantly, locked on the Nuxus. Also at this moment, a man with an afro suddenly stood up, and the famous knife on his waist flickered, exuding aura. This person is the owner of Hakinosu, Rocks Dzbek. Rocks rested his left hand on the handle of the knife, twisting his neck. There was a crackling sound. How long? 20 years. Kazan, you are finally here. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Weng haha. However, Rock's strange laughter was only halfway through, and then suddenly stopped. Because Rock suddenly found out the color of knowledge that I radiate. The feature branches are all sealed by some kind of strange energy. This is. Never mind. Rocks didn't care too much, and removed the knowledgeable color. Stride towards the outside of Skull Rock. And at this time, on the Nuxus, Kazan showed a smile when he felt the color of knowledge disappear. Immediately took it away. King Color Haki Branch, Experience, and Kill. Da-da-da. Accompanied by a few light footsteps. 5 figures dropped from the nooks to the ground of Hakinosu one after another. Shiki, Redfield, Shuki, Linlin. We walked. Hakinosu, is spacious, yet very dirty on the street. There are raging laughter of pirates everywhere. All kinds of pirates gathered together, pointing at the street ahead. At the same time, in the tavern, glass wine bottles of various colors were constantly being thrown out. Bang bang! Pata! It hit the street and shattered the wall. Hey, hey, you stinky brat! You actually killed a few more spicy chicken pirates. Smelly brat, are you ready to die? Ahaha! Ya ho 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 ha ha ha! Bravely brat who ran into Hakinosuo alone. Hakinosuo is not happy to come. Go back, or you will be carried to feed the fish. Follow the mocking eyes of the pirates. At this time, there were several bloody corpses of weak people lying on the street. The blood hasn't come out yet. Just absorbed by the dry land of Hakinosuo. These weak corpses are the object of everyone's ridicule. He was actually beaten to death by a stinky brat with a stick. Too weak. You deserve to lie down. Beside the corpse, a young man with horns on his head stood sideways. The face looks a little immature, but the height is already close to 2 meters. The horns extend from the messy black long hair, facing the sky, showing the uniqueness of the owner. People who don't know it think it is a decorative item. However, it was brought out by this youth race. The boy's race is called Ghost Race. And the boy's name is Kaido. Yes. That good teacher who wants to die but can't die, Mr. Guy who masters the stick education method. Kaido's clothes were in tatters, and he carried a bloody mace on his shoulder. Kaido simply ignored the taunts from the surrounding pirates. Drink ba. Spicy chicken. They are all things that dare not come out, there is a chicken in the mouth. What a bunch of hot chickens. And the notorious Hakinosuo. What's the difference from a normal island? Kaido's eyes were arrogant, and he didn't say anything. It is obvious that the opponent just now is too weak, and the pirates in the tavern are too cowardly. Where's Kaido? He is from the kingdom of Folka, where wars have been happening all year round, and Kaido has been an orphan since he was a child. In order not to continue begging on the street, he joined the army of the main kingdom of Folka since he was a child. As he fought hard on the battlefield, Kaido became famous day by day. At the age of 10, he was already the strongest warrior in the Folka kingdom. Kaido cherishes this honor very much. In order to maintain his honor, he fought more recklessly on the battlefield, accumulating a whole body of martial arts. Result: the kingdom of Folka only gave him the title of the strongest warrior, and did not continue to give him easy. Instead, Kaido is watched by Marie Joyce. In essence, the kingdom of Folka has always wanted to join Marie Joyce and become a franchise country. Because there is no gold in the sky, it wages endless wars and plunders other countries. The cause of the war is still to join. In this situation, Kaido was watched by Marie Joyce, and he was able to gain the bargaining chip of the kingdom of Folka. One night, Duo was sleeping just after leaving the battlefield, but he was tied up in a coma and became a bargaining chip and sent to Marine's warship. Plus a seat at the next World Summit. Kaido at that time understood instantly. What the strongest warrior brings to himself is not honor, but a more valuable political tool. Can be traded at will, or discarded. Kaido couldn't understand why the Folka kingdom had its own army and was invincible. Yet to be Marie Joy lackey. However, Kaido destroyed Marine's prison ship by virtue of his formidable strength, and robbed the canteen of the warship he encountered. Naturally, he was offered a reward by naval headquarters. Head 70 million berry. His identity is automatically converted to a pirate. And Kaido, after 2 years of wandering, heard that Hakinosuo is the notorious pirate island. But the current facts prove that the so-called pirate island is nothing more than that. Pirates of Hakinosuo. If you meet yourself, you shouldn't lie down, damn it. That's it. Spicy chicken dash. Goo la 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 la. While Kaido was holding a mace, looking up at the sky, expressing his disappointment. The characteristic grunt and thick laughter spread from behind. Then, a man spoke up. Hello. Smelly brat. Are you going to be a pirate? Rox wants to see you, what do you want? Chapter 76. Gu la 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 la. Kaido turned his head and saw an invisible coercion rushing towards him. I saw a huge body, holding a huge naginata, standing behind me. The man in front of me can only look up to that day. Now Newgate is 5.7 meters tall, with slightly curly gold hair stretched down, a gold crescent moon hanging under the hooked nose, and gold's beard shining brightly in the sun, adding a touch of God of War features virtually. The dress collocation has the embryonic form of later generations, with the cloak hanging on the upper body, and the strong and broad chest is completely exposed. The two scars are shocking, spanning half of the body, just standing there is full of oppression. At this moment, there was a shock on Newgate's thick neck. Gu la 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 la. Monster. Kaido's first impression is that he is a monster. He instinctively felt a trace of fear. Yes. Fear. In fact, Kaido cannot be blamed for being timid. Although he is a super soldier from the Warka Kingdom, he is right. But what level of combat power can a poor country's army have? The strongest combat power in the pirate world is in the pirate and marine camps. There are many examples of a pirate destroying a country. Kaido hasn't encountered Zeon's combat power for so many years, and he faced some small fish after going out to sea. I have never seen a real strong man. In front of Newgate, the current Kaido is a veritable rookie, a brat. Kaido even felt that the man in front of him could pinch him to death with one finger. If you feel like that. That must have been Mr. Guy committing suicide by jumping Sky Island. Hawkins and others were smashed out of a big pit in front of them. The smoke and dust dispersed, Mr. Guy's troll-like figure roared out, and the supernova collectively trembled. In the face of such a monster, the weak have no room to resist. Kaido didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. I just complained that Hakinosuo is a spicy chicken island. Smelly brat, don't you want to be a pirate? Let Lao Zi decide. Facing the dull Kaido, Newgate's voice came again, obviously impatient. The Kaido froze again. I thought, boss, you have already spoken. Can I still refuse? Didn't you see that I acquiesced? Around. The pirates who laughed at Kaido in the tavern did not dare to make any noise when they appeared in Newgate. The street suddenly became quiet. But vaguely, Kaido can still hear the conversations of those pirates. Hey, that's the 1.88 billion big pirate, Edward Newgate. The strongest lieutenant of the Rocks pirates. He must have been ordered by Rocks to recruit the brat. How lucky! This stinking brat has the opportunity to join Rock's pirate team. Edward Newgate. 18/Z800075. Hearing this message from Newgate, Kaido's throat surged but he couldn't make a sound. The strongest lieutenant of the Rocks pirates? Wouldn't Rocks be stronger as the captain? But Kaido was also relieved to know that Newgate wasn't looking for trouble. After being stunned for several seconds, he dared to look at it with confidence. The most striking thing is that there are two long scars on Newgate's chest. The scars are hideous, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as horror. Kaido could even relate. If these two knives were cut on him, they would definitely be cut at the waist. What kind of shocking battle did this man in front of him go through? Hiss! The world of the strong is really terrifying. Kaido took a deep breath. I have given up struggling, and I am thinking about agreeing to come down. Big brother. But before he finished speaking, Newgate's laughter sounded again. Gu la 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 la. And this time the laughter was obviously not directed at me. Kaido could only turn around and look in the direction Newgate was looking at. Then, a scene that made his scalp tingle even more appeared. On the street, 5 people of different colors are walking. Shiki, Linlin, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield. 2 women, 3 men. Kazan walked in the middle, one step ahead of everyone. Kaido has not recovered from the first experience of being a strong man. Seeing another one now. No, they are in groups of 3 or 4, more imposing powerhouses. The closer the distance, the greater the oppression, the 2 sides are still 30 meters away. Kaido's heart is out of control at this moment, and he can't help but jump out of his body. Especially Kazan in the middle, who seems to be in his early 20s, Kaido actually feels a sense of oppression that is so strong that he dominates the world and is suffocating. Around Kazan, there are still kings. Who is this man surrounded by? Rocks? Sir, please don't do this. The rookie can't stand it. Rocks, I'll go and join your pirate group myself, okay? You don't have to come pick me up in person, it's not worth your trouble. And walked leisurely with Kazan and others. The pirates on the street of Hakinosuo immediately panicked. But as soon as they fled to the side of the street, they foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes, and fell down one after another. On both sides of the whole street, the foot of the wall has already been packed with pirates. In the huge street, no one was spared. They are just passing by. What are you doing? Kazan is a scholar and likes to be pure. Shiki Conqueror's precision strikes, cleaning up the slobs on both sides along the way. See a bizarre scene. Kaido's heart was covered with goosebumps again. What level of power is this? Gu la 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 la, Shiki. We meet again. The 2 scars you gave me are still aching now. Behind Kaido, Newgate's deep voice sounded. And along with Newgate grinning, shock fruit started slightly. Kaido finds out that the ground is actually shaking. It's from Newgate behind me. What level of power is this again? At this moment, Kaido suddenly felt that he was a frog at the bottom of the well, a toad that had never seen the open sky. What kind of chicken was he? The chicken was the strongest warrior, anyone on this island could crush him to death. The worldview established during the Folka War collapsed at this moment. Turned out to be. I have seen before, the 2 huge wounds on Newgate's chest. Was it cut down by one of the 5 people in front of you? How powerful is this group? Gee ha 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 ha. Newgate, let's see if your knife skills have improved. Shiki took a quick look and saw Newgate communicating with a kid. Someone from the Rocks Pirates? Smelly bosses all have evil tastes, and the first thing to do is to scare the stinky brats in the enemy camp. Boom! The figure of Shiki Gold arrived in front of Kaido and Newgate in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the shiny black sword Sakura Tenkiku pulled out from his waist in an instant and swung it towards Newgate above. When Newgate made the vibration, he was already ready to fight. He raised his big knife and chopped down Kong Yunki in an instant. Oncoming! Booming and booming. The whole of Hakinosuo is shaking at this moment. Infinite air waves exploded around Shiki and Newgate, shaking the streets on both sides into countless cracks, cracking the ground, and shattering the walls. What the hell am I? Kaido squatted on the ground with his head in his arms, his scalp was numb, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't even imagine what was going on above his head. This scene is very similar to Akainu throws a lava fist, Shanks Griffin blocks it, and Kobe crouches trembling with his head in his arms. Okay, Shiki, we have something to do. When Kazan's voice came, Shiki stopped immediately. Since the flying pirates chose to contact the Rocks Pirates, if they can't reach an agreement, they will definitely not be able to avoid World War I. There is no shortage of opportunities to fight. Of course Kazan also noticed Kaido, more or less afraid that he would be killed by the aftermath of the battle. Right now, Kaido is too young. After the Valley of the Gods, he obtained the form of the Yuya fruit phantom beast species Azure Dragon, which allowed him to rise slowly. Scared the kids, what should I do if the Azure Dragon turns into a loach? It has to be said that the most famous and strongest creature in the later generations, at this moment, is mixed between the 2 strong men, and it is not a choice to leave or stay. He simply threw the mace on the ground, put his hands on his head, and said, "My life is rewarded by the boss mentality." And at this time, the two spread out as Shiki and Newgate's blows ended. Charlotte Linlin seemed to see something interesting, and she wasn't afraid to see Newgate. She flashes directly in front of Kaido. One hand grabs the horns on Kaido's head and lifts it up like a puppy. Linlin tilted his head, looking left and right curiously. Well. Woohoo! The horns on this kid's head are actually real. That's great. Facing Linlin's actions, Kaido was instantly furious. Smelly BCH. Let me go. When he was a child, Kaido, who had a difficult childhood, went to the mountains with his parents to dig coal mines. Every time he couldn't walk, his mother would go down the mountain with his horn. Originally a happy family, Kaido became an orphan at the age of 3. So, for Kaido, the act of lifting horns is an absolute taboo and an absolute offense. Now Linlin is holding the horn, even if it is suspended in the air. Duo is furious on the spot. Kaido forgot what happened just now, and he didn't care about his current situation. He only felt that he was greatly insulted. If he didn't curse back, his self-esteem would be condemned. What did you say? BCH? BCH? Linlin is 28 years old and still an old director. She has been treated coldly by Kazan many times. She is not confident about her appearance, and she lives with appearance anxiety every day, just to please Kazan. Only Linlin can have the backbone to survive. Now, actually being scolded by this stinky brat. Immediately furious, Linlin stared and used both hands. Grab Kaido's horns directly. Grab his head and rock it from side to side. The deterrence of the soul fruit also exploded in an instant with Kaido's smelly Mr. Prometheus came roaring, turning Linlin's hair into flames. Thundercloud Zeus wrapped around his huge arms, crackling, with lightning in his mouth, ready to spray at any time. Napoleon in the pirate hat stared evilly. Jong, open your mouth wide, as if you want to eat a child. Rat. All kinds of weirdness scared Kaido's soul out of his body. So scary. Like falling into an ice cellar, the chill went directly from Kaido's scalp to his heels. Hiss. Oh my god. Ah. You can touch the horns if you want, it's not impossible. Please be a little gentler, okay? Linlin is the constitution of steel balloons. It can be said to be the top constitution in the sea. In terms of strength, it is really not comparable to the constitution of the Ghost clan. When Linlin was young, he could easily snap off a titan. The ribs of the clan, the strange power is extremely terrifying. Faced with Linlin's strange power and soul deterrence, Kaido really has no room to struggle. I was wrong. Sorry. Sorry. Boss. Please don't break it. The horn is about to break. Kaido was sobbing all over his face, almost crying. I'm mad. Come to the ghost place of Hakinosu. Are normal people allowed here? The people on the island are all devils. Linlin saw that Kaido was curled up, with an obedient expression like a rabbit, and he didn't care about being called a stinky BCH anymore, and brought Kaido to Kazan. Like shaking soda, it was worth shaking so much that he almost vomited sweat. Vomit. Hold back. You can't vomit in front of a group of bosses. We'll be killed. Boss, this guy has real horns on his head, he's a weird guy, very interesting. Should he be allowed to clean the deck? I have to say that sometimes fate is so wonderful. Charlotte Linlin has been a titan among the common people since she was a child, a genuine alien and weirdo. She knew that this kind of heterogeneity would be rejected and looked at strangely, and of course she would not be happy. Isn't this little devil in front of you? He really has horns. So for Kaido, a weirdo with a pair of horns, Linlin is naturally sympathetic. He thought that the horned kid in front of him must also be a person who came out of tragedy. Even in the follow-up story of the original novel, Kaido's yuya fruit was still given by Linlin. It is genuine, a great kindness. Here, Kazan saw Linlin coming with Kaido. How to recruit Kaido to the ship? I didn't expect Linlin to be so smart. Immediately, he couldn't help laughing and said, Linlin, let him be your servant. Kaido. You bastards, what's going on? Are you recruiting as a follower again? You have to make trouble like this to be satisfied, right? How could someone else's fate be decided so easily? I, the strongest warrior, have to save face too. If you want me to be a follower, you can just speak up, isn't it a waste of effort to do it? Well. Did you hear what the boss said? Linlin flicked Kaido, leaned over to look at Kaido eye to eye, and then pointed behind him. Kaido didn't dare to speak, just nodded with interest. I ask you. Did you hear what we, Kazan, boss, said? Linlin paused every word, staring into Kaido's eyes and said. Horrible. Kaido was under a lot of pressure, and was instantly frightened and trembled all over. After a few seconds' delay, Kaido bowed to Kazan, faced the ground and said loudly, Boss Kazan, I heard it. Echoes echo through the streets. I am really convinced. Big guy, better than a boat. Now Kaido is afraid that his small actions will offend a group of bosses. Finished. He didn't know what to do, bowed for a long time, and found that nothing seemed to be wrong. So he immediately followed Linlin obediently. Linlin takes one step, Kaido takes one step. Linlin stopped, Kaido didn't dare to take the second step. Slightly farther away. Seeing Linlin's powerful performance, Newgate was a little confused for a moment. Because the Rocks pirates contacted Akoku, Silver Axe, and Charlotte Linlin 15 years ago, and also issued a recruitment call for them. As a result, Linlin also chose to join Fekong on the same day. What happened that day is still vivid. Akoku and Silver Axe failed missions and went round and round in the sea. It was I who persuaded to return to Hakinosu. Unexpectedly, today's Linlin has grown to this point. Have to say, Captain Rocks has a vicious eye for people. But Kaido the stinky brat? Think of Captain Rocks asking himself to recruit Kaido. As a result, by accident, he was tied behind Linlin of the Flying Pirates. How to deal with this kind of thing? Newgate doesn't know either. Fortunately, Newgate, as Rocks' deputy, naturally knows that Rocks has sent a meeting request to the Flying Pirates. Destroy the Flying Pirates. This time, the big brother Kazan who saw Shiki disappeared for a long time came out of the mountain and came to Hakinosu. In all likelihood, he came to see Rocks. See you anyway. See you with Kaido yourself. See you with Kazan and Kaido. The properties are not the same. Gu la 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 la. Newgate was immediately in the middle of a self-guided strategy. At this time, Kazan came to Newgate. Newgate, there's something I've been meaning to ask you guys. Chapter 77. About 40 minutes later, inside Hakinosu's tavern. Grunt grunt. Newgate picked up the bucket-sized wine glass and drank it down in one gulp. The wine glass was in his hand like oral liquid. Gu la 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 la, is it a fruit? I didn't expect you to be interested in this. I was watching the sea, and I snatched it from a pirate ship. The pirate leader who was robbed said that they picked the shock fruit on a certain island an hour ago, and didn't ask for details, anyway. The location is also the Overwatch Sea in New World. Kazan asked about shock fruit and now has an answer. Shiki, as usual, recorded the information on the sidelines. She knew that all of Kazan's problems could be the next target. In fact, Kazan had gotten a piece of the black text before, and had some erratic ideas. Shock fruit is Heffen fruit, one of the 3 disaster fruits. So when I met Newgate, which owns shock fruit, Kazan asked about it. As for whether it is my conjecture, of course the only way to know is to see it for yourself. See, things are done. Kazan didn't delay any more. It was time to meet Rox Dzebek from the legendary. Well, well. Horned boy, my sister will take you to become famous in the world. Kaido kept up with Linlin, here we come. Big sister head. On the street, together with Newgate and his party of 6, a stinky little brat timidly followed behind him. The 7 headed towards Skull Rock. The stinky kid Kaido has no idea that what happens next will make him face incontinence even more. On the other side, under the Skull Rock, Rox sits on the captain's throne in the center of the plaza. Standing on the left and right sides are the main officials such as John, Akoku, and Silver. He has been waiting for a full hour. 20 years ago, by chance, Rox saw the bounty offered by the Kazan brothers. At that time, the Kazan brothers dropped a West Blue Marine Branch 437, which was enough to cause a sensation in the sea at that time. At that time, Rox felt that the two brothers were capable of great things. And it turns out that's true. After starting to build the power of the pirate group, Rox naturally thought of Kazan at the first time. A pirate with such courage and strategy should be taken under his command by Rox. See. The closer it is to the time to meet. Rox's heart-wrenching feeling is like getting sick, and it's getting worse. It's an hour. What are they doing? Walking in Hakinosu? When Rox was getting mad inside. Right in front of the square, a few figures suddenly appeared. Coming. Seeing the tallest Newgate in the crowd, Rox frowned. How did Newgate mess with them? The Rox didn't pay attention to Newgate's contact with Kazan, and rightly so. And the intelligence officer of the Rox pirates on the other side. Diaz took out a stack of wanted warrants. Reported, Boss Rox, they've got 6 of them. Respectively. Captain of the Flying Pirates, Governor, Kazan, 204,000 feet of gold. Vice Captain, Admiral, Shiki, the bounty is 1.92 billion berry. Deputy, Red Earl, Redfield, the bounty is 1.4 billion berry. Minister of Intelligence, Shiki, pay 990 million berry. Charlotte Linlin, 710 million berry bounty. Kaido, the bounty is 700 million, no, it's just 70 million berry. Hearing the report, Luke frowned. Not intimidated by the bounty of Kazan's group. Kazan's bounty reaches 2,040 million berry, but 1 billion berry is prostitution for him Rox. That's right, Kazan disappeared for 15 years doing almost nothing. In order to compete for the island, Rox fought several times with Marine, increasing the bounty each time, but because of Naval Headquarters' check and balance plan, Kazan's bounty also increased, and it always overwhelmed Rox. Or get an extra 10 million berry. Or 20 million berry. This behavior is tantamount to humiliating the Rox by Naval Headquarters. Marine didn't give up the bounty check and balance plan until Kazan completely disappeared. So, calling Kazan whoring for nothing is an understatement, even undercutting Rox's own bounty. A person who does nothing can easily lower the average score. As for what made Rox frown. Instead, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, the 2 newcomers. The 2 were the ones he, Rox, saw first. As a result, on the day when Akoku Silver Axe was in action, Linlin was directly intercepted by the Flying Pirates. Now it has grown to more than 700 million bounties, it can be seen that Linlin is growing rapidly. Sad to lose a member admiral. Rox certainly hurts. Now, has Kaido been cut off again? What a mess. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Rox couldn't help but twitch his brows. Forget about Akoku Silver Axe trash, even Newgate? And if Rox knows, if Kazan, the Traverser, does not appear, Shiki, Shuki, Linlin, Kaido, and even Stussy who did not come, these 5 people should also join the cadres of the Rox pirate group. But with the appearance of Kazan, the original Rocks team has actually lost more than half of its combat power. Even the combat power configuration of the Flying Pirates is far better than that of the Rocks Pirates. Forget it, anyway, as long as you conquer that stinky brat Kazan and annex these people to my Rocks pirate group at once, won't all these high-end combat powers come to my Rocks? Thinking of this, Rocks felt a little better. Rocks can see it. On the whole, his own pirate group, except for him and Newgate, the others are not particularly outstanding, even John, Akoku, and Silver Axe are still a little bit less interesting. And what about the air pirates? It looks more like an iron wall. Forget about the Kazan brothers, there is also a deputy, and the bounty of 1.4 billion berry is actually reached. Redfield? How can a guy who rarely shows up have this bounty? Redfield has always been low-key, and the Rocks didn't even get much information. Buzzha__. Then let me take a look, your wait. Rocks screamed inwardly. Boom. A powerful jet of Black Conqueror's haki immediately spread from the Rocks. The faces of Akoku, John, Silver Axe, and others around him instantly showed shock. Such mighty conquerors? Boss Rocks is playing for real this time? On the other side, the periphery of the square. Shiki naturally noticed that the Rocks pirates were just ahead. And around this square, there are 50,000 to 60,000 division soldiers. The entire pirate group of Rocks has 70,000 to 80,000 people, excluding those outside, the rest are concentrated in Skull Rock. At this moment, people are everywhere on the ground of the square, in the surrounding buildings, on the trees, on the roofs, and even in the manhole covers. 20 or 30 heads can protrude from a window of a building. Not only did Shiki think of the broken ship of the Akoku pirates, but a deck was crowded with more than 700 people. Now it seems that the Rocks pirates are just as messy. But what? Shiki introduced Kazan without hesitation. Captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks, the bounty is 2.94 billion berry. The second captain, John, has a bounty of 860 million berry. The third captain, Akoku, has a bounty of Z45 million berry. The fourth captain, Silver Axe, has a bounty of 690 million berry. Besides, the one walking beside us, the first captain, Edward Newgate, has a bounty of 1.88 billion berry. Shiki reported, and Kazan nodded in response. But I don't really care much about the bounty of the Rocks pirates, just have a general understanding. After all, for Kazan, the entire Rocks pirate group is only capable of Rocks. Meet and go. Everyone likes to say hello with conquerors, right? Feel the Rocks conquerors haki hit. Kazan's eyes sharpened instantly. Boom. Sizzling. A stream of dark red conquerors turned into a ripple frenzy and bombarded forward in an instant. Pata. With the release of Conqueror's haki, some pirates who were watching around fell down one by one. Groups and groups fell from the roof. But no one pays attention to this, because Conqueror's collision is much stronger than falling and killing a person. What is this, power like Shura? Boss Kazan, what is he doing? Kaido hid behind Linlin, trembling again. Today's experience has refreshed Kaido's three views. The first is Newgate's sense of oppression as a strong man, followed by the collision of Shiki and Newgate's top cold weapons, then the impact of Linlin's soul fruit, and now the impact of Kazan's collision with Rocks Conqueror's haki. Everything in it. They are all at the cutting edge of the current pirate world. For a stinky brat, the blow was too great. And it doesn't end there. As the two conquerors collided more intensely, on the entire Hakinosu Island, two collision auras of pitch black and dark red were formed, and the entire Hananos Island seemed to be dyed in two colors. Cheers! Cheers! Pata! At the beach tavern, the pirates who were drinking all the time fell down in an instant. Can you do it? Little dog! Just stepped in, did it go soft? Under the coconut tree, Sugar Happy House. The pirates who were looking for happiness lay down on the sand and did not move, and even foam sprayed the sand chicken all over the face. The most affected area is the area near the square. Kazan comes to Hakinosu, and the island is talking about the news. The storm gathers. Countless people have smelled the breath of the approaching wind and rain. The pirates who were still discussing the meeting between Captain Rox and Kazan of the Flying Pirates were planning to join in the fun and watch from a distance. As a result, all of them felt dizzy and could not help but feel dizzy in just a moment. Hundreds of people. Thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people. At the beginning of the Conqueror's collision, he piled up and fell to the ground zero. All of a sudden, Kazan and Rox entered the Conqueror's haki wrestling and were neck and neck. Taking a deep breath, Rox's hands trembled a little. Since he became the dominator of the New World family, some people have called him the Overlord of the Sea. In terms of strength, he has been alone for too long. Now, I actually met a Conqueror's haki owner who couldn't lose to me. Suddenly, Rox's scarlet pupils flashed with fighting spirit. Sensing the changes in Rox, Akoku-Jan and other cotters next to him couldn't help being attracted. Kazan, that guy. Even Rox dare to be tough. Do you think you didn't die fast enough? As a member of the Rox pirate map, they know the horror of Rox better than anyone else. It is a group that can be surrounded by Marine Admiral, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others. The strongest man who travels freely. Otherwise, a Rox, what a foothold Hakinosu. Been confronting Marine for more than 10 years. Hiss. Everyone gasped involuntarily. The other side. Linlin blinked, she always wanted Kazan's acknowledgement. Whether it is strength or body. Linlin said, Boss Governor, do you need us to take action? Come on. Kazan laughed. It's not that Kazan Conquerors is underpowered, and it's not that Rox haki is too ferocious. But because the Conquerors of the two have collided for a minute. Neither side can take the other. If the collision continues, it will normally enter the closing stage. Stop after saying hello? How boring. It's hard to gather all the Conquerors. Even Kaido, the stinky brat, will be the owner of Conquerors in the future. With such a powerful configuration, if you don't show off in front of the Rox pirates, will the Rox think that I, Kazan, led the team and came to join him? Can't afford it. Present. Shiki, Redfield, Shuki, and Linlin all had excited faces. Chi-Chi stared. Gold, dark red, deep purple, dark red. 4 strands of Conquerors, centered around Conquerors. Join this battle of Conquerors in an instant. Next second. Conquerors curls with Conquerors raptors. It burst out in the direction of Rox in an instant. Kazan said freely, don't be too anxious, I'm afraid that Rox guy can't bear it. Face the Conquerors like a dragon. Rox is in a hurry now. Yes. Even if he is the king of the ocean, Bolok thinks he is the second in the world. But seeing this scene now, I am also anxious. What the hell? What kind of monsters are these 5 people? Why are they all the qualifications of a king who is unique in a million? What kind of ghosts are around me? John? Akoku? Silver Axe? Conqueror's haki? They dream. Everyone is almost 40 people, and there is no trace of awakening Conquerors. The only offhand Newgate owns the Conquerors. But at this moment, they are standing in Kazan's camp by mistake. 0.4. There is really no helper around. What a mess. See 5 Conquerors coming. Even Rox, who has never met an opponent, can't help feeling numb. And there is one person who is far more numb than Luke's. Kaido. Now Kaido's mood can no longer be described as trembling. It's the despair of the end of the world, the despair of imminent death. Kaido is right behind Kazan et.al. There are various Conquerors in front of you. It is displayed in front of my eyes one after another, all of them are displayed in front of my eyes. And Conqueror's is a psychophysical double power. Kaido has such a small body, he can't stand it. It's terrible. Monsters, these gangsters are monsters. I'm just a stinking brat, why should I experience this? Kaido couldn't cry even if he wanted to, and was so frightened that he was about to lose control. Follow these big guys and go to clean the deck on their ship. You really think highly of me, Kaido? Woohoo, my god, please protect me, I must live well. Kaido is about to have a nervous breakdown. However, someone still saves the mentally endangered Kaido. This person is Rocks. When the 5 conquerors attacked together, there was no way, the opponent was outnumbered, and Haki was a very single way of wrestling. Rocks knew that he was no match for the 5-in-1. So make a decision now. The peerless swordsman Golem's sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the dark blade appeared. In the next moment, Luke's 3-color thunder burst out. Under the pressure of the powerful conqueror's Haki, he flashed directly in front of Kazan and others. Buzz haha! You are really good, you are qualified to be my real opponent. Kazan. Chapter 78. In Heads Up, Rocks has never been afraid of anyone, and has never met an opponent. Kazan. Rocks yelled. Can't bear it. Kazan also raised his head, and a red light burst out of his pupils. The surrounding conqueror's Haki popped up instantly. When Kazan stepped out, the ground was crushed and cracked. Boom! The first generation ghost came out of its sheath, and Black's blade was covered with a layer of white mist. In the white mist, there was still a snake-like samurai-colored Haki fluid flowing. On the blade, thunder flashes, and the thunder snake dances wildly. The 2 supreme sharp knives slashed at the same time, and the conqueror's Haki exploded in this instant. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. The knives of the 2 didn't touch each other, and there was a huge conqueror's light ball between them. The light clusters circulated with each other, and thunder burst out, flickering crazily, within sight, and the sun was white. Far away, Akoku, John, Silver Axe, and others were stunned. What's going on? The 2 knives didn't touch together. How is this possible? No way. What a strong conqueror's collision. The 3 of them had no idea at all. Facing the air pirates, the Rocks boss not only used conquerors to say hello. In the end, he didn't even win against the 5 people on the opposite side. What was even more unexpected was that Luke's would go out of the country directly. Although the 3 of Akoku are far apart. But that kind of impact has already shocked him beyond recognition. Why are the flying pirates all overlords? Not only that. Even Newgate with Conqueror's Haki. He couldn't help but twitch his beard slightly. At this moment, Newgate was still standing in Kazan's camp. He had brought a few people to meet Rocks, and just lamented that all the people around him were Conqueror's Haki owners, and now he followed Rocks' attack. The Conquerors tangled, heaven fell. Even Newgate could feel the strong aura erupting from the entanglement battle. As expected of Shiki's elder brother, actually. Kazan is such a monster, I can't defeat it at all. Shiki 20, Defield also stood there blankly. Conqueror's twine? Shiki will too. Redfield will too. But when the 2 of them usually pass each other, the distance between collisions is at most 40 centimeters. And Kazan and the Rocks Conqueror's twine collide. The distance between collisions is almost 200 centimeters for everyone. Shiki and Redfield couldn't help but look at each other. Brother! Brother! What kind of monster are you? Every time I feel a little closer to the big brother, but Kazan hits the brothers. Jingle bell! Kazan, Rocks, and the weapons of the 2 collided together at this moment, and there was an ear-piercing sound. Next second, all the fainting pirates around were blown away by the mighty Haki. It hit the surrounding walls, leaving red human-shaped marks one by one. The powerful air wave directly breaks through the sky like a giant dragon. The dense clouds in Hakinosu's sky were directly split in half by the air waves, and the huge cracks continued to roll towards the higher sky. At this moment, the sky was completely stretched open. The sky is cracked. The cracks get bigger and bigger. Kaido's forehead was covered with sweat, and his eyes were confused. He was lying on the ground, looking at the sky helplessly, his eyes gradually blurred. Kazan boss, the sky seems torn open. At the moment Kazan and Rock's Conqueror's entanglement collided, Kaido fell to the ground. If it wasn't for Charlotte's special Linlin to take care of the stinky kid, and stepped on Kaido's chest with one foot, causing Kaido's chest to feel a crushing pain, perhaps Kaido alone would have been unconscious. It is more likely that, like other pirates, he was directly blown away by Haki, and even if he is not dead, he will be seriously injured. This was originally the center of the battlefield, where the aftermath of the battle was the greatest. Kaido muttered repeatedly, "Boss, look, the sky is cracked. Stinky boss, what are you always scaring me for?" Just like that, Kaido completely lost consciousness. And the entire Hakinosu island. At this moment, there are still some pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions who have not fainted, and those pirates who have fainted, and their strength is a bit stronger, are repeatedly awakened by Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, you can look up and see the spectacle of cracking the sky. Everyone was stunned in place, unable to move forward. What the hell, are the gods fighting? Rocks, are you done greeting? Kazan, you really surprised me. Ha 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 ha. Kazan and Rocks closed their hands at the same time, standing on opposite sides. But the two people who stopped had completely different ideas. First of all, the two have already fought for the first time, and they both know that the other party is a strong one. He is someone who cannot be easily dealt with even if he tries his best. In this situation, two thoughts sprouted in their respective brains. Kazan felt Rocks wanted to trouble the flying pirates, so he came to meet and fight, and let Rocks understand that he couldn't eat the flying pirates. Therefore, the purpose of Kazan's deterrence has been achieved, and it is meaningless to stay in Hakinosu. Rocks is a pirate, as long as the two have no irreconcilable conflicts, they are considered to be in the same camp. Naturally, Kazan has no intention of replacing Luke's, the overlord of the ocean. Isn't it great to be a master of the seas? The Valley of the Gods is not a complete failure. However, if the Valley of the Gods lacks Rocks, it will lose a lot of fun. Or, Kazan would love to see Rocks as cannon fodder. Kazan's goal is to create an immortal force and become the king of the world. So, Kazan, whose purpose of awe had been achieved, was not here anymore. Have that time. Why not bring the flying pirates to the Marine XL branch directly? And, the other side. Rocks feel. Through fighting, he was sure that Zhanzan was the most peerless genius he had ever seen. Not only is he courageous and powerful, but he has even completely broken with the marine forces because he killed the celestial dragons and destroyed Marineford. Such a person is a man who stands on the side of a pirate and starts a grand hegemony. This kind of peerless talent must be drawn to one's own camp, no matter what method is used. The combat power of the flying pirates is too balanced and powerful, even Rocks can't stop his heartbeat. Therefore, everyone in the air pirates cannot leave Hakinosu. And the most important thing to do is to tie the Captain Kazan to his own ship, and the others are just doing it casually. Kazan, this man must be done today. Newgate, since the flying pirates have come to Hakinosu, I, the Rocks pirates, will do my best to take them to the Skull Rock Hall. The banquet is about to begin. Rocks put away the golem sword, and said to Newgate. Newgate looked at Kazan and Shiki immediately when he heard that a banquet was going to be held. He did chat with Shiki. In addition to not being in the same pirate group, they are also considered half-friends. This is the temperament of the two Kazan-Shiki brothers. Captain, you really don't understand. None of them are the type to submit to others. Although Newgate himself is not, he will not surrender to others, even rocks, but his childhood experience made him inclined to sensibility, even willfulness, and this sensibility has the upper hand over rationality. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you stay in Rock's Pirates Newgate, and you don't want to change. Really? Hearing that Rocks wanted to have a banquet, Kazan's voice came immediately. So far today, our flying pirates still have things to do. The purpose of coming to Hakinosu is just to say hello to you. Now it's over. There is no need to stay in Hakinosu any longer. And when Rocks heard it, is this kid rejecting me, Rocks? You brats, if we really want to fight, you guys won't be opponents together. But Rocks held back his temper. At this time, dozens of pirates appeared around. These are the elite of the Rocks pirates, withstanding the onslaught of Conqueror's winding. Anyway, the brain is in a daze and doesn't know what to do. Seeing that the old god tier of Rocks was not in the right mood, he came out as before, taking advantage of the boss's limelight, and came out to pretend to be pretending. Tisk tisk, Rocks, who are you underestimating? Seeing dozens of people crowding up, Shiki said dissatisfiedly, the ones standing in front of you are the flying pirates. If you want to fight, we can of course accompany me at any time. Believe it or not. With the support of his older brother Kazan, Shiki has no fear at all. Moreover, all the configurations on my side can fly, and the other party can't compare at all. It perfectly fits the name of the flying pirates. Hee hee. Redfield let out a sneer, although he didn't speak. But there was no fear at all in those strange night bat-like eyes. The vampire black's long nails stretched out, gently scratching his slashed face. He even looked a little like he was waiting to make a move. Well, Napoleon. Zeus. Prometheus. Linlin looked excited, but still had a fighting spirit. As for Shiki, she just looked around, and a flash of lightning jumped on the ground. Draw the ground as a prison, and force the surrounding pirates to take a step back. Although the Rocks pirates have a large number of people, but compared with the pirates in the sky, in terms of high-end combat power, Wahwa 8 Gate's abilities are really a little bit worse. Only Rocks and Newgate are present. It belongs to the kind of combat power that is not 100% confident to win. The remaining? Maybe these pirates are a bit strong, but the flying pirates don't look down on them at all. Even Shiki, an intelligence expert, didn't bother to inquire about these things. It is clear. The flying pirates led by Kazan are more imposing. Edward Newgate quickly smoothed things over, Goo la 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 la. Don't get me wrong, everyone is a pirate, there will always be a time to cooperate. I reject. I reject. Kazan and Rocks actually spoke at the same time. Rocks wants to subdue the flying pirates. Kazan is unprofitable early. Cooperate? Sorry, there is no such condition at the moment. Ha 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 ha. Rocks smiled. He immediately said, Kazan, you are very strong. How about we have a one-on-one game? Gambling? Do you have the starting chip? In response to the saying of Dahai Hai's Hang, pirates are a group of animals without profit. Hearing that the game might be beneficial, Kazan also became a little interested. Also at this time. As Kazan moved forward, maybe there is a treasure within 500 meters of him. The treasure hunting radar in his head went off. Did it die? Red dots, 2, 3 red dots. Kazan couldn't help frowning. Shensi observed the radar prompts, and estimated the distance. These red dots representing treasures should all be in the Skull Rock. What could be the treasure in Skull Rock? However, the flying pirates have pure gold, floating islands, and a large reserve of strategic materials. Apart from the flying pirates, Rocks is considered to be the most well-established pirate group in the sea today, and it is not uncommon to have some treasures. Even, after thinking about it for a while, Kazan was a little disdainful. But in the dark, maybe there is a little feeling. When something happens, there is a desire to make people do something. Anyway, when Kazan heard the news that there was a treasure in the Skull Rock, he was really excited. Well, the stakes. Isn't it coming? After playing, go to the Skull Rock to find treasure? Bet. Rox pondered for a moment. He is the kind of big pirate who only cares about himself, and he doesn't care much about everything else except the target he cares about. Even in order to achieve the goal, Rox will show the most courage and do crazy things. But now, for a while, he really couldn't think of anything that could impress Kazan's bet. I only say mine. If I win, the air pirates will join my Rox pirates. Rox said. Hiss. The members of the Rox pirates couldn't help grinning. Isn't it Kazan, the captain of the nasty air pirates? Use the power you have created to make a bet all of it. What do the rest of the air pirates think? However, Kazan is a godlike existence to the flying pirates. No matter what decision is made, as long as it is an order from Kazan 633, all members will support it. Moreover, all of Kazan's current decisions are not even a single mistake. Everything the flying pirates do is like the rotation of mechanical gears, and everything fits perfectly. Therefore, even if Kazan takes the pirates as a bet, he can get an answer supported by everyone without asking. Kazan couldn't help but smile too. How could he not understand the mind of the recruiting maniac Rox? Since raising such a bet to disgust oneself, it is a bit unreasonable to be rude. Rox, you want to annex my flying pirates, your ambition is a bit inflated. However, I took the bet. If I win, I only want Edward Newgate to join my flying pirates. Hiss. The surrounding Rox pirates immediately looked ugly. It doesn't matter what the odds are. What does this bet mean to us? Why are you ignoring us? You only want Newgate alone, so what are we? In your eyes, aren't we trash? Sorry, yes. Rox's face became even uglier. He was keenly aware that he was truly disgusted by Kazan. Although Rox thought that he could not lose, this was a divisive action on the spot. Edward Newgate for one. Others don't think too much, their thoughts are all focused on Newgate. With Newgate as a bet, what do you think of Newgate alone? The moment Kazan said his name, it caused an explosion. Newgate, what the hell, Rox, if you agree, you are ready to eat my big knife. I agree. Rox readily agreed. Having dominated the sea for so many years, with his hands in his pockets, Lux really doesn't know what a pair of tails is. Newgate held Kong Yunqi's hand even harder. What the hell? It's not over yet. Kazan's voice continued. If it's flat, our flying pirates like to explore the secrets. We need an hour to completely occupy the Skull Rock, and all the things in it, what we like to take. Hiss. Kazan once again broke out shocking remarks. The people present were completely dumbfounded. You completely own Skull Rock, what about our privacy? This operation is no different from opening someone else's browser. You have to bet even if you are tied, isn't your idea too naive? Good guy, it's not that cheap. In Kazan's view, the sea needs a force like the Rox pirates. The game of the Three Kingdoms is more interesting. If one family dominates, it will only be attacked by the group. Since there are Rox cannon fodder standing in front of us, how can we refuse such kindness? Newgate? Although it is a talent, but now, staying in the Rox pirates has a greater effect. Otherwise, Rox would really be a bare-bones command. Then what about the Valley of the Gods? Kazan smiled and said, if you agree, my people will block the Skull Rock now, so that there will be nothing interesting inside. Otherwise, we will turn around and leave immediately. Rox was really angry in his heart, he gritted his teeth and said, deal. Chapter 79. Don't make lousy wait, brat. After speaking, Rox exploded in momentum and performed the same technique as moonwalk. At an extremely fast speed, he walked through the air. The space seemed to be crushed under his feet, every step he took would create a ripple in the air. Pata! Shiki, tell Molly and the others to come over and guard our skull rock. Don't let the thief in. Leave a word. Kazan snapped his fingers, and a small green dragon circled out from his palm. The green dragon is getting bigger and bigger, winding tens of meters. The wind dragon seemed to have materialized, hovering over Hakinosu's square, roaring to warn everyone around. Kazan jumped on the head of the green dragon, and the green dragon quickly chased in the direction of rocks. God, green dragon! Does this kind of creature really exist in the world? Kazan has developed an incredible skill set. Let all the pirates around be dumbfounded and unable to speak. That direction is Hakinosu's dual island. Watching the two go away, Jiang Tian couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. Dual Island is an island near Hakinosu. It belongs to Zi Island. Pirates often duel on the island. Over the years, the island is full of the bones of the losers. It is the place with the most evil spirit in the whole Hakinosu. At Hakinosu, duelists can also be watched from afar. However, only large fluctuations can be seen, and details cannot be seen. Hear Akoku say this. Shiki immediately contacted Mo, and soon the space door opened in the square. Mo, Mok, and others appeared in the square. Mok even directly used the island fruit and drilled directly into the ground of Hakinosu. The titans were originally huge, but now they have merged with the island, which is actually even more terrifying. That over there, what's your name? Akoku. Take care of your people. If anyone dares to step into the skull rock, I will beat you again when I come back. A whole Akoku gritted his teeth, remembering the scene when he was beaten by Shiki more than 10 years ago. Shiki's eyes looked over, and Tianji was shocked. No more talking. Soon. Shiki floated up, Redfield turned into a dark blood bat, Charlotte Linlin summoned Thundercloud Zeus, Shiki turned into a thunderbolt, and headed towards Dual Island at high speed. At the same time, in order to prevent the stinky kid Kaido from waking up and running around, Linlin also specially found a rope, tied Kaido's hands, and hung him under Thundercloud Zeus. Shake it up and go to Dodo Island. Seeing this, Newgate followed up with the same move as Moonwalk. Soon. These people were lingering in midair far from Dual Island. As Kazan's wings, Shiki and Redfield have worked together very tacitly. When they reached the skies above Dual Island, Shiki let the blood bat float, and Redfield folded the bat wings and stood on it. Flying in vampire form also requires physical strength. There is a fulcrum in the air, which is of course more comfortable. And just after the pause in Shiki etl. Edward Newgate's figure also appeared beside everyone, but Newgate didn't have the ability to stay in the air. As soon as you get there, grab Shiki's leg in a clever way. The sinking force came, Shiki bowed his head and cursed angrily, Newgate, why don't you check your score? Do you want me to trample you to death? Shiki, just do me a favor, gurg la la la. Shiki floated up Kong Yunch with a face full of reluctance. Newgate sits on the big knife 10-faced Shihao. After arriving at Dual Island, Kazan and Rocks both landed. Kazan made a move, and the strong wind directly blew the pirate bones on the ground into the sea. Fight. A clean battlefield is very important. Logia's storm? It's a weird ability. Rocks crossed his arms and said with a playful smile, your brother Shiki can only barely fight me a few tricks. I don't know if your brother, who has disappeared for a long time, has this strength. It's good to feel it, and you'll know if you don't. Kazan said indifferently. Tough-mouthed kid. As soon as the words finished, there was a swipe sound, Rocks had already appeared in front of Kazan, the black knife was out of its sheath, and slashed at Kazan suddenly with a knife that tore through the air. Ugh! Kazan's figure was agility, and he went directly to the side of Rocks, and the first generation ghost came out of its sheath. Quickly slashed across. Jingle! There was a loud and crisp sound. Rox sensed Kazan's intentions, and immediately turned the famous sword sideways, and the sword collided with first-generation Onitsu. The strength of the two is very fierce. There was a collision, the two knives buzzed, and the two were bounced away more than 10 meters away at the same time. Both are great swordsmen. So when the battle started, everyone wanted to try the opponent's weight with their swords. Rox's leisurely voice came, the sword skill is not bad, and the sword has been tempered into a black sword. Your chance must be good. A stinky brat like you, at this age, can achieve this achievement, and he is the only one in the sea, you guy, the gentleman wants to be a subordinate more and more. Opportunity. Kazan couldn't help laughing, this is ability. Give it up, Rox. Kazan smiled slightly, accepting me as a subordinate is much more difficult than conquering the entire sea. Hey, don't underestimate me. Rox said while dissatisfied, and raised his knife to chop again. Jingle. In a short time, the two played against each other for several rounds. They don't dodge, and talk directly with the cold weapon in their hands. In an instant, the two wolves of the incendiary bomb collided together. Lightning storm. At the moment when the two collided, Kazan, like a ghost, flashed past Rox. The wrist was twisted, and the tip of first-generation Geish's knife was right on Rox's abdomen, leaving a wound of tens of centimeters. But before the blood flowed out, Rox covered it with one hand and wiped it away. By the time Rox let go, the entire wound had recovered. Ha. Rox smiled, put his saber on the ground, looked at Kazan and said, in terms of swordsmanship, you can be called the world's #1 swordsman. The #1 swordsman in the world. I don't think there's anything wrong with your evaluation. The corners of Kazan's mouth curled up. In One Piece world, swordsmanship is an expression of extremely strong combat power. But swordsmanship is not equal to all combat power. The way of fighting is Wahwa 8 Gate, and swordsmanship is just one of them. Being #1 in swordsmanship does not mean being #1 in combat power. During the collision of swordsmanship between the two, Rox knew that his swordsmanship was slightly inferior to Kazan's. However, the battle in this world is not just swordsmanship. Haki, physical skills, and devil fruit are all equally important. Rox's arms bulged suddenly, twisting his neck and wrists. Then there was only a loud bang, and a big pit was stepped on the ground by Rox. The rocks shattered. His whole body was like a burning cannonball. A punch aimed at Kazan's jaw. Kazan's expression froze. While Rox is a strong swordsman, his physical skills have also been cultivated to the peak level. He made a decision in an instant, and shot out the first-generation ghost, blocking the path of Rox. Kazan immediately went up to him, and slashed down at Rox with his hand knife. Pata! The moment the two were about to come into contact, the wind elementalized their entire bodies immediately. But remember, the claw came just short of hitting Rox in the neck. However, claws are not the purpose. Kazan's real purpose is to deliver Kazan. Today's Kazan has obtained a physical entry. In terms of the fineness of physical skills, it is comparable to swordsmanship. He is an all-round warrior with full combat skills. In the wind pill, there is a small storm, which is only the size of a ping-pong ball after compression, but once it loses the restraint of the wind fruit ability user, the storm energy inside will explode instantly. Jump! Two huge explosions sounded simultaneously. The energy of the explosion spurts out suddenly in two directions. With one person on one side, the shock wave spanned the entire island. The sea surface on both sides outside the island was affected by the explosion, and at the same time, huge waves were rolled up, and the waves danced wildly in the sky. Seeing the two people on the island approaching instantly, they both caused violent explosions. Sitting on the handle of Kong Yun's thin knife, Newgate twisted his huge body and said, "Captain Rock's devil fruit has the ability to detonate everything. But depending on the situation, so does your brother Kazan. Two amazing characters. Dual Island. Rox frowned slightly, his explosive punch had blasted into Kazan's elementalized body. A violent explosion exploded on Rox's fist. And Kazan was able to seize this moment and make tactical adjustments, one move after another, like a talent engraved in the genes. It was natural, and he directly used elementalization to take the next blow and chose the weakest part of Rox's neck. When Kazemaru is about to touch Rox's neck, it will be detonated instantly. Generally, under this blow, half of the body of a strong person will be blown to pieces. Boom! Kazan was like a rippling wind, floating tens of meters away before stabilizing his figure. During this process, he has already included first-generation geisha into the space. Now that the duel of pure swordsmanship has been decided, Rox is finally playing physical arts. But even if it is elemental, the internal organs are a little bit painful. Also took some damage. And Rox on the other side also staggered and retreated several tens of meters sideways. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his neck tilted, and a blood hole suddenly appeared on the side, as if a wild animal had bitten a piece of meat. It was bloody. This is still the result of the Haki defense. After all, it was half a beat slow. It seems that the injury is not light. I really underestimated you. The method is really good. In fact, whether it is Rox or Kazan, they are bounty criminals who only have bounties but have no recorded strength. Few people in the sea know the strength of their cards. For example, in the eyes of the world, Rox is just a strong player, and Haki is very strong. And Kazan, at most, is a fluttering ability user like Shiki, a swordsman of heaven. Other than that, there is no other information. What Taijutsu, Haki, devil fruit? Only a few people know about it. This one. Kazan spread his palms, and immediately 3 spinning wind pills appeared, just like walnuts in the hands of an antique lover, spinning back and forth between his fingers. If only Kazan's body could see through. You can see in his arm, on the bone of his hand, there is actually a green wind dragon entrenched. Fenghuan is the creation of the wind dragon's breath. This trick is called Hurricane Destroyer. If you guessed right, your blasting ability is devil fruit ability. Rox spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Have fun. It's been a long time since I fought this hard. You're right, I'm Paramecia, a user with the ability to explode fruit. But there's more to ability than that. Really? Paramecia exploding fruit. Explosive fruit is the ability of the later Shishibukai, Locke's subordinate, MR5, which can make everything in the body explode with gunpowder, and can also be immune to all gunpowder explosions. As a result, it was used by MR5 to play with boogers. Unexpectedly, in this era, it will be the ability of Rox. Kazan has always thought that the explosive fruit is a devil fruit that is very suitable for physical masters. Rox also proved that this is the case. If he hadn't prepared early, the explosive punch would have been blasted into the body. Live or die. Rox wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the scar on his neck had healed. Then he hit Kazan at a very fast speed. Although there were only 2 fists, dozens of afterimages were shot out, as if there were dozens of hands attacking at the same time. Kazan was not to be outdone, and the wind pills that shattered the hurricane gathered on his fists. Attack each other, such a cycle. The 2 exerted force at the same time and hit each other at the same time. Both flew upside down. Rox got up again and charged at Kazan again. Kazan stabilized his stumbled figure and raised one hand, Dragon Ball Storm. The voice fell. Around the rocks, gusts of green wind suddenly hung up. In a blink of an eye, 7 green dragons with a diameter of more than 1 meter were suddenly created in the wind. They swam around rapidly and surrounded Rox tightly, like a giant python. Working together to strangle the prey, it gradually shrinks. Pause time. Rox is like a triangular rice dumpling wrapped in green bamboo leaves. Damn it! The The wind is shadowless and invisible, and it is impossible to guard against. Dragon Ball Storm is a new move developed by Kazan. This move is not just a green dragon strangling the opponent. Each green dragon can clearly see 7 greener ones in its body. Wind Pill. And every wind pill is a hurricane of destruction. Rox looked at the shining 7-star Dragon Ball among the green dragons, and finally exploded. The mighty Conqueror's haki drives to ultimate in an instant. Ah! With a loud shout, Rox immediately turned into a human-shaped bomb. As a person with the ability to explode the fruit of paramecia, he can completely detonate himself and achieve self-explosion. After a burst of fire, sweeping and destroying everything around. The 7 green dragons that trapped Rox were also shattered at this moment. But the 49 Dragon Balls in the green dragon's body emit green light from the nether spring in an instant. Boom boom boom. Jump jump jump. The moment Rox broke free from the Dragon Ball storm, 4 or 5 chain explosions sounded one after another. Far, Qianzhou, place. High altitude. Seeing the series of green explosions, the pupils of Shiki and others reflected a terrifying green, as if everyone was born with green pupils, which could not go away for a long time. Newgate Gold's beard seemed to be dyed green, and his miniature pupils exclaimed, "What a powerful fruit development ability, Shiki, your brother is a peerless monster. This kind of person. Very scary." Nonsense. Don't even look at who he is. Shiki dissatisfied. And a few people below. Perhaps woken up by the sound of an explosion. Kaido found that his hands were being violently tied with ropes, obviously. A look of disappointment hung on his face. The big sister head is going to sell me to Marie Joyce? Otherwise, why would you tie me up? Just wanted to break free and run away. Kaido couldn't help but looked up, and saw a white cloud Zeus, crackling and flashing thunder and lightning, a rope stretched down and tied to his hands, but when he looked down, it was kilometers above the sky, the bottom of your feet is the sea. Kaido is numb. Fortunately, I didn't break the rope on my own initiative. So high, falling down is no different from committing suicide. You can see the serial explosions happening on the island right now, and you feel scared again. What strength? Who is fighting? Half the island will be destroyed by the explosion. Well, Kaido, the boss of Kazan is fighting with Rox on the island, you boy, be honest. Otherwise, I will throw you into the sea and feed the fish. Charlotte Linlin raised the rope in her hand and said. Kaido immediately shivered. Understood, big sister, don't let go. Is Kazan the boss? So strong. Snapped. Kazan floated in mid-air, flicking his hands. The flames of war on the battlefield were immediately swept away by the storm, and the dual island was completely devastated. The circular potholes after blasting were left behind, like craters hit by a series of impacts. On the ground of Dual Island, Rox is no longer there. But Rox's voice came from underground, you really make me happy. Kazan. Chapter 80. Kazan looks. Most of the entire island has been destroyed, the wind blows like a knife, and the land has been cut out of big holes. At the lowest part of the huge cavity, there is only a mass of black quicksand squirming. Sound of rocks. It came from the darkness. The most vicious pirate, with the most vicious ability. Seeing this, Kazan also understood. Rox is not only a paramecia explosive fruit ability user, but also a Logia dark fruit ability user. It is also a double fruit ability user. No wonder the scars on his body before had disappeared without a trace. It turned out that they were all absorbed by the darkness. Although dark fruit is Logia devil fruit, the ability user cannot elementalize it, and can only take all the damage in a different way instead of elementalizing it to avoid it. But in Kazan's view, it's a very buggy ability. Dark 1 absorbs all damage at the cost of double the pain. Deadly damage and double the pain? Which is stronger and weaker between the two? In fact, Kazan also has his own ideas. Pain will make people feel uncomfortable all over, requiring physical strength and will to resist, and the combat power will be affected. But fatal injuries, in addition to pain, directly damage the body, and also affect the battle situation. Even dark fruit has the most powerful rule healing ability among all devil fruits. But judging by Rock's ability to blend into the dark space, developed by Rock's dark fruit, already several levels higher than Blackbeard expressiveness. As for the explosive fruit, Kazan also doesn't believe that Rock's only has the expressive power of humanoid bomb and explosive punch. Of course, with the appearance of these two devil fruits, it also shows that Rock's did not live to the new era. Soon, the entire island was covered with quicksand-like darkness. Dual Island seems to be a huge black hole floating on the sea, trying to swallow everything that falls into the darkness. Above the darkness, the figure of Rock's emerged. His shirt was completely blown up in 49 Dragon Ball storms. Rock's has no scars on his whole body. Fighting for so many years can only prove that he is powerful, or that he acquired the dark fruit ability very early. Kazan thinks it's the latter. Even, the Rock's may have reached the point of awakening. This is the first time I have shown this fruit. The most vicious ability in history is the nemesis of all capable people. You are really good, and you are qualified to let me attack with all my strength. Rock's did not move his feet and began to wander in the dark. Dark fruit? I am not a person with abilities in the traditional sense. After all, Rock's is the pinnacle of the world. Kazan naturally will not slack off, and has a countermeasure in mind. Ha 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 ha. Rock's laughed out loud, echoing 077 on Dual Island. Suddenly, Rock's laughter stopped abruptly, his face darkened, his eyes narrowed into long strips. In the eyes, there is a bloodthirsty light with a strong sense of oppression. It's going to look good next time. Dark Tornado. On the palm of Rock's, a huge black Uzumaki suddenly appeared, spinning extremely fast, and the darkness appeared out of thin air in front of Rock's, and then was absorbed into his palm endlessly. And the target is Kazan in the sky. However, Kazan floated in the air calmly. Not affected at all. This. Rock's couldn't help but pause for breath, and drops of sweat dripped from his forehead. Isn't he a fruit-capable user? Dark fruit didn't work on him? How could it be? Kazan's performance is completely beyond Rock's knowledge. Dark fruit can attract the opponent to itself with the gravitational force of a black hole. No matter how far apart it is, the opponent cannot escape, unless the ability user suspends the skill or is interrupted by an attack. And even if it has the speed of light, when it comes into contact with a person with the ability of the opponent's devil fruit will be invalid. This ability is the nemesis of all ability users. Especially for a person like Rock's with the strongest physical skills, as long as he grabs the entity of the ability user, and then an explosive punch passes through the chest, almost no ability user can withstand this move. But this doesn't help Kazan at all. Don't waste your energy, dark fruit is killing me. Let's play something real. At the moment, Kazan's eyes fixed, and Conqueror's haki locks on Rock's. Kill by knowledge. Read people's minds. Simultaneous release. The next moment, Kazan squeezed his palm to death, and all the dark clouds gathered around him, and the sky above the island was instantly thundered and thundered. What Logia is best at is building its own battle arena. Rock's placed darkness on the island, making the ground his ideal battlefield. What about Kazan? Belong to the sky. But at this moment, tornadoes immediately blew up above the sea, and the whirlwind absorbed the seawater into the air, forming 88 huge sea tornadoes. When the sea tornado reached a certain size, it was cut off by the wind blade in the next second. Under the dual control of Feng Feng fruit and Lion fruit, a huge amount of seawater floated in the mid-air above the sea surface, lost contact with the seawater on the sea surface, rumbling, like water dragons swimming in the sky. This is synergy with the ability of lion fruit Hefen fruit to make sea water form in the air. 88 Ways, the attack of the Western King. Kazan directly opened up. Suddenly, the sea water made a huge roar in the sky, as if the sea area was weeping. There was a strong wind blowing around. Shiki hastened to float himself higher, otherwise he would be implicated. There are huge water dragons swimming under his feet, which is very terrifying. Kaido felt the moisture blowing, and immediately aroused goosebumps all over his body. He didn't need to be tied up at all, and his hands had already consciously grasped the rope, afraid that Linlin would let go he would be caught by the water below. Devour! Roar! Accompanied by the roar of dragons that shook the sky and the earth, the base hang water dragon in the air seemed to come alive. The transparent body made of water is also covered by the quiet green wind, like a layer of storm armor. The pupil of the giant dragon is fixed on rocks. Hoo-hoo! There were bursts of roaring again. The giant dragons, wrapped in endless dragon power, are about to aim at the rocks and rush to kill them. Wherever it passed, strong winds blew up and water mist rose violently. The whole sky is pouring down with rain. For a while, the entire island was surging with wind and clouds. Rock's face became even more excited after seeing it, and his eyes were full of red light. His upper body was bare, Conqueror's haki was fully opened, and when he lifted his hands, the darkness on the ground turned into a series of dark tornadoes, and in the next moment, it turned into a beast that looked like it came from hell, gnashing its teeth and growling toward the sky. And Rox is more like the king of the herd, surrounded by wild beasts. As long as there is a command, the dark creatures will attack. Time seems to freeze at this second. Sky. Kazan stands on a green dragon head, surrounded by 88 water dragons, wandering up and down, left and right, dancing wildly around him, baring their teeth and claws, with a winding body, waiting for orders at any time to attack directly. Ground. Rox is surrounded by endless darkness, the darkness is raging, the giant beast roaring from hell. Rox only reveals half of his body, seems to be a part of the herd, leading the whole herd. It's just sea water, it's not enough. Rox grinned. Kazan said indifferently, I'm sorry to tell you that my abilities are not limited to that. Present. Kazan twisted again with the other hand. The ground of Dual Island began to shake violently, the stones rolled, the wind was strong, and the sea water poured in. Rumble. There was a huge roar, and the whole island seemed to be crying. The surrounding 100-meter ground suddenly bulged piece by piece, and the hundreds of tons of angry figures escaped the control of gravity and flew into the sky, constantly changing in mid-air, as if they were fabricated by the Creator. In a blink of an eye, it was suddenly condensed into several hideous and evil creatures. The sharp horns, sharp teeth, and bone-like armor were obviously evil god creatures from Yukang. Only. The island is completely shrouded in the darkness of the rocks, and the soil brought out is also filled with a layer of pitch black. The darkness also added a mysterious atmosphere to this terrifying creation made of clay. And these dark clay creations completely surrounded Rox at this moment. Countless beast eyes glared at Rox angrily. 36 paths, God's Borash. In a flash, Kazan and Rox stared at the same time. The abilities of both sides collide. The earth and the sea trembled. Boom! One after another water dragons smashed directly into the ground. A series of earth-made creations are coming. Pounce, bite. One after another of darkness was torn apart, and then mixed and condensed again. The whole earth cracked, and several huge holes burst out. The dark creature suddenly pounced on it, bit its teeth, and exploded instantly, and the darkness shattered. 3 creations fight together. In a short time, the entire island became riddled with holes. Rumble. The waters of Dual Island are already churning with huge waves. The tens of feet high tsunami was impacted and expanded outward. Haki no Su. Crazy. That's Rox fighting Kazan from the air pirates. The dual island, SPI, is about to collapse. What level of battle is this? It's terrible, I'm afraid even Hakinosu will be submerged. Rewind to Skull Rock. It's the safest place in all of Hakinosu. Seeing the huge waves coming, the pirates on Hakinosu Island were scared to pee, and looked at the silver lights on the sea with fear, which was the tsunami caused by the battle. The power of the two fighting is actually so great. Look from afar. Dual Island seems to be bombarded by various elements in white, green, and black all the time. Even the pirate ship on the Hakinosu port is shaking and unsteady at the moment, and it is about to wash up on the shore along the waves. The islands so far away are trembling. Dual Island. High altitude. Shiki, Newgate, and others also frowned. Everyone couldn't help retreating again. The power in front of him is too terrifying. Even if they are top powerhouses, they should keep a safe enough distance to avoid being affected. Redfield turned his head and saw Hakinosu has been partially submerged. Hiss! Kaido was hanging in the air, looking at the scene below, his heels were numb all of a sudden. What the hell is this? And at this moment, water explosions, soil explosions, and darkness explosions on the island did not stop for a second. Neither Kazan nor the rocks care about any of that. They only have each other in their eyes now, only this battle. Call. Rock's body was already covered with mud, black smoke was rising from the wounds, and his whole body seemed to be covered with endless tentacles, but the red light in his eyes did not stop flickering. Dark. Not only absorbing damage, but also devouring everything. Next, I will let you eat the results yourself. Rox waved his hand. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. The previous water dragon, the soil, had been twisted into an indescribable piece again, and it jumped out of the dark breath directly, and smashed towards Kazan in the sky. Those moves, have they all been devoured to speak of darkness? Although it was twisted into a ball without any form, the matter was still those matter. Dragon Ball Storm. Boom. One after another green dragons roared out, drilling into the mixture of water and soil. Suddenly burst in the middle. Everything fell apart. Kazan, who retreated, could not help but frown. I can't help but think that Rock's development of dark fruit is still different from Blackbeard in the original book. Blackbeard can rely on darkness to devour the dead things in the town, and then release the crushed substances through the darkness. And Rock's, it's more like catching the opponent's attack, swallowing it in darkness, and then releasing it. A bit tricky. I have to admit, these two abilities of Rock's are a bit tricky. Dark fruit, absorb damage, absorb attack. It is the strongest shield. Explosive fruit, a finger or a hair can produce an explosion, and it has the ability to self-explode, instant skills, and in a small range, it is more handy than shock fruit. It is the strongest spear. Certainly. Kazan doesn't think that this amount of explosion is the limit of Rock's. He might even have a third devil fruit. It's not a wise choice to fight recklessly with this kind of madman. On the island, Rox watched the big explosion in the sky and couldn't help but stare. He is a person with abilities, so he is naturally afraid of sea water. Previously, it was dark fruit, which turned into a black hole like abyss mouth, taking in seawater and soil. Now, with the high-altitude explosion, countless seawater turned into water droplets, muddy, and landed on Dual Island. The whole island is a pile of mud floating around. Rox was covered in mud all over his body, and he was in such a mess in this battle. And Kazan's ability allows him to completely occupy the sky, the distance can even be extended infinitely, and there is enough time to deal with the incoming attack, and the dark gravity seems to have no effect on him yet. Dark gravity doesn't work on Kazan. Rox, who lost the strongest control skills, also have a headache. Is this guy an ability user? More importantly, Rox must have noticed that he was locked by two strands of haki. One is Conqueror's haki, leading to the ceiling of one's knowledge and color characteristics. It was Kazan's skill when he first boarded Hakinosu. And the other is the color of knowledge. It's more like an all-pervasive consciousness invasion. It would be a bad idea if Kazan read his true thoughts. Rocks are full of secrets. Naturally, be very vigilant against this reading people's heart that invades at any time. Fighting doesn't make any sense. Only by bursting out with all your strength and shooting down with one move. Present. Rocks immediately went berserk. Only a few meters wide, semicircular huge pit was left on the island. In the blink of an eye. Already at higher altitudes than Kazan. As for Kazan, who has always been fully informed, he used 1 second to foresee the future and noticed Rock's intentions. Can't help being shocked. This guy, now has the same fist and bone conflict as Garp. Ranged Conqueror's entangling attack. Conquerors that detonates its own starfish at an attack distance of tens of meters? There are foreseeing the future and killing by knowledge. How can I let you succeed? Moment. Kazan moved ahead, wearing Susanoo armor around his body. A layer of green storm armor emerges. He dodges down. At the same time, the floating imprint starts. The dual island, which was already devastated, trembled again at this moment. And above the sky, with Rock's body as the center, several extremely thick jet black lightning spread to the surroundings. The sound of rocks has been neighing over the thunder. The sound is like a bell, and every word hits the sky. Boom, fist detonates. Having said all that, Rock's body was still in midair when he swung his right fist wrapped around Hyliai. But it has already been blasted out with a heavy punch. The terrifying fist wind spanned dozens of meters in an instant. It will detonate all matter in the world in an instant. End. Shield Island. At the same time, the island where the battle was originally fought rose from the ground, leaving behind a raging sea. The island stood in front of Kazan, forming a huge island shield. And his body is covered with the wind armor compressed by the wind dragon. The bang fist arrived immediately, and the plain of this island exploded completely. Scattered conquerors, almost to the sky. Boom. Tsitsizi. Razor is raging in the sky. This island, which had carried the bones of countless losers, collapsed in an instant. Chapter 81. Rocks hang in the air, full of violent punch bombardment. The duelist's island crumbles at this moment. Pieces are suspended by lion fruit and surround the rocks in what appears to be an asteroid belt from outer space. Very good. Rocks stared at the broken island, gnashing his teeth. Battle IQ, use of fruits, and ideas are all top-notch. His own bombardment was actually defended by Kazan by raising the island as a shield. After the Conqueror's blast, the black clouds in the whole sky have dispersed. This sea area is suddenly bright, and the eyes are dazzling. And, Hakinosu. The upper roof was full of people. There are various forces mixed in the crowd. Hakinosu is the base camp of the Rocks pirates, as well as the concentration of other pirate forces. It is also the place where journalists, Marie Joy CPO, and Marine work undercover. So, at this moment, Rocks vs Kazan, Destroy Duelist Island event. Several recording phone bugs are spreading the news all over the world. And another group of people. Those pirates all looked incredible. The duelist island was actually shattered by a single blow. How is that possible? How much energy these two men have? What level has the duel reached? They can actually shatter an island, making people unbelievable that the scene in front of them is real. How could it just be destroyed like this? That's a real island. Countless pirates couldn't bear to think about it, their faces turned from unbelievable to terrified. Before Shiki and the others knew it, they had retreated to the shoreline of Hakinosu. Yes. As Kazan and Rocks battle more intensely, the fallout grows. At this moment, everyone has been forced to retreat. The land of Hakinosu is already under our feet. How? His Redfield hesitated to speak. Newgate looked serious, looking at the duelist islands floating in the distance, he couldn't help feeling, a battle that will be recorded in the annals of history forever. Shiki, your brother is indeed qualified to wrestle with rocks. You think too much, Newgate. Shiki also looked serious. This time, I won. Newgate. The corner of Shiki's mouth drew an arc, and he said with a little contempt, the island has been destroyed, and the rocks have no place to stand on the sea. As long as my brother is willing, with a wave of his hand, the entire island will sink to the bottom of the sea. The voice fell, and everyone fell into deep thought. The biggest field control ability of lion fruit is to make others have no place to stand. Unless the opponent can fly, no one can defeat Piao Piao in the sea. Storm? Kazan is the storm itself. At this moment, the sky is very bright, and it is raining lightly at the scene. Kazan was not affected in the slightest. Are Conqueror's advanced usage techniques similar to fist clash? Sorry, I will too. But I'm afraid you won't have the chance to meet today, Luke's. Rumbling. Kazan stretched out a hand, and a small ball of ink green light emerged from the palm. With the appearance of the ball, the floating island fragments seem to be summoned at this moment, and they move one after another. A black ball the size of a ping-pong ball flew towards the sky. Floating past the eyes of the rocks, directly toward the higher sun. Locke frowned, is that an explosion again? Although it is a little powerful, but for Dark Fruit himself, it is nothing more than a little injury, a few broken bones, and a little pain. It has no effect at all. Waste time. Dragon's breath. Floating object aggregation, planetary devastation. Kazan clenched his fist, and Mo Green's dragon ball immediately emitted a huge light. The next moment, everything around, dust, stones, raindrops, and scattered clouds, began to gather towards the dark green dragon ball as if being pulled by the wind. Today. Dark green with broken islands, getting bigger and bigger. Rocks, is it also the same suction force as a black hole? No. Just aggregate everything around. Kazan, this guy is really boring. WWW. Rumbling. A few minutes passed, waiting for the clouds to disperse. People in Hakinosu in the distance looked up and saw that the island was as big as a moon-like sphere, hanging in the sky, and the clouds were like crescent moons, revolving around the planet. After the stop, the island fragments in the sky had completely disappeared. There is only this round creation in the whole sky. Everyone in Hakinosu was completely shocked. They couldn't figure it out at all. The island that had just collapsed was gathered together again, like a huge moon hanging in the sky. The ability of the creator made people doubt whether the scene in front of them was real. At the same time, endless darkness overflowed the surface and began to spread across the entire lunar surface. Black waterfalls spread out from the ball, falling drop by drop. It's like the moon is being squeezed out of black water by an invisible big hand. A black moon in a day. What a spectacle! Hiss! What a weird black moon! Is the end of the world going to happen? At a time when everyone doesn't know why. The entire interior of the black moon seems to have been installed with a super bomb. Suddenly it exploded like fireworks. Jump! Boom! At this moment, the duelist's island fragments fell into the seabed with the explosion, completely offline. Darkness permeated Rock's body, and the sound of sizzling rang out one after another on the surface of his body. He stood on a rock that hadn't sunk into the bottom of the sea, and the heavy rain continued to wash away the mud all over him. Looking at Kazan in mid-air, Rox said disdainfully, "It's so fancy. Is it useful?" "Rox, what you have to think about now is go back to Hakinosa first, or go back with me." Kazan didn't care about Rock's contempt and provocation, and his cold voice fell. Sensing the sinking fragments of the island, Rox instantly understood what Kazan meant. Now, the entire island will sink completely soon, and he will soon lose his foothold. Either he will be able to kill Kazan with one blow, or he will be forced to fight continuously at high altitude, consuming a lot of his physical strength. After a long time, in the end it will only be defeated. The only correct choice is to return to the land of Hakinosu. And if you go back first? In the eyes of everyone in Hakinosu, running away is the loser. Because this is the island of duelists, just like a ring, leaving first means you are out. $20. It's a tie. Ha 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 ha. I underestimated you, Kazan, you have such meticulous skills at such a young age. This is the purpose of your tie bet with confidence? It turns out that you have already laid it out and waited for everything to happen. You even set 10 mediocrity bets on purpose. So, what exactly is your purpose? Rox stared at Kazan, and grinned. Kazan said calmly, I did pay attention to the environment of Hakinosu when I came here. There is only one nearby island where you can fight wantonly. When you proposed a one-on-one bet, for me, if I destroy the island, there will only be a draw. That's all. I have no interest in defeating you. The purpose of my coming here is nothing more than to tell you, don't have ignorant thoughts that can annex my flying pirates. Draw. I think you should be happy to accept it, right? Call. The green dragons gathered at the feet, and the first generation geisha was summoned and pinned to his waist. Kazan sat on the tap, looking down at the rocks, waiting for an answer. If you don't agree, let's fight again, and the price can be considered. Forget it, with your qualifications, you are indeed qualified to sit on an equal footing with me, Rox. Accept this suggestion, let us cooperate with each other. Ha ha ha, cooperate and take down all the marine branches. Rox laughed, turn this world upside down completely. Sorry, I refuse. Take down all marine branches? These branches are surrounding your Rox lair. Want me to be a thug for free, have you dreamed of this level? Hey, I got the information. Marine dispatched 27 warships to encircle the islands of your flying pirates in Newfoundland. It's a pity that your pirates just missed this fierce battle. Rox grinned grinningly, Buzz ha 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 ha, Marine is attacking you, are you indifferent? Kazan. Is there such a thing? I just arrived in New World, so I didn't think much about bringing a group to Hakinosu. Newfoundland was supposed to be abandoned, and naturally there was nothing there. Cash out the bet first. Let me visit Skull Rock for an hour. Rock's face turned cold for a moment. The reason why he can't take Kazan is that he is missing a top-level Phantom Beast fruit that can fly, and it just so happens that Rox has hidden the Phantom Beast fruit in the Skull Rock. It's just that for some reason, the Rox kept hesitating and didn't choose to eat it. He, Rox, is also an alien who can eat 3 devil fruits. More critically, that's it's 2 top-level Phantom Beast devil fruits. If it weren't for that guy from Newgate who already has shock fruit, and Akoku, John Silveraxe and others are too talented to perform well, Rox would have rewarded those 2 top-level Phantom Beasts to strengthen the team's combat power. Bottom line. Or the background of the members of the Rox Pirates is too weak, their qualifications are not worthy of eating top fruits. Thinking of Kazan going into Skull Rock, taking what he wants, it's no different from looting. Can the Rox have a good face? However, the fruits are well hidden, and it is impossible for outsiders to find them. But those treasures are also very important. Originally thought that there would be no draw option, but now it seems that I am thinking too much. However, if he can join forces with the flying pirates and destroy all the surrounding branches, devil fruit doesn't seem to matter anymore. Anyway, on the sea, as long as he wants to find Rox, he will find absolutely powerful devil fruit. Soon, the two reached a preliminary tacit understanding. After the two returned to Hakinosu at the same time, they were surrounded by people from both sides. Akoku and the others were stunned. This result should be a tie. But Shiki etl. On the other hand, he had expected the result, and just rubbed his hands, wanting to rob. At this time, at the sign of rocks, the intelligence officer Diaz took out a phone bug. This is the information that our informants took on the marine ship. These warships are all aimed at your Newfoundland Islands. Marine also developed secret arms. Asking for flowers. Kazan looked at the phone bug image, and then at Lawkins. The other party grinned grinningly, as if he had already confirmed the answer. Make a deal. 3 days later. I will lead a group to Hakinosu, cooperate to take down all the marine branch. Pay attention, it is cooperation, don't try to order me. Kazan emphasized. He couldn't stand Rock's self-righteousness a long time ago, and suggested a reminder. Ha 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 ha. Now that he got what he wanted, Rox was very happy. Come on, give up the skull rock, and let our partners take a good look at it. Watch the 4 flashing red dots on the treasure radar. Kazan's heartbeat was a little bit stronger unconsciously. He always felt that he was going to post this time. Soon, all the pirates in the Skull Rock were emptied, and Kazan and his party walked into the Skull Rock swaggeringly under the angry eyes of the pirates. Newgate dissatisfied, this group of people are more like pirates. Treacherous pirates. Rox looked indifferent, it's just some treasures. Newgate, you should be clear that if all the surrounding marine branches are taken away, it will mean a lot to our Rox pirates. What are you wearing? For more than 10 years, every time Rox made a strong point, it was targeted by the entire marine. As for his Rox, as long as he adds a few more high-end combat power, it is enough for his Rox to break the game. 10. In fact, there is almost no one available in the sea. Now that the Rox and the Flying Pirates have reached a temporary alliance, Kazan, Shiki, and others are absolutely high-end combat forces, and the 2 forces, as long as they are slightly manipulated, are enough to make 11 marine branches fell apart. 0. By the time the Rox pirates have completely liberated the sea area of Hakinosu, and will usher in a large-scale outbreak. This is why Rox is eager to annex the air pirates. However, now that the 2 sides cooperate, Rox is also acceptable. Newgate, Lao Zi's property is all under the bed, but don't be snatched by those thieves. Inside Skull Rock. See ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Rox to have today, it's so cool. Shiki swaggered, followed Kazan into the Skull Rock, and in the tunnel, when he encountered a box or something, he kicked it to pieces. Redfield, what a dirty place. Shiki laughed and said nothing. Well, it's as dark as a primitive cave. Linlin hates this place. It's too dark. Kaido thought to himself, Rox pirates? That's all. Soon, Kazan and his group came to the hall of Skull Rock. There is a red dot flashing here, just above the hall. Looking up, there are various swords hanging from the top of the hall, but the treasure hunting signal is sent from a mace. Kazan didn't think much, and went up to take the things down. Ding! Host contact detected, worker, 8 fasts. The fortune value is full, and a critical strike is generated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining concentric lock. Fortune value, to clear. Concentric lock, from now on, if any of the host's women acquires the new devil fruit ability, the host can connect to the concentric lock and obtain the right to use the devil's ability. Effect. If 2 people share the same devil fruit. No side effects. Hiss. Seeing this reward, Kazan couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. This concentric lock skill is similar to the lion fruit ability shared by myself and my younger brother Shiki. If there is a ready-made devil fruit, waiting for Stussy or Tianyu to eat it is equivalent to the fruit power of whoring for nothing. It seems that only Kaido uses a mace in the regiment now, and his own mace has long been exposed to Madara. Kazan casually threw the 8 fasts to Kaido. Kaido caught it in a hurry, and immediately sank his hands. Ah! Boss Kazan actually asked me to hold it for him. What a heavy mace! Definitely a good weapon. Pata. Linlin punched down, and Kaido immediately got a lump on his head. This stinking brat has no manners at all. Didn't you see that this is a gift from the boss? Thank you, Kazan, God. Ah. Kaido was stunned. Wait, big sister head, I just joined the group. Didn't it help to carry it? Was it being given by Kazan's boss? Ah, this. Kaido immediately thanked, thank you Kazan boss. Then, several people came to a large room. The bed was at least 8 meters long. You can tell at a glance that it is a room where a titan lives. Kazan kicked the bed apart. A hidden treasure chest was soon revealed. Kaido was very clever this time, and immediately opened it and put it in front of Kazan. Inside is a messy pile of treasure. Among the piles of gold, there is also an ice blue devil fruit with spiral patterns. This devil fruit has very beautiful lines, even Kazan couldn't help but take a second look. And outside Skull Rock, Edward Newgate suddenly felt his heart tighten. Oops, why do I feel flustered? Chapter 82. Host contact detected, see secret treasure, Zoan bird fruit phantom beast phoenix form. Experience plus 4 million. Fortune value plus 25. Current fortune value, 25 points. Inside the room, holding ice blue's devil fruit in his palm, Kazan was in for a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that he would meet the phoenix form of the phantom beast here. In the original book, this fruit belongs to Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Phoenix ability users have entities, but the wounds will be wrapped in resurrected blue flames, and they will regenerate when they encounter damage. Blue flames do not have general flame characteristics, so they cannot spread and burn things. It also has a certain effect on others, which can increase the healing speed. In general, this is a phantom beast fruit with relatively low attack power but explosive healing power. It can be called an immortal phoenix in flight. And the fortune value of 25 points is the same level of evaluation as Logia Thunder Fruit. It seems the Eudemon's Phoenix is still highly rated in the system. At the same time, this fruit also complements Kazan's current shortcomings. Certainly, Kazan, who is a hexagonal warrior, is actually not a short board. The main reason is that he doesn't like getting hurt very much. So the way of fighting is more calculated. With the flame ability of the Phoenix, it is completely different. It's less than 6 years away from the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Do the math. In fact, the time when Newgate met Marco in the past 2 years is also very reasonable. Unexpectedly, this fruit is Mr. Newgate. Found it, not Marco's own. Newgate, if you want to blame it, blame that faint captain of the rocks. The rocks lost all of Skull Rock. What's my name? It's called a reward for winning a fight. It's reasonable and legal. Feel at ease. I just got the concentric lock skill just now, and now I got the Phoenix ability. August 47. Kazan was pleasantly surprised. Without thinking about it, put the Phoenix fruit into the space first. Kazan shook his hands and said to everyone with a happy expression, yes. The next location. Wait, brother, there are so many treasures in the treasure chest. Shiki pointed at the treasure box, with an expression of the treasure is so big and so shiny, why can't you see it? Kazan explained, this is the room of love. He donates to his hometown Sphinx. Although we are pirates, we don't rely on what he saves for the poor. That guy from Newgate, got it. Shiki had chatted with Newgate before, and knew the situation in his hometown, so he understood. Immediately close the treasure chest and kick it under the bed. Also cover it with a sheet. But the room of the other members of the Rocks Pirates. Shiki and others didn't let go of it at all. All the treasures encountered were looted, gold and silver, not a single berry was left behind. For a short time, several people have collected treasure worth 590 million berry. Looking at it this way, the Rocks pirates are not rich at all. Kazan and others quickly came to the last room. With treasure radar. Robbery is cheating. The last 2 treasure red dots shown on the radar are in this room. There are only 2 treasures left, don't let me down. There are fewer and fewer things and fewer opportunities. Kazan looked forward to it more and more. Kicked the door open with one kick, aimed at the wall, and bombarded with a punch. Pata! A dark space appeared in front of everyone. The dust and smoke dissipated. A green-black, spherical, with a single horn growing on one side of the fruit, and a devil fruit with deep black ripples carved on the peel, lying in the dark compartment. This red dot is another devil fruit. It was hidden so well. Ordinary people really don't realize that there are hidden compartments on the wall. There is a raised horn growing on the fruit, strange shape. Kazan didn't think much and grabbed devil fruit inside. Host contact detected, secret treasure of the sea, Zoan rhinoceros fruit phantom beast blue ox, unicorn, form. Unicorn, homonym, SI, 4. Experience plus 4 million. Fortune value plus 25. Detected the host's continuous contact opportunity, fortune value plus 10 points. Current fortune value, 60 points. Unicorn? Green bull essence? Kazan knew that the king of One Horn was from Journey to the West, also known as Qing Niu Jing, Qing Niu monster. It was the mount of the Taishang Lejun. The treasure diamond body protector is a legendary ox spirit that looks like a rhinoceros but is not a rhinoceros. What monsters and ghosts? Although I don't know what the ability is. But the fortune value of 25 points is an evaluation of the phoenix form. It should be able to prove the extraordinariness of this fruit. But Kazan is not too interested in this fruit. When he thought of his childhood experience watching Journey to the West, he felt that Qing Niu Jing's simple, pretty green cowhide face was really ugly. Why eat it? Become a cow, scare the children? Seeing how accurate Kazan is, found a devil fruit again. Shiki etal have been numbed. They didn't ask any more questions, and just watched Kazan put the devil fruit into the space quietly. Others opened the bed, stepped on the sheets recklessly, and kept walking, looking back and forth to see if there were other treasures. Seeing devil fruit, Kaido swallowed his mouth wateringly. Now he is not a capable person, and his understanding of devil fruit is almost zero. Just feel. This is a beautiful looking fruit that must be delicious. The last one. Pat. With another punch, a hidden compartment on the other wall reappeared. And this time, appearing in front of Kazan was a devil fruit with double horns and blue scales all over its body. Kazan is very familiar with the appearance of this fruit. It is the form of Zoan fish fruit phantom beast azure dragon. What Kazan doesn't know is that these 2 phantom beast devil fruits were prepared by Rocks for himself. The reason why he doesn't eat now is not that the ability of these 2 fruits is not enough. But the Rocks have more desirable targets. If he can't get that fruit, he will still choose one of them to eat with a high probability. These 2 fruits are also precious treasures that Rocks will carry with him at any time, but today, only Kazan's arrival, the location is Hakinosu, and Rocks is going to fight on Dual Island, so he didn't choose to take them away. But all because of a tie bet. Both phantom beasts became Kazan's possession. Unbelievable, it's actually in Azure Dragon form. Kazan held the Azure Dragon form in his hands, and turned to look at Kaido, who was drooling all over the floor. In his mind, the sound of the treasure hunting radar immediately sounded. Host contact detected, sea treasure, Zoan fish fruit phantom beast Azure Dragon form. Experience plus 5 million. Fortune value plus 30. Detected the host's continuous contact opportunity, fortune value plus 10 points. Current total fortune value, 100 points. The fortune value is cleared, and a new super reward is hit. Congratulations to the host for getting the Devil Fruit Upgraded Box. Devil Fruit Upgraded Frame, the host can fuse the upgraded frame with the devil fruit mosaic frame, so that the mosaic frame will become an upgraded mosaic frame. After placing the devil fruit, the fruit inside has a chance to produce a random upgraded effect. Detected that host has mosaic box X1, to automatically bind and install. Devil fruit upgraded mosaic frame +1. Hiss. The rewards one after another almost made Kazan dizzy. The bet with rocks was really too perfect, this fight was so worth it. Rocks here at Kazan, actually a good guy. But when Kazan really looked at the upgraded box, he really entered the ecstasy thoroughly. Upgraded mosaic frame, the current upgraded chance is 10%. Upgraded mosaic frame, host consumes devil fruit to increase the chance of being upgraded, and the chance of transforming can be increased up to 100%. In the process of consuming devil fruit, the host has about 50% chance to let the upgraded mosaic frame gain the ability to invest devil fruit. Success, the chance of being upgraded must be increased, and the devil fruit will be eaten by the mosaic frame. Failure, the chance of being upgraded must be increased, and devil fruit consumes rebirth. C. Call. Even Kazan was shocked by the award. Upgraded devil fruit? Although I don't know what the upgraded effect is, there is no doubt that the upgraded will be more powerful. Moreover, you can use fruits to increase this chance to 100% upgraded. In the process, it can even give this mosaic frame access to other devil fruit abilities, which is equivalent to eating other fruits. Kazan felt like he had hit the jackpot. If this is the best upgraded fruit with 5 flower 8 gate, can't you become a god directly? What is this fruit? It's just a bunch of devil fruit. And Kazan also noticed that the fortune value of getting the Azure Dragon form this time increased by 30 points, which is 5 points higher than the 25 points of Thunder Fruit, Phoenix Fruit, and Unicorn Fruit. The system judged that the Azure Dragon form is better than other fruits, more powerful. It makes sense to think about it. There are too many rewards, and Kazan can't figure it out for a while. Directly import the Azure Dragon form into the space. Molly, open the door, let's go back to the Nook's West. Yes. Boss Governor. Molly nodded. Soon. In a room in Hakinosu's Skull Rock. The transparent door opened in a flash, and the members of the air pirates completely disappeared in Hakinosu. Kazan takes his stuff. Do you want to say hello to Rocks too? Isn't it just taking an 8 fast mace? Got a concentric lock, a devil fruit ability for nothing. Besides, a phantom beast in the form of a phoenix. A phantom beast in the form of a unicorn. Is a phantom beast Azure Dragon form? Didn't you just get an upgraded devil fruit mosaic frame? Just 6 simple things. According to Kazan, there is no need to say hello at all. I'm here to talk about cooperation, not to make friends, too polite and unprofessional. Soon, an hour passed. Rocks, Edward, and others stood on the square. They could not help but frown. It seems that 5 minutes before the flying pirates entered the Skull Rock, there was a little movement. Then there was no sound. Akoku on the other side said, Boss Rocks, it's been an hour. Why didn't those bastards come down? Silver Axe, can you blame us for the timeout? Go up and have a look. John, kick him off Skull Rock. A few minutes later, one after another roaring voices came from the Skull Rock. What the hell? Laozi's treasure. The bed was kicked over. Damn it. Laozi has a big hole in the wall. I don't care. This is the overnight money that Laozi is going to give Sheiji Xiaomei's beach party. Newgate frowned, with a huge body, and returned to his room. He opened his eyes and saw that half of his bed had been kicked into pieces. Suddenly there was a fire in my heart. Damn. Shiki. Are you so blind? This is my room. Inside. Newgate hurriedly tore off the sheet, and saw that his treasure was well placed. It was even carefully covered with a sheet. Goo la 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 la, you guys are kind of good. As for the phantom beast phoenix devil fruit, Newgate knew it was gone. But he didn't understand it, he just thought it was a common devil fruit. Although devil fruit can be worth hundreds of millions of berry, it is money that cannot be seen. Newgate is too lazy to sell it on the black market, but he has accumulated 93 million berry for a long time. Real cash flow. The money you get is different from the money you don't get. At the moment, seeing that the treasures he had saved for his hometown were still there, Newgate lost his temper immediately. Goo la 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 la. Take everyone else's, but keep mine. Kazan, Shiki, both of you brothers, are good people. And the other side. The end of Skull Rock. Rox looked at the two large empty holes in the wall, the sheets that had been trampled on by countless footprints, and the bed beams that had been kicked off. Suddenly it was as cold as ice. Newgate doesn't know devil fruit, but Rox does. My own two fruits are in the form of azure dragon and the form of unicorn. All belong to the top batch of mythology, devil fruit ability. It's all taken by Kazan at the moment. Damn! Who can bear this? When it was really lost, Rox's anger was already hard to suppress. The endless darkness spreads across the entire room with teeth and claws. After 3 days, you better behave yourself. Otherwise. Rox gritted his teeth, his voice became softer and his anger grew bigger. Mard, the flying pirates and the others are robbing. Laozi hid it so well, how could they find it? And at the same time. Nuxus. Yes. Captain. Longbread guarantees 3.7 to complete the mission. Longbread stood upright, and immediately went to organize today's huge banquet. Kazan gained too much this time, and his mood exploded. After returning, he immediately called the head chef, Longbread, to prepare delicious food and cheer up everyone on board. And Kaido. Looking at such a luxurious nuxus and the joyous atmosphere, the whole person was stupefied. He is either wandering, usually sleeping on the street, and his vision is completely unopened. When he sees the nuxus, the most luxurious flying sailing ship in the Grand Line, the visual impact is amazing. One can imagine. Rag. Number asterisk number. I must stay. Stay on this flying ship. Kaido murmured, and Charlotte Linlin begged Captain Kazan to give himself a job cleaning the decks on the ship. Now, it's time for him to work hard and show. Waiting. What about Rags? Kaido was so anxious that he was about to cry. As for Kazan, after assigning basic tasks, accompanied by Shiki, they came to the conference hall. Sitting on the captain's throne, Kazan also began to think about how to maximize the rewards harvested. As for the matter of dropping 11 branches of marine after 3 days, variables must also be considered in advance. In Hakinosu, Kazan clearly saw the intelligence screen from the phone bug of the intelligence officer of the Rocks Pirates. Crane, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, a group of 27 warships, leading thousands of marines. Take part in the siege of Newfoundland. What a great deal! On the warship, weapons are specially prepared for the flying pirates to shoot down the spaceship. By chance. Because Kazan went to Hakinosu, the pirate group also avoided the encounter between the two armies. Maybe it's been too long since they showed up, and this group of people probably forgot how the two brothers destroyed naval headquarters back then. 10 minutes later, Kazan finally cleared his mind and said, Shiki, call Kaido. Chapter 83. Da-da-da. On the Nuxus deck, Kaido scraped the deck like a bulldozer. Surrounded by people preparing for the banquet. At the mahjong table, Shiki played a red middle card, turned to Kaido who was wiping the floor and said, Hey, Kaido kid, didn't you notice that the deck is clean? It's no longer needed. Ah. Kaido was stunned. Master Shiki, I don't know what to do. Redfield spoke first, and took the cards over. Bump. Someone does the cleaning. The governor didn't ask you to do the cleaning. Although Redfield has a withdrawn personality, when playing games, his spirit is relaxed, just like a normal person. I remembered that when I first got on the boat, I hid in the stern of the boat every day, looking at the sea of clouds by myself, and shut myself off 24 hours a day. Also at a loss for a while. Since the flying pirates went to Hakinosu, they only brought back Kaido. Surely he wasn't brought up to wipe the decks. My lord, what should I do? When Kaido was at a loss, a thunder flashed beside him. Kaido, the governor is waiting for you in the hall. Here we come. Kaido was shocked. Inside the conference hall. This devil fruit is for you. Kaido looked up and saw a blue and black devil fruit floating in front of him, completely shocked. So, what the governor asked me to do is to make me a capable person like the main cotters. After Hakinosu came back, under Linlin's popular science, Kaido also learned about the situation of the flying pirates. Of course, he also knew that the fruits that Kazan got today were not common things, but sea treasures worth hundreds of millions of berry. Hundreds of millions of baileys. This number is something that Kaido, who was born in the Faka kingdom, could never have imagined. And every important person on board has become a top-level ability user under the control of Kazan boss. Among them, there are phantom beasts like the deputy in the regiment and Redfield. It is the rarest treasure on the sea, worth hundreds of billions of square meters. In the past in the kingdom of Folka, even if hundreds or thousands of enemies were killed, what they got was only the verbal praise of the strongest warrior, an empty honor, and the army would not even arrange a victory banquet after the victory. And now, I have just joined the pirates since I was 23. The boss of Kazan will give himself a brand new advanced mace. Now also give away devil fruit. The head of the big sister, the admiral, and the earl all took great care of themselves. And Governor Kazan, even more. Kaido's emotions immediately became a little tense. And on Kazan's side, it's entirely from his own point of view. He got the devil fruit upgraded mosaic frame, which means that he must always have a highest level devil fruit in the space backpack. After the chance of the upgraded mosaic frame reaches 100%, he will throw the fruit into the mosaic frame, and the lottery will produce an upgraded. For this fruit to be placed in the inlaid frame, the higher the score, the better. If the basic score is good, the upgraded will be stronger. No doubt. Kazan has decided to keep the fruit with the highest score in the system, the fruit in the form of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon form has the highest score, who will keep it? As for the rhinoceros fruit, phantom beast species, and blue bull form? Of course it also belongs to the top demons. Kazan guessed that the unicorn, rhinoceros, and green ox are all types of strength. These fruits are actually quite suitable for Kaido. If Kaido is allowed to eat the Valley of the Gods 5 or 6 years later, he will be able to exist as the main combat force. You can also get to the top sooner. Boss Kazan, I. Looking at Kaido who couldn't understand what he said in the audience. Kazan also had a headache. A Charlotte Linlin just grew up on the boat, and another Kaido came. This is Zoan Rhinoceros Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Ox form, it is a more suitable ability for you, ask Molly to open the door for you, and go to a deserted island to adapt this ability. Phantasmal species. Blue Ox form. I heard that it is a phantom beast, and it is a top-level devil fruit worth billions of berry. Kaido couldn't hold back any longer, tears were rolling in his eyes, and he didn't dare to go up to catch them. After all, one phantom beast fruit can buy the entire Folka kingdom. This kind of arrogance directly shattered Kaido's worldview. What kind of land has he come to? Kazan is really convinced. With a flick of his hand, a hurricane blew Kaido to the deck. Soon, Yinzen's voice followed. Molly, throw this kid on a desert island. Watch him eat the fruit. If you don't adapt to this power, don't let him come back. Not long after, Kazan also uses Molly's door fruit ability. Come to Bagpipe Island. Bagpipe Island is now in South Blue. Although the construction of the ground buildings on the island has not started, some laboratories have been built. After all, it is in the construction stage. Stussy is currently doing research on the island and has not chosen to join the group. And Stussy, Kazan thinks the right person to eat the phoenix form. Because concentric lock must be related to women. Currently, among the women, only Tianyu Exu and Stussy have no fruit. In comparison, Stuss has a good combat power, and he is still a type of melee physical skills. It is indeed appropriate. Come to the laboratory. Kazan can see the miniature model of the entire Bagpipe Island, as well as various unknown scientific instruments, many of which are equipped with sparks and lightning. Stussy is in front of the experimental table with more than 10 female assistants summoned by Amazon Lily busy. Seeing Kazan coming over, Xia and others studied Stussy in overalls. With long and slender legs in high silk, she swung forward and wobbled in front of her. Master! My Lord Governor! Seeing Governor Kazan came, Amazon Lily's female assistant was also very sensible, leaving space for the two of them to be alone. Looking at the surrounding research projects, Kazan is very interested. He asked casually. The main direction of Stussy's current research still revolves around the architectural planning of the entire Bagpipe Island. But Stussy has done most of the work. When I am free here, I will take a group to carry the Marie Joyce Cross Sea Bridge back. The island can only be built with stone materials. When Bagpipe Island is released, it will definitely surprise everyone. And at the same time, Stussy also studies genetic technology. She can calculate the cell owner and the age of peak activity by refining genetic cells and various medicinal solutions. This age group is the best time to wear pure gold. Also an important reference for the allocation of pure gold by Kazan. I have to say that Stussy is not only good in combat, but also a rare scientific team. Where's Linlin's? Kazan asked. Stussy took a few light steps and took out a test tube from the test bench. Stussy shook her slender hand slightly, and the pink liquid immediately became clear. The calculation result is out. Linlin is suitable for wearing pure gold between the ages of 30 and 40. After 30 years old. Kazan couldn't help but twitch his brows. Could it be that Linlin didn't start his constitution transformation until he was 30 years old? Linlin, who is just 28 years old, is still a fat guy. Wouldn't he be the old director for 2 years? This constitution is really difficult for her. Then Kazan also asked about the situation of the two brothers Moli Mok of the Titan family. The general life expectancy of the Titan family is over 300 years old, and it is suitable to wear pure gold after 150 years old. At that point in time, the original Summit War was finished. Done. Kazan still got down to business. Present. Take out the devil fruit in phoenix form. This is the phantom beast devil fruit in the form of a phoenix. This ability is entrusted to you. Meet the dreamy ice blue phantom beast devil fruit. Immediately Stussy was out of breath and had a racing heart. Man. Quickly knelt down in front of Kazan, buried his face and looked attached. Fruit? Stussy is in this state. What kind of fruit do you eat? On the test bench, the test tubes shook and collided, making pleasant jingling sounds. After an hour. Ding! You used the concentric lock on Stussy, and gained the devil fruit phoenix form ability on him. Get a random level IV50. It has been added to the panel entry. Seeing the rewards, the card is very satisfying. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a group of blue flames burned on the palm of his hand. And through the creation of lion fruit, this flame can take any form. If you look carefully, Kinjian is actually not a single color, but a combination of cyan and gold intertwined with each other. It's cool, without feeling the heat. However, Kazan can really feel that this flame is indeed full of steam. Not bad. The ability of the phoenix is in hand. I also gave a level of IV50, which is enough to use in battle. The green flames began to spread on Kazan's body, and after spreading to that head of gold long hair, the whole person seemed to be wearing a green and gold flaming cloak, which reflected the whole person. At the same time, New World, Marine X1 branch. The island where the branch is located is called Yotland Island, which is the largest island in the Hakinosu Sea area. Marine has established a fortress here, and is responsible for dispatching the Marine branch in the entire Hakinosu Sea area. Inside the huge office, anxious, flustered, impatient, filled with all kinds of emotions. How is it possible, after 15 years, that BD Kazan appeared again? He still played against rocks. How could he be the opponent of rocks? This news is fake. All the reporters in Hakinosu reported this incident, and there are photos of the scene. The entire duelist island has been destroyed, enough to see the intensity of the conflict, but things are still very strange. Bounty, Kazan, this guy must raise the bounty. In the audience, various marine officers were discussing what happened today. Tsitsaizi. The record phone bug stares his glasses at the wall, and immediately a portion of the Kazan rocks fight emerges. The island of duelists, violent wind and rain, water dragons tumbling, fabricating giants, devouring the world. It's Kazan's ability. It can be seen that this BD has indeed grown a lot. Every time he fights, his momentum overwhelms everything else. When a vice admiral thought of the destruction of Marineford back then, as the person involved, he immediately gritted his teeth. The intelligence personnel watched from a distance in Hakinosu, and the information they got was basically Kazan's big skill bombardment. Only the people on the duelist island know the specific details. Sengoku Vice Admiral. Holding the newspaper in my hand, I lost control of my hand and squeezed the newspaper. A corner was broken. Obviously contemplating. Kazan disappeared for so long, the flying pirates still exist. Now that he comes back, what waves will he cause? These information are all confirmed by CPO, undercover agents, and reporters. The information cannot be faked. As soon as Kazan came back, he fought against rocks, and the captains of the two pirate groups came into contact. What does it mean? The situation in New World, with the addition of Kazan, became complicated. Sengoku was faintly worried, but couldn't figure out the connection. After all, since the birth of the Rocks pirate map, its brutal group rules have not changed, that is, by constantly devouring other pirate groups to strengthen itself, and under the power of rocks. Next, the other pirate groups can only surrender. Under such circumstances, the flying pirates stand in New World and live in peace under the eyes of rocks. Now that Kazan comes out, the flying pirates and the rocks pirates are in conflict. Even if the problem seems to be solved peacefully, it is like hemp rope, once it is entangled, it is difficult to untie it. Also, Sengoku doesn't think that Guy Kazan can't see Rock's ambitions. Also, Sengoku doesn't think Rock's the BD will change his personality. When these two meet, no matter how good their superficial skills are. But when this really collides, the two add up to at least 800 minds. But it is precisely because of the harmony scene that Sengoku can't help frowning, he can't figure it out. And at this time, Marine Admiral Kong came here. The scene fell silent. Let's put aside the matter of that BD Kazan. Sora folded his thick arms around his chest, looked at the crowd, and said plausibly, our headquarters has accumulated enough combat power. And 347 intelligence, it's time to take a clean sweep against the Rocks pirates. Ah! Oh! A group of marine non-commissioned officers began to cheer, completely forgetting what was just discussed. They have waited too long for this opportunity. Rocks is a hard bone, because it is too hard, Marine is afraid of breaking his teeth, so he dare not bite hard. Obviously they are Marines, but they can't really rule Tianhai. It also allowed Rocks to occupy the title of the Overlord of the Sea for a long time, and the relationship between the two was reversed. Garp picked his nose and said, "Is it finally going to an all-out war with rocks? Just thinking about it makes me excited. This time, let me screw his head off." Ha 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 ha. Among the marine sergeants, only Tsuru and Sengoku were not happy. Unlike other generals and non-commissioned officers who are easy to approach, the two will consider things more comprehensively. Just got in touch with rocks and flying pirates. Well, forget it. Is the current enemy just the rocks? The flying pirates are also a huge threat in the future. Sengoku said, "Sora Admiral, are you too anxious? We haven't got all the information about the contact between rocks and Kazan, and we don't know the specific reasons for their conflict. It's still unknown how, if you attack rashly, will it?" Crane nodded timely. Since the two sides conflicted, they lived in peace in the end. This result is a bit surprising. Something must be wrong. Kong also agreed. For so many years of confrontation with rocks, he only has conquest in his heart. He had conflicts with the flying pirates before, but it was not obvious. Now, because Kazan came back and was connected again, it was a bit of a surprise. It's just that the main force is already on the way, and will join us in New World within 3 days. The combat power can be guaranteed. As long as the action is fast enough, the pirates have no time at all. Response: We don't have much time left by Marie Joyce. Seeing that this was the end of the conversation, Sengoku Kazuya stopped talking. After all, it was Marie Joyce who gave the order, and it was Marine Admiral Kong who gave the order instead. Fortunately, the strength of naval headquarters gave the two of them a sense of security. After all the preparations for so many years, the water in naval headquarters is very deep. Even the real high-ranking officials of Marine know little about the combat power of the headquarters. Anyway, if handled properly, the Rocks pirates can indeed be wiped out. Garp squinted one eye. "Zaya, I said you two guys are a little too cautious. Don't worry, this time, you just have to stand behind me and watch." The young and beautiful Crane held his purple long hair and gave Garp a blank look, not wanting to talk to him. Chapter 84. The time has just passed the 3rd day, and the moonlight is in the sky. The Nuxus of the flying pirates is floating in the sky tens of nautical miles away from Hananos. Anyway, to join forces with the Rocks, Kazan also chose a nearby position. At this time, a routine deck meeting is going on board. A green giant dragon descended from the little garden where Kazan lived, with its head stretched out, to the entrance of the meeting hall, 4 meters above the deck. Kazan sat lazily on the dragon head, and the first-generation ghost was stuck on the dragon horn. He leaned against the dragon horn on the other side. Dragon is the passive of Feng Feng fruit. In fact, dragon is not real. But it can also be condensed into a creature that is full of storms inside and has a substantial touch on the outside. If you really want to describe it, it's a bit like rubber rafts, water beds. Kazan couldn't help smiling as he watched the joyous atmosphere on the deck. Kaido turned into a green bull over 5 meters long, crawling on the deck, like a sculpture for everyone to touch, check in, pinch, and tail. Shiny cyan scales covered his whole body, and across his back was a nest of black hairs, from the top of his head to the tip of his tail, where it merged with the tuft of hairs on the tail. And the blue bull's head protruded from the 2 horns of the ghost clan, and in the middle of the forehead, there was a pagoda-like single horn brought by the phantom beast, and the triangle looked like a divine beast. Anyway, it's quite coordinated. As for the human beast form, Kaido has not mastered it yet. But the animal form has the same function as the azure dragon form, and can leap. The strength has also passed the test with Titan Morley. Blue cow. The solace of the feet can create auspicious clouds, and you can fly with your feet. At the same time, it can mobilize fire and thunder elements to fight. Like other phantom beasts, its resilience, defense, and power are all over the top. However, King Nu is different from Azure Dragon, because he lost the wind element Gad. Others seem to be about the same. Mulolo. Kaido is like an old cow grazing, munching on the pieces of meat fed by other partners, squinting his eyes and enjoying it very much. Kaido found that being a cow on a boat is not so good. As long as I transform into a beast form and sit down on the deck, the companions around will look at me curiously. I can be the mascot of the flying pirates, and I can be fed by everyone. On a boat full of bigwigs, I dare not go to the house for many banquets. But flexible with this method. Every time I was fed, my stomach would burst with food. Ah! Jolly! It's so wonderful to be a part of the flying pirates. Kaido is bullish and intoxicated. Blue blue blue. Kazan couldn't help laughing, the atmosphere of the flying pirates is really good. A bell rang behind him. 2 minutes later, Chi came to Kazan. It's Newgate calling, saying the rocks would like to arrange a meeting right away. Shiki turned back and said, there are still a few hours, isn't it time? By the way, brother, is it necessary for us to participate in the mess of Hakinosu? Kazan smiled and replied, it is necessary. The original rocks has brought together a group of powerful people, including Shiki and Newgate on the wings, Linlin and others on the elite, and Shiki is a lion fruit capable person, giving the rocks pirates great mobility and fault tolerance. But because of the emergence of Kazan, the rocks no longer have a luxurious staffing configuration. Under the siege of Marine, his personal combat strength is beyond the table, invincible. But other people except Newgate are really stretching. Kazan also intends to use rocks to attract firepower, since it consumes Marine's active area. Before the Valley of the Gods began, Kazan actually didn't want the rocks pirates to fail to develop, or even to perish prematurely. Otherwise, when Marine is free, the air pirates will be the main target. Before there is no strength and no complete suppression, the Three Kingdoms is the most balanced state. This kind of chaos is also the most profitable way to take advantage of the chaos. Happy banquet! It was just the calm before the storm, and it was over soon. Not long. In the middle of the night, the sky pirates had already floated above the Skull Rock Square. Skull Rock, the party hall. Flames are burning in the brazier, and the picture space is full of black smoke. Shiki looked dissatisfied at the bearded man in the corner. Hey, Akoku, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. BD. Are you looking for death? Squeak. Akoku looked at Shiki, his eyes flickered with fire, he gritted his teeth, and his cheeks puffed up. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other. The flying pirates raided the Skull Rock last time, and all their belongings were confiscated. Many brothers in the group had no money to go to the beach chicken yard for fun. All the 30 million berry accumulated by Akoku were wiped out. Can you not hate the flying pirates? Shut up! Rox had already returned to his usual demeanor, walked to the bottom of the hanging map, and said to everyone, I got information that there are a large number of naval doctors in the G1 branch of Naval Headquarters New World. It's been 2 days. Now we set off ahead of schedule and hand over the branches in the surrounding sea area overnight. As for the treasure, when the battle is over, it will be divided into 30 to 70%. Shiki dissatisfied, come all the way, why is our flying pirates only 70%? Rox frowned and slapped the table, it's me 7, you 3. That's nothing to talk about. Shiki waved his hand. Looking at the confident Rox, Kazan didn't intend to cooperate. Whoever grabs the treasures and materials, it's up to each person according to their ability. Tell me, Rox, what's your plan? Of course it's the two pirate groups charging together, that's the grand momentum, that's the world tremor. Marine, everyone must die. Rox said with fierce eyes. In Rox's thought, he can push the 11 branches of Marine horizontally with the least cost if he can make the pirates fly together in the air for a surprise attack. There is only one move to beat Marine to the ground and drive Marine out of the Hakinosu Sea area, and even New World. The Rox pirates will usher in a real outbreak period. At that time, he, rocks, will be the real overlord of the sea, not just a title. And the two regiments temporarily merged through close observation. Rocks can also take this opportunity to see the strength of the Kazan flying pirates, especially those mysterious members. After this cooperation, there will be a way to deal with it in the future. But Rocks was thinking a little too much. Kazan doesn't think so. Although everyone has the same destination, but you want to take my private jet? Sorry, I don't sell tickets. Moreover, the result Kazan most hopes to see is not only to make this operation a small war that is won, but also a war that loses both. Of course, the two losses refer to the Rocks and Marine. The fiercer the two forces bite, the better, and it is best to take out each other's branches. That's in Kazan's best interest. Pat. A dozen or so pieces of gold appeared in Kazan's hands, and then they were suspended, floating on the hanging map. Map screen. Hakinosu is in the middle, like the center of a clock dial, and around Hakinosu Island, there are more than a dozen irregularly distributed islands, like the scale of a clock, enclosing Hakinosu in the center. 11 of these have been marked as marine branches. Kazan pointed. The gold nuggets float to the marked positions on the major islands. We started with the two branch islands of X6 and X7. Two forces, one clockwise and one counterclockwise, attacked from two directions, and finally converged at the X1 branch. This is enough to tear the gap. Scatter. Rocks could tell that Kazan didn't want to act together. Forget it, everyone is very defensive. Anyway, it's good to achieve the goal of liberating Hakinosu. Acting separately can also contain half of Marine's power. See, Hakinosu's break has become clear. Rocks no longer struggles with what to use. Soon. This time the strategy is formulated. Kazan's flying pirates, clockwise from the X7 branch to the X89 branch. Circling forward. The pirates of the Rocks, start from the X6 branch counterclockwise, and move forward with the X5-X4 branch. Let's see who takes down the Marine branch of X1 first. If Marine looks at the head and the tail, that force must be scattered. As for Kazan and the Rocks, whose team will face Marine's main force? Let's see how the battle situation changes. But there is no doubt about it. For both sides, whoever captures the X1 branch first will be the biggest winner. The headline news at that time will definitely be the name of its pirate group. And they don't know it is. The various branches of the Marine also started to act, all gathered in the vast sea, and the target was Hakinosu. Intelligence has always been there, but intelligence officers usually see surface information. There are definitely errors. And accidents will appear at any time, and too many things need to be judged in a timely manner. The three forces, with their own goals, are implementing the battle plan. The time came to 6 o'clock in the morning. The sea area near the X7 branch is empty. Nuxus, meeting hall. Kazan was sitting on the captain's throne, Shiki was standing beside him, all the cotters of the flying pirates, and more people were standing on the deck with serious faces. Shiki holds a silent phone bug in his hand. The phone bug was silent. Mean. Shiki is the eyeliner arranged by the X6 branch where the Rocks team is located. There was no news of a fight. Could it be that the Rocks and their boats are moving too slowly and haven't reached their destination yet? Another intelligence source said. Kazan laughs, the Rocks are waiting for us to do it first. Let's just wait, that's his Hakinosu, it's Rocks in a hurry. Wait for half an hour after the news from over there, we will attack again. Now, everyone rests in place. The limelight is not important, the purpose and results are important. Kazan is in no rush for this fight. At the same time, the sea area near the X6 branch, the seabed. Armadas of rocks are clad in coatings, floating above the dark ocean floor. Coating technology can be widely used in One Piece world. It is to wrap the hull of the ship with a layer of waterproof membrane to isolate the sea water and form a bubble. In the bubble, the people on board can breathe, and the ship can also sail on the seabed. If the pirate ship wants to go from Paradise to New World, or back and forth, it must use this technology. As the number one force among pirates, the Rocks pirates are also staffed by Whitebeard, among whom they also master the coding technology. Gu la 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 la. Newgate smiled without saying a word. Captain Rock's operation greatly inspired Newgate. This man is worthy of Rocks. He actually thought of using the coding technology to arrange offensive tactics, so that he could reach the attack point and then float up to start the war, which reflects that he can avoid encountering marine on the sea surface and cut directly into the enemy's heart. And so many pirate ships have been coded early, it seems that Rocks has been waiting for this day for a long time. Coup. If there is a chance in the future, we, Lao Bai, will also use a coding raid. Just raid Marineford. And Rocks also held the phone bug in his hand at the moment, and was also silent. Damn! Is that guy Kazan still on the move? Does he think the same as himself? Whoever fires the first shot, the warning bell inside the marine will ring. There is no doubt that this location will become the object of Marine's special attention. In other words, those who attack late will be noticed by Marine later, and the loss may be smaller. Shoot the bird. Even as a strong man, the soldiers and generals under him are still flesh, and they don't want to lose it. Rocks has a headache. But soon, Rocks gritted his teeth and ordered, "Prepare for 5 minutes, the whole ship will float up. All attack." At the same time, Haki no Su. It was the morning when they were drunk and sober, and many pirates walked through the streets and alleys shaking the bottles in their hands. "Go away! Get out of Laozi's way!" Suddenly, a roar came from not far away. Afterwards, someone saw a pirate pushing away the drunks beside him, causing the drunk pirates to vomit uncontrollably, UBD, looking for death. And soon, more and more similar impact events occurred. The pirates on the island finally realized that something was wrong. Sudden cannonballs flew over one by one, blasting the scolding pirates on the street into pieces. What's going on? Why? Why so many warships? Damn it! How dare Marine attack Hakinosu? This island is occupied by the Rocks pirates. Are they trying to start an all-out war? Look around. At sea level, the entire Hakinosu has been surrounded by warships. It seems that there are hundreds of ships on this scale, and the guns of each warship are frantically spitting out flames. The dense shells were fired at Hakinosu Island. The sound of the explosion was bang bang bang, and it directly shattered everything on the landing point. If Kazan sees, I must think, this is probably the real form of Buster Call. 5 Vice Admiral? 10 warships? Also, yes, you can only bang a small island like O'Hara. Marine went crazy, heading for the big island. Certainly. Because of the limited range, even the artillery on a warship cannot cover all of the large islands. But at this time, the outer area of Hakinosu was already full of flames of war and was bombed to pieces. Marine aboard a major warship. Kong is wearing a coat of justice, standing majestically at the bow of the boat. Followed by Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and other Vice Admiral. Their Marine, also using the technology of coding warships, sailed all the way on the bottom of the sea, sneaked into the Hakinosu waters together, and then appeared suddenly and launched an attack. Certainly. Hakinosu was so large that the artillery was nowhere near Darok's stronghold. But, as long as you put Sina on it, the real battle is far from now. Kong holds the gold phone bug in his hand, and Bulabul keeps sending attack commands. Speed reloading, don't stop bombing. The one in front of you is Hakinosu, there are no civilians on it, they are all heinous pirates. After urging the order, he looked at the flames of war on the island. Kong is very satisfied. But suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's strange, why didn't the Rocks pirates react at all when the artillery fire attacked Hakinosu? The pirates who were burned into fireballs are running around in the street, it seems to be similar to ordinary islands. Sengoku and Tsuru frowned at the same time. The atmosphere always feels a bit abnormal. But can't tell why. And soon, a marine sprinted out from the cabin of the warship. Report. Sky Admiral. Harland Island, where our X6 branch is located, is being attacked by a large number of pirates. It's the Rocks pirates. Their captain, Rocks, is there too. The urgent voice fell. What? Kong immediately realized something was wrong. Just now I was still suspecting that Hakinosu was attacked, but there was no sign of Rocks. Unexpectedly, Rocks actually led a group to appear in the X6 branch. Chapter 85. Kazan's comeback is like a butterfly flapping its wings, and the butterfly effect is immediately produced. By accident, pirate forces and marine forces plan to attack each other at almost the same time. As a result, the goals were inconsistent, causing the two teams to completely stagger their strengths. Now, Marine learns that the Rocks pirates are not there, and immediately loses interest in Hakinosu. The whole army begins to return to defense. Because without Rocks, Hakinosu is just a common island. The whole army retreats, the advanced generals come to the conference room to discuss. Kong left a word and disappeared on the deck of the warship. Watching the mass evacuation of Marine, the pirates of Hakinosu saw that the outer circle of the island had been bombed into ruins. A voice of despair resounds throughout the island, "Ah!" On the other side, the X6 Marine branch. Blue, blue, blue. After answering the phone, Rocks didn't know that Hakinosu had been bombarded by Marine for a round. Cut off the head of a Marine Vice Admiral, shot a kicked directly to the wall, and exploded like a watermelon. The fingers made a scissors shape, turned around and inserted into the eyes of an attacking Marine. Eyeballs burst open. Boom! The Marine soldier's head exploded instantly. No wonder the interior of the Marine X6 branch is so empty, it turns out that the elites have been transferred away. If Kazan hadn't appeared, all members of the pirates would have been defeated in Hakinosu. But, it's over. Rock's displeasure was evident on his face. Brush. A few knives passed, and the head of the Japanese Marine account was separated. Blue blue blue. Rocks immediately called John, Akoku, and others, ordering them to float up from the bottom of the sea and directly lead the team to attack the X5 and X4 branches that are further ahead. Rocks isn't with Akoku et.al. now. Since Marine's target is Hakinosu, the cotters deployed in the front can act in advance. Originally, Rocks planned to take advantage of himself and Newgate, and the two took advantage of their combat power to quickly cross from the back to the front. Let Akoku and others lie in ambush at the front branch and wait for an opportunity. Knowing that these marine branches are empty, Rocks immediately decided to destroy 3 branches. The flying pirates are also attacking, let's see how you Marines choose. One after another, phone bugs rang on the Marine warship. Information was sorted out one by one. Sky Admiral, our X6 X5 X4 branch, has been attacked by the Rocks pirate group one after another, led by Rocks and the captains of the pirate group. Akoku. 123 John. Silver Axe and others. And our X7 X8 branches have also been attacked by the flying pirates, the X7 branch has been destroyed, and the X8 branch is under attack, led by the great pirate Kazan. Listening to the intelligence officer's report, Kong's face turned red immediately. For this operation, elite personnel from other branches have been deployed to Hakinosu. Naturally, there is no resistance inside. Being pushed horizontally by 2 gangs of pirates is quite normal. But what Kong didn't expect was Rocks is actually also today, choosing to take the initiative to attack. This is too much of a coincidence. At the same time, Kazan actually teamed up with rocks and split up. What the hell, group is the toughest problem. How should I choose? Which side should I save first? Or split up the troops to rescue them at the same time? The situation in the battle changed so suddenly. Kong originally thought it was a one-sided attack, but when the battle actually started, he realized that he was the master of passive defense. Looking at the map of the battle situation, Sengoku frowned and analyzed. According to their attack route, it should be divided into two directions. The ultimate goal is to take down our 11 branches in the Hakino-Suisei area. Their goal is all of the Hakino-Suisei area. Branch. So, their ultimate goal is the X1 Marine branch on Gotland Island. According to the flying and speed advantages of the flying pirates, and the characteristics of the rocks pirates blasting in batches, it is unrealistic to rescue the branch nearby, so we have to make a choice. Yes, whether it's the air pirates, or the rocks pirates. They all have their own offensive plans, and the marine branch is empty in the middle, so it can be said that they push all the way. It is already impossible to rush to save those nearby marine branches. When the main force of marine arrives, those branches are already in ruins. Sengoku's meaning is obvious. Marine must abandon the rear and go directly to the branch near the X1 fortress, so that it is possible to snipe the two groups of pirates. Kong frowned. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane come out. Swipe swipe. Sengoku and the others immediately stood up. Kong said again, "You four, lead the team to the X10 branch to snipe the flying pirates. Don't let them go 10 steps forward." Hiss. Hearing Kong's order, the other vice-admirals couldn't help but gasp. You know, there are two branches X8 X9 in front of the X7 branch, and there are at least 1,000 marine soldiers stationed on them. If the main force goes directly to the X10 branch instead of rescuing them, it is equivalent to the branch. All marine soldiers have been abandoned. Garp looked displeased. I thought it was going to be against rocks, but I didn't expect it to be Kazan and others. Simply overkill. I have been in naval headquarters these years, and my fists have become more and more hardened. I have long wanted to fight the rocks. However, Garp sees no problem with Kong's decision to abandon other branches. At least it was Kong who gave the order in front of him, and Garp didn't want to lose face, so he nodded and agreed immediately. The battle situation is really changing. Sengoku said in his heart. The original battle situation was Hakino-Su, who was the center of Marine's attack, but in the blink of an eye, the rules have changed. It has been changed to defending the 12 o'clock position of True North, X1 branch. Moreover, Marine also split into two groups, sniping the rocks pirates and the flying pirates respectively. The main battle site becomes the X10 branch island at 11 o'clock, and the X2 island at 1 o'clock. Let me, Garp, Zephyr, stop the flying pirates. Sky Admiral leads the hidden force to deal with the rocks pirates. As the warship heads to the island that Kazan and the others are attacking, a dark cloud hangs over Sengoku's head. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it has reached a fever pitch. Thanks to Stussie's development of the bombing shells, the flying pirate map is like a bombing ship, passing by the marine branch. It will drop the bomb directly. The whole process does not cost a single soldier, and the marine is easily frightened and jumps into the sea to escape. Now, the flying pirates have come to Hades Island, X10 Marine Branch. However, the Marine Branch is really big, only 2 were blown up, and the ammunition of the flying pirates has been exhausted. I can only do it. In a flash, the transparent door opened on the island, and Kazan and others came out. But not long after entering the island, several shells were fired at them from the ground. It exploded around me in an instant. Soon, a large group of marines rushed out and surrounded the flying pirates. Headed by the long-awaited Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane. Garp took a look, disappointed. Only 500 or 600 people. I thought it was a big pirate group. Really, that guy clearly misjudged, I should be there to deal with rocks. Arrest. Zephyr has purple hair, and his mouth is already cracked with laughter. Arrest. Pirates should be squatting in prison and begging for mercy. I can already imagine my job after retirement. I should go to Impel Down to be the warden, let them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Sengoku frowned. Hey, Garp, Zephyr, don't underestimate them. They are not what they used to be. I haven't seen him for 15 years, and Kazan's appearance seems to have never changed. Sengoku looked shocked, and his face gradually became dignified. Moreover, they came out from behind the door, obviously a strategically significant devil fruit ability, and things have greatly exceeded expectations. Are those two titans also capable? The opponent's lineup is a bit strong. Crane also frowned slightly. They are not simple characters. Needless to say, Kazan and Shiki, the deputy Redfield, according to my judgment, has the ability of a phantom beast. Just now, that is the ability of the fruit of paramecia. It's the paramecia that Shiki took from the celestial dragons many years ago. Crane once learned about the headshot incident of celestial dragons, and also looked at the devil fruit illustrated book. He knew that the stronger the door fruit ability user is, the wider the door will be. The transparent door in front of him is at least 8 meters wide. Titan's constitution is really terrifying. Garp looked disgusted. TCH, isn't devil fruit amazing? I don't care about eating that. Finally at this place, Garp was already tired of waiting for the flying pirates, and he only wanted to settle the matter here, go to the other side, and find rocks to break his wrist. With a reluctance on his face, he said, they only count people like this, let's finish it. And the crane is ready. Wiping her hands back, she tied her thick long hair into a ponytail. Opposite. Kazan and others couldn't help but laugh. Now in the sea, those famous first batch of powerhouses have stepped into the peak, and the advantage of age is getting smaller and smaller. Even when meeting a 4-person group of marine legendary level, Kazan is not vain. Kazan's side, isn't it bad? Has Shiki and Redfield as wings. Shiki is a thunder fruit capable user, and has already used his ability freely. Linlin itself has a strong combat power. Titan Mobi and Mok are also extremely powerful. Behind him, there is Kaido who can charge at any time. No matter how you look at it, the opponent is fighting. They're underestimating us. Kazan smiled kindly. However, times have changed. Shiki looked at Sengoku and suddenly smiled. Gee ha 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 ha. Boom. Shiki drew a musket and headshot Marine who was whispering. After blowing the gunpowder smoke away from the gun barrel, Shiki said gracefully, Marine is really a fly, it's noisy. With the gunshot, the Marines immediately drew their guns and knives. The battle is imminent. But Kazan's side is obviously short of people, so of course we have to clean up the soldiers. Immediately, Mok, who understood the captain's intentions, immediately used Shimadama fruit to push those members of the flying pirates who couldn't stand Haki to the gate of the gate fruit. At the moment, only the main force of Fekong pirate picture is left on the field. And also at this moment, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shuki, Linlin, release together. Conquerors. In an instant, the marine soldiers around Garp foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes and passed out, and the snipers farther away, the hotshots, were all stunned, even the marine branch Shichiun. The walls that were set up were also shaken out of cracks. This, all conquerors. What kind of celestial group is this? In Crane's heart, there was a feeling that what was in front of him was a heavenly group. Conquerors is a special qualification that only appears 1 in a million people. Out of the crowd in front of you, 5 of them have Conqueror's Haki. This is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, finding 5 at once. And, they're Conqueror's Haki, even to the point of physical destruction. Crane even noticed that Kaido, the newcomer from the kingdom of Folka, was also standing in the crowd of the flying pirates, following behind everyone, with a look of indifference, obviously looking at Marine. Kazan, this guy, is collecting all the monsters in the sea. A large piece of marine was dumped on the field. Against the backdrop of the fallen, Sengoku, Garp and others stand alone. There are only so few people, let's end it as soon as possible. Kazan looked at Monkey D. Garp and laughed. He sealed and returned what Garp had just said, verbatim. Kazan wondered again, is it useful to have a lot of miscellaneous fish? The powerful conquerors also frightened Sengoku and others. Garp no longer had the arrogance he had just now, and remained silent on the side. Shiki pulled out Sakura Tenmuku, pointed at Sengoku, "Chahahaha, Sengoku, today is on the island, I hope the foundation of your branch is strong, don't let Laozi sink it." Black knife. Crane frowned again, although she was not a swordsman, she knew about the formation of the black knife. Why haven't we seen each other for a few years? Shiki has already practiced double knives into black knives, so his control of armed and knowledgeable colors can already be regarded as the top group of people in the sea. In an instant, layers of bad premonition filled my heart. Redfield pulls out the blood bat, reads people's hearts and locks Zephyr, then you. Purple-haired Marine. Feeling the attack of special knowledge and knowledge, Fa immediately put up defenses. That's the only way I can deal with you, Crane. Shiki narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Crane with a smile on his face. Charlotte Linlin was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the opponents on the field had been picked. Well. What about me? There are also some Marine Vice Admirals around that are not stunned by Haki. However, Linlin is not interested in those little things. Moreover, isn't there Molly, too? Otherwise, just watch the boss fight. We are pirates, of course we have to look like pirates. Linlin, the four of you go to the Marine branch, if you see something you are interested in, just move away. Kazan thought. The flying pirates also searched for 2 lost branches before. As a result, a large amount of supplies and military expenditures exceeding 90 million berry were obtained, with a total value of more than 150 million berry. Although Kazan is very rich, he will not miss any opportunity to make money. He is planning to build a floating island in the near future. Okay, Tushin. Let's go. Well. After speaking, Charlotte Linlin flew away on Thundercloud Zeus. And Molly opened the door directly, and in a blink of an eye, he was already at the gate of the Marine branch. Mok drilled into the island, and a huge figure appeared next to Mo Li. Mu la 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 la. Kaido turned into a unicorn and flew away on the auspicious clouds. Garp saw that these people completely ignored him and the others, and all swaggered into the Marine branch. Immediately expressing that he couldn't bear it, he squeezed his fists covered with armed colors, and was about to take action to stop a few people, but was quickly caught by Zephyr. If you run away, how can you fight the battle in front of you? Sengoku was stunned. This group of people, all of them are capable. Didn't that stinky kid, Kaido, rob warships everywhere in the sea some time ago, and grab food in the canteen of the warships? Why did he just join the flying pirates and become the Nang Litu of the phantom beast species? Crane felt his scalp go numb. What's the situation? Devil fruit doesn't cost money. And the next second, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield and Shiki stepped on the thunderclouds and all rose into the sky. In an instant, various abilities dazzled the eyes. He Zhen was stunned on the spot, his expression was beyond shock. This might be the so-called Tian Tuan. Hey! Xia He, it's dangerous, come behind me. Garp frowned, and blocked the attack. But Kazan had already acted and came in a flash. A punch that wraps around Conquerors and lands directly in Garp's face. Garp immediately smashed into the wall next to him. I haven't figured out the situation yet. Garp. Chapter 86. The battle situation gradually became clear. The current battle situation is like a game of League of Legends, or King of Glory. Kong originally wanted to take people to push down the Crystal of Rock's house, but found that the highland of Hakinoso was not defended at all. When they realized that the situation was wrong, those pirates had actually divided up their forces, demolished their own defense towers, and aimed at their own base. Kazan led the attack to the road. Rox led a man to attack the bottom lane. Marine couldn't retreat in time, so he had to abandon the outer tower in the River Wild area and return to the high ground of the city's defense branch. Now the two armies are divided into 4 forces, and the upper and lower highland towers of the Marine are wet. Here, Garp came out of the smoke with blood on his head. He had taken off his coat, and the white shirt was soaked with blood. Garp himself knows how powerful Kazan's boxing is, and he bombarded himself to such a distance. The strength is by no means inferior to him. If it wasn't for his good physical skills, quick response, and immediate defense, he would have been severely injured. That fist, but with Conqueror's twine. Sengoku frowned. He knows Garp's skill best, even if it is a surprise attack, he cannot easily succeed. Back then, that stinky brat grew up amazingly. Hey! Sengoku! Don't get the situation wrong. As soon as Shiki kicked his feet, he crossed his swords in an instant, and rushed towards him like burning cannonballs. Clang! Sengoku didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately defended with a palm, and was directly pushed back to the side. Standing still, Sengoku immediately yelled at Garp and the others, "Stand apart, the abilities of these people are most suitable for coordinated operations." And when his voice fell, the other side, a whirlwind of blood immediately erupted from Redfield's body. His hands were already covered with bewitching purple-red fluff, his neck and the top of his head were also bewitching purple-red, his animal ears had been pricked up, his eyes were like night devils that made people tremble, and his fangs showed in his smile, very weird. Ready to grow old. With a flick of the cloak, Redfield's whole body seemed to be covered with one. The dark red slender claws attacked Zephyr. Faced with strange forces, coupled with being locked in by reading people's hearts early. Aging? What the hell? Zephyr instinctively paid attention to Redfield, this guy. Like a red devil. Bloody all over. Sideways to avoid the claw attack. But I didn't want to see the impenetrable darkness suddenly appear in the next second, and there was the neighing of wild beasts in it. It's dark. What is the bat-like tearing? Boom. The blood-red eyes in the darkness opened, and the dark figure of Ladefield suddenly appeared. Kicked Zephyr in the stomach. Zephyr was kicked and flew backwards, but luckily Garp reached out to stop him. Phantom Beast, what a tricky ability. Zephyr stared at Redfield sternly. The fun has only just begun. Garp twisted his neck and locked eyes on Kazan. This. Crane originally wanted to find a chance to get close to one of them, and then use the ability to wash the fruit to completely wash it into clothes and lose its combat effectiveness, but now it seems that these people are all monsters. The weird ability makes people unable to parry when they meet for the first time. Shuki's side has been eyeing the Crane who is thinking about it early. Because she heard Kazan commented that Crane is a very important the resourceful general in Marine. Her decision often determines the entire battle situation. Of course Shuki has to be on guard. Crane, don't do unnecessary things. Crane was pierced by a flash of lightning, and after stabilizing his figure, Crane immediately used his ability to cleanse his whole body, dispelling the embarrassment after being struck by lightning, and the scorched smoke gradually dispersed, hiding in a sad expression. In a short time, Crane can't think of a way to deal with the situation. Also at this moment, the 6 people acted collectively. Kazan, Garp's side. Boom. Kazan unleashes his power again and bursts out. Shave. Garp's footsteps burst into afterimages, using 6 styles. After stomping on the ground, he disappeared in place. Both of them wrapped their armed colors around their fists. Even, Conqueror's winding is in a state of being activated at any time. Boom! Both punched at the same time. At the moment of approaching, Kazan turned around, and threw a fist at Garp's right face, while Garp aimed at Kazan's flank, and the two punches of the two entangled conquerors in an instant. After flying upside down, Kzi stabilized his figure. Because of Kazan's phoenix, Garp's punch was strong, but it only hurt for a second, and the resurrected blue flame in his body burned wildly, and his body, which was a little numb, suddenly back to normal. It seems that every cell has returned to its original location. It cost Kazan almost nothing, and Phoenix's powers healed the internal wounds. The resurrected Kinjian really has a good ability. Every time you get an ability, the most exciting thing is the testing stage, which is why Kazan chose to confront Garp. In contrast to Garp's side, his head was buzzing from Kazan's turning and punching, half of his face was swollen, and the left forehead was even ruptured. Blood rushed out. Hoo! Garp stared at Kazan with squinted eyes, already turbulent inside. He knew very well about his own strength. As long as he threw a punch, even if the opponent used armament haki to defend, he would definitely be injured. In the end, Kazan was like a normal person. Did I miss it? Garp even doubted himself a little. A very common punch. Kazan walked slowly towards Garp, a calm voice sounded. Yeah? Then let's try this. Garp's fist was full of blue veins, and the armed color began to gather on the fist from the entire arm. In the next instant, the whole person was in the sky above Kazan. Straight down. Superman clash. Garp is flying like a Superman, the whole person is like an airplane, using the strength of the whole person, concentrating the strength on the fist, and falling like a burning missile. Oh! Nice idea. Kazan puts his right foot on the ground, shifts his center of gravity forward, and concentrates the strength of his whole body on his legs. A side kick with a step, kicked into Garp's bombarding fist. State. Fist to leg. A huge response sounded on the field, and the airwave centered on the two exploded instantly. Let those Marines who just got up fly backwards, life and death are unknown. And Kazan's supporting leg has been hit by a huge force, sinking to the point of stepping on the ground, and the stones shattered and flew. Garp is not having a good time either. He felt that his straightened fist had a tendency to bend. This was the forward jump of a broken bone after a head-on encounter. Immediately, the experienced Garp stopped immediately, and flew backwards with the momentum. Take advantage of this opportunity. Kazan gave a quick chase, a flying kick, right in the forehead of Garp. Garp's whole head seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and the explosion-like pain filled the whole brain, and blood burst out from the clenched teeth. And just when he was kicked, Garp burst out in an instant, and the colored conquerors armed with both hands sizzled at the same time. Grab Kazan's leg and suddenly fall hard towards the ground. One strike with both hands. Boom. A big pit immediately appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, the sun-green dragon is entrenched in the pit gap. Dragon buffer. Not only can the wind dragon attack, but it has also practiced a part of casting. The wind dragon is wrapped with a layer of rubber, which can also become the best buffer zone. Damn it! What the hell is this? Garp fell to the ground, suffering from a pain in the head. Watching Kazan, who was lying on the green dragon in the pit, was slowly lifted up by the green dragon and returned to the ground again. This. Kazan took the wind dragon back into his body. It's just a small skill of Feng Feng fruit. One word from Kazan can make Garp PD off. Because Kazan's Feng Feng fruit was snatched from Garp. At that time, Kazan had just eaten Logia, which not only killed more than 90 marine soldiers, but also caused Sengoku, a capable landlubber, to fall into the bottom of the sea. The reason for everything was this wind fruit. And after that, Garp and Kazan forged a feud. After the Gale Island incident, Garp started to research a trick, which is a special trick to deal with Logia ability users, such as Kazan, must be thrown to the bottom of the sea. This trick is, the bottom of the sea falls. Card common combines the armed color and conquerors together, wraps around the target ability user, preventing it from turning into an element, and at the same time violently throws it down quickly with great force. And the target is the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, Kazan wasn't thrown into the bottom of the sea, nor did he fall completely. Gritting his teeth, Garp said, "I should have pinched your head early." Kazan said indifferently, "The mouth is as hard as a fist, but what's the use? Times have changed. Try it yourself." Nonsense. At this moment, Kazan quickly mobilized the wind dragon, and his whole body was wrapped in the dragon's head by the wind dragon. After the moves are formed, the wind dragon swung its tail and charged forward. Garp backed away puzzled. But in the next second, the wind dragon was already close to the position 1 meter in front of Garp. Suddenly, the wind dragon opened its mouth wide, and a strong wind raged in its throat, like the muzzle of a cannon, spraying a storm. And Kazan's figure, following the explosive force of the hurricane, shot out like a bullet leaving the barrel of a gun. "Return you! Blast hurricane assault!" Boom! When Kazan is also in Superman's flying pose. When the figure arrived in front of him in an instant, Garp's reaction was half a beat behind. This is it the ability to use storm blasts as kinetic energy to launch capable users? In exchange for maximum impact velocity? Iron body. Garp realized that the situation was not good, his whole body became pitch black, tied with the strongest rags, his arms were made into cross stars, and his whole body was like a black iron sculpture. Tai. Kazan was like a huge missile, directly pushing Garp backwards. Zilla. Standing on the ground with both feet, Garp kept pushing up the stones on his heels, and the whole body has been pushed back tens of meters. On the ground, there is only the same deep groove. And at the same time, at the moment when the wind dragon launched the blasting attack, it caught up with the attacking Kazan again, one man and one dragon merged into one again, and the huge impact combined together, directly attacking Garp deep into the wall of the marine branch. Asking for flowers. Dragon Ball Storm. In an instant, a series of explosions sounded. Rumbling. Rumbling. Wait, Garp shakes a little. When it crawled out shaking, it immediately spewed out a mouthful of bright red. And on his left forehead, there has been a wound that runs through his beauty. What a powerful move, cough cough, poof. At this moment, Kazan's whole body is surrounded by resurrected green flames, with green flames bursting out from his fingers, joints, and neck. It seems that this move exploded him like a cannonball. The way he went out was a bit suicidal. After all, people are not steel, and they cannot be used as real bombs to hit the earth with sparks. Fortunately, with the blessing of the phoenix fruit, Kazan's fault tolerance rate has been greatly improved. Some moves can also be tried. Although Garp's constitution is strong, what he encountered was a phoenix of the phantom beast. And the user of the ability is still Kazan. Ho ha! Hey! Garp was panting heavily, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, White's shirt was completely stained red with blood. If he continued to fight with high intensity, it would be very dangerous. However, after all, he is a person with great perseverance, and also the Xiaoqiang constitution of immune to death. It's not a problem to support it for a while. At the moment, Garp exploded again, rushing towards Kazan. The two figures kept flickering on the battlefield, and every time they collided together, all with bursts of explosions. The sound alone can shatter bricks on the ground. Fist-bone conflict. Dragon fist shakes the bones. Even, the two began to punch each other in the air. The figure was still far away, and the Conqueror's haki collided in the air. Black thunder exploded in the sky. The branch buildings farther away were all torn apart by this powerful force. Those Marines who had already woken up could only watch helplessly, not daring to go forward at all. On the other hand, the battle between Shiki and Sengoku is gradually intensifying. Today's Shiki is no longer that 18-year-old boy. And Sengoku is not a cowering warrior with his feet on a warship either. 10 palms of Buddha light. Buzzing, under the impact of the gold Buddha, a huge ball of light exploded in the sky, bursting out a burst of golden light. Before the light exploded, Shiki's figure flickered at a high speed. Following the figure's movement, the surrounding land swelled to a height of tens of meters, and instantly turned into 20 majestic earth lions. Dupu bit the giant gold target. And when the lion slaps, Shiji will always appear. Sakura Tokaiku's gold sword energy, kill even the lion and the people together. The ground crumbles, like the fission of the earth. The sword blade cut the gold Buddha, making a sound like a chainsaw, and sparks shot out continuously. No, if this continues, Marine will be completely suppressed. Besides, Charlotte, Linlin, and 2 Titan clans, and a Green Bull, have already sent large and small packages from Marine Ministry out. As soon as they arrive, they can make casual moves, and the already weak battle situation will suddenly be overturned. I have to think of a way. Crane hit aside, his brain running fast. She knew that the battle between Kazan and Garp, Shiki, and Sengoku was too grand, and other people might be hurt if they entered the attack range, so Law. Zephyr is the game changer. Zephyr was fighting Redfield, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the sign in Crane's eyes, and immediately understood that Crane wanted to participate in the battle between himself and Redfield. Although, Zephyr personally prefers to be singled out. But now the battle situation is obviously that Marine is in a weak position. If individualism is still emphasized, then this time Marine's mission to snipe the flying pirates will face a complete defeat. Zephyr's eyes moved slightly, indicating that he already knew what Crane was thinking. After all, both of them were soldiers of the same period 16 years ago, and they cooperated for more than 10 years, and they cooperated quite tacitly. At the moment, Zephyr explodes into a deep blue warm color. With a huge figure, he rushed into the darkness at extreme speed. Fun Marine. After several rounds of fighting, can you already distinguish my shadow from the darkness? However, so what? I know your discussion. Zephyr is always on the defensive. But Ladefield has never targeted the Crane, who was watching from the sidelines, and at this moment, he has already used the mind-reading method on the Crane. The so-called battlefield is not only the people fighting in front, but also everything that can be used around it. And the amount of knowledge that Redfield uses is negligible. In terms of combat power, Crane is the weakest among Sengoku and others. She didn't notice at all that she had already become a prey. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha, a strange laugh. In the dark mist, Ladefield's scarlet eyes opened, and there were black shadows of bats passing by in the red pupils. This scene is like a gothic illusion. The hunt begins. Chapter 87. The situation has deviated from expectations, and Zephyr has nothing to do. Now the flying pirates must be downsized in order for Marine to reverse its decline. Crane is the person who ate the fruit of Paramecia Shushi. Ability is to flush any item. The washed items will lose their shape, and the living body will lose their strength, and even the evil in the human mind can be washed away. The ability of the rule system is the nirvana to reduce the opponent's staff. At this time, Zephyr, who had been on the defensive, suddenly rushed into the darkness at a high speed, and this time he took the initiative to launch an offensive. Redfield showed an imperceptible smile, his claws clenched his fists and bombarded. Zephyr was punched in the stomach, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, but he also tried his best, armed with a black arm, and grabbed one of Redfield's arms. Next second, under the explosive power of Zephyr, Screenfield was brought out of the black mist arranged in vampire form. Crane. Now. Zephyr's voice was like thunder. Call out. The Crane is ready to attack, and it is about to cut across the past hand knife. The moment it hit Redfield's shoulder, the knife in his hand was no longer sharp, but turned into a palm. Seeing the halo of soap-like bubbles coming out of Crane's palm, about to pat Redfield on the shoulder. But the next second, the left hand is controlled by Zephyr, but Redfield's right hand moves directly to the left, bypassing his abdomen. From an imperceptible position, a streak of purple-red nails shot out. In an instant, it ran through the Crane's neck. PK. Dark Bat Thorn. Crane. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr immediately noticed that the slender neck of the Crane had been pierced by a pencil-sized purple-red spike about 1.5 meters long. As a result, the whole person was hung in mid-air. And strangely enough, even though the main artery was pierced, there was not a drop of 823 blood flowing from the Crane's neck. Everyone panicked immediately. But at the moment, it's a battle now. Distraction has a price. Kazan, Shiki, all shot Garp and Sengoku again. When Sengoku and the others climbed up from the gunpowder, they froze in place and did not dare to move, as if they had no intention of fighting. Fortunately, Kuichien turned his head to dodge, and the neck bone was fine, otherwise he would be dead and disabled. And at the moment when Crane was about to fight to the death, he activated his fruit washing ability again. She instantly felt that her physical strength was crazily passing away. The blood vessels in her body were no longer flowing with warm blood, but more like 10,000 wriggling ice worms crawling in the blood vessels, blocking, freezing, scratching all kinds of blood. Feeling hit. What ability is this? Before the Crane could make the right thinking, her cheeks, neck, arms, legs, all the skin shrank crazily. In a short period of time, she was already a white-haired old woman. So this is the aging that Redfield said. Seeing a Crane like this, Zephyr was completely stunned. Crane. Only then did he discover that Redfield's ability can actually deprive others of their life history. And how can Redfield miss the opportunity to attack? Immediately with a knee bump, Zephyr arched his body and flew backwards like a shrimp. Aging is but a pint in the arteries. Crane has changed from a young and beautiful image with the pinnacle of appearance in life to an image of an elderly person with loose skin all over the body, pale hair, and wrinkles on his face. Even his teeth have become loose. Little Crane. The Crane in front of Sengoku and others is not 100 years old, but also almost 99 years old. He struggled to stand up, but found that his whole body was too weak to move. An old voice sounded slowly, "You, help me." But Sengoku et.al. are just about to reach out. Pop. The Crane's voice sounded again, "My thigh is broken, and my palm is also broken, don't touch me." Asterisk senseless. Sengoku and others looked at the aged Crane in front of them, completely dumbfounded. Garp stared fiercely at Kazan and the others. "You are behind me, I will protect you. As long as you kill that capable user, you will be restored to your original state. Most of Devil Fruit's abilities will be released when the ability user faints or dies." Ignoring Garp, Redfield gracefully withdrew his sharp claws. "It's only 69 years in the command room." Gee ha 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 underscore. Shiki laughed and said, "Pat, why is the lifespan of that stinky woman, Tsuru, only 69 years? Redfield, this is the limit, she won't survive 3 days." Hiss. 3 days of life? Crane, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr all gasped. Redfield took away 69 years of Crane's lifespan with just one piercing attack. Now Crane is 31 years old and has lost another 69 years of life. He is truly a centenarian. Sengoku frowned, wanted to comfort but didn't know how to say, "Crane. Sengoku, now is not the time." Kazan laughed. Shiki added, "This is not the time for you Marines to respect the elderly." Boom. Shiki broke out again and started a new battle with Sengoku. Immediately, Kazan and his wings faced off against the Marine trio again. Crane lay alone on the cold ground, trembling all over, feeling desperate inside. She felt that there was a huge blood hole running through her entire neck. The breeze brushed her neck, and her head was as cold as if it was mounted on an icicle. The blood seemed to have frozen and no longer flowed. Is this a harbinger of death? The giant panda, who used to be very heavy, very plump, troubled her infinitely. At the moment it is empty like nothing. Underwear, underwear, ran away too lonely. Cried. Crane couldn't help weeping, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Blue, blue, blue. In the midst of grief, Crane still maintained a trace of reason. She knows that in front of the mighty flying pirates, when all the members are violent, her forces are already defeated, and the only way to survive is to wait for the rescue of Kong Admiral. The phone connects. Crane. Kong's puzzled voice came over. Yes, me. He clenched his teeth with difficulty and insisted, his voice was hoarse and endlessly old. The battle situation on our side has collapsed. However, Crane's voice for help has not completely fallen. Interesting. Kong immediately hung up the phone. It is clear. This old woman's voice is definitely not a Crane. Crane powerlessly put down the phone bug, and the whole person suddenly despaired. Why? Empty Admiral. Why are you hanging up on me? Hope was annihilated. Crane wanted to cry and howl, but found that he didn't even have the strength. Woohoo! Shiki came to the side of the crying Crane, smiled and confiscated the phone bug. Redfield has been on the ship for 15 years, and everyone in the Flying Pirates knows the power of reading people's hearts. Naturally, it is impossible to be attacked by surprise. If there is, it must be a flaw that was deliberately sold. And, the loneliest people are the more deceitful they are. Even the clever Crane can't escape being played by Redfield. The location of the Marine X2 branch, the location of the Marine elite in this battle. At the same time, it is also the location of all the main forces of Rocks. Just as Kong hung up the phone, a call came again. The voice came, Kong Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr Vice Admiral were all injured, and Crane Vice Admiral directly became a centenarian. Our Marine branch is about to fall completely. Cooks, what did you say? Sky Admiral, our side is on the brink of defeat. Sengoku Vice Admiral, they are all going to die. Help! Was that person really a Crane? Kong squeezed the phone bug, tell them to hold on for a while. I'll lead the team there right away. Failed. Kong never expected that the strongest group of 4 in the new generation of Marine would be in a weak position in the battle, and even wanted to send out a distress signal, and the branch was even on the point of being lost. The loss of the base is not important, what matters is those 4 people. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane. The 4 of them are the future of Marine. 4 people. No one can be lost. The situation of the battle has developed like this, which is completely beyond Kong's cognition. Not to mention too many accidents, the Marine branch became a battlefield. Even, Garp, are they going to fail? And if they persist for another hour or 2, the Rocks pirates will be wiped out. At this moment, near Kong, tens of thousands of pirates are fighting with Marine, the shouts of killing are loud, bones are piled up, and blood flows into the sea. But on the whole, Marine occupies the prime. And Rocks is being besieged by Marine's hidden forces. This time, Naval Headquarters not only deployed 500 absolute elite soldiers to fight on the front line, constantly inflicting heavy damage on the Rocks pirate group. Also recruited 6 top defensive demon fruit powers from all over the world. 3 of them have played against Edward Newgate. The other 3 have the strongest defense, and they are fighting Rocks, the explosive fruit ability user. Rocks has unparalleled combat power, and Kong is also very afraid of the explosive fruit in his hands. Only a strong defense can resist the high explosive attack of Rocks. At this time, after hanging up the phone, Kong immediately joined the battle. Roar! Kong instantly turned into a new demon's ape demon. Today's sky is a huge 15-meter-long demonic ape, and everywhere it is a beast titan with tight chest. But at this moment, Kong stood on all fours and made a forward lunge. Ramos, attack from me. Be quick. Here we come. Admiral. Behind Kong, a huge armored figure was rolling, and in the next second, using Kong's back as a springboard, he rolled directly into the sky, and the huge tortoise shell body smashed down towards rocks angrily. Clark Ramos. Zoan Turtle Fruit Phantom Beast Basalt Form. With the ability of mythical monsters, it has the best defense of the monsters. Not afraid of the explosion of rocks at all, it is the nemesis of all high attack power. Ramos turned into a huge dragon turtle and hit rocks from a high altitude, the ground cracked open, and countless smoke and dust erupted at this moment, but Ramos, at this moment, was pinched by the shell of the rock's wolf. Kong, you kid, haven't you always wanted to know Lao Zi's real strength? Keep your eyes open. At that moment, endless darkness spread out from Rock's palm, covering Ramos. Rocks have the dark fruit ability. But know this ability, except for Rocks himself, only Kazan who forced him to use his ability. In previous battles, Rocks never exposed this ability. But today, Marine is obviously targeting them, all of them are defense exploding existences. Now besieged by 4 advanced forces. Rocks finally found the perfect time to unleash darkness, the perfect time to kill with one hit. What's going on? My ability. Ramos uncontrollably changed back to human form, and he felt that his basalt form ability was instantly sealed. Kong felt bad, and said loudly, "No. That's the most vicious Logia dark fruit in history. It can disable all capable people. Ramos. Use your own armament haki defense. Dark fruit? I'm going to do it." Ramos erupted in an instant, and his whole body was covered with a strong armed color in just an instant. But Rocks is not a good stubble, and in a blink of an eye, he jumped into the sky with Ramos in all black. When reaching the apex, Rocks locked Ramos' neck tightly, with an arc hanging from the corner of his mouth, and whispered sinisterly in Ramos' ear, "Do you know what wave destroys armed forces is? Drink." Ramos' ears exploded immediately, an armament haki was yelled out by Rocks, and he yelled back, leaving nothing behind. The two were twisted together, spinning and falling like cannonballs, hitting the hard stone slab. Euro. And almost at the same time, a huge explosion like a small nuclear bomb sounded in the pothole, and a mushroom cloud rose. The entire square was blasted into a huge hole tens of meters deep, and all the stone bricks were blown away at this moment. When the figure of Rocks stepped out, his whole body was soaked in blood. The pit was empty, only bloody traces. Today. After a long time, a small piece of turtle shell fell from the sky and spun around Kong's feet. Faced with this situation, Kong couldn't help trembling in his heart. Ramos, dead. The phantom beast species known as the hardest defense, Suanwu. After being attacked by the dark fruit to neutralize his strength, he was blown to pieces by the exploding fruit with the force of destruction. Kong never thought of it. Rocks hide so deep. He and Marine have been facing the conflict for more than 10 years, and they have fought dozens of times, but only one explosive fruit was exposed. Moreover, Rock's physical skills are definitely the king of this world. With dark fruit, it is enough to be called the nemesis of all capable people. Go on fighting. I'm afraid that other capable users will also lose here. Withdraw. As Marine Admiral, Kong will fight with all his might until the last moment. But in front of him, the advantage of all capable members on his side is completely restrained by dark fruit's Rocks, so it is no longer wise to continue fighting. And, there are 4 more important people waiting for him to rescue than a marine branch. Here, let it go. Save those 4 marine sparks for 2.5. On the other side, after a fierce battle, Sengoku and others will be defeated. Even if you insist on fighting, the ending is nothing but the end of deceit. With a few more attacks, the winner will be completely determined. It is worth mentioning that Sengoku and others are really tough, but Kazan and the others did not hold back, but insisted on fighting until now. Garp's arm is bleeding, Sengoku has sword wounds, and Zephyr is covered in claws. Shiki and Redfield, in fact, are not bad, both have injuries. However, compared with Sengoku et.al., the injuries suffered are lighter. Only Kazan. As the revived Kinjian went out, his injury had completely healed. In the distance, Linlin and the others had already packed up and strode forward. There were many marine non-commissioned officers in the branch, but under the strong combat power of Linlin and the others, they charged all the way and killed hundreds of marines. Also snatched a lot of good things. Linlin had small thoughts in his heart. She's ready tonight, go to the great room and ask Kazan for credit. Because of the mechanism, he got a devil fruit in this robbery. Linlin kept secretly laughing in his heart. Together. Just as Kazan gave the order, let the whole team launch the final attack on Sengoku and others. 3 haki passed through the distant sea, locked on Kazan. I see. On the surface of the sea in the distance, there is only a huge ape demon, stepping on the surface of the sea with all 4 feet on the ground and rushing towards it. Every time it steps down, the sea water explodes like a shell explosion. Kong. Is the target me? That's just enough to settle the account of Sabayati's island. The corner of Kazan's mouth couldn't help showing a smile, and with a flick of one hand, the wind dragon hovered directly from his arm. With a roar, all the surrounding wind elements were sucked into the mouth of the dark green wind dragon, and the wind dragon had already expanded several times. And at this moment, the wind of the whole island is still and flowing. Chapter 88. Meanwhile, the sea. The 2 fleets are sailing towards the same target, the island where Marine and Kazan are at war. The front is Marine, and the rear is the Rocks pirate group. Akoko with a bandaged head asks, "Boss, why don't we block Marine on the island?" In the face of Akoko, who is very curious, Rocks has never paid much attention to it, but at the moment he is in a good mood. Marine is defeated, but it also has the ability to fight a decisive battle with the flying pirates. Let them go, I naturally hope that the 2 sides will fight. The marine branch has been completely destroyed, and most of the Hakinosa siege has been lifted. The remaining half depends on the next operation. The battle situation is changing rapidly, and no one would have thought that the final battle will be held on the island where Kazan is located. Rocks grinned and said, "Marine is defeated, I will beat the dog who is in the water. Marine wins, I save for Kazan, he's in the pocket of the Russian Rocks." Boss is wise. Akoko boasted, his mind was in a daze. According to Rocks, Kazan is more important than killing Marine. The air pirates are suppressed by Marine, which is the situation Rocks is most happy to see. So, he made the pirates give up hunting Marine and let the fleet follow far behind. Regardless of the outcome, he and the Rocks must achieve a win-win situation. Don't create an accident for me, just fail like this, Kazan. Rocks stared at the warship in front of him, his eyes suddenly became fierce. Scrap. You're out of date. Hurry up. Prickly. Rocks cut his finger, blood soaked a cannonball, he threw it violently, and smashed into the interior of the warship in front of him in an instant. Boom! The huge explosion formed a large crater on the entire surface of the sea. That warship was reduced to pieces in an instant. And when the Rocks fleet passed by the explosion site, there was actually a trace of dew floating in the air. Rocks is an explosive man who ate the fruit of the explosion, and blood can also be used as explosives. Compared with MR5's small explosion that can at most stun people and break arms, Rock's explosion power is comparable to a warship full of gunpowder. The other side. Kong turned into an ape demon, getting closer and closer. Kazan went up to meet him. In the process of advancing, the storm around Kazan became more and more dense and expanded. The wind armor that was originally close-fitting is now as high as 20 meters, and its appearance is similar to that of the Uchiha family in Hokage Susanoo. Hurricane outfit. Hurricane 24 is a move evolved from the Gale armor, which uses the storm to compress the body around him, raising his defense to several levels. When the enemy attacks, it will be strangled by the storm of the hurricane, and the effect is like anti-injury armor. And when Kazan attacks, every part of the huge wind armor is a blasting weapon of the storm. Around the island, the wind was absorbed by Kazan and calmed down. Sengoku, who stayed at the scene, could even hear his own breathing clearly. This feeling is as suffocating as it was during the Battle of Blast Island. Garp, Zephyr. Sengoku frowned deeply. Garp and Zephyr nodded simultaneously. Now that the empty admiral has arrived and Kazan is rushing to meet them, the remaining marine units will also be augmented. Now is the perfect time to fight back. Members of the Flying Pirates, Sengoku and the three must work together to kill even one, and let them regain a little lost face. Even if they don't, they will be able to pick up dead enemies as soon as marine reinforcements arrive. Garp, kill who? Sengoku, Charlotte Special Linlin. Zephyr, go. Power exploded under the feet of the three at the same time, and Sengoku turned into a golden light. Haki of all colors, aim for Jinlot Linlin. The flying pirates, Shiki and Redfield are the most powerful, and it is impossible to kill them quickly, and Shiki is a thunder fruit capable user, so fast that it is difficult to capture, and the rest is only Charlotte Linlin who took the lead in robbery. As for the Titan brother, the stinky kid Kaido? Sengoku and others ignored it. Boom! Zephyr moved first, Garp set up his attack later, and Sengoku stepped back. Shiki looked serious, and drew out his two knives. Pat, these three bastards are going to fight back. Redfield's 10 fingers turned into sharp claws, his expression was cold. I don't think so. Well haha. The target is me. That's great. Napoleon. Prometheus. Zeus. Wake up. Feeling locked up, Linlin immediately released Haki's various anthropomorphic mesas around him. Yes. Mom. Lightning flashed all over Shiki. Linlin, you have teammates. Linlin understands. Linlin said. In the next moment, Zephyr attacked first, and punched Linlin's face, causing the blood to burst. But who is Linlin? It is one of the most talented existences in the entire sea, and the steel balloon is not called for nothing. She may be injured, but not fatal. Linlin instantly inflated his body and took the punch hard. Immediately, all the Haki were released, and the soul vibrations of the soul fruit exploded, and the terrifying coercion attacked Zephyr's soul. Zephyr was stunned for a moment, but his arms had already been grabbed by Linlin. The monster power is in full swing. The twisting pain from the arm was like being run over by a steamroller. Zephyr was in pain, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Is she a monster? This strange force, I can't move. And at this moment, Garp and Sengoku have also rushed to the front. But at this moment, a huge green bull rushed over, its one horn directly pressed against the belly of Gold Buddha, and it was deeply sunken. BD, that is the head of my big sister of Kaido. How can I be besieged by you bastards? Sengoku's palm immediately turned into a shock wave, Buddha shock. Slap on the back of the bull with one palm. Puff. A huge shock wave melted behind the back, and the Sanskrit sound vibrated. Kaido immediately spat out blood, but still relying on the thick skin of the phantom beast, he pushed Sengoku back several steps with all his might. Kaido kid, don't die. Shiki was going to attack Sengoku, but saw that Kaido, who had been silent all the time, made the first move and turned towards Zephyr, Redfield. The brief moments that Kaido won were invaluable. Redfield knew right away, setting up darkness around Charlotte Linlin. The dark claw suddenly emerged from the shadows, and directly hit the approaching Garp, and the fists of the two collided together. Immediately creates an explosion of conquerors. The darkness shattered and gathered again. And at this time, Shiki, Shuki, Molly, Mok, Kikai locked Zephyr, which has been controlled by Charlotte Linlin. Linlin. Shuki turned into lightning and flashed in front of Linlin's face. A thunder shot hit Jiffa's chin. Jean Blue's electricity passed through Zephyr's head, broke through the sky, and countless thunderstorms fell straight down, leaving Zephyr in a thunderstorm. Hiss! It's such a terrifying energy, it's paralyzed all over the body, and you can't break free. Zephyr immediately covered his whole body with arms. What method do you have to use quickly? Kaido's stinky brat is no match for Sengoku at all, and it's your time of death when you get back. Mother! Zeus wrapped around Linlin like a flowing cloud, and suddenly exploded at this moment. Flames, thunder, and lightning, slashing, all greet Fa. Molly turned himself into a stone man with the fruit of the island, appeared in front of Charlotte Linlin, stretched out a giant hand from the ground, and completely grasped Zephyr's legs and feet. Now, big brother! A huge force came, and Zephyr felt his legs were about to be crushed. Don't underestimate our Titan brothers! Molly dropped a punch from the sky and bombarded Zephyr's head, fist at the door. Zephyr felt that his head was like a Rubik's cube, moving like a cube, his eyeballs reached the corners of his mouth, the world was spinning, his teeth were about to shatter in an instant, and 2 lines of blood came out of his ear holes. And at this moment, Sengoku kicked Kaido several tens of meters away with 1 extra kick, making him a holy doctor again. Buddha's wrath light array. It's useless. Redfield jumped out of the darkness in an instant, crossing his hands to completely absorb the impact. Zephyr is reaching its limit. The potential exploded completely, and finally broke free from Linlin's grasp. Also in this instant, Garp's fist clash struck, and the entire battlefield was completely detonated. The most intense conflict broke out between the double ante. Even the moves released are already distinguished between friend and foe, and they are attacking indiscriminately. But under the joint efforts of Kaido and Redfield, in the end Shiki was 1 step ahead. Boom! Double cutting blade raging slash. With a gunshot opening the way, the pitch-black Sakura Tenkakyoku flashed past, and Zephyr's right arm was broken into 3 pieces. A section of the palm. A section of the arm. A section below the shoulder. Zilla. Blood gushed out, like several burst high-pressure water pipes. Ah! Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the entire sky that Fa saw was filled with scarlet. When Shiki fell, the 2 knives had been retracted, and a musket was still holding a smoking gun in his hand. Zephyr's palm was shattered by the musket bullet's wound around him. Zephyr! Sengoku, Garp saw the tragic scene, their expressions were already terrified. The crane on one side was lying on the ground unable to move, and broke down crying, "Zephyr! My hand!" Zephyr yelled, his mouth wide open. Holding the bleeding shoulder with his left hand, kneeling on the ground, his spirit has collapsed. And at the same time, Kazan and Kong collide face to face. Kong turned into an ape demon, jumped high from the sea, saw Zephyr's arm was cut off. Kong's heart was very complicated, and finally turned all this complexity into the power of revenge. This war, Marine has been too brutal. Kazan must die. Snow White's demon ape turned into a huge shadow, covering a piece of sky. Kong's full blow aimed at Kazan, who was wrapped in green Susan's armor. Kazan! Go to hell! Funeral in hell! Boom! The flashing huge white shadow collided with the flashing huge hurricane Susanoo. The fist of the giant demon ape collided with the fist of Storm Susanoo Titan. The ape demon's fist easily penetrated Susan's armor, the storm burst open, and the huge fist directly reached the face of Kazan's body. And Kazan! The right fist is full of Conqueror's winding, killing knowledge, reading people's hearts, and invading Kong. Boom! Blast off the giant ape fist. The power of the rampage swept over all the slabs behind Kazan, and the real person was shot out like a cannonball. And the sea behind Kong is the same, it's like the sea is receding collectively at this moment, and the seabed of the island is exposed in the air. The sea of clouds is surging. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The ape demon form is a kind of phantom beast with explosive power. Its giant strength is comparable to that of Titan King Kong, and it has the power of wild beasts. Zan naturally fell to the disadvantage in the power competition. His whole body was wrapped in green flames, and he completely withdrew from the hurricane armor. As if being hit hard, it shot out towards the back at extreme speed. And also at this moment, Kong turned into an ape demon, but was completely surrounded by armor. I see. The hurricane armor that had been punched to pieces by the ape demon gathered again. And this time, it's not on Kazan, but on the attacking Kong ape demon form. Susanoo King Kong. Among the exploding Qing Yan, there was a sudden shout, explode. Kong chose to give up defense, and chose to kill Kazan with a single punch, which must be at the expense of defense. In an instant, the whole island was full of strong winds, and the waves were monstrous. In the form of the demon ape in the sky, the whole body is covered with Ugreen's gust of wind blade, the sound of piercing and rattling, the sound of thousands of waves, the flying wind blade across the body surface of the ape demon, cutting off pieces. The white ape bristles struck in all directions. The marine branch building in the distance was split in half by the wind blade. After the storm, the wind of the entire island, the clouds in the sky, and the waves on the sea are all peaceful, regular, and clockwise. Everything seems to follow a certain law. Feng fruit has changed the natural environment permanently at this moment. And Kong turned into a snow-white ape demon, standing on the dilapidated square, with snow-white fur like steel needles, and in the gaps, blood dripped crazily along the bristles. In just a few seconds, the white ape demon has turned into a red ape demon. Kong's figure shrank and returned to human form. But at this moment, the marine uniform on his whole body has long since disappeared, and there are hundreds, even thousands, of wounds on his body, which are savage and dripping blood crazily. The most horrifying thing is that Kong was once scratched by a first-generation ghost, leaving a scar on the left side of his face. Add another eye-catching scar at this moment. From the bottom of the ear on the left face, to the eyes, to the eyebrows, and then to the top of the head, it spans half of the face. If you look carefully, Kong's left eyeball was already pale and lost its luster. Hoo! That guy should be dead. Kong lost his strength and knelt on one knee on the square. Give up all your defenses, concentrate all your strength on your fists, and strike with all your might. To kill that man. Kong couldn't help but want to fall down. Sky Admiral. Sengoku hastened to hold him up, his palms were covered in blood. Sengoku never expected that Kong Admiral's eyeballs would be removed again. The flying pirates already have the strength to kill Marine Admiral. What about Kazan? Is he dead? Marine Admiral's punch with all his strength should be able to kill that BD. Sengoku turned his head and looked. There are countless blue and gold flames emerging from the ruins at this moment. This kind of blue flames spread on the ground like life, and the green flames are endless. So. With all eyes on. Burned for a full 5 minutes. And in the center of the flame, a figure slowly gathered, and then walked out step by step. Call out. First generation Onitsuo appeared in Kinjian out of nowhere. A burning arm protruded from the flames to hold the scabbard. In the next second, the famous knife was stuck on the flame. Kazan had the first generation geisha pinned to his waist, and the flames on his body slowly receded. Not good. He's not dead yet. Sengoku was shocked. What a monster! How come it's the same as being unkillable? With every step Kazan took, Sengoku's heart tightened. A thought popped into Sengoku's mind, that man is like an executioner. With every step he took with the knife, Kong, who was kneeling in a pool of blood, was getting closer to the moment of execution. Zephyr, one of the strongest new generations, lost his right arm, and Marine Admiral lost a left eye. This battle, in fact, regardless of the outcome, Marine will be nailed to the pillar of shame in New World. Will spread all over the world. Garp. Sengoku trembled, glanced at Garp, then turned his head to look at Zephyr kneeling on the ground on one side, and then turned his head to look at the weak crane lying on the ground on the other side. Take people. Run away. When Kong was about to kneel completely, Sengoku had given up all thoughts, hugged the bloody Kong, and fled frantically towards the sea. Garp clenched his fists unwillingly, glanced at Sengoku who had already escaped, and chose the nearest one, and Zephyr, who was carrying one arm, also fled frantically towards the sea in an instant. Watching the former partner flee in an instant, the eyes of the crane's eyes lost their light in an instant. The pupils, which were already old and white, are now dimmed. Don't leave me, save, Garp, I want to live. Crane has realized at this moment that he has become an abandoned child left by Marine. Chapter 89. Seeing that all the Marines were defeated and fled, the tragic battle ended. In this fighting spirit, almost all fighters were wounded. The resurrected green flames on Kazan's body are still bursting out of flames from all over the body, indicating that the internal injuries are serious. That one punch from Kong could literally take Kazan's life. But, that was before Kazan had the Phoenix ability. Roar! We won! Oh hoo, now I can fight next to Marine's dead body. We made it, we won! Charlotte and Linlin jumped up happily. Well, Linlin hurts. But when I think of holding a devil fruit in my hand, I can go to the big room at night to ask Kazan for credit. Moo la la la. Kaido was almost unsteady with his mace in his hands, but the smile on his face couldn't be restrained. Now Kaido is facing Sengoku, even if he has a phantom beast, he can only be beaten. But I have a group of big bosses by my side. Lord Governor, are we going to recover Marine? Titan Molly asked naively. No need. Kazan pointed a finger, and the green flames of the revived covered everyone. The healing ability of the Phoenix is not a cure for all diseases, but it is much better than medicine. Yeah. What is this? It's amazing. Everyone felt the coolness and healing, and couldn't help but marvel. Shiki looked at the gold flame on his arm, picked up one, and found that the flame was very cool. Moreover, the blue flame spread and burned, and the scar on the arm actually gradually faded away. Kazan glanced at the crane that had fallen to the ground, already a centenarian. After thinking about it, he took out a pair of shackles from the space. This pair of shackles, designed by Stussy, is made of sea stone minerals mined by Wano Kuni. The effect is similar to the handcuffs worn by Yamato. It has a mechanism that explodes when you leave the nooks. The sea stone can restrain the crane, the ability user who washes the fruit, the crane. Perfect for a prisoner like Crane. Kazan turned his head and said, Brist, put the crane in the prison of the Nuxus, and then put these shackles on her. Yes. Your Excellency Governor. The female warrior nodded excitedly. Kazan felt that it would be more effective to keep her than to let Crane die like this. The first effect is that you can take the crane at any time and come out for a walk. Yes. A simple action can drive Marine to death. Since the crane has this special function, it is better than killing it. Kazan looked at the surface fleet, followed by Rock's fleet, and gave the order immediately. Send another big gift to Marine's long memory. Let this failure be engraved in their bones. There are dozens of huge warships on the sea, and it is not appropriate to attack rashly. Even lion fruit capable people are not invincible in the floating state. If they are besieged, they may sink to the bottom of the sea. Roar Linlin and the others immediately cheered when they heard this. Soon, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shuki, Linlin lined up on the harbor. 5 strands of conquerors burst out, indiscriminately attacking distant warships. Feeling this berserk power again, Kaido followed behind them, his expression even more excited. When will I be able to have such power? Kaido's back is covered with cold blue flames, and his heart is crazy and hot. At this moment, on the warship, Kong is lying on the floor, the deck is already covered with blood, a mummy is bandaged, and White's bandages are full of fresh blood. He is still in the form of a phantom beast, and has the most powerful recovery power. The result was still a lot of serious injuries, and the old wounds had just healed a little bit, and new scars popped out. Ahem! Kong's face was very ugly. He still doesn't know why, under the blow of his overdrawn strength, Kazan is miraculously still alive. Moreover, this time Marine has been planning a huge war against the rocks for a long time. Because of Kazan's comeback, Marine is completely defeated. This is a disgrace to the whole Marine. Kong didn't expect that there would be so many accidents in this war, making it impossible for everyone to respond correctly. Sudden departure from the rocks pirates Hakinosu. To the rocks to reveal the hidden dark fruit abilities. The branch of conquerors that can annihilate armament Haki. Sengoku, Garp and others were defeated by the air pirates led by Kazan. Zephyr lost an arm. Marine Admiral's own, lost an eye. Against that Kazan guy, giving up defense is a stupid decision. Marine lost the name Crane, the resourceful general. The humiliation one after another stimulated Kong's nerves. This is a shame to nail Marine to the pillar of shame and become a pillar of shame. The wounds on his body burst open again. Kong Admiral. The ship's doctor quickly sprayed Kong's body with potion. And the other side. Zephyr's arm was tied firmly with a bandage, and the bleeding finally stopped, but the scars all over his body were shocking. When the ship doctor bandaged him, his whole hand was shaking. This is the case for ship doctors who are used to seeing blood, and the other soldiers dare not look at it. Some sailors have already vomited madly towards the sea. Zephyr had never been so hopeless in his life. Heart-piercing pain came from the empty arm, and the crippled self. Can you still arrest the pirate? Who would have thought that the foursome, known as the future of Marine, would fail like this in front of Kazan? Does Marine have a future? Sengoku was also tied into a mummy, and his expression was ugly. Ultimate. He finally gave the choice to Garp. And Garp chose the Zephyr. Ditched the Crane. He, who has been their colleague for more than 10 years, has made a lot of determination to give up, but when the thing actually happened, it made people regret it. It can only be blamed for not being prepared this time. Offended the current flying pirates. However, according to the situation at the time, giving up the Crane is also the best choice. Crane is already a centenarian, and Sengoku and others can't kill Latefield at all. Therefore, even if Crane is rescued, he is still a person who is about to die of old age. When everyone looked sad, the ship doctor who bandaged Garp collapsed from foaming at the mouth, and the soldiers fell to the ground one by one. It's Conqueror's Haki again. Garp cursed, raised his fist, stared at the 5 figures lined up on the ruined island port, and cursed, Kazan. Do those bastards still want to fight? Such a long distance. It has no effect on us at all, I don't know what they are showing off. BD. This group of pirates will one day kill them all one by one. Garp's face was full of anger, and he stared at everything fiercely. I have already regarded Kazan and others as sworn enemies in my heart. And also at this time. Behind Garp, there is also a powerful Conqueror's Haki. What is this again? Damn it! It's Rocks and Newgate's Conquerors. In the distance, Pirate E. Rocks saw Kong being rescued to the marine warship, and he already knew in his heart that Kazan had won. This result made Rocks furious. For him, this is the worst possible outcome. However, the fact has already happened. Rocks can't figure out Kazan's strength. Rocks seemed to retreat in his heart, Zan seemed really hard to conquer. When Rocks was thinking about countermeasures, he felt the conquerors from Kazan, and immediately understood what Kazan wanted to express. Rocks glanced at Newgate, who nodded, and the two also sent out powerful conquerors. The target is the fleeing marine ahead. Marine, Kong's warship. Another Conqueror's. The marine soldier, who was already dizzy from the shock, turned pale instantly, completely unable to hold back under the shock of another Conqueror's haki. Ouch! After a while of foaming, they all fell down unconsciously. And when two Conquerors, coming from both sides, collide. Dozens of warships sailing on the sea are at the center of Conqueror's haki confrontation. Not good! Sengoku yelled. He already knew the intentions of Kazan et.al. Had the Conquerors been left to wreak havoc, the warship might have sunk here. Now, under the impact of the Conqueror's collision, the fences on the warship burst open one after another, and the barbs pierced into the marine soldier's skin. In the eyes, tearing wailing resounded through the deck. It's over. Despair. The marine soldier knelt on the ground, crying with his head in his arms. What a terrible power, our marine is lost. We failed. There was no way we could have won. Powerful haki attack, even the General Marine Vice Admiral can't resist it. Wow! An officer who was probing the fence fell into the sea. But even if a person falls into the water, no one is in charge. Speed up! Get out of range of the Conquerors! Sengoku ordered. Then, Sengoku looked at Garp again. Immediately, the two cast one left and one right, each casting Conqueror's resistance. But how could the two of them be the opponents of a group of powerful people? At the moment when the Conquerors collided, blood and feces were constantly flowing from the nostrils of Sengoku and Garp. But they can only accept it hard. Resist hard. Gritting their teeth to resist. The wounds on his body exploded again, spitting out blood. Sengoku and Garp swear that they have never encountered such embarrassment. They used to run after the pirates, but now, they brought Marine Admiral Kong being chased by pirates. Embarrassment. What a shame. They have just swallowed the bitter fruit of failure in a huge war that has been prepared for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Reservoir dogs should be beaten hard. Bring all the shells to me. Rox blasts the cannonball out. Before Garp's eyes, two huge warships were instantly blown to pieces. Terrible power. Normally, a cannonball that can blow a hole in the hull of a warship is not considered powerful. However, the cannonball thrown by Rox can not only blast into the hull of a warship in an instant, but also detonate it instantly, causing the entire warship to shatter into pieces. Garp had already had his confidence destroyed by Kazan before. At this moment, they are facing Rox's unscrupulous provocation again. Garp's confidence was hit again. Boom! Boom! One after another, the warships shattered into pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. The sinking of each warship means that thousands of marine soldiers died in the sea. This battle is too tragic. There was a trace of disappointment on Kong's face. Marine, maybe there is going to be a change. It was night. The deck of the Nuxus is full of supplies looted from Marine. It was at that time that Molly broke into the Marine branch and released 600 pirate members with the fruit of the door. It was searched and searched. For Sengoku and others' advanced battles, these little pirates can't participate, but they also play a role. Governor Kazan, the material and cash Barry collected this time is almost 200 million. A statistician reported. You guys did a great job. Kazan encouraged. Long live the Governor General. Long live the flying pirates. Amazon Lily's female warriors shouted together. After the fight, Kazan did not choose to continue contact with Rox. Anyway, loot or something, just take it and leave. Now that Marine has escaped from the Hakinosu waters, the Rox pirates are out of the siege and have a chance to develop. The next time will be the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and if Rox doesn't bring out the Valley of the Gods to discuss, Kazan won't bother to talk to him. The course of the Nuxus was heading towards the Marine X1 branch, and all the Marines there retreated. The Hakinosu Sea area has suddenly become a marine-free zone. Kazan intends to launch it into a floating island and use it as a base in New World. The marine buildings above are much stronger than ordinary buildings, and the X1 branch is the largest marine branch in the Hakinosuza Sea area. The configuration is the most luxurious, and there are ready-made ones. Deserted island to redevelop a base conveniently. It is also a crazy thing to turn the marine branch into a pirate base. Moreover, Sky Island is not afraid of invasion, and the fruits of every door extend in all directions. Your Excellency, the prisoner named he seems to have gone crazy, and he keeps saying that he wants to die. A female warrior came to report. Kazan nodded and said, "Pat, come with me." Soon, the cell. The old crane curled up on the floor, with sea stones healing money on its feet. Seeing Kazan's arrival, Crane kept muttering, "Kazan, kill me. Kill you." Kazan's icy voice came, "The shackles under your feet can limit your strength to be weaker than the common people, and there is a mechanism song will explode if he leaves Nuxus. If you want to die, you can always find a place to jump off. No one will stop you on this boat." Saying that, Kazan asked someone to open the door of the cell. Crane flinched and couldn't believe it. The look of self-mockery at this moment covered her entire old face. Is there any point in living in such a decayed state? Crane's mood is very complicated, he really wants to die. She was actually abandoned by her most trusted comrade in arms. The year they had to join Marine, the upper management assigned her 3 teammates, Garp, Sengoku, and Fa. And what Sengoku often says is, "Zaya-he, with me here, you don't need to worry about these things. Garp, leave these bastards to me, Wang Nyazeo, stand behind me, Zaya-he, I will protect you. Zephyr, all the pirates should be sent to prison, leave it to me. Just take a look. Zaya-he. The results of it. In front of them, I was captured by pirates without any resistance. It's obvious that they've already called for help. What's even more frightening is that it was in the hands of a cruel pirate group. What kind of creature is a pirate? Crane is very clear. It's just that my old appearance shouldn't be able to arouse their interest in any aspect. But getting old is already the greatest punishment." Kazan laughed, "Pat, give her back her life." Redfield nodded, and a red light ball immediately appeared on the palm of his hand, and he flicked it directly into Hans Joe Xin. Kazan turned to the female assistant and said, "Tell the others, if this prisoner wants to commit suicide, no one needs to stop him." Today. After giving the order, Yazan simply led the people away. He didn't care if Crane died or not, and he wasn't interested in torture her, but mental attack was absolutely indispensable. If the Crane can survive, walk in front of Marine anytime? Kazan is still very happy. Furthermore, Kazan is also preparing to go to East Blue to demolish the Cross-Sea Bridge. I don't know what the Crane's expression is when it sees the aristocrat Zheng Chuan. Shiki has finished collecting information. The Kingdom of the Bridge has a palace of celestial dragons, full of slaves, full of oppression. Marine, who claims to be righteous, should take a good look at what kind of things he is guarding. The cell door was open. The Crane's body regained its youth, but was restricted by the sea stone and was extremely weak. At the same time, the words Kazan said earlier played in her mind. With this pair of shackles, he either stays on the Nuxus forever, or jumps directly from a high altitude and explodes to death. But Crane, who had regained his beauty, did not dare to step out of the cell at this moment, curled up in a corner and trembling. What to do? On the one hand, it is the lost and recovered beauty, and the hope to live. On the one hand, it is the despair of being abandoned by the most trusted companions, which is worse than death. Dead or alive? Crane's mentality suddenly collapsed at this moment. Chapter 90. Rumble. New World, an island rises from the ground. The original Marine X1 completely changed hands at this moment. The flying pirates set up more than a dozen bonfires on the branch square piled up with stone slabs, and the music exploded. Banquet, start. Charlotte hid Linlin secretly, with a happy face. Well, Linlin's happiness depends on you, you must satisfy the boss. In her hand, there is a red devil fruit, which was dug out from a drawer in the marine branch earlier. Linlin knows. Kazan has been looking for devil fruit. Since he is so lucky, of course he is careful to claim credit. Maybe you can live in the big room of your dreams tonight. Kaido also came at this time. Big sister, I know you've always wanted to please the boss, I just got a devil fruit, please help give it to the boss. Kaido said, and transformed into a one-horned blue cow with blue scales. Clatter. Spit out a black devil fruit from the mouth, which was also found in the marine branch. The blue cow form has 4 stomachs, one of which cannot digest things, which is equivalent to a storage room, where some things can be stored. Well. Kaido, are you sure it's for me? Linlin smiled even more, and his expression became more expectant. This kid Kaido is quite up to the mark, I am worthy of my sister for bringing you on board. Ah. Right. Let you deal with it together. Kaido scratched his head, he was actually going to hand it over to Kazan, he was fighting or recovering before, so he didn't have time. Since Linlin wanted to please the boss with devil fruit, he simply gave it to the big sister who has been taking good care of himself. Previously, he couldn't understand Sengoku's attack on Linlin, so Kaido took the lead instantly. Although Sengoku beat him to the ground, fortunately, Kazan's defense and strength in the form of the green bull of the phantom beast species exploded. Kaido is fine now, moo la 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 la. I'll go right away. Well. Linlin swaggered away. Sky, Nuxus, deck. Crane did not expect, in a blink of an eye. The X1 branch where I originally held a meeting has now been lifted up several thousand meters into the sky. Pirates, on the other hand, sang and danced in the marine square where they had trained. Crane, lonely in heart. She is still a marine, not a pirate. This world does not belong to her, and she dare not disembark. It was very windy at high altitude, and she was a little cold. Think about it, go back to your cell, continue to shiver in the corner. Nuxus, Captain's room. Shiki took a stack of documents. Kazan, the situation in the Kingdom of Bridge 203 has been investigated. The Kingdom of the Bridge is ruled by a stray celestial dragon's family. The celestial dragons have garrisoned there all year round, and they control 70,000 slaves to build the bridge on the sea. Near the construction site, there are 5 large mines. Shidayan has a team of over 1,000 architects, all of whom are architectural elites from around the world. After hearing Shiki's report, I gave a little bit of praise. Bagpipe Island required a lot of building materials, and Kazan set his sights on the Marie Joyce Bridge. Unexpectedly, there was actually a celestial dragon's family stationed there. Things have become clear. Quarries, stones for bridges. Slave. Architect team. Celestial dragon's family property. This is what Kazan wants to achieve in this trip. Bagpipe Island needs to be built. Celestial dragons recruited architects from all over the world. Those who can design the big project of cross-sea bridge are naturally considered architectural talents. If slaves go to build bridges, it is better to go to Bagpipe Island to build islands for me. I can still give them wages and a full meal. Stone, celestial dragons, behind it is a huge resource. Kazan felt that after a few days of rest, he could set off and let Fenglay Island officially enter the construction. Boom! At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. Shiki pulled Linlin into the room, come in. Kazan saw Linlin poking his head in, with squinting eyes. Immediately a headache. It's not that he doesn't want to take Linlin down. But since he met 13-year-old Linlin, that guy has been in the shape of a little fat man. He was originally a huge tank with a childlike temperament. Now he is 28 years old. Although he is a little thinner, he is also worthy of his reputation in terms of temperament and body shape. Above is the level of armored vehicles. If Linlin was a small car, even an SUV, Kazan would turn the steering wheel hard and drive away. Armored tanks? I really don't have that driver's license. Boss, BAA. Look. Entering the room, Linlin coincidentally took out 2 devil fruits. Kazan was naturally pleasantly surprised when he saw devil fruit. He has a devil fruit upgraded box, and he needs to feed devil fruit to increase the chance of upgraded to 100%, so that the next devil fruit will produce a huge upgraded, and then improve some quality. It can be said that as long as the feeding is good, it is definitely a devil fruit of divine grade. It transcends everything. And during the feeding process, there is a chance to add new abilities. Kazan has enough patience to facilitate such a good thing, but the most needed thing is of course devil fruit. In this way, his 4th devil fruit is ready to use. Come here, Linlin. Seeing devil fruit, Kazan smiled. Linlin obediently came to Kazan's side. Boss, look, I found this red devil fruit in the drawer of the marine branch, and this black devil fruit. Kaido stinks. No, Linlin also found it from the cigarette. Well, ha ha ha. Naturally, Kazan would not complain about Linlin's clumsy deception. Still encouraged, Linlin, you are doing very well, let me see. Soon. After touching Red's devil fruit, the system prompt sounded in Kazan's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has contacted the secret treasure of the sea, Paramecia lily fruit, experience value plus 2 million. Fortune value plus 20 points. Current fortune, the total is 20 points. Power fruit? Seeing this, Tianzan shook his head. The power fruit is a kind of paramecia. In the original book, the first captain of the Blackbeard pirates who eats it is called the champion Giza's badgers. Smash it out! This fruit seems to have a single ability, but if it can be added to the upgraded box, it will undoubtedly be a great help. Kazan thought. After experiencing the attack of Kong, a terrifying ancient monster, Kazan thinks that the power attribute is very powerful. And the power fruit can easily uproot a mountain, so naturally it can also target islands. Also a great boost for lion fruit. Kazan decided that when the fortune value reaches 100 points, if there is no other good devil fruit, he will feed this power fruit to the upgraded box to try to increase the chance of being upgraded. And at the same time, Kazan touches Black's devil fruit again. Ding! It is detected that the host has contacted the secret treasure of the sea, Paramecia piercing fruit, experience value plus 2 million. Fortune value plus 15 points. Current fortune, 35 points in total. It's actually a fruit that wears through? The wearer fruit can pass through all inanimate objects. The user is Mr. Tanaka in the theatrical version of the Golden City. The effect is actually similar to the gate fruit, which moves through space, but the effect is much worse. I didn't expect to meet so many familiar evil fruits in this era. But what? Although Chuan Guo also has the ability to fight, Kazan doesn't need it, but he still decides to put things away. Wait until you accumulate more devil fruits, and then choose ones with good abilities, just try your luck. Now, don't rush even if you have devil fruit on hand. Seeing Kazan accepting the devil fruit contentedly, Linlin's face was full of anticipation. Boss, then tonight I can. Bobo. Kazan flicked Linlin's forehead twice, making a popping sound. Boss wants me to come over at 2 o'clock tonight. Linlin asked. Kazan, do you think you are Sun Monkey? He just remembered that Stussy said last time that Linlin's physical peak period is between 30 and 40 years old, which is only 2 years away from now. Linlin, wait until your 30th birthday. Really? Another 2 years? Certainly. That's great, well. It was the first time Linlin got a verbal promise from Kazan, and he was instantly excited. Do the math. Linlin has been waiting for 15 years, 2 more years, 17 years. A person's youth has passed, but Linlin's puberty has not yet arrived. What a strange constitution! Linlin knew that he had no chance tonight, but at least he got Kazan's promise, so he was eager for knowledge and aroused. Then Linlin can watch it up close tonight, old sister Yamato Shiki? Well. Get out. CFFF. Kazan had a headache. Shiki snickered on the side, wait 2 years, you can play together, Linlin. Kazan, good advice. A few days passed. Kazan and others are preparing to depart East Blue. And great things are happening in the world as well. A bustling island in the New World. Countless newsbirds hover over the harbor. This is Newland Bruce Harbor, the current headquarters of the News of the World. Pata. Inside the news agency, a news release was thrown to the ground. Then, a black leather shoe stepped on it fiercely, twisted back and forth, and the press release was completely broken. Are you guys idiots? The news sucks. Smoker, your writing sucks. The war in the Hakinosa Sea area, what adjective do you use? The first thing we want to do when we make big news is to specialize in yae. At this time, the president of the news agency, Reeves, sprayed the bloody head of the young Morgans who had just joined the job. Marine. Big failure. Rocks pirates. Big failure. The flying pirates are the biggest winners. They not only cut off the arm of Marine's new generation Marine Vice Admiral Zephyr, but also blinded Marine Admiral Kong's eye. They even took away Marine's X1 branch. Take off and become a floating island. The flying pirates are the biggest winners. All of them are the ones you want to describe. Morgans, news depends on associations, breaking points, and brains. Besides, the duel between Kazan and Rocks on Duelist Island is also a very important material. It is compiled like a myth, touted, understand. Only news can be sold. Under the angrily reprimanded by the President Reeves, Morgans shivered and returned to his desk. Start editing news releases again. Soon. The entire news agency. All employees immediately went into rampage mode. In 3 hours. A newspaper headline: The evil captain comes back, the worst pirates are born, Marine becomes a disgrace to the New World. Along with the news, bird spread its wings, it floated directly to the sea. Today's sea is destined to be extremely lively, and many pirates have already started discussions with newspapers. Hiss! This is an unprecedented huge battle. Marine actually killed 30,000 people. Has the pirate group that killed celestial dragons appeared again? Flying pirates, what a bold move. This is a pirate has never been far away from home. Has Marine Admiral Sora's eyes gone blind? It's terrible. What level of war is it that can blind people? Zephyr that BD. Ha ha ha. All my brothers were sent to impel down by him, Zephyr's hand is broken. The flying pirates are my heroes. They did a great job. Ah! The bounty is about to explode. Captain Kazan's original bounty is also the second highest in the world. What's more, he hasn't made a move for 15 years. It's a big deal at the first shot. As for Hakinosu, the atmosphere is different from other sea areas. Hakinosu was bombarded by the Marine and is now planning to rebuild. In Skull Rock. For this news, Lux is also innocent. Damn the news agency, Lao Zi's credit is all written on Kazan's head, and how can I recruit new pirates? But, is Sora blind? Well done. Rocks paused. Newgate, the Roger pirates have taken the lead in New World recently, and the bounty has increased to 300 million berry. They can be regarded as potential pirates. Go and get in touch with them. Just say I want to see them. Goo la 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 la. Roger? I don't know. Newgate still carried Kong Yunki and walked out. In New World, a pirate group with a skeleton flag is floating in the sea. Hey! Roger! That guy Kazan is making a big deal. Listen to Rayleigh, have you ever fought him? Jabba said, holding a newspaper. Roger took a few sips of a bottle of wine, squinting his eyes as if recalling, I did have this experience with Kazan, but I lost to him in swordsmanship at the time, and I saw the look on my face. Is there a scar? It's what Kazan left me, and it still hurts. Thinking of the sparring 15 years ago, Roger tried his best, but he couldn't force out Kazan's devil fruit ability. Roger is still reminiscing at the moment, it's a pity I didn't let that guy have fun. However, we should be able to defeat him now. Roger added with his usual confidence. Jabba, then what kind of person is Kazan? Roger said with a smile, as long as you don't become hostile to him, you should be considered a good man, and he even held a special banquet for me. While the two were discussing, the Japanese stock conquerors attacked. Yo-ho, a big guy is here this time. An hour passed. When Roger and Newgate returned to the boat, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Newgate? Looks like a tie. Marine's big defeat in New World, I heard it was caused by the joint efforts of your rocks pirates and flying pirates. The two had just fought a game, and it ended in a draw, and they gradually became acquainted. The strong are sympathetic. Little ones, get up, take out all the good things on board, and have a banquet. He's Newgate. He's the great pirate of the rocks pirates. Roger enthusiastically ordered the banquet. What is Kazan's strength now? What about Shiki? How about that guy, is he still so arrogant? Ha ha ha, I quite like his character. Roger asked. Goo la 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 la, I have never fought against Kazan, he should be much stronger than us. Newgate replied, Shiki, I lost to him once, and he left the chest wound. Really? The bruise on my face is from his big brother Kazan. As for this campaign, I feel that Kazan is leading it. Newgate said after thinking for a while. After all, if Kazan hadn't come back and took the initiative to board Hakinosu, this battle would have been impossible to fight. Moreover, Kazan also proposed to disperse the attack. It is also normal to be dominant. Newgate looked at Roger in a daze, and immediately said, Hey, Roger. What do you think of Rock's proposal? This is the business. Roger patted Newgate on the shoulder frantically. His tone became serious for a moment, the banquet is about to begin. Newgate. Rock's invitation, rejected again. Newgate muttered, the strong in the sea are all special cases. Chapter 91. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marine Admiral Office. All the surviving officers who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Rocks pirate group, as well as all the high-level leaders behind the scenes of the headquarters, gathered together. This meeting was held after waiting for a group of high-level soldiers to recover from their injuries for a period of time. In the office, everyone looked gloomy and said nothing. This action is definitely the biggest failure that Marine has swallowed since its establishment, the bitter pill. Marine suffered heavy losses. In the Battle of Rocks, a phantom beast user with the strength of Admiral died, Ramos in basalt form. This ability user was secretly cultivated by Marine. Rocks kill with one hit. In addition, there are 38 Marine Vice Admirals. The proportion of officer deaths has exceeded 1/3 of the total investment. And those low-level Marine soldiers suffered more than tens of thousands of casualties. Although the remaining people survived by chance, almost all suffered serious injuries, and some were even permanently disabled. Countless Marines were smashed to pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea, and even their bodies could not be found. And the group of Marine soldiers who went to intercept the flying pirates suffered even more serious injuries. Zephyr with the rank of Marine Vice Admiral had an arm cut off by the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, and more than a dozen bones were broken all over his body. Even now, Zephyr is still being treated in the hospital. And Garp, who is known as the Madman of East Blue, and Sengoku of North Blue the resourceful general, were also injured one after another. There were multiple fractures all over the body, and the injury was serious. Marine Admiral Kong, even had one eye removed by the captain of the flying pirates, Kazan. This result almost sank Marine's confidence to the bottom of the sea. Now, Kong had a bandage on his head, covering half of his face, except for one eye. He said with a heavy tone, after deliberation and discussion, I am here to announce that Marines are suspending their attack on Hakinosuo and are prohibited from contacting the Rocks pirates. At the same time, without orders, all Marines cannot take action against the flying pirates. The cause of this war is against the Rocks pirates. But the result? But it ended with Kazan's accidental intervention. For Marine, this ending was a big failure. Rocks only exposed 2 whole cards, causing Marine to lose a secret admiral who has not yet obtained a military rank. In Rox's pirate group, except for tens of thousands of dead pirates, no cotters were captured. Not to mention the flying pirates. Even Marine Admiral Kong, desperate for a chance to kill with one blow, hit Kazan with his fist, but failed. This action not only broke off an arm of Zephyr, who is known as the future of Marine, but Kong also permanently killed a keep your eyes on the battlefield. Not to mention that another future core figure of Marine, Crane, is also in doubt. But obviously, Crane, Marine has given up. Not even a thought of rescue. With this big defeat, Marine's face was seriously damaged. It has suddenly become the talking and laughing capital of all the pirates on the sea. Almost all towns and pirate taverns talk about Marine's embarrassing escape every day. As a member country of Marie Joyce, it is natural to maintain Marine. But the most indispensable thing in this world is a country without gold in the sky. On the borders of these countries. Pirates? Marine? Who is righteous and who is evil? Sorry, but in the eyes of the people of non-affiliated countries, there is almost no difference between the two. Marine didn't exist to protect them, whether they die or not, has nothing to do with them. The reputation of the flying pirates has been unprecedentedly high with Kazan's comeback. Even suppressed the Rocks pirates. On Marine's side, within a few years, the depleted vitality could not be recovered at all. If it goes any further, Marine may fall completely. Sengoku, Garp, with a bandage on his head, was silent in the audience. But they are already secretly ruthless in their hearts. In the next time, they must practice hard, and next time, they must regain their lost face and confidence in Kazan and Rocks. It's still the kind that pays interest. Kong continued, in addition, the danger level of Kazan and Shiki is increased, and the overall bounty of the flying pirates is increased. The threat level of these two bastards will definitely not be lower than that of Luke's in the future. Kazan, a great pirate with bottomless strength and complete resourcefulness. Strictly speaking, his appearance is the key factor in the failure of Marine's preparation for the war. Because, Marine's information has been updated. It was Kazan who took the initiative to go to Hakinosuo with the flying pirates, found Rocks, and fought a battle. Although the result ended in a draw, Kazan led the pirates to ransack Rock's Skull Rock lair under the watchful eyes of the Rocks pirates. The significance of this shows that the two are closely related. There are even shady deals. This. Just the first thing Kazan came back to do after 15 years of disappearance. In the past, many Marine executives thought that Kazan was just riding the trend of the times and possessing the strange devil fruit ability, so he was famous and hard to deal with. Now it seems that this guy's strength is probably far from exposed. Kong looked serious. In his heart, there are already two figures overlapping. Perhaps, Kazan is the second Rocks Dzebek who hides extremely deeply. End of the meeting. Kong leaves Sengoku in the office. In the air, the scene was suddenly silent. Kong took out a wooden box from the drawer and opened it on the table. A black devil fruit with a spiral pattern appeared in front of the two of them. Sengoku, send this to Zephyr. We Marine can't let this Titan's career end. Even if he doesn't want to, he must watch and eat it. This is the only way Marine currently has to allow him to connect his severed limbs. Kong had a serious expression, and kept admonishing him. Sengoku took the wooden box and was silent for a long time. Finally went to the hospital. 3 months passed. New world, watch the sea. A small sailboat, sailing at 1,000-meter altitude. This is Kazan's sailboat, and he, Shiki and others split into 2 groups in the X-difficult branch. Shiki leads a large force to the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue. As for Kazan, because Edward Newgate told him about the origin of Paramecia shock fruit, this devil fruit, one of the 3 disasters, was found in the Watching Sea. Kazan intends to come and have a look. When Shiki and others arrive at East Blue, regardless of whether they find it or not, Kazan will go to join them through the door fruit. Molly, a titan, sits upright, and his huge figure occupies almost the entire deck. Boss Governor, the island ahead is very strange, is it that one? Hearing this, Tianying took a look. What I saw in front of me was a 5-pointed star-shaped island. From a high altitude, it looked like a starfish lying on the sea. Possibly. Kazan nodded. My Feng Feng fruit was found on a strange square island. The 5-pointed star island in front of me is not in the shape of an ordinary island, and it is indeed very strange. Immediately, under Kazan's operation, a violent storm blew up on the island. Sea spouts also writhed and writhed across the island. After the violent climate lasted for a full hour, the soil on the island was completely washed by the violent wind and rain. The real face is bare. It is just like the flat land cut by a knife, the same grey and white material. And in the center of the flat 5-pointed star island, there are 10 pieces of Black's historical text. Today. Kazan landed on the ground and saw that strange text again, but still couldn't understand it. But he finally verified his guess. That's right, the place where the black text exists is very likely to be the birthplace of the 3 disasters devil fruit. The 3 disasters devil fruit and the black text have a similar relationship. Without thinking too much, I immediately put the black text into the space. At this time, Kazan's phone bug also rang. Blue blue blue. Brother, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Bridges. Gone soon. After the phone call, Kazan immediately called Molly, Molly's door fruit, which has left door coordinates on the Nuxus all the year round. Soon, a transparent door opened on the 5-pointed star island. With the entry of Kazan and Molly. Come out, the 2 of them have arrived at East Blue, the deck of the Nooks. The governor is back. The deck cheered immediately. Kazan is the idol of the whole group, the object of admiration of the whole group. I haven't seen you for 3 months, I miss you so much. Amazon Lily's female warrior is already smiling. Shiki came to the side, brother, the Kingdom of Bridges is ahead. I never thought that such a ghostly place really exists in the world, and this environment is even more hellish than Nuxus. It's no wonder that Shiki has little knowledge, ordinary people really can't imagine. The Kingdom of Bridges does not actually refer to a kingdom. It is the general term for several kingdoms connected by cross-sea bridges. Marie Joyce began to build a huge bridge in East Blue more than 700 years ago to connect the various islands. Times have changed for several generations, but the bridge has not yet been completed. The labor and financial resources invested in it can only be described as sky-high prices. Celestial dragons can grab slaves to do coolies at any time. People kept falling down, and people kept pouring in. But people live and work to eat. Slave labor can be free, but food must be provided. The food consumption of tens of thousands of people every day is already sky-high, not to mention the need for elite manpower management, plus the material consumption of the bridge itself. No one could afford the project except Marie Joyce. Now, the place where the Nooks West came is a sea area called Tequila Wolf. Kazan stood at the bow, looking down. The sea-crossing bridge is like a giant dragon, admiring the blue sea. And the front end of the bridge is still under construction. In the exposed places, various steel frame structures are built, and there are various transportation tools made of ropes. Inside the bridge, densely packed workers are filling the frame with cold stones. The sound of whipping and the wailing of slaves could be heard from time to time. On the sea, several huge warships about 80 meters long passed under the bridge and patrolled. A warship of this size is considered a big guy in marine. But compared with the piers of the cross-sea bridge, it is only 1/10 the size. The piers with a width of 700 to 800 meters are really like giants. This kind of building can only be imagined in migrant workers. And the height of the cross-sea bridge is like a small red 10-continent. Huge and long. It is enough to see what a huge project this is. It's here, let's go down, Kazan said. After receiving the captain's order, the members of the pirate group made their own preparations. Nuxis. Settle slowly. And the other side of the deck. After several months of adaptation, Crane has initially become familiar with the rhythm of captivity on the Nuxis, but Crane still doesn't understand. Kazan arrested her, except for being trapped in this pirate ship. In other respects, it is free. What is the purpose of Kazan? The Crane can't figure it out at all. Time is the best killing agent. Slowly, Crane often comes to the deck to let the wind out. She likes the high-altitude scenery, the sea of clouds that can be touched at hand, and the clear sunrise and sunset. Even boats can fly with flocks of wild geese. The feeling of sailing is, honestly, wonderful. Crane has also seen countless banquets of the flying pirates, and the atmosphere is really good. Yes. The flying pirates are good everywhere, the only bad thing is that they are all vicious pirates. Therefore, although the Crane was on the boat, it never said a word. While she was ignored by the entire ship, she ignores everyone too. Now, seeing the flying pirates coming to East Blue, Crane was also very curious. Standing in a corner with no one around, he was also looking at the bottom carefully. Do you want supplies? Pity. The shackles on the feet could not be opened at all, even if the land was close at hand. The Crane did not dare to take a step forward. Slowly, as the Nooks gradually landed, the cruelest scene in the world is completely exposed to everyone. Chapter 92. At the same time, the deck of the sea-crossing bridge hundreds of meters wide. All are piled up by kingshi blocks, flat and smooth. Like flat land. People who have never seen it will think that this is a square standing on the ground, not a sky bridge over the sea. Compared with the messy construction site, there is also a clean boundary in the distance. There are marine troops stationed there. They need to keep an eye on the labor of the slaves to ensure the progress of the bridge's construction. A parasol of different colors is propped up and lined up in a row, which is very spectacular. Rocking chairs, tables, circles. There are some women in cool clothes beside the table, gently shaking their fans. Some marine officers, the person in charge of Marie Joyce, were lying on rocking chairs, with their legs resting on the naked back of the kneeling woman, and their leather shoes with black and shiny shoe polish scraped blood stains on the woman's back. From time to time, someone sent wine and cigars. They seemed to be enjoying it all. My lord, a maid bent down and said with a smile. Poof! A grape is dropped into the officer's open mouth. It's crooked. It hit your teeth. The marine officer opened one eye, and spat the grape meat on the woman's face. 357. Looking at the maid, she was dissatisfied. The maid immediately knelt down in front of the officer. Snapped. The marine officer stretched out his foot and kicked the maid 2 or 3 meters away. Then, with blood dripping from the corner of the maid's mouth, she stepped forward with a smile. Arranging the fruits and feeding them again. And also at this time, there were bursts of whipping sounds from the surrounding area. You lowly slave, hurry up. Didn't you eat? Snapped. A group of slave laborers in shackles pushed huge stones forward like a team of ants. They were skinny and bare-chested, with the dragon's claw imprint on their backs, and sunburned skin all over their bodies. Some even exposed muscle tissue, dripping with blood, making it very difficult to move. In this state, it is already difficult to live. Still being dismissed by the soldiers on one side as working too slowly. Constantly greeted with a barbed whip. And every time the whip fell, a blood mist was brought out, and the slaves were beaten to pieces one by one. It's too slow. Going here, the amount of engineering work is not enough today. It seems that Mr. Starry Grayer Saint will lead the fleet to cruise here today. The man in the white suit didn't even open his eyes. Open, Yo-Yo said. Today's grapes are a bit sour. The previous marine officer immediately stood up. He slapped the maid away. Trash. Don't you know that grapes are sour? Here's another serving of iced grapes. Yes, yes, yes. My lord, please calm down. The maid nodded and bowed immediately. Then, the marine officer named Newt Lean bowed his head respectfully and approached the ear of the man in the white suit. Softly said, My lord, please wait a moment, I will deal with it right away. Today's task is heavy. The celestial dragons actually had a strange idea and wanted to come over to inspect. If you see that the progress of the project is not enough, then you are in big trouble. Celestial dragons. But the world's privileged nobles who stand above the law. It is a god race above anyone. If they are unhappy, everyone under them will not end well. Even for some marine soldiers, if they accidentally provoke celestial dragons, the lightest punishment is to be marked with the unique heavenly dragon's hoofprint, which is a mark representing becoming a slave. Of course. It's just a bad joke from celestial dragons. How could they make marine a slave? Looking back, marine soldiers burn a mark they like on their body, get a tattoo or something, and it will be fine in the past. In this way, celestial dragons is happy, marine also retains her rank, and will not become a slave, so everyone is happy. Do you want to have fun with celestial dragons, adults? Thinking of this, the marine officer walked up to the former slave with a drop of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Do you know that this is dragging me down? Despicable slaves! Bang bang bang! With a few soldiers, holding muskets, aiming at the slaves' foreheads, there was a burst of gunshots. After the slave fell, Kikai was thrown into the sea under the bridge. Puff! Come here, transfer another 20,000 slave laborers out of Ping Ping. Work hard. Today's project volume must satisfy Lord Celestial Dragons. Soon, rows of slaves were released from the centralized cells in the rear. Kikai was escorted to the huge bridge, and started a new day of work, and from time to time the sound of gunshots and falling into the water could be heard. Nook's West. Kazan and others are looking at the situation. Prepare to find a good location to start. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but twitch my brows a little. Everyone is not maddened by the Virgin Mary, but facing the unarmed common people, Marine killed it for granted. In their eyes, slaves are as humble as ants. It can be trampled to death at will. This kind of fate is really sad. On deck, Redfield retracted reading people's hearts. He read the voices of countless slaves. Redfield originally thought that his childhood experience had tasted enough darkness and filth. But I didn't expect that some people are born to live in endless darkness. When people climb out, it is already the moment of death in life. Death has actually become a kind of relief. Kazan said, Pat, the cruel truth is far more than that, what we encountered is just one of them. Boss, let's do it. Laidfield lowered his eyelids, obviously preparing to kill. Shiki said, well, not one left. Crane's on the other side. Looking at the scene below, I am already numb at the moment. Because the marine officer below, New Line, she knows. Newtel was a marine student who was in the same class as he. At that time, Newtel was honest and honest. In the training camp, he was an image of a good old man. Very good, Crane also has a little impression of him. However, Crane had excellent grades at that time and stayed in naval headquarters to partner with Garp and others. As for Newtel, he was transferred to West Blue. Unexpectedly, the two will meet again more than 10 years later, but it will be in the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue. And when he saw Newt Rain bowing down to Mary Jo and other officers, but when he stood up, his face changed instantly, and he raged at the slaves, taking human life as nothing at all. Crane felt that his outlook on life had been impacted. Newt Elion is a serious Marine. Up to now, there are numbers inside Marine. Why is he here? How can you take someone's life at will? Just because, are these people slaves of the celestial dragons? The pirate world is a slavery society as a whole, and slavery exists almost everywhere. Because of the existence of this system, celestial dragons can obtain many conveniences for their authority. Therefore, those in power also try their best to maintain the slavery system, and even lead it to become the world's leader. Mainstream. As a person who came out of a slavery country, he naturally knew the existence of slaves and their humble status. But now, although there are no groups of slaves, they are being abused. It's okay to beat the slave. Why don't you even spare your life? They did nothing wrong at all. Bang rumble. The Nuxus floated in the air and stopped at the bridgehead where the construction started. The deck height is parallel to the bridge deck. But in front of the huge sea-crossing bridge, a colossal sailing ship like the Nuxus seemed a little underwhelming. Da-da-da. Members of the flying pirates immediately called in planks to build a bridge, connecting the Nuxus to the cross-sea bridge. All advanced cotters of the pirates can fly. But the other members of the pirate group don't. Whenever they encounter disembarkation, they have to build bridges like other pirate groups. Thump thump. Kazan led the members of the air pirates onto the bridge. A team of 600 people. Standing on the bridge, Chi-Chi looked a little small. The touch came from under the feet, it was a solid, neatly cut blue stone. Each piece is the same size. The feeling of stepping on it is the same as stepping on a flat iron body. Enough to be 1.0, it can be seen that the quality of this bridge has reached such a terrifying specification. I saw Kazan approaching nonchalantly. The slaves showed no mood swings. Just glanced at it numbly, then continued to work and pushed up the stones, as if, to others, the aura of a strong man was nothing and nothing surprising in the eyes of the slaves. There was no disturbance. Who is Kazan? They don't know, and have no time to know. They only know that their whole body is in pain and they will die at any moment. There. Nutrien, who was replying to the order, just lowered his head when he suddenly saw a group of black shadows at the bridgehead. What unusual situation. Newly frowned. Soon a soldier tactfully brought him a telescope. Newtline put his eyes into the binoculars and took a look. The hairs of the whole person stood up immediately, like a rooster with fried hair. Redfield. Shiki. Kazan. No. The air pirates are here. Chapter 93. Air Pirates? The pirate group that directly clashed with the Naval Headquarters Army in New World recently. New Line as a Marine. Naturally, I have heard of the names of Kazan et.al. Even, just a few days ago, he paid special attention to the wanted notice from New World. Issued a few days ago. Air Pirates, Captain, Kazan. Head bounty has arrived, 3.040 billion berry. It is the whole sea, the second highest bounty. Compared with the 3.14 billion berry of the ocean overlord rocks, it is only 100 million berry less. And the mate, Shiki. The bounty is as high as 2.32 billion berry is the third bounty in the world. Deputy, Redfield. His bounty is only 30 million berry less than Edward Newgate's 2.02 billion berry. Now Redfield's bounty is as high as 1.99 billion berry is the fifth in the world. These people. Without a doubt, they are the most vicious criminals in the world. I am a little officer of East Blue, what an existence I can't afford to mess with. Not good. Let's run away, it's the flying pirates. Newly said anxiously. Hearing this, the man in the suit of Marie Joyce, Ron Layton, frowned. Sky Pirates. Ron Layton is a Marie Joyce officer stationed in the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge. Naturally, he doesn't pay attention to the affairs of the sea. If he is a Marie Joyce executive who pays attention to the things that Marine cares about, he will drop his status. The pirates are coming. Come on, bring me those stinky pirates. Ron Ryan's attitude was extremely arrogant. I didn't take Kazan and others seriously. In the realm of East Blue, he is only inferior to those noble celestial dragons. 26 is truly under one person, above 10,000 people. Not to mention a bunch of little East Blue pirates, even if Marine Admiral came, he wouldn't bring a bird. And saw this scene. Nutrain's face turned green instantly. Even if you want to die yourself, please don't take me with you. That is the Flying Pirates, the most vicious existence in the entire sea. Back then in Sabayati Island, their deputy captain Shiki dared to shoot the existence of celestial dragons, and now it is the superpower to defeat Marine in New World. Moreover, even Admiral Kong, the headquarter, was gouged out by the captain of the Flying Pirates. What if this is for yourself? It must be skinned. It's over. Nutrain was completely desperate. As Kazan and the others slowly approached, Nutrain felt that his legs were trembling, and he could no longer take a step. And at this time, the news came that made Nutrain even more desperate. Da-da-da! The celestial dragons are coming with great momentum. I saw, behind the crowd, a man wearing a glass cover looked extremely conspicuous. Keep a lid on. A face is covered with pockmarks, which looks like a pumpkin. Moreover, beside him, there are also several celestial dragons wearing glass covers. There are 5 celestial dragons in one row. Everyone holds several chains in their hands. However, the end of the chain is not connected to pets like puppies or cats, but human beings crawling on their knees. These people are of different shapes and races, but at this moment, their movements are uniform, and they are all crawling forward with hands and feet. With a flick of the celestial dragon's hands, they climbed faster. Needless to say how hard the stone slabs of the bridge are, the key is that these people are not afraid at all. Even though there was glass shards on the ground, they still crawled forward with numb expressions. These people are the celestial dragons entrenched in East Blue. Under the orders of Marie Joyce, the Stray family has been stationed in East Blue all year round, supervising the construction of the cross-sea bridge. In fact, it is said to be supervision, but it does not have that ability. They are also here to travel. Just to see the progress. Work, someone will do it for them. Ah! Starry Grayer Saint came slowly to Nutrain, looking at the somewhat dazed Marine in front of him, his eyes clearly showed dissatisfaction. He tugged at the chain on his hand. The slave lying on the ground immediately barked at Nutrain. Nutrain immediately knelt down. Master Greer Saint, the flying pirates are here. Please get out of here immediately. Nutrain kowtowed and said. Greer shrugged his nose and was immediately dissatisfied. What are you, dare to tell me to leave? Kneel here and don't move, trash. Come back and deal with you. BCH, get down. Greer St stepped on Nutrain's head, not paying attention to Marine at all. The Marine in front of him is just a Marine non-commissioned officer. Even the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, and even the Marine Admiral, are nothing more than watchdogs for the nobles of the Celestial Dragons. Facing the Celestial Dragons, Nutel didn't dare to resist at all, following the Celestial Dragon's strength. The whole body went limp and lay on the bridge. Then, a bunch of dirty footprints of different sizes were left on the justice cloak behind him. Yes. Greer Saint led the team to step on him one by one. Lying on the ground, Nutrain felt extremely desperate. He can't afford to offend celestial dragons. But can he offend the flying pirates over there? That's the one who can wrestle with Marine Admiral. The current situation is neither to leave nor to stay, and Nutrain feels that he is an outcast in the world. Just some lowly pirates. Greer Saint made a move. 4 masked people suddenly appeared beside him. No one knew how they appeared, only to see that they were all in white suits and red ties. CPO. Nutrien's forehead was dripping with sweat. CPO is an institution directly under the world's noble celestial dragons. It is known as the strongest shield of celestial dragons and the strongest cipher pall in the world. At the same time, the CPOs brought by Greer Saint all came to East Blue with higher level missions. In order to maintain the rule of the Bridge Kingdom and make this area run stably, they are all elites among the elites. Anyone who encountered resistance before could be suppressed with one finger. Even if it is an island or a country, these people can be easily wiped out. Lawless trash! How dare you defy the will of the Creator? A CPO appeared out of nowhere and stepped directly on Nutrain's back. Nutrain raised his eyes directly. A mouthful of blood was spat on the Kingshi board. Lick clean like a dog. CPI ordered, this is Lord Greer St, the way to go back. Do you know? Marine. The blood that I spit on the ground must be licked clean. Nutrain was full of despair. He opened his mouth full of blood and licked the ground more and more red. Seeing Noodle's inefficiency, the CPO felt tired, and immediately kicked. Noodle's entire body was bent into a V shape from behind. Apparently, the pillars are broken. The body was then kicked into the sea. The Marines who were maintaining order in the surrounding area suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Noodle was their immediate boss, but he was killed just like that. The troops directly under the celestial dragons were really cruel. He lowered his head repeatedly and took a few steps back. Ha 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 ha. Nice job, but be quicker next time. Greer Saint glanced at the CPO who shot. Under the CPO mask, cold sweat broke out immediately. Master Greer Saint, my subordinates will remember. I promise I won't let you down. And the other side. Kazan naturally also noticed the appearance of celestial dragons. But for this animal like a pig, he is not interested at all. Killing feels like dirty hands. Instead, he learned that there is a family of celestial dragons resident in the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue, and he is very interested in this. If you want to say who is the richest in this world, it must be the noble celestial dragons. And Steri's family is resident in East Blue, and the ostentation, palace, and other facilities must be properly configured. Under such circumstances, don't they have some treasures in stock? There must be. And according to Shiki's information, Marie Joyce let the Steri family coordinate the construction of the entire East Blue Bridge, which means that Celestial Dragons has a lot of Marie Joy resources. Don't snatch the huge wealth sent up, but keep it for raising pigs? Kazan said with a smile, go and have a look, we probably will post it this time. It's that kind of ghost thing again. Seeing the costumes of the celestial dragons opposite, Shiki frowned. At the beginning of 590, he killed a celestial dragons, and finally attracted several marine vice-admirals. For such disgusting people, Shiki feels disgusting when he thinks about them. If he meets them, don't kill them, and keep polluting the air? Tsi ha 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 ha. I heard that the celestial dragons kill people for fun. Do you want them to become clowns to entertain everyone? Shiki stroked his chin, thinking. Da-da-da. As they moved forward, the two groups got closer. On the other side, seeing Kazan and others approaching, Stray Greer Saint immediately shouted viciously, open the chains, slaves, and bite them to death. Although Kazan and others are numerous. But celestial dragons never care about this. Marine doesn't always appear in piles. The result is not lined up, kneeling over to lick their shoes. Pat. As the chains were released, the slaves immediately went berserk, using all 4 feet together, and slowly crawled forward with barking mouths. It can be next second. A red sword light flashed. More than a dozen slaves were directly cut in half. Blood scattered on the ground. This kind of creature that has been completely enslaved can no longer be called a human being. The information that Redfield read in their minds was more like a low-intelligence animal after slavery, submissive and accepting the master's orders. Even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. As long as the master opens his mouth, they will all choose to jump. Pain? This feeling has been lost. Life like this is a tragedy. You. Untouchables, do you know what you did? Big stink. My big stink. Greer Saint roared furiously, and the glass cover was sprayed dirty with saliva. His slaves, only he himself can kill. Not for anyone else. How dare these people challenge the noblest celestial dragons? Immediately, Starry Grayer St yelled. As usual. As the celestial dragons get angry, the CPO should decisively understand the mind and take direct action to solve all troubles. But the 4 CPOs at the moment are dumbstruck. Chapter 94. No, it's Kazan. The CP organization has already seen the appearance of Gold's figure clearly at this moment, and after learning of the person coming. Immediately there was a thud-thump retreat in my heart. They are lackeys, not lunatics, let alone fools. Different from those civil servants, the real combat units in the CP organization, they were set up to protect the safety of celestial dragons, and they are naturally familiar with the vicious figures in the sea. And within the CP agency, Kazan's flying pirates have been listed as the most dangerous criminals. It is an existence that everyone must avoid. Kazan. What? Greer Saint asked impatiently with a runny nose. Obviously, Greer's expression was very dissatisfied. He is not only dissatisfied with Kazan's appearance, but also dissatisfied that the CPO does not understand his intentions. When Celestial Dragons is dissatisfied, of course it is when the CPO takes action. What are these trash doing in a daze? Waste. 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 You are as useless as those untouchables. Greer Holy Fury kept cursing. Escape. The 4 CPOs communicated with each other with their eyes, nodding their heads in confirmation. They knew that the 4 of them were not Kazan's opponents at all, let alone the entire flying pirate group. And Celestial Dragon's Grey Saint is by your side. The current situation, it is too late to explain, they are only allowed to violently take away the Celestial Dragons, there is no second choice. Otherwise, every second you spend here, you could put the Celestial Dragons in danger. Take away the Celestial Dragons violently, even if there are some bumps and minor injuries, as long as you go back and explain the reason to Marie Joyce, you will only be punished. But if the Celestial Dragons' lives are even a little on their hands, it's not a matter of punishment. That is a major event of genocide. When the 4 CPO codders were about to take away the Celestial Dragons, a powerful observation Haki has locked all 4 of them together. Still want to run? What are you thinking? Present. Redfield chose to shoot, and the entire bridge deck was instantly enveloped in darkness. Countless vampire bats jumped out of the darkness, biting the faces of the 4 CPOs, as if they were going to drag them into an endless dark cave. Hiss hiss. Damn it, this is Redfield's phantom beast ability, he is a vampire. All vision is blocked, we must disperse. The 4 CPOs were completely flustered at the moment. Kazan's pirate group, as long as they make a little move, they are the existence they can't afford. Next second, a scarlet blood streaked across, and the bat stopped neighing. And when the darkness subsides in an instant, when the 5 celestial dragons including Greer Saint come back to their senses, in front of them, 4 heads with masks of various colors are neatly arranged. You, what the hell is going on here? You untouchable pirates, how dare you attack my lackeys? Damn untouchables! Who allowed it? Greer Sheng cursed angrily, and the whole person was furious, bouncing like a ball, kicking away the heads one by one. Several other celestial dragons also looked angry, dancing with hands and feet at the moment. The heavy breathing created a layer of water mist on the glass cover. Then, the celestial dragons collectively pulled out their muskets from their waists. Aim for the masked head rolling in the distance. Bang bang bang! After a series of bullets were fired, the bullets shattered the mask of the agent, revealing the faces of the 4 CPOs, and the 4 heads also ate the bullets at the moment, like 4 exploding red watermelons. One piece in the east, one piece in the west, all over the ground. Your Excellency Greer, my marksmanship has improved again. Ha ha ha. BD, riders, who allowed you to shoot before me? I hit 2 this time, hey. My mood is finally better. Several celestial dragons were joking with each other, laughing at the bursting watermelons on the ground. If the 4 CPS know that after their death, their heads have become targets for pleasing the celestial dragons, and they will all die in 10 walks. What kind of dogs are they protecting? It's a real dog. Have to say. Celestial dragons are really pig-like creatures. Even though the highest combat power around him was dead, in his mind, they were still arrogant and domineering. Perhaps celestial dragons have not encountered any danger in their life, and have degenerated into creatures with low IQ. But at this moment, black thunders flashed past. Boom boom boom. Everyone on the bridge fell down, foaming at the mouth. 10 minutes later, the eyelids of the 5 celestial dragons moved. Immediately. Then each of them slowly opened their eyes. Wait, where am I? The body is so light. It seems to be tied by something. The head is wet and moist. What is it? Is it raining? Where is my hood? Come on, get my hood. Ah! Then, several piercing pains immediately hit the whole body, which made the thinking of several celestial dragons a little clearer. Before they passed out, they felt that there was a black lightning flashing on the bridge. Passed out. But when he woke up, he found that he had been hung up high. They were also strung together by a rope like a stack of arhuts. It's a celestial dragon's family after all. Even if it is tied, of course he must be neat and tidy. At the moment, all celestial dragons are hanging from the bridge deck under construction. The most frightening thing was that when Greer Saint looked up, there were 4 other celestial dragons hanging above his head, one after another. Dripping blood. And each person's body left a wound, continuously bleeding slowly. Tick tick. Tick tick. Drop it all on your forehead. Ah! The pain came through completely, and Greer Sheng was completely numb, and the stench continued to drip from his crotch. The wicked have their own grind. In terms of torture, Kazan is far more ruthless than celestial dragons. Seeing the celestial dragons clamoring over there, the whole person felt sick to death. Since they want to scream so much, Zhou Chao will let them scream enough. Directly order people to cut celestial dragons into human sticks, and then use the phoenix's blue flame to heal the wounds on their limbs, let them live well, and experience what real fear is. Certainly. First-generation ghosts have the characteristic of preventing wounds from healing, and they are also used by Kazan, especially celestial dragons, which are poor in constitution. They only need one wound, which will not only make people feel pain like death, but also make them bleed, until the last drop of blood flowing in the body. Then, such a scene appeared on the sea. At the construction site of the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge, on a steel bar, 5 celestial dragons without limbs were hung in a string with ropes like candied gourds, hanging on the lonely sea, and the sound of wailing spread across the sea, but never bothered. With the sound of wailing. Tick-tock. Tick-tick. The blood of the 5 people dripped into the sea unstoppably. Hiss. Those marines who had just woken up found that they were surrounded by the corpses of their bosses, and their expressions were terrified. After seeing the celestial dragons with their limbs chopped off and hung up, this person completely went into a state of numbness. They knelt on the ground one after another, trembling, not daring to raise their heads at all. In front of you is the corpse of Marine's boss, next to your ears are the non-stop screams of celestial dragons, and in front of you is the most evil pirate group in the world. All the Marines felt their hearts were going to jump out of their bodies at this moment. His expression was distorted with fear. It's over, the officers are all dead, the celestial dragons have become human sticks, and they are still hanging on the sea for display. That's the world's noble celestial dragons, it's such a tragic scene, these people are too terrifying. We are just ants like dust. Please pass us like a fart. And at this time, under Emoli's operation, a transparent door was opened on the bridge, which seemed to lead to another world. Kazan naturally will not let these marine soldiers go. In fact, in order to guard the tens of thousands of slaves who built the bridge, celestial dragons deployed manpower from various branches of marine. Over the years, marine has invested tens of thousands of manpower to maintain order. Now, they were all driven from various camps to the cross-sea bridge by the flying pirates. The bridge deck is already densely packed with marine soldiers. Laozi gives you two choices. First, jump from here. Second, move the stone into the door. Shiki's voice fell. The Marines immediately breathed a sigh of relief, at least they still had the option of staying alive. But the cruelty that followed had only just begun. Demolish the cross-sea bridge. There is a gate fruit, one side is connected to the cross-sea bridge, and the other side is connected to the windpipe island, plundering materials. As long as people carry the stone from the bridge to the opposite side of the gate space, it can be reached. Actually, Shiki also has the ability of lion fruit. It is completely possible to float the stone, making the stone as light as swollen cotton, and in the suspended state, people can push the stone at will. But when disembarking, Kazan saw Marine holding a whip and directing the slaves to work. Kazan is going to give people a taste of what it's like to be a coolie. Of course, the villain is Shiki, who likes being the villain anyway. Snapped. Kaido swung a whip violently, directly on a Marine. Ah! My lord! I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to get up and move. A blood mist erupted from Marine's back immediately. All the shredded meat was brought out, but he still apologized for the mistake just now and said with a smile, I'm sorry. I'll be right away. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? Your mission is, one person, one day, every day. Can't do it, jump off the bridge for Laozi now. Snapped. Kaido hit Marine again with a whip. Marine is the character who used to wield the whip, but now he is the target of being whipped by the pirates. And like a slave, keep moving stones. Deserves it. Moreover, people like Marine are all thin-skinned and tender-skinned, and when they are whipped, they scream, but Kaido is a phantom beast-capable person, a small matter of waving a whip, waving 100 times, consumes less than him. The recovery of physical strength is fast in seconds. Therefore, the more Marine screams, the more fierce Kaido smokes. Soon, the uniforms on the Marines shattered into pieces, changing from white to red. They are carrying heavy stones one by one, using their own efforts and sweat to contribute to the construction of Bagpipe Island. Terrible, yes. Those slaves seem to accept. In the current situation, many people joined the moving team without even thinking about it. Together with Marine, they all began to move stones to the other side of the fruit. Good guy. I didn't make you work. The boss didn't let me hit you slaves. Everyone in Kaido is numb, but the whip in their hands is also very honest, and it only greets Marine. All the slack workload of the slaves will be punished on you Marines. Snapped. 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 Seeing this scene on the cross-sea bridge, Zan couldn't help shaking his head. He originally attached great importance to these slaves. After all, Bagpipe Island is building cities and kingdoms, which requires a lot of patience. And these slaves are experienced bridge builders themselves, so they are very good as construction workers. Unexpectedly, in the past, these slaves have completely lost their personality and are like dead things. Day after day, year after year, they continue to repeat the bridge building work. It has reached the point of being indiscriminate. If they can recover during this period of time, they can also be sent to Bagpipe Island as labor and construction workers. If the personality cannot be restored, these people are veritable walking dead. Pat, Kazan said. Redfield said, "What's the matter, boss? Go and find those construction engineers, and send all the ones who don't fall to Bagpipe, Wanghao, Island." "Well, I see." Redfield acted quickly. According to Shiki's intel, these construction engineers were searched by Marie Joyce from all over the world. They are all construction experts from all over the world. They are now responsible for designing bridges. Most of them. He was forced to join the bridge building project, wasting his architectural talent. If you send it to Bagpipe Island, there are a large number of buildings of various shapes waiting for their design. As for manpower, Kazan doesn't necessarily need these slaves. He is ready to attack the ruins of Shandora on Sky Island, and it is time to awaken the blood power of the people of Shandora. Present. After asking Shiki the location information of the Celestial Dragon's mansion, Kazan went alone. The screen changed. Kazan levitates high, earth coiling. Facing the luxurious palace of celestial dragons on the solace of his feet, Kazan searched for it invisible and invisible through the ability of Feng Feng fruit. The valuable things on the ground were almost moved. And those guards with combat power have all become dead souls under the knife. Treasures, and the rest are in underground vaults. Naturally, there is no use keeping the mansion of celestial dragons, so it can be destroyed directly. Boom boom. At this moment, the ground swelled and swelled one after another. Celestial dragons, a servant, ran out one after another, looked around, rolled around in the yard, with a panicked look loud for help. As a result, all of them were twisted and twisted together by lion fruit's instant fabrication of the beasts in the ground. Who would have thought that a celestial dragon's family that has occupied the kingdom of the East Blue Bridge for 700 years, dispatched all the celestial dragon's nobles in East Blue, and in just a quarter of an hour, with their attendants. Slaves, Kikai sleeping underground forever. And at this moment, the door to the celestial dragon's treasure house has been opened by earth coiling. Looking at the dense red dots on the treasure hunting radar in my mind, Kazan floated down expressionless. Chapter 95. After Kazan came to the underground passage, he found that there were still people hiding here for refuge. Get rid of it immediately. Finally he pushed open a door inlaid with a golden lion's head. Clatter. Lion head, golden, mine. Without even thinking about it, Kazan immediately put it in the storage space. After entering the treasure house of the celestial dragon's Strati family, Yizan really entered the surprise. Looking around, the ground is full of huge treasure chests. And each treasure chest also has a seal on it. Marie Joyce Grant Time XXXX. Use, bridge building. Kazan tore the seal and opened the treasure chests one by one, which were full of gold bars and various rare gems. See, so much treasure. Having seen the gold of Sky Island, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Visual inspection. In the huge treasury of the Strati family, there is at least 36 billion berries money. This amount is more than 3 times the gold of Sky Island. And if some specific value of the treasure is added, the value will probably exceed 40 billion. Kazan is rich though. But he also needs money very much. The reason why he wants to launch the huge floating island is to build a kingdom-like ecology on it. Not just a place for pirates to live. Now there are fruits of the door, and floating islands that can be used at any time. Floating, sinking, and lion fruit. Kazan can completely turn a certain part of the floating island into an entertainment city like the Golden City, and become a super giant wandering in the sea, swallowing money, and money begets money. Anyway, both Shiki and Redfield like to play spinach-type entertainment. Let them manage, let them be city lords. How cool it is for Kazan to be a hands-off shopkeeper. The Kingdom of Bohemia where Stussy is located also pays attention to scientific research, and can also absorb new scientists to build a future city with the theme of science and technology. You can even transport some historical relics to your own island through lion fruit, and then slightly transform them through the island fruit, so that some relics can be perfectly integrated into a part of the island and become a capital city that gathers history. In short, if Kazan wants to arrange all this, he needs Starfish's money. And without a doubt, the starry celestial dragon's family built bridges for Marie Joyce, with considerable financial support from the world government. Massive pockets. The bridges that have been built with money are being demolished by the flying pirates. With so many stones, marine soldiers have to move them for several months. Satisfied, Kazan emptied the treasury. But there was only the last treasure chest left. The red dots on the treasure hunting radar are all from 373 in this treasure chest. Open the treasure chest immediately. What catches the eye are 3 devil fruits of different colors. In addition, there is a permanent pointer made of gold. Ding! You have come into contact with important objects in the plot, the Valley of the Gods, and the Eternal Pointer. Experience plus 10 million. Fortune value plus 15 points. The current total is 50 points. The Eternal Pointer of the Valley of the Gods? Kazan has already learned that the Valley of the Gods belongs to the hidden map of the pirate world. Outsiders cannot determine the location of the Valley of the Gods. The Valley of the Gods is like the Raftel of later generations. Both are islands in Legendary. Ordinary people can't find it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, I actually got the permanent pointer of the Valley of Gods. Kazan originally planned to use Rox Dzebek to appear in the Valley of the Gods. Now it seems that it is not necessary to take the initiative to plan. But Kazan can understand it when he thinks about it. The Strei family is the descendant of the Orthodox 20 kingdoms. For them, the Valley of the Gods is like a tribal land. It is not uncommon for the treasury to have a permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. Step by step, Kazan thought for a while, and put the permanent pointer into the space. Ding! You have come into contact with the secret treasure of the sea, the anaconda snake fruit. Ding! You have come into contact with the secret treasure of the sea, snake fruit cobra form. Ding! You have come into contact with the secret treasure of the sea, paramecia sweet fruit. Experience plus 12 million. Fortune value plus 50 points. The current total is 100 points. Okay. Unexpectedly, the fruits of the 3 Boya sisters have been collected. Kazan also frowned. He wanted to create an ultimate phantom beast fruit, and these fruits were naturally excluded. But paramecia lily fruit can be integrated into the upgraded form. Although the power fruit has a single ability. But the simplest attribute of strength is the most direct addition to phantom beasts. Elemental damage? There is no shortage of phantom beasts. Haki and strength are the keys to victory. See fortune value is full. Kazan acted immediately. System, feed the paramecia power fruit to the upgraded box to increase the chance of being upgraded. Ding! The fortune value is cleared, triggering a critical strike event. The chance of the upgraded box to absorb Devil Fruit's ability is increased to 100%. Devil Fruit upgraded box, plus 30% upgraded chance. Currently 40%. The upgraded box increases the ability, Power Fruit. Congratulations, host, for a new reward, fusion card with Devil Fruit. Host can merge 2 Devil Fruit entries into one. Seeing this, Kazan understood. A Devil Fruit increases the rate of upgraded elements, CGFC, by 30%. Also explain. This upgraded box adds up to 3 abilities. Only 3? You must be careful when feeding Devil Fruit in the future. Only the fruit power that really increases the level of your demons can be used. The addition of the Fruit of Strength is definitely not a loss. Others can lift a mountain. Sorry, I just created one more out of thin air. But The good news is, this time Kazan finally got a Devil Fruit fusion card. When the upgraded Phantom Beast Fruit is successfully created, it will be the moment for the awakening of the divine grade Phantom Beast. After finishing everything, Tianzan returned to the Nuxus satisfied. At the same time, Marie Joyce, king of the Sun Circular Palace. 5 male elders gathered together. It's hard to see ultimate. As the pinnacle of power in the world, the 5 elders should have hidden their emotions. But nay, he really couldn't hold back. News of the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge has reached Marie Joyce, and even Lord Im is furious. In front of the 5 of them is Kong, who is completely at a loss. Marine's big defeat in New World has made the 5 elders angry. And now, there's another devastating news coming from East Blue. The celestial dragons of the Starry family in the Kingdom of the Bridge have been wiped out by the flying pirates led by Kazan. That's right, not a single member of the entire family was left alive. To know, a total of 15 celestial dragons were dispatched by the Strutty family in the Kingdom of the Bridge, all of which were cut off. For Marie Joyce, it is undoubtedly the face that has been drawn into a pig's head. Marine was defeated and the celestial dragons were killed. The construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge was forced to suspend. Things happened one after another, and the smashed 5 elders were dizzy. And it's all done by the flying pirates. Celestial dragons were hung on the sea crossing bridge and have become 5,000 bottles. What are you eating? The bald 5 elders, who was holding an unknown famous knife in his hand, pointed at the incoming intelligence screen and was furious at Kong. He's given Kong many chances. First, in the Wano Kuni Sea area, Garp and Sengoku were defeated, and Kazan, who snatched his supreme sword, first-generation ghost, and his younger brother Shiki, both escaped. The second time, celestial dragons on Sabayati Island was headshot, but no one was caught, but Marineford suffered a devastating blow from pirates. It took 3 years to rebuild and became a joke in the world. The third time, none of New World, Rocks, and Air pirates were caught, and Marine Admiral came back with only one eye, throwing away Marie Joyce and Marine's face. And this event in East Blue. How will it end again? 15 celestial dragons were all killed, and the leader was chopped off his limbs, hung on the Cross-Sea Bridge to die in the sun, and became a man. No one can afford such a serious incident. That is on the sea crossing bridge that has been built for more than 700 years. That is the symbol of Marie Joy rule. In terms of accountability, Marine should be the first person responsible. If Kong had killed Kazan early, how could so much shit have happened? Angry. The hand of the bald 5 elders holding the knife was tightly squeezed. Kong felt a chill in his heart. Mad, Kazan was still in New World 3 months ago. Now, run to the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge again? Headache. Cold sweat. 5 elders collectively furious, shame. Shame and shame. That pirate named Kazan must not be left behind. This is an existence that is more detestable than rocks. You can't keep it for even a day. You Marines are to blame. All of this is caused by you leaving out Kazan. He is more hated than rocks. Bounty. Pull his bounty to number 1. Never put it down. The 5 elders were really furious. The sky is high in East Blue and the Emperor is far away. Now that people pass by, the daylily is cold. What power can Marine have? The entire East Blue is no match for the flying pirates. The 5 elders need a target to vent their inner annihilation. There is no doubt that this person is Kong. Actually, of all the people present, none of them wanted to eradicate a pirate like Kazan, but Kazan came and went without a trace. He thought he was staying in New World, but he ran away to the east again inadvertently. Up. What a deal. The master who caused trouble like this must try his best to eliminate it as soon as possible. Kong sat in front of the 5 people and didn't dare to pant loudly. Block the news completely, and prevent the identity of the creator from being slandered like a catastrophe again. This matter is related to Marie Joy credibility. Also, it's time for Marines to recruit more troops. We must form a combat force that can crush pirates. Otherwise, Marines don't need to exist. The 5 elders were heartbroken, and even made suggestions in person. It is enough to show how much the 5 people hate Kazan. Kong was scolded like hell, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. For the rest of the time, Kong bit the bullet and was scolded by the 5 elders one after another for an hour. This gunpowder-flavored meeting has just come to an end. Kong walked weakly on the street of Marie Joyce, with a distraught expression on his face, and he was paying respects to the 18 generations of ancestors of the celestial dragons who were leading slaves around them. If only there were no stupid pigs like celestial dragons in the world. Marine doesn't have so many messes. Damn! Why did I have such an idea? Kong wanted to jump off the red line. On the other side, time passed again. At this time, the building materials needed for Bagpipe Island have been prepared. Tens of thousands of Marines are exhausted. Is it finally over? Torture like hell. Fortunately, there are stupid slaves rushing to work. The Marine soldiers gritted their teeth, the stones on their shoulders made them want to cry. The air pirates are evil slave owners who force Marine soldiers to work hard. During this period, Marine carried stones every day, slept no more than 3 hours a day, ate swill-like food scraps, and drank rainwater prepared by Kazan. Every Marine was tortured so badly that Kaido whipped his back into twists. Fortunately, dozens of kilometers of cross-sea bridges were demolished, and the stone materials were finally cleared up. Have to say, Marine would also like to thank those numb slaves. If it weren't for the slavishness engraved in their bones, they would scramble to work. This Marine really can't move all these stones. Ah, finally saved. The accident happened again. The person who collapsed this time is Crane. During this period of time, Crane has seen too much cruelty, and his values have been hit hard every day. Thousands of slaves. Every day is like a walking dead, with a numb look and no meaning of life. Can such a person really not be saved? Nuxus, Deck! Crane cried and begged, Kazan, please, let me cleanse the hearts of those slaves. When I'm done, I'll put my shackles back on. Crane is a person with the ability to cleanse fruits, can cleanse other people's hearts, wash away sin, and at the same time, also have the opportunity to wash away slavery, so she really wants to help these lost souls, let them find the value of living. Of course Kazan agreed to Crane's request. The reason could not be simpler. Anyway, with this little ability of the Crane, he would definitely not be able to run away. At the same time, Bagpipe Island is about to be put into construction. If these slaves really return to normal people, as long as they are recruited, it will be a considerable labor force. He has no reason to refuse. Present. The figure of the Crane shuttles back and forth on the cross-sea bridge. Short time. The bridge has become a green clothes pole. Tens of thousands of slaves, under the operation of the Crane, turned into thin sheets like clothes. Soap bubbles flashed all over the body, swaying with the wind. With the body of the slave as the outer garment, drain the water. Finally, the sanity of the first slave is restored. And the first thing he does, actually crying, kneeling in front of the Crane. Thank you, Master Pirate, you are really good people. You are not like those Marines. We will remember everything you did. Although the brains of the slaves are numb, their bodies and nerves can still remember that the pirate Kaido never did anything to them, and the pirates are willing to give them fresh food and will not force them to work. Even, they killed the celestial dragons and punished the world's biggest disaster maker. All of this, the slaves actually saw it in their eyes, and at the same time, it was preserved like the information engraved in the genes. With waking up, memories flooded in like a flood. The slaves cried one after another, as if they were recreated by the flying pirates. Hearing this, he was completely dumbfounded. Wait, I am Marine. Your rescuer is Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Crane. And every word the slaves said didn't say Marine, they all sincerely praised the pirates. It's like slapping Crane's face all the time. In the eyes of slaves, is Marine even inferior to pirates? Sorry, in Bridge Kingdom, yes. True. It was Marijoya's men who captured the slaves. And it was Marine who killed the slaves. In the eyes of slaves, they are the most sinful people in the world. When all the slaves regained their sanity, their personalities awakened. The slaves looked at the Marine soldiers and suddenly became disgusted. All the oppression they had suffered in the past erupted collectively at this moment, like a landslide, a tsunami, and a flood breaking a bank. Swipe! Bang bang bang! At this moment, all kinds of stones were thrown at the exhausted Marine soldiers, and the angry slaves, holding various tools, greeted them. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of Marines were stoned to death by slaves. Now, the Crane just stood there. Looking at the corpse of Marine all over the place, the blood was about to permeate the whole bridge. Crane's spirit completely collapsed in an instant, howled and passed out. On the other hand, Kazan was also quite speechless. This scene is simply too dramatic. Who would have thought that Crane's cleansing ability could wash away the slave's servility, and she kindly brought the slave back to a normal personality, but the first thing the slave woke up was in front of Crane, the Marine Vice Admiral, killed tens of thousands of East Blue Marine. I have to say, people are a bit cruel sometimes. Chapter 96. Crane Vice Admiral, please. Help. Tsuru Vice Admiral, why are you on the side of the pirates? Crane, you turned out to be a Marine traitor. Crane uses the ability repeatedly in a short period of time. At the same time, the bloody scenes and the complaints and slanders of the Marine soldiers directly stimulated Crane's nerves. She didn't know exactly how long she had been in a coma. And when Crane woke up, she found herself on a big soft bed that smelled of fragrance, her feet were still in shackles, and she kept repeating in her ears those Marines' cries for help, wailing, complain. These words were like nightmares, repeated day and night even when even the Crane was in a coma. Not to mention those bloody images, which kept flashing like movie clips. The moment Crane woke up, he felt weak all over. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. What can the Crane do? She also didn't know that slaves would be so fierce and hate Marine after being cleansed. Washing fruit is to wash away the evil in other people's hearts. After washing, people should become more kind, gentle, and friendly. But Crane completely underestimated the torture the slaves have suffered all these years. East Blue Sea Crossing Bridge is 700 years old. In the past 700 years, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the construction period of the Cross-Sea Bridge, Marijois not only arrested slaves in the world to serve as laborers, but also deterred the residents of the islands through the violence of the CP organization on the islands that the Cross-Sea Bridge passed. Become slave labor. There is no doubt that the Sea Crossing Bridge is the largest project in the entire world. Because of the long construction period, engineering days, the required labor has already exceeded 100 million people. And the lives of hundreds of millions of people ended at the construction site of the Cross-Sea Bridge. Rather than saying that the piers support the weight of the entire bridge, it is better to say that each pier is made of the corpses of slaves. After the slaves were transported to the kingdom of the bridge, their fate was sealed. Sunrise every day is the beginning of their labor. They will be whipped by Marine with a whip all the time, blood soaking every inch of stone bricks, and every night, the breath of the screaming slaves will gradually weaken, and the next day they will no longer can't wake up. From human to slave. The slaves gradually became numb and delirious. Perhaps only numbness can make them calmly face death. In such a situation, the slaves were awakened by the Crane, and all kinds of emotions filled their hearts, and the slaves paid the most attention to two emotions. It's love and hatred. There is no doubt that the Graces naturally the flying pirates, they killed the celestial dragons, punished those cruel Marines, and let the slaves eat normal meals. Such a great kindness is enough for the slaves to repay it to the death. And hate? The only one who can suffer is Marine. That's right, when the slaves wake up, it's time for gratitude and reward. Kindness can be repaid slowly, but hatred must be settled quickly. So, tens of thousands of Marines were smashed to death by slaves on the spot. At this time, Crane's expression was bitter. The incident was completely beyond her expectation. Even now, she still doesn't know how to accept this revelation. At this time, a melodious flute sounded in her ears. Waiting for the crane to climb tremblingly to the deck of the Nuxus. The scene in front of me. Refresh her cognition again. I see. The island is flying towards the infinite sky ahead through the sea of clouds accompanied by the melodious sound of the flute. Bagpipe Island on the island ground. The environment has changed drastically at this moment. Tens of thousands of slaves have changed the working environment. At the same time, the slaves are smiling and laughing. Working happily. Some of them carried stones and built stones. Some, drinking clear water, enjoying the shade under the tree. And some construction engineers, commanding on the side, laid out various architectural design drawings on the table, engaged in intense discussions, and even fought for a point of view. They were giving full play to their architectural talents. Yes, they are planning to join forces to build new huge buildings. The greatest masterpiece ever. What's going on? Crane was at a loss, not knowing what happened. Where is this place? When the crane woke up, it was as if he found himself in another world. She is still on the sailboat, but the Nuxus has stopped in the lake of an island, and as far as the eye can see, there are slaves working all around, but the appearance of the slaves has taken on a new look. On the other side, there are also the flying pirates working together. Crane had too many questions, and she had to ask them clearly, but she found that she was still wearing shackles on her feet. That shackle that explodes off the boat. Crane. Faced with this situation, it is somewhat difficult to accept. The world is changing so fast. But Shiki on the other side also noticed the crane's situation. Shiki asked, "Is she awake? Is it really okay to replace the shackles on her feet with common shackles?" Kazan played with the eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods in his hand. Laughing, "Do you know the flea effect? In a previous life, biologists throw fleas on the ground at will, and it can jump more than 1 meter high from the ground. But if a cover is placed at a height of 1 meter, the fleas will jump up and hit the cover, and hit the cover repeatedly. I can no longer jump more than 1 meter. The reason is simple. They have adjusted how high they jump. And adapt to this situation, no longer change. Not only fleas are like this, but people are actually the same. Crane is in the same situation as flea. The shackles have restrained her for a long time, and her spirit has been severely attacked several times. In order to save her life, Kazan no longer puts her on the oppressive sea stone shackles. However, the crane didn't react for a while. She didn't even dare to leave the Nuxus for half a step. This time the trip to East Blue. The crane should be the first. Her paramecia washing ability can wash away the slavishness of the walking dead. Do Kazan a big favor. At this moment, tens of thousands of slaves are not only willing to work for the construction of Bagpipe Island, they don't even need wages, they only need to provide food. Almost tantamount to free labor. This kind of thing was unexpectedly encountered by Kazan. I have to say, very lucky. At the same time, the territory of Bagpipe Island is very large, and construction is a long-term process. The joining of these slaves is undoubtedly a long-term help, just like Shiger. Moreover, the island must also be popular in order to be considered a kingdom. These slaves are also considered the first aborigines on the island. It is also because of the supplement of manpower that the construction of Bagpipe Island has started, and at the same time the entire island has also started. Flying to another destination locked by Kazan. In Kazan's heart, Crane also really did a great thing for the flying pirates. Flea effect? Weird theory, you are such an interesting man. Shiki's eyes were filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Soft spot, rubbing against Kazan's arm. By the way, some news about the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge has reached naval headquarters. It is said, because Crane helped the slaves, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers died. Her military registration number has been sealed by naval headquarters. According to this situation, if Crane does not take actual actions to express her position, she is likely to be removed from Marine. It's impossible for her to go back to naval headquarters easily. Even, in the eyes of some Marine executives, she is already a member of the Flying Pirates. This result is a bit cruel. Hearing the news, Kazan couldn't help laughing. Let her go. There won't be any trouble anyway. There have been too many mishaps along the way. Events of the Bridge Kingdom. Undoubtedly the most outrageous. Who would have thought that Crane, who was so sincere to Marine, would be abandoned by Marine's comrades in the Battle of New World, and after arriving in East Blue, just because she saved the hearts of the slaves, she accidentally provoked the slaves to riot, which indirectly caused the slaves to revolt. Thousands of Marines died. In the end, such a result came down. To be honest, it may only be described as unlucky. But what? Anyway, if you leave the Crane behind, you will be able to sting Marine. Kazan naturally felt that it didn't matter if he stayed on the boat. How soon are we going to Sky Island? Kazan asked. Shiki estimated, according to the flight speed of Bagpipe Island, it will be 2 months before we arrive at Sky Island, but I am curious, haven't we been to Sky Island before, and now we are going again? I really don't know what you are thinking. This one. Kazan put away the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods comfortably. We left a golden clock on Sky Island back then, and now it's time to play the role of the golden clock. Besides, there are also a large number of residents on the island. If being able to be included in Bagpipe Island is another big wave of help. Suiga. Hearing this, Shiki blushed and rubbed more vigorously. Now, there are still 5 years left in the Valley of the Gods. In the past 5 years, Kazan didn't have much to do, so naturally he had to devote a little energy to take care of the floating island. Ask for flowers. Kazan plans to move Bagpipe Island to Sky Island in the park. It would be better to include the residents of Sky Island as well. After all, the Titan MOK has the island fruit. After so many years of development, MOK has the ability to blend the two islands together as long as time permits. Kazan, who got the news. The thinking of the Sky Kingdom is completely opened in an instant. He not only wants to build towns on Bagpipe Island. It is even more important to make some characteristic islands a part of Bagpipe Island. Do la la dee. Did beep beep. As the island flew, the wind tunnel in Fenglay Island made a melodious flute sound. Moving on to the next destination. The first half of the Grand Line. Paradise, Sky Island. The battlefield was filled with gunpowder smoke, and the sound of explosions came from the dense forest from time to time. Gunfire, explosions, and clouds sweeping across Sky Island. White. Kill. Drive the barbarians from our homeland. This is our territory, it is bestowed by the true God, we must not allow outsiders to touch it. Go. For the Holy Land. Nothing shall be lost to the sanctuary. Drive the barbarians off Sky Island. Accompanied by the sound of charging, some warriors wearing white wings as decoration rushed out from the forest. Some of them are running with knights' spears. Some are holding various shells as weapons in their hands. They are the native warriors of Sky Island. 400 years ago, Apayadu on the Qinghai Sea was originally located on the Qinghai Sea, a part of Gaia Island, and was brought to the Bibai Sea by a huge soaring current 400 years ago. This island has a land that Sky Icelanders have never seen before. At the moment when Apayadu was washed up by the soaring ocean current, seeing the island of the land made all Sky Island people so excited that they went crazy. They immediately regarded Apayadu as a sanctuary, which means a gift from the true god. From then on, Apayadu was also renamed as Island of the Gods by Sky Island people. In the sky, owning land is equal to $1,000. Sky Island people will never give up. And the opposite of Sky Island warrior. They are the Aborigines of Apayadu and Island of the Gods. They are Sandia people who originally lived on Gaia Island in Qinghai. Sky, inexplicably arrived at a strange swap, and they were also regarded as the intruders of Sky Island. But this was originally their land. But from the sea to the sky. If you change the position, it will be occupied by Sky Island people. In order to regain the homeland and the homeland where the ancestors lived, fulfill the golden promise passed down from generation to generation by the family, ring the golden bell, and complete the agreement with Nolando. The Sandayas are constantly attacking Apayadu, in order to regain their homeland. This battle for islands has been going on for 400 years. The golden bell of our ancestors rang 15 years ago. The holy bell exists in Apayardo. Warriors, fight hard. Warriors, for the glory of Shandora. Soldiers, for the glory of our ancestors. Our land, the enemy is only worthy of shedding blood on the earth. For Apayardo. Dark-skinned Sandias with some Indian characteristics sprang out from the forest and fought with the warrior of Sky Island. They wanted to regain their ancestral land and their own homeland, ring the golden bell again, and contact the blood of the Qinghai family. It's worth saying. 15 years ago, before Kazan and Shiki formed the Air Pirates. Just because he was going to build a pirate group in the capital of Seven Waters, he became friends with Shiki and other Amazon Lily female warriors, and went to Sky Island together, where he not only got the gold of Sky Island, but also got the thunder fruit of Logia. Out of curiosity, Kazan rang the dusty golden bell. The sound of the golden bell was not only transmitted to the Qinghai Gaia Island below, but also to every corner of the Sky Island. Sandians. Naturally, he also heard the call of the golden bell. How can one be stimulated by the golden bell? Their ancestors have known for generations that the golden bell is in Apayadu. But just can't find it. 15 years ago the bells have confirmed that the golden bell is in Apayadu. And the Sky Island people have been blocking too. With the ringing of the golden bell that year, all the Sandia people went into a state of rage. In the past 15 years, they kept repeating the impact on Apayadu, just to witness the golden bell engraved in their blood with their own eyes. This time, they will charge bravely again. Knife. Chapter 97. Sky Island, Arpejado. Kill kill. Boom. In the wide jungle, the two camps are fighting. The sound of artillery fire and blasting of wind shells continued to sound. The battle scene became more and more violent, and countless figures were bombarded and flew out backwards. Shouts of killing and screams intertwined one after another. The war gradually moved closer to a tragic direction. And just when the war is about to heat up, a huge change suddenly appeared in the sky. Do la la dee. Did beep beep. The melodious flute sound suddenly came from the sky, melodious and melodious, like a movement played by the city in the sky. Warriors of Sky Island, and warriors of Sandia can't help but look up one after another. But in this second, they were all completely stunned by the scene in front of them. They even forgot to attack each other, and the weapons in their hands couldn't help but put down. At this moment, the war came to an abrupt end. Everyone couldn't help but look up. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. This voice is... What's this? Looking around, the sky is originally covered by the white cloud layer. But now, the thick white cloud layer was pushed away by a huge black shadow, like a huge ship, pushing away the waves. Slowly, a huge floating island slowly appeared in front of everyone. Only a corner of the island is exposed. But everyone already knows the 987 road, which is bigger than the entire Sky Island. Moreover, the oblique section at the bottom of the island is full of holes of various sizes. The smallest hole is the size of a building, and the dark inside of the hole is mysterious to the ultimate. Moreover, there are countless green vines, like giant dragons, shuttling through the wind tunnel. Drill in from this hole in a while. Drilled out of that hole in a while. Sound. It was also brought out by the wind dragon from the hole. Judging from the vertical plane of this floating sky island, it looks more like a giant cheese full of holes. This is Bagpipe Island where Kazan started. An island. An island that makes music and flies. Sky Island people have been completely dumbfounded. Yes. Sky Islanders have rarely seen land. In their eyes, there is no substance in the world that can compare with land. Even the area of Apayadu Island can be regarded as a sanctuary by all Sky Islanders. Everyone thinks it is a gift from the true God. Extraordinary treasure and respect. Result. The floating Sky Island, which can fly and make noise, is at least 100 times larger in land area. How much, how fertile and massive is the soil on this island? For the people of Sky Island, Apayadu is already a paradise level, an island of gods, and a sanctuary. What is the Bagpipe Island that appears now? What else can they be called? Island of the Gods? The Eternal Isle? The Aborigines of Sky Island raised their heads and opened their mouths at the moment, their faces full of disbelief. His eyes widened even more, reluctant to close them for even a microsecond. Da-da-da! A miracle! This is a miracle! It is the will of God. It must be the true God who has come to Sky Island. It must be the God who is guiding us. Some people from Sky Island knelt down and continued to worship Bagpipe Island. The white wings on their backs swayed up and down, as if following their owners, showing the most respectful attitude towards a Sky Island. The people of Sky Island swear that they have never seen such a vast land. Like a miracle. And the Sandia was also shocked. The weapons in their hands were involuntarily put down. Dense sweat covered their somewhat brown skin, and the corners of their eyes twitched. They couldn't believe that everything they saw was real, it was incredible. Nervous. Every Sandian is too tense to breathe. Could it be? Is my hometown, Apayadu, ever the same as Sky Island? Is this cheese-like island the hometown that the ancestors said? If so, then the ancestors have manifested themselves. Involuntarily, the Sandia people also made movements towards Bagpipe Island. The battlefield changes rapidly. It was supposed to be a grim war between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians. At this moment, because of the appearance of Bagpipe Island, it has entered an unusually quiet period. Both sides. No desire to fight at all. Both the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia were shocked by this scene at the same time, and they had completely forgotten the fact that they were going to fight. And also at this moment, Kazan saw the messy, ant-like figure from high above. Immediately use fluttering ability. Gold's figure floated down melodiously from Bagpipe Island. Da-day. After Kazan landed, he looked at the kneeling crowd. Seeing the scene of war in front of him, Kazan knew that the two groups were fighting again. The war between the Sky Island people and the Sandia people has lasted for hundreds of years. For a piece of land, the fighting between the two sides has never stopped pass. It was only later that Enel, the Sky Island Thor Airborne, had the power to absolutely suppress everyone. Let people feel a surge of fear. As a result, Sky Island gained a brief peace. Certainly. For both Sky Island and the Sandia, there is no chance of a large-scale war between the two sides because of the existence of a stronger force. But overall, Enel hasn't done a good job. My lord, you are. My lord, Tao. The leader of Sky Island and the leader of Sandia were nervous at the same time and asked at the same time. The people of Sky Island believe that this is the descending of the true God who once again bestowed land on the people of Sky Island, so they are ecstatic in their hearts. Their sky island has been favored by God again, and they are simply children chosen by the sky. The Sandia people thought that they were from Qinghai, their hometown, to help them regain their homeland, or they were here to accept outcasts like themselves and others, and they felt more wronged and wanted to complain. Anyway, people on both sides have their own ideas. Kazan glanced at the leaders of both sides, but didn't recognize any of them. There is a little ghost next to it, it is worth noting. That guy is holding an ordinary knight's spear, and he looks a bit like Ganfur, the later Sky Island god. But Kazan doesn't care about that. Observation Haki, a feature branch, unfolds invisibly to read people's hearts. Soon, Kazan read the minds of everyone. It turned out that in a short period of time, I, a stranger, was worshipped. This. I didn't do anything. Just because I flew Bagpipe Island over, let them have infinite reverie. Have to say, a random operation by myself can be shocking. Really, I didn't mean to. Kazan is actually here to carry the Shandora ruins. This is just right. Since everyone loves it so much, it seems that the strategy can be changed. Anyway, everyone worships so much, so it's better to let you worship happily. Kazan didn't speak. He just waved his hand in front of everyone. The next moment, the clouds in the sky were completely blown away by the Feng Feng fruit, and the sunlight completely fell down. The pupils of everyone's eyes lit up, and the field of vision was expanded countless times. At this moment, the whole picture of the stalwart of Bagpipe Island is displayed in front of all Sky Island people and Sandia people. Miracle! Miracle! Hiss hiss! Everyone looked at Bagpipe Island eagerly, and gasped countless times. This! Simply a miracle! Bagpipe Island is huge. Huge beyond everyone's imagination and cognition. They have never seen such a behemoth. And with just a wave of his arm, this lord can direct the wind and the clouds in the sky. What is wind? What is cloud? They are two of the most common natural phenomena on Sky Island, Feng and Wei. They all have forms, but they cannot be touched. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, the lord in front of him actually mobilized the sacred wind and the sacred cloud. He really is a god. Yep, everyone's first thought, Kazan is a god. Now, seeing the miracle coming, the people of Sky Island and Shandia all bowed their heads respectfully, as if they were waiting for their own will. Extended family. Now, Kazan is in front of everyone again. Just point your finger. Clatter. In the next instant, a green whirlwind flew out of Kazan's cuff, like a giant green python, wandering into the distance, until it brushed across the huge vines and climbed to higher clouds. At the same time, the clouds in the sky at the tip of the vines were completely dissipated. Now, which golden giant clock was completely exposed to everyone? Everyone looked from afar. The golden clock against the sun. The golden bell, shining with the brilliance of a giant star, is like the light of the gods and Buddhas who came into the world. The heart of the Sandia people completely entered a state of frenzy. This. It is the golden holy bell of the ancestors. No one thought that the golden bell would appear completely at this moment. And, right on the land of Apayadu, it's just huge and empty. But as the vines grow and increase in height, the golden bell is even more sacred. Da-da-da-1. The Shandians bowed down to Kazan, and all of them had tears in their eyes. Their tears are soaked in the homeland. The Sandians until, their ancestors were right. Someday, someone will ring the golden bell of the Sandians. As soon as the bell rings, it will connect the power of Shandara's bloodline from all over the world to save the Shandia people. And the person in front of him. He is the savior of the Sandians, the patron saint of the bell. God, will you choose to ring the bell? Everyone in Sandia has doubts in their hearts and has strong expectations. But accidents always follow. Crash la 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 4.0. In an instant, the forest was overwhelmed by a giant, a huge blue sky island snake, wandering over. Sky Island Serpent. Whether it is Sky Island people or Sandia people, they are all very fearful existences. Seeing the Sky Island giant snake, everyone can only run away. That huge figure is invulnerable, and a random flick of its tail is almost like a landslide. Crack! That is a super giant that has grown to 200 meters. At this moment, it actually came on a rampage. How is this good? God, return is right in front of me and others. If you run away according to your instinctive reaction now, how will God view yourself? Will you abandon your own people? Can't run. Before God, you must not run away. This is blasphemy. The people from Sky Island and Sandia were kneeling on the ground at this moment, their legs were already trembling, rubbing against the ground, the pain made their eyes more firm, even if they closed their eyes, they couldn't just jump away like this. And a loud voice is coming. Hiss. Getting closer and closer, more and more shocking. Kazan here. Feeling the huge creature in the distance, I couldn't help laughing. Isn't this the little Sky Island snake that I could scare with a single command 15 years ago? How come you can touch it once you come to Sky Island? Forget it, let's say hello. At this moment, Kazan, who was in front of everyone, finally spoke for the first time. Stop and crawl over. Chapter 98. Honestly, the Sky Island snake is going crazy. Why is the figure of gold still in front of me? I just hid in my nest and hibernated for a while. Seeing the good weather today, I came out to look at the spring breeze. I wanted to have a dental festival, but I saw this gold man again. It was so scary, I was afraid of snakes. Never mind. This snake kneels down for you, okay? Immediately, the Sky Island giant snake meekly swam over. Come to Kazan, docilely widen his mouth and stick out his tongue to make a ladder. It thought. Kazan is going to get someone into its stomach again. Carry those indigestible yellow metals. Since the swallowed yellow metal was moved out of the body, the whole snake became lighter and more comfortable. But it was Kazan's slap that greeted the Sky Island snake. Shut your mouth. Hiss hiss. Ah, well, this snake will do it right away. On the other side, the people of Sky Island and Shandia are all numb at the moment. What's the situation? In just one sentence, even the giant snake of Sky Island, who is like a god, surrendered. Why can they chat and communicate, and the giant snake of Sky Island is very obedient? Worthy of being a god. And Kazan directly stepped on the head of the Sky Island snake. Go to the vine. You. In the astonished eyes of the crowd again and again, Ka rode the Sky Island giant snake towards Xia. And the shock wasn't just for the people on Sky Island. The same is true for members of the flying pirates on the Nuxus. After all, in the pirate group, many people joined later. They don't have the experience of Sky Island. Naturally, I don't know that there was a story between the Sky Island snake and Kazan. Governor 26 is incredible. He can always do amazing things. This is our captain. Every movement is so low-key and elegant. Amazing. Redfield touched his nose, as expected of the man I admire the most. Gee ha ha ha, Pat, there will be more things like this in the future. But Shiki turned to Molly and said, Molly, open the door on the ground and connect it to Gaia Island. My brother wants to ring the golden bell. A few days ago, Kazan and Shiki chatted about Sky Island's plans. Kazan means to use the door fruit to connect Sky Island and Gaia Island, so that the bell can be heard clearly in every corner of Gaia Island, and let everyone on Gaia Island pass through the door space, clearly see the existence of the golden bell. Of course, this was done to attract the first Icelanders. After all, Bagpipe Island needs construction. Although there are so many slaves, Bagpipe Island is so huge that it is simply not enough. In a situation like this, Karen is like trying to pick up people from all over the place. The first among them, of course, is Gaia Island, which has a belief in the Golden Bell. Therefore, Shiki immediately understood what Kazan was going to do. Yes. Boss Admiral. Molly nodded. With the fluctuating ability of the door fruit, a gate opens directly on the Nook's west, which, in turn, connects to the land of Sky Island. Hundreds of people from the flying pirates appeared on the ground along the gate. Then, Molly opened the gate again, connecting Sky Island with Ya Island. At the moment, on the uninhabited beach of Gaia Island, a transparent glass door opened suddenly. If the people of Gaia Island could notice, they would find that, as long as they looked inside the door, they could see a huge golden clock standing impressively on top of the vines. This is what many Gaia people dream of and want to see. Soon. Nooksis. Shiki stays on the deck temporarily because of the thunder fruit. Crane remained silent, just staring blankly at the scene below the boat. But her heart was already shocked beyond measure. Kazan the man. Why? It's easy to convince your heart. Yes. Seeing that we don't have any oppression, we can make people feel happy and surrender. Just like the slaves in the Kingdom of the Bridge, Kazan didn't do anything, he just let Marine do the coolie. The slaves didn't care at all, it was their voluntary behavior. Kazan just didn't target the slaves. But just after the slave awakened his personality, he immediately joined the camp of the flying pirates. At the same time, those advanced construction engineers are the same. Kazan just asked someone to call him over, and let him willingly build the entire island. What does he have? What's even more frightening is that no matter whether it's those advanced architects or those slaves, during this period of time on Bagpipe Island, there has never been a day of smiling faces. Obviously, they are the ones who were saved, because of the appearance of Kazan, their lives totally alive. Now, Crane had a premonition in his heart. Those Sky Icelanders below the Nooksis will soon join Kazan's camp. After all, there was still a piece of Sengoku just now, and the mere appearance of Kazan had already brought the war to a halt. That's the size of a small country. Unexpectedly. Just a face-to-face meeting. The people of Sky Island knelt down and surrendered? This man is really cruel and anti-terrorist. Seeing a Crane with a surprised face, Shiki laughed. Crane. Hey. Crane looked confused. This is the first time someone from the flying pirates talked to him. And it's Shiki, the staff officer next to Kazan. Crane was also momentarily stunned. Shiki said, when you kneel down in front of Kazan, maybe you will understand the greatness of Kazan. Crane's eyes immediately changed, obviously a little raised, and his expression was very firm. Impossible. I am a marine, I can't kneel down to you pirates. Especially bad pirates like Kazan. If you want me to kneel, I would rather die. The attitude is very firm. Crane's position is not on the side of Marine. Even if Marine's comrades abandoned her. No matter how much he complained, he never gave up his position. And at this time, Shiki approached suddenly, and whispered in Crane's ear, you will fall in love with the feeling of kneeling in front of Kazan, I can assure you. He. Kazan still has some comments on the Crane. Shiki took it to heart. Since Crane didn't show any sign of staying on the boat, it's time to use some means. Let this woman completely surrender. If it is only used to infuriate Marine, then the effect is too small. As Kazan's pillow, Shiki naturally wants to relieve his worries. Means? Shiki has plenty. It's just that I haven't understood Kazan's thoughts on Crane, so I didn't make a move. Shiki's voice fell. Crane's fine hair stood on end, and he was anxious immediately. How is it possible? That's why you're too far away from Kazan. Shiki left a word quietly. A thunder flashed and disappeared in place. And at this moment, on the deck of the Nooksis, only Crane was left alone. is the feeling of loneliness. On the other side, above the vines, Kazan has come to the front of the golden bell. Shiki's figure emerged. Molly has joined Sky Island and Gaia Island, 2 spaces. Is it time to ring the golden bell? There's no hesitation. Kazan laughed. At that moment, Kazan punched the surface of the golden clock with a wind-wrapped punch. There was a shock. The golden bell immediately burst into bursts of blaring. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The sacred sound waves are like Sanskrit sounds, spreading layer by layer. Apayadu. The Sandiya kneeling on the ground was full of excitement, his heart was surging, and tears filled his eyes. Ancestors, it is this voice. This is the bell of the golden bell. All protection is worthwhile, the golden bell has finally been rung in front of our people. Ah! The guardian of the golden bell has appeared. Bang bang bang! The Sandiya knelt on the ground, his eyes moistened again. Seeing this scene, the people of Sky Island couldn't be more shocked. Could it be that the sound of the bell is what the Sandiyans have been looking for? They often said that this was a relic of their ancestors, and the golden bell finally rang through the heavens again. Undoubtedly, I saw the pious kneeling of the Sandiya people. The people of Sky Island were also moved. My own God, is he looking after the Shandiya? Perhaps, the war can end. And the crane on the nooks was also shocked by the crisp bell. She also understood something in her heart. Kazan is indeed doing amazing things, that kind of soul-shocking experience, which I am a marine, cannot experience, perhaps because my identity limits me. What is justice? Justice has so many meanings. Inside the marine, justice has become a faction. It's an attitude, but attitudes are all kinds of weird. Crane is just a middle-level vice-admiral, unable to determine the justice in his heart. But at this moment, Crane became more confused. At the same time, Paradise, Qinghai, West Asia Island. It was originally the market of Gaia Island today, and the island is very lively, and the Icelanders are rushing to the market enthusiastically. But don't want to. Suddenly, a golden bell rang, which turned into hundreds of millions of sound waves, and was transmitted from the distant beach. The bells vibrated layer by layer, and the sound of clang 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 washed the entire island over and over again. People's hearts are washed over and over again. This is the golden bell from 15 years ago. The voice engraved in memory sounded again. And this time, it was even more real. It's like a golden bell is ringing right in front of you. The Icelanders of Gaia Island couldn't help but think of that scene 15 years ago. On that day, the resounding golden bell sounded from the sky to Yindi. Everyone was shocked. 213. Then, a sailboat descended from the sky. That's the pirate group that came down from Sky Island. And the person who took the lead, named Kazan. Now Kazan's reputation has resounded all over the world, resounding throughout the Grand Line. Almost everyone knows what happened to Kazan. That's a legendary class pirate. To the people of Gaia Island, pirates are just some strange customers. Gaia Island is not a country, and it is even more impossible to pay money in the sky. There are no marines stationed around. Therefore, marine is nothing more than a power to the people of Gaia Island. It has nothing to do with myself. But for the people of Gaia Island, the pirate Kazan is the hero who rings the bell and gives hope. It is him that the people of Ruya Island know that Shandora exists on Sky Island. It really feels like a dream come true. Only so many years have passed, countless. The Gaia Icelanders have tried to rush into the sky current by sailing boats, but failed again and again, and many people even lost their lives because of this. However, once the sky current appears, the people of Gaia Island will never turn back. Forever up. For what? Just look at that Shandora with your own eyes. Golden bell. And now, the sound of gold sounded again. All the people on Gaia Island couldn't bear the spurt of blood any longer, and they all ran towards land on the beach. That's where the bells ring. But people stop immediately when they arrive. Looking around, a space door opened on the beach, with the endless sea in the background, like a frame standing on the beach out of thin air. And the scenery inside the door seems to come from another world. And in the world surrounded by doors, a huge golden bell stands on top of a huge vine. In the picture, every movement of the golden clock, a huge sound wave will come out from the door. The sound wave is like the wind, blowing people's hair rippling, and the heart is surging. This time it shocked everyone's hearts. Golden bell. It's the golden bell. Ah! I finally saw it. Everyone in Gaia Island was obsessed at this moment. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Until the person at the front realized that the door could be stepped in, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Hey! We can go to Shandora!" Roar! All the people filed in. Chapter 99. Hurry up ahead! Don't block me from going to Shandora! Hey! Don't squeeze, you guys! When tens of thousands of people from Gaia Island poured into the space of the door fruit, when they reached the exit, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Look around. In the distance, Sky Island is surrounded by a sea of clouds like white cotton. The strange landscape is something Qinghai people have never seen before. It is enough to shock everyone's eyes and is breathtaking. Nearby are the ruins of the ancient city of Shandora, and the ancient symbols on those buildings undoubtedly prove that all legendaries are true. This is the long-lost ancient city of legendary, Tula. Find the city built by your ancestors. Don't mention how excited everyone in Gaia Island is. Every plant and tree makes people linger and forget to return. And except for the view. Most notable are the Sandians and the Sky Icelanders. They are gathered together at this moment. Seeing someone coming, they threw their weapons into the grass one after another. After all, it was a mysterious guest summoned by God with magical abilities. Naturally, I dare not neglect. The Gaia Icelanders looked at them curiously, and they could clearly tell the difference between the two types of people on Sky Island. The tattoo symbols on the Sandia people's faces were not found on other people's bodies, and these symbols were just handed down from Gaia Island. Ancient ornaments. There has always been a rumor on the island of Gaia. Only those elder-level figures with high status can be pierced. It's everywhere now. Seeing the Sandia people, the people of Gaia Island even have a feeling of seeing their ancestors. And when the Sandia people learned that these people who poured in from the gate were the descendants of the old place of Qinghai, immediately, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, and they all hugged their heads and cried. They have wandered the Sky Island for hundreds of years. This is the first time I see my clansmen in Qinghai. Who would have thought? The guardian of the Golden Bell not only rang the Golden Bell, cleansing everyone's hearts, but also used the bell to wake up Shandora's blood, and even has the magical ability to reunite all blood. In fact, what Kazan does today is very simple. Just ring the bell. Just open the door. But the meaning to the Sandia people is undoubtedly greater than the sky. I'm afraid that even with God's blessing, we can't achieve such perfection. That's not what a miracle is. Soon, after a period of familiarity, the entire Shandora ruins became a large-scale recognition site, and all kinds of genealogies were torn apart, and in the Shandora ruins, the aborigines of Gaia Island gathered everywhere, and at the same time. Every minute, people will look up at Shandora's most legendary item, the Golden Bell. Wait for a full hour to pass. All the tears were shed to calm down the excitement. They all searched for the benefactor who reunited everyone. And, seeing that the concentration of people is almost the same, Kazan also started his own recruitment plan. Now he has decided. Let MOK's next goal is to use the fruit of the island to integrate Sky Island into the side of Bagpipe Island, combining the two islands into one, and Apogado becomes a part of Bagpipe Island, a place name. And in the vicinity of Apayadu, after rebuilding a city known as Chandora. As for the occupants, naturally, it is composed of Sandia people and Gaia people. Of course, this piece of land is very wide anyway, and there is no shortage of land. The Aborigines of Sky Island can also be arranged here. Now, with Kazan showing up with Bagpipe Island, Sky Island has no shortage of land to watch, and they can farm as they please. Anyway, as a ruler, it would be good to have a low tax at that time. The Sandia people also found the Golden Bell of Faith, and even found the Gaia Island people of their own lineage. There is no conflict between the two ethnic groups. Naturally there will be no more wars. And the reason for absorbing so many people? In fact, the reason is also very simple. The so-called kingdom must have all functions. Sky Island has the special product of bay and other special products, which can be used as goods for trade and circulation, and eventually form a solid trade system with other places. Mali has the bug ability of the fruit of the door, and the ticket to and from Bagpipe Island is not held by Kazan. For example, the country of Amazon Lily is now Kazan's territory. I want two places thousands of miles apart to have exchange of goods. In fact, it should not be too simple. In the future, the flying pirates will establish more foundations around the world and establish connections with more places and countries. I am afraid that the daily cargo throughput of Bagpipe Island, which is the leading island, will reach a terrifying level, which can be called the world's largest island. Center of the world. Isn't the money rushing in? Of course, that is for the future. At present, of course, it is necessary to absorb the population and build up the city, and then slowly form a system. Make everything normal first, and then you are qualified to talk about the future. And Kazan has read people's minds by reading people's minds. As long as you open your mouth, no matter if you are from Sandia or Sky Island, you will have a home. After all, he is a man who can perform miracles at will. It should be admired by everyone. So, when Kazan came in front of the crowd, everyone's eyes were full of respect. The residents of Gaia Island immediately recognized that the man in the gold figure in front of him was Kazan, who rang the golden bell for the first time 15 years ago, and now he is the most powerful pirate in the world, with a reward of 3.5 billion 40 million berry, the world's largest bounty. Even Rox, known as the Overlord of the Sea, has 200 million berry less than him, which is 3.34 billion berry. However, everyone is not afraid of this big pirate. Instead, respect him very much because of his kindness. Thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity to reach Shandora. Your kindness, for us Gaia Icelanders, is like rebuilding. My lord, I am the 10th generation elder of Gaia Island, Jax, and I have a blueprint of the ancient city of Shandora in my hand. Please watch it, my lord. Please allow us to contribute to the improvement of the city of Shandora. Make repairs, an old man said. The old man's name was Jax. He is the most respected person in Gaia Island, and the design of Shandora city has been handed down in his family. But he searched and searched all his life, even if he dived into the bottom of the sea near Gaia Island, he didn't see any trace of the city of Shandora. In the countless times of disappointment, he could only choose to give up. The design drawings cannot be confirmed, and can only be regarded as a joke by outsiders. This blueprint naturally became an impossible sustenance for Elder Jax. And now, after actually seeing the remains of Shandora, he has already verified that the city design map is real through comparison. Here is a chance to restore Shandora to its former glory. Elder Jax immediately proposed to let the residents of Gaia Island repair the remains of Shandora. An ancient city plan? Kazan was also curious. After receiving the drawings, they turned out to be some architectural design drawings and urban planning drawings. Ding! It has been detected that you have come into contact with ancient architectural design drawings, and the experience value is plus or minus 8 million. Fortune value plus 20 points. The current total fortune is 20 points. Kazan didn't think much, and handed over the blueprints to the construction elites of the Forest Kingdom. Then it was highly recognized by the crowd. My lord, with this blueprint, I think it is feasible to replicate this ancient city. Moreover, if the ancient city is restored to its splendor, it will be an architect's lifelong dream. A construction engineer said. Kazan nodded, involuntarily thinking. When the ancient city of Shandora regains its glory, those who know Shandora legendary and have longed for Shandora, what kind of shock will it be when they actually see it? But what? Now that the Shandora ruins have become history, Kazan decided to let him exist as history. It should not continue to be destroyed. Anyway, I removed so many stones from the cross-sea bridge. Isn't it just for building things? Since Shandora is already a relic, it should be properly protected. I plan to designate a piece of land of equal size for you in the surrounding area, and rebuild a new Shandora. After the city is built, I will give you a place in this permanent residency on the island. The fruit of the door opens the door at will, no matter where it is, as long as there are coordinates, it can bring people over. It's just like opening the door is a tourist destination. Recruiting a resident is a breeze. Well now, the residents of Gaia Island actually offered to build Shandora, saving even labor costs. I have to say, Kazan was lucky once again. Really, he really got all the benefits. Even, as smart as him, I don't know why. Hiss. Elder Jax was overjoyed when he heard this, and the people on Ya Island were even more excited. Unexpectedly, not only can I see the ruins of Shandora, but even the surrounding area, I have the opportunity to live in the city of New Shandora, smell the wind of history blowing from the ruins every day, and bathe in the brilliance of the Golden Bell. For a Gaia Islander, it is definitely the existence of Guangzhou Nyeazu. Such beauty really exists in the world. Definitely a gift from God. Kazan thought for a while, and then said, our Bagpipe Island has no shortage of stone materials. Since you want to build it yourself, we can provide you with stone materials at any time, and we can also provide you with help if you want. However, if you want to obtain permanent residency, you must become a citizen of my Bagpipe Island. Otherwise, you can be temporary tourists. I welcome you anytime. Kazan said. After the voice fell, the surrounding people all replied, it's all up to the adults to decide. Whether it is Gaia Island or the Sandia people, they are all very excited at the moment. It is their great honor to be the people of the guardian god of the Golden Bell. They are still figuring out how to speak. Unexpectedly, God is so kind, like a loving father. Today's surprise is enough for them to digest for a lifetime. Tourist, I'm crazy to be a tourist. And the other side. Cranes aboard the nearby Nuxus. Shocked to numb at the moment. Is Kazan in front of me really just a pirate? Tens of thousands of people have been dealt with so easily. They had a war before. Didn't Crane have seen the grand scene of Marie Joyce before the 20-nation conference, but the lords of those allied countries all looked like pirates, and their eyes were full of hostility. Compared with the purer Sky Island, they were more a pure ruler. Kazan seems to be a born king with the courage to make everyone submit. He didn't even need to spend a single soldier to achieve his goal. Convincing. And at this time, Sky Island is crazy. The Sandians were arranged by God, but we Sky Islanders have not yet. Lord God! You can't be so biased. We, the people of Sky Island, cannot be forgotten. Master God! We, Sky Island, also hope to receive God's blessing. May God be merciful. Everyone in Sky Island knelt down. The wings on the back are shaking and shaking. It's very cute. Raffles, the leader of Sky Island, respectfully bowed to Kazan. My lord, please become the god of our Sky Island. We will always believe in our lord. Seeing that the Sandia people were blessed by the gods, Jean Fusey also wanted to fight for the people of Sky Island. After all, the god in front of him is really not a mortal. On Kazan's side, the conquest of Sky Island is part of the plan anyway, and someone just happened to bring it up. Immediately said, the hatred between the Sandia people and the Sky Island people is all over at this moment. You can cooperate to build Shandora together and enjoy the same treatment. For Kazan's proposal. Neither the Sky Islanders nor the Sandiars have any opinion, and even think this is the best way to deal with it. Really worthy of God. He knows that there is hatred between the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia, and now he is trying to alleviate the conflict. Let's build together. It's about maintaining the relationship. This is a perfect decision to defuse hatred. Now that there is God's rule, there will be no disputes on the island at all. Hundreds of years of fighting each other are just for that piece of land, but now the land issue is resolved, and every race gets everything they want. If you continue to struggle, you will be wasting the happiness you have finally obtained. Therefore, the people of Sky Island and Shandia entered into a real peace. After this merger, Kazan's Bagpipe Island is officially on the right track of construction. In the next few years, Sky Island will be completely integrated into a part of Bagpipe Island through the fruit of the island. The 65,000 slaves brought back from the Kingdom of the Bridge have also returned to normal civilian status. Under the command of the architect team, they will give priority to building the castles that Kazan needs. After the construction is completed, it will enter the new city construction. They will of course also receive permanent residency. At the same time, these slaves were scavenged by celestial dragons from all over the world. Among them were some business elites and various talents, but they were captured as slaves without the status of nobles. When new cities are built, they still have a chance to make use of their waste heat. As for the new Shandora, with the help of engineers, 30,000 Sky Island Aboriginals, 15,000 Sandias, and 40,000 Gaias were newly recruited. The site is next to the Shandora ruins. As for more details, we will slowly finalize them when we meet them. Anyway, in just a few months, Bagpipe Island has absorbed more than 150,000 residents. As for money, didn't you just rob the Chien does, Dragon Man's treasury? If there is no money, isn't there another Valley of the Gods? So, the first step in the kingdom, at this moment really sets the tone. On track. It is believed that after the city is built, Fenglay Island will enter an outbreak period. That's all. The time came 2 years later. Bagpipe Island, Lake Shore. Ah! Today is Big Sister Tioyu's 30th birthday. Big Sister Head, your wish must come true tonight. Kaido finished his morning practice, jumped in the water a few times, and ran towards the meeting place of the pirates. An empty field. Even in the daytime, there were fires everywhere. Longbread began to carefully prepare the birthday cake, a lot of food and wine. There are always people around to help. The whole pirate group enjoyed themselves happily. They are all preparing for Linlin's 30th birthday. And the deck of the Nuxus. Crane alone. For the past 2 years, I have been living in the cabin of the Nuxus. Next door, or nearby, the female warrior of Amazon Lily lives. Gradually, although no one communicates with each other, they nod their heads and see each other. Everyone acquiesces in this kind of life. Way. This day. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. The deepest part of the island. A huge situational fortress in the shape of a seagull stands towering. The 2 big characters of Marine are painted all over the wall. And at the moment Admiral of Headquarters Office. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Black Arm Zephyr are all there, 5 people. Kong's eye sockets are inlaid with tourist glass beads. At this moment, he rubbed his chin and frowned. Seeing that Sengoku and others had come, he said in a deep voice, "I'm calling you all over here. Just to tell you, I got news from Crane." Sengoku, what? Garp, really? Zephyr, are you sure? It has been 2 years, and the 3 of them have been training hard, and this is the first time they have heard about the Crane. If no one mentions it again, the name Crane will almost be forgotten. Chapter 100. There's really news about the crane. Sengoku and the others were immediately cheered up. Kong obviously hesitated, but this news. What's the matter? We're going to rescue the crane. Garp raised his fist, stared at Kong and spoke confidently. I can take this opportunity to take revenge on the flying pirates. Zephyr loosened his arms and smiled grinningly. Good news? Bad news? Sengoku was relatively calm and had many questions. Looking at Kong's face, something seems wrong. Since the last battle, the Marine trio suffered the biggest defeat in their lives, and even the entire naval headquarters team seemed to have received a severe mental blow and did not recover for a long time. After returning to the headquarters, almost everyone has started crazy training and crazy fighting. Over the past 2 years, each has grown a lot. Strength gives people inflated self-confidence. Let them want to find another chance to break their wrists with the flying pirates. Especially Zephyr. Because of Shiki's severed arm, his personality changed drastically. Today's Zephyr. The Iron Man who ate the paramecia iron fruit. This fruit was specially found by Kong for Zephyr to eat in order to heal Zephyr's broken arm injury, in order to give Zephyr the ability to regenerate the arm. After eating it, the constitution of the capable person becomes steel, and can control iron in any state. The ability is actually similar to that of Tzalo's paramecia golden fruit in Golden City. Only the constituent elements are different. Of course, the development direction of Zephyr is also different. And after Zephyr made the arm with iron, the whole prosthetic limb is made of iron, pure black and hard. Because of this accident, Zephyr gets a title like Black Arm Iron Fist within Marine. Furthermore, Zephyr's previous character liked to torture pirates. After being ravaged crazily, he would impel down people and continue to be punished. Generally, he would not choose to kill them. But now, the fatality rate of Zephyr missions is rising. After mission, the pirates are usually smashed to pieces by Zephyr's Black Fist. There are also pirates in the sea who started calling Zephyr the Black Arm. No way, that guy not only has black hands, but also really black hands. This kind of lethality rate, Kong naturally sees it in his eyes. After all, with the emergence of the big accident of the flying pirates, all the Marines were severely stimulated, and even Kong himself became a little extreme. What's more, as Marine continued to expand its manpower in the world, Naval Headquarters talents exploded, making up for the loss of the last New World campaign. According to the current efficiency of attracting talents, Naval Headquarters will enter the peak again in 3 years. With more and more combat power, excellence talents are playing a role. Zephyr, Garp, Sengoku. Already a candidate for Marine Admiral in the minds of the upper echelons. Marshal, will also be approved for the Marine position. Kong looked at the excited trio and hesitated for a moment. Still decided to tell the 3 about Crane's news. After a pause, Sora said bluntly, Crane is not dead, and has regained her youth. She has been staying in the flying pirates all the time. Hearing that Crane was fine, the 3 of Garp immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and became even more eager to rescue. The atmosphere in the office gradually became agitated. But Kong quickly poured cold water on them. I decided to issue a reward order to Crane. The reward amount is 300 million berry. The voice fell, deathly silence. Empty Admiral. Did I hear wrong? Crane? 300 million? Bounty. Hearing this information, Sengoku was a little confused. Hey. That's a crane. Hey. You guys are right. Garp slapped the table and stood up straight away. Zephyr pinched his brows with iron hands, and the bridge of his nose turned blue. The crane is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. How could it be rewarded by Marine's own people? Kong had expected everyone's reaction. Immediately took out a file bag from the drawer, and opened it to a stack of photos. After the photos are in the hands of Sengoku and others, it immediately made the three of them look ugly. I saw, in a few photos, the familiar figure of Crane appeared. She was wearing the special costume of Amazon Lily and mixed among the members of the Flying Pirates. The dinner scene. In other words, Crane is not treated like a prisoner. More like a member of the Air Pirates. It must be a conspiracy. Even if Crane is with the Flying Pirates, it can't explain anything. Sengoku didn't need to think too much, and immediately made a judgment. Yes, just a few photos. Can't explain what the problem is at all. When Marine catches pirates, there is also a chat session. If it is taken out of context, any photo can make a big fuss. Of course. Kong sighed, with a trace of resignation. Of course I can see that this is a divorce, or even a conspiracy. But it has already happened, and the Crane's reward has to be paid. You have been training crazily recently, and the high-level executives deliberately blocked the news. You don't even know about the Flying Pirates and Cranes. 2 years ago, the Flying Pirates raided the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue and demolished a 41-kilometer cross-sea bridge, bringing the 700-year-old bridge to a standstill. It was not until last month that Marie Joyce collected enough slaves, back to building. As for the Bridge Kingdom incident, the slaves who entered the party were taken away by the Flying Pirates. Hey, does this have anything to do with Crane? Garp dissatisfied, that's the matter of the Flying Pirates. They took away the slaves of the Celestial Dragons, what has it to do with Crane? What the hell? The Flying Pirates are really coming. It always feels like they are deliberately looking for trouble for Marine. If Kazan knew a person who can spit out such thoughts is completely bruised. Laozi was looking for celestial dragons, and the dog came up with an idea. Almost. Kong continued, but because the Crane used the ability to cleanse the slaves ran away, and 12,100 Marine soldiers were buried in the sea. Even if she is not the main reason, it cannot be separated from her. Moreover, 15 celestial dragons died in that blocked event. Did such a big event happen? Sengoku. Kong briefly explained, and then continued, now, not only do I have information on these photos, but Marie Joyce also has them. The reward was also requested by them. Otherwise, why would the initial amount exceed 300 million? Marie Joyce will take it out on everyone. Crane included. The last pirate with an initial bounty of over 100 million, Xiarox got 240 million berry. Following Kong's voice fell. The entire Admiral office entered a long period of silence. Marine is a violent organization supported by Marie Joyce. Of course, the real right to speak is in the hands of Marie Joyce. Even if it is Kong, he needs to report to the top when he encounters important decisions. But if Marie Joyce makes a decision, Naval Headquarters will implement it immediately. Even if it is wrong, Marine must resolutely obey Marie Joyce's order. Damn it! Sengoku left only one sentence and walked directly outside. The decision made by Marie Joyce is equivalent to an imperial decree. The result of the Crane being offered a bounty has been determined. Marine Ford Corridor. We can't do anything about the Crane. Sengoku turned around and said, Garp, you went to hunt down the Roger pirates, how's the situation going? Hey! Laozi is in a bad mood right now. Garp's expression was obviously displeased, and he casually said, the Roger pirates are just mice, they only know how to hide, and they chased several sea areas without handing over their hands. Hearing this, Sengoku stroked his chin. That guy Roger is not simple. He directly rejected Rock's invitation. In the era when Rocks dominated the sea area of New World, the pirates who survived were already superior. Although the bounty of Roger's pirates was not high, it will become a sea force that cannot be ignored. Coward Roger. Just him? Forget it. Garp waved his hand and walked away angrily. Dong 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 dong. On Bagpipe Island, night began to fall, and Linlin's birthday party organized by the Flying Pirates was held as scheduled. Kazan sat by the campfire, his eyes just rolling. All that responded to him were Linlin's eager eyes. Hiss! Kazan couldn't help but tremble. Damn! 2 years ago, I gave Linlin a hint that she would live in the captain's bedroom when Linlin was 30 years old. Today, Linlin's body does not seem to have changed much except for the occasional pink glow. Glancing at Stussy next to him, Kazan wondered if Stussy did the wrong DNA test. Linlin has no tendency to change the constitution. Is the peak, CIA, peak period determined to be 30 years old? Shiki couldn't help sniggering. It was the first time she saw Kazan showing an uncomfortable expression. After all, today is the day he scheduled to pick up the car. Boss! Linlin blinked and came in front of Kazan, almost laughing out of the peach blossom bed in his eyes. Tick-tick. Kazan couldn't help the cold sweat. Do you want to wait another 3 years to buy it? At least Linlin from the Valley of the Gods is definitely not bad looking. That's it. Boo-boo. After bouncing 3 times on Linlin's forehead, Kazan was about to explain to her to wait another 3 years. But Linlin immediately excitedly said, 1, 2, 3, start. And also at this time, perhaps because of the beating, a faint pink halo appeared on Linlin's body, and the light became more and more shining. The next moment, Linlin began to change. The whole person began to shrink. After the light completely dissipated, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. What happened to Linlin? Why did Linlin suddenly become so beautiful? Is this Linlin? I just raised my head and took a sip of the wine. When I lowered my head, Linlin's whole person changed. Moo lol, is it still the big sister's head? Hey, the female college has 18 transformations. Linlin has at least 30 transformations. Linlin's birthday party is so surprise. All the surrounding members of the Flying Pirates couldn't help but cover their surprised mouths. Linlin is finally going to reach the pinnacle of life. Now, Linlin Pink's long hair is like the waves of the ocean. The originally fat baby-shaped face has shrunk into an oval face at a very fast speed. Anyway, it is from a common person who suddenly becomes an exotic beauty. Linlin lowered his head and looked at his slender palm. Hardly gave it a second thought. It doesn't matter whether you are beautiful or not, the important thing is that the boss must fulfill his promise. Without even thinking about it, he asked Kazan, Boss Kazan. 1,2,3, start. Doodle. Days passed again. In the past few days, Linlin feels that he has achieved the pinnacle of his life. This is not. On Bagpipe Island, Charlotte Linlin walks with the wind now, and she always holds a mirror in her hand, and stretches out her palm to dazzle in front of the mirror from time to time. But at this time, Linlin had a gold ring on his hand, which was presented by Kazan. Inside the ring, there was a grain of pure gold, and Linlin's time entered a suspended state and his peak appearance was completely preserved. According to Kazan's evaluation, Linlin in the Valley of the Gods is not bad, but it is now several levels higher. Congratulations, Linlin's voice is everywhere. At the same time, it is different from the happy atmosphere of the entire Flying Pirates. Crane's face became more and more cold. Also today, as usual, I came to the deck to let the wind out. And on a table, I saw today's latest newspaper. Unlike usual, today's headlines are: Marine Vice Admiral Crane was deprived of his Marine number, lived in Marine, and put a head order with a reward of 300 million berry. Seeing the news, he was completely flustered. Of course she knew what that meant. The arrest warrants with an initial amount of hundreds of millions are usually issued by Marie Joye's top management. In other words, Crane was not only removed from Marine, but also officially regarded as a thorn in the side of Marie Joye's, a huge threat. Become a globally wanted existence. In a word, there is no place for her in the world anymore. Could it be that Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and Fa didn't stop it. Why did they allow the arrest warrant to be issued smoothly? Why? Issued a wanted warrant for former comrades in arms, why are they? In the pirate world, the identity of the common people is often decided by the nobles of the world. The nobles regard the common people as pariahs, slaves, and pirates. And you only need to post a message to identify other people's identities. Crane's identity is already a pirate. Suddenly, a chill filled his heart, and Crane's brain went blank. She even stopped thinking, subconsciously walked towards the edge of Sky Island. Shiki saw this happening everywhere. Can't help but smile. This is just a scheme led by Shiki, using the black market intelligence network to accidentally disclose some of his filtered information to the CP organization. Shiki knew Kazan well and must have been waiting for an opportunity to make Marine lose face by leaving Crane on board. There has been no action, but the time has not come. Valley of the Gods? A place that Kazan occasionally mentions these days. Could this be where the cranes come into play? ZZ. Just when the crane was about to jump down, the real voice suddenly came. If you jump from a height of 11,000 meters, you will be crushed to pieces. He looked at the sea of clouds surging. Is this important? It's better if you stay with the flying pirates. Pirates? Although Crane has been in the pirates for 2 years, he may have already had a premonition of his fate. According to the strength of the flying pirates, it is impossible for Marine to rescue her. Today, Kazan has built a huge palace in a huge city on Bagpipe Island. His nature is completely different from that of ordinary pirates. He is more like the king of an air kingdom, planning everything. In fact, Crane also wants to see the grand scene when this air kingdom was established. But now, the arrest warrant became the last straw that crushed the Crane. Crane feels that he is a dispensable person. Whether it is Marine or the flying pirates, there is no place for her. I'm not the same as your pirate group. Your shackles did not explode. Captain Kazan gave you freedom 2 years ago, and the other crew members will not stop you from escaping, but you have not been aware of it for 2 years. Shiki laughed. Crane. Shiki said again, as for what you said are not the same kind of people, it's simpler, as long as you integrate into the flying pirates, you will feel different, I promise you. Crane? An hour later, Swan Chi had already left. But Shiki's words were still running in Crane's head. Joining the air pirates is easy. First of all, you have to get the captain's approval. To jump, or not to jump. Crane was completely numb. Chapter 101. Time flies like a white horse, and 3 years have passed in a flash. It is now the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar. This year will also see the largest conflict of this era, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. This era. In the New World, and even the whole world, the Rocks pirates have become a behemoth on the sea, a sea legendary of an era. Its captain, Rocks, is also considered by all to be the king of the seas today. The Rocks pirates have been acting crazily in the waters of the New World in recent years. The reputation spread far and wide. The island of Hakinosu has become a holy place of pilgrimage for countless pirates. The Rocks pirates also took this opportunity to aggressively expand their territory in New World. The size of the entire pirate group has reached 150,000. It can be said. The Rocks pirate map is an unprecedented super-large pirate force. Now, with the order of Rocks, countless pirates rushed to join in. And only those who really pay attention to the pattern of the sea know the reason why the Rocks pirates were able to run away. Thanks to the big victory 5 years ago, when Rocks united with the flying pirates, the two forces pulled 11 marine branches from the Hakinosu Sea area, and the withdrawal of Marine gave Luke's a development opportunity. And the flying pirates in the center of the storm, after this incident, are like ghosts on the sea. No one knows when they will appear or when they will disappear. It is precisely because of the mysterious hiding of the flying pirates that the Rocks pirates have become the center of the sea Uzumaki, devouring all creations on the sea. The Rock's growing ambitions. It also allowed the pirate group he led to finally usher in the biggest move of this era, doing the final mobilization work for marching into the Valley of the Gods. Haki no Su. In the Skull Rock Square, the sky is getting dark, and the flames are shining brightly. At this time, a crowd of 100,000 people gathered. The swords in the hands of the pirates had already been pulled out to point to the sky. Against the backdrop of the fire, the cold light flickered, and the evil spirit was soaring into the sky, as if they wanted to disperse the clouds in the sky. All members of the pirates are waiting for Captain Rox to speak. The figure of Rox appeared from the ground, his surroundings were filled with endless darkness, Black's palm was grasped, and a black knife was wiped on his shoulder. Then, the voice came out. Little ones, the big competition is about to begin. Do you still remember why you went to sea in the first place? This day, the opportunity to make a lot of money has finally come. Follow the pace of Lao Zi and take down the whole world. Rock's impassioned voice falls. All the pirates roared and cheered, and Hakinosua shouted and killed loudly. The whole square became restless. Roar! Finally, the wait is over. After completing this great event, we will leave our name in history. Long live the Rock's pirates, long live the Rock's captain. Hiss! Boss Rox is finally taking us to do something big. Get excited! Brothers! Wait for Rox to finish speaking. The whole of Hakinosu went into a state of frenzy. Countless pirates poured into the warehouse of Skull Rock. Weapons, gunpowder, and various strategic materials were all brought out from within. Then, like a team of fire dragons, they were sent to the Tibetan cave bay behind. There, more than 100 pirate ships have gathered. The hidden cave bay is hidden in a cave, and there is a waterway passing by. The pirates above are waiting to dive at any time. And, these are just the main pirate ships. The other foundations of the Rock's pirates are doing the same thing. When combined, this will be an incomparably huge power zone. In the hall of Skull Rock, the elite cotters of the Max pirates, dozens of torches. The flame flickered, illuminating the entire cave. Rox sits on the captain's throne. In his hand he holds a perpetual pointer made of gold. Ha 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 ha! Is it finally going to succeed? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Rock's eerie laughter kept coming. This permanent pointer points to the island in Legendary, the Valley of the Gods. In the past few years, Rox can be said to have worked hard, and finally found an opportunity to snatch the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods from a celestial dragon's family. After getting the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods, Rox started a long plan. And the reason for choosing the Valley of the Gods? Because that's what the Rox want most. How are you getting ready? Rox put away the permanent pointer, and asked Waste. Akoku immediately replied, Boss Rox, the younger ones are ready. You can leave at any time. John gulped down his drink. Silver Axe hammered a rivet of the armor on his body, and the buzzing sound in the armor sounded, always ready. I can't wait. These three are also elite members of the Rox pirates. There are only so many talents in the sea. Rox also asked Newgate to go to the Roger pirates, but that guy Roger disappeared in New World after meeting Newgate. New World is still very big, even if you know the area where the Roger pirates are located, it is difficult to find them. Rox even went to look for it himself, but the Roger pirates always ran away early. For this cunning pirate group, Luke's is also a headache. There is no high-end combat power to supplement, and Rox can only do it himself, using the intelligence accumulated over the years. Find your favorite devil fruit for Akoku, Silver Axe, John, all. Plus the various hacky usage methods that I have taught. This Rox team is not what it used to be. At least, it is much stronger than 6 years ago. It has to be said that because of the rejection of the Kazan flying pirates, Rox also found another way and found a way to make pirates stronger. Goo la 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 la. Newgate's huge body has reached 6.6 meters, and he is in peak condition. Captain Rocks, are we the only ones acting? This attack is not ordinary. Knowing that this time he was going to do something unprecedented, Newgate was in high spirits. At the same time, it is inevitable that there will be some worries. This time it's the legendary island where the celestial dragons gather. As long as this vote is completed, the hometown of Newgate will no longer have to worry about money. He is naturally willing to contribute. Hearing this, Rocks still thought about it. Newgate is asking about the certainty of action. This is indeed a problem. If Kazan's flying pirates were called, it would undoubtedly increase the chances of success of the operation. After all, in the war a few years ago, the combat effectiveness of the flying pirates still made Rocks attach great importance to it. It's just that now Rocks is going to secretly go to the Valley of the Gods, burn, kill and loot until what he wants is gone. So, Rocks doesn't care whether the air pirates come or not, cooperate or join or not. This kind of opportunity to make a fortune, there is no need for outsiders to share a cup of dew. Rocks didn't say much on the subject. Immediately, Rocks put the famous knife on his waist, and the whole person stood up like a rainbow. Action! Let's go! Roar! All the younger brothers were collectively excited. Boom boom boom! At the hidden cave bay behind Hakinosu, as one after another of the pirate ships sank to the bottom of the sea, the wind direction of the world officially entered a frenzied mode. The other side. Hakinosu's sea area. The former branch of Marinex 1 is now the new world stronghold of the flying pirates. Formerly office of the Marine Supreme Commander. The lights were on at this time, but in the huge office, only 4 figures were inside. Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Xiaoqi. There is news. Shiki said on the side, Hakinosu is abnormal, and the Rocks pirates all disappeared on the island. It is estimated that there is some big action. Moreover, according to the information from the scene, what Rocks said was an opportunity to make a fortune. Get rich. Shiki said, what chance does Rocks have to make a fortune? Last time we robbed the Skull Rock, it only increased your Barry's money. Oh! Hearing this, Kazan's eyes lit up. According to him, when Rocks founded the pirates, they were looking for an opportunity to make a fortune. And that opportunity is undoubtedly to go to the Valley of the Gods. It's just that if people don't get rich, people are gone. Of course, apart from Rocks, other members of the pirate group should have received a lot of benefits. After the Rocks pirates fell apart, the main cotters have quickly established their own forces. 3 of them finally became the 4 emperors of New World. Therefore, Kazan, who knew that the Valley of the Gods was a chance, had obtained the permanent pointer of the Valley of the Gods early on. Ask for flowers. It's just considering that the Valley of the Gods is the gathering place of celestial dragons after all, and it may also be a defensive powerhouse like Marie Joyce. Since the Rocks are going to attack sooner or later, it might as well let the Rocks lead the charge. With the hail of bullets ahead, Rocks just bear it. It's not better to go late by yourself and pick up dead fish. In this situation, now the time is almost up. Kazan also led the team to New World early. And just in case, he also sneaked into Hakinosu recently, and put a floating mark on a major battleship under Rocks, in order to monitor every move of the Rocks pirate group. Has it finally come this far? It's just that the momentum doesn't seem to be very powerful. However, it is a war that affects future generations, and there should be temporary changes. The protagonists of all forces should appear. Kazan couldn't help but look forward to it. God's Canyon, like the Holy Land Marie Joyce, is a gathering place for celestial dragons, and almost half of celestial dragons and their slaves live there. In the eyes of celestial dragons, the status of the Valley of the Gods is even higher than that of Marie Joyce. Marie Joyce? It's obvious. But good things usually hide in the dark. The Valley of the Gods undoubtedly possesses mysterious attributes. Today, Kazan knows how much it costs to build an island. The human consumption alone is a sky-high figure. It has a wealth of 50 billion berry. 0. Spent half of it. And the two huge cities on Bagpipe Island, the ancient capital of Shandora, the modern city, and the entertainment-oriented Golden City, have only just been half completed. So, Kazan, who has a financial crisis, must go to the Valley of the Gods to make a fortune. Present. Several people came to the empty square. Attention everyone, let's go immediately. Like rocks, Kazan only told a few of his confidants where he was going, and the people below didn't know about it. Only then will some arrangements be announced. After all, there are many people with mixed mouths, and information will be leaked if you are not careful. Soon, the air pirates started boarding the Nuxus. Crane watched alone from the side. Although Kazan promised to let her join the pirates, she has not been able to participate in the affairs of the pirates in the past few years. Kazan only asked her to plan the city construction. Of course there is a purpose in doing so. One is that Crane was a marine after all before, and it was a bit awkward to participate in the affairs of the pirates. The second is that Crane's thinking needs to be completely changed. If you don't go to Bagpipe Island to take a good look at the construction of the kingdom, how to build a real ideal naval headquarters. For the members of the Flying Pirates, it is a place that even dogs don't want to go. Too low. See the Nuxus in action again. Crane finally couldn't bear it this time, and took the initiative to follow. She is going to have a showdown with Kazan tonight, and she has already given up on following the pirates, so please don't abandon me. Meanwhile, the other side. A certain sea area in New World. Even though it was night, the sea was still very lively. The sound of explosions continued to resound on the sea. Boom! A pirate ship is sailing crazily ahead, and several huge warships are chasing after it crazily. Ha 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 ha. Roger BD, let's see where you go this time. Accelerate. Accelerate. Catch up. Garp laughed loudly and kept throwing shells forward. Yes. Vice Admiral Garp. Call out. Cannonballs flew over quickly. On the surface of the sea, in mid-air, there was a burst of explosions. The flames almost lit up the sky. Garp, the madman of the East Blue, what a troublesome character. Rayleigh split several ammunition with one knife and came down from the air. What the hell, Garp is a mad dog. It has been several years, how many times, why can't he change his habit of biting anyone he sees? He still bites. Roger felt the shaking of the ship. Shaking, yelling at the three warships behind. Bang bang bang. The pirate ship of the Roger pirates is also constantly spraying flames. Fire, fire. When you find an island, go to war with Garp. Roar. The pirates' morale was immediately boosted. Chapter 102. Roger. Don't run. Go away. Garp. When Garp's fleet encountered Roger's pirates, naval headquarters is also filled with a tense atmosphere. Blue blue blue. Blue 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 1. Marie Joyce, naval headquarters have alarm bells ringing at the moment. Because the collective disappearance of the Rocks pirates has been delivered. There are even discussions within the pirate community. Everyone is guessing what Rocks is up to. Marie Joyce and naval headquarters were the most vibrated. After all, the last time the Rocks pirate group disappeared collectively, it caused great harm to the forces of naval headquarters. Naval headquarters also improved their memory afterwards, knowing that the Rocks pirates have mastered the ship's coding technology. There may be hidden big actions at any time. According to the general rules of action of the Rocks pirate group, they are all sailing on the sea, blatantly passing through the waters of the New World, only when the core interests of the captain of the Rocks are really touched. The Rocks pirates will choose to dive the ship. No doubt. The disappearance of the Rocks pirates collectively Hakinosu is a big signal. In the Marineford conference room. At this time, a lot of Marine executives gathered inside. Kong Admiral. Only Vice Admiral Garp was out on a mission and didn't come back. All other personnel have arrived. The full meeting can begin. Naval Headquarters Assistant explained. Kong sat on Admiral's seat and nodded, okay. The meeting begins. You integrated all the information. Marine Admiral's 950 assistant nodded and quickly introduced. Information came from ahead of us, saying that the Rocks pirates were dispatched collectively, and even the pirates in the nearby strongholds all passed through the coated ship and plunged into the sea. According to the analyst's analysis, the Rocks pirates have a collective big move. Among them, this time the Rocks pirates did not get in touch with the flying pirates. It can be judged that Rocks, as the captain, asked the pirates to take unilateral actions. As for the target of Rocks, there is no information coming back for now. It's been half an hour since the Rocks pirates dived into the bottom of the sea. Hiss! Are the Rocks being so secretive this time? The Marine executives present took a deep breath. After the last war, Marine had already withdrawn from the contest for the Hakino-Suez Sea area, but this was a renunciation on the surface, and the Secret Intelligence Department was even more serious than before, and all the islands were fortified. Even some intelligence personnel have joined the Rocks pirate group openly and doing undercover work. Therefore, no information has been released yet, which shows that Rocks is doing very secretly this time, and only some elite cotters know the real purpose. Everyone is floating on the ocean floor. Without a permanent pointer, no one knows where the destination is. Is it only possible to make an analysis? Sengoku, and a series of the resourceful general have intelligence reports in hand. Look at the information and keywords in this article. All human brains are racing. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Sengoku thought. It must be a big goal to make the Rocks pirates come out, otherwise there is no need to spend a lot of time to act like this. Marie Joyce? No, a lunatic will launch a large-scale operation against Marie Joyce. Marineford? Since Marineford was mostly destroyed by Kazan's flying pirates last time, Marineford has strengthened its defenses, even made the harbor into a moon shape, and deployed several super artillery for all capable people, in order to strengthen the defense, so that pirates come and go. In addition, in the past few years, Marineford has recruited troops all over the world, and its power is unprecedentedly strong. The Rocks pirates are developing, will Marine slack off? In today's Marineford, even if 100,000 people attack together, they may not be able to attack. Marineford. Exclude. The G1 branch of New World? As Marine's largest military fortress in New World, it is undoubtedly a thorn in the flesh for pirates, but it's not too bad. It's easy to defend but hard to attack, and the cost is too high. It's really not worth using an entire pirate group to attack. When a hunter strikes out, he must give priority to the value of the prey. Since Rocks did it so secretly, and didn't get in touch with the flying pirates, and didn't form an alliance, it means that there is no combat power that Rocks is afraid of. Yes, not Marie Joyce, Marineford, G1 branch. So where will it be? Where is the target audience? Sengoku pondered for a long time, but finally he didn't have a clue. He turned his head to look at Kong, Sora Admiral, our naval headquarters, or Marie Joyce. Has there been any big moves recently? Sengoku had a vague sense that Luke's was after something. And this is like a running prey, attracting the hunter to act, but according to the code of conduct of the hunter Rocks, the prey can only be found on naval headquarters or Marie Joyce. For the headquarters, no. Kong confirmed. At this time, a Marine executive echoed, I have been to Marie Joyce recently, and there are obviously fewer celestial dragons there, and it lasts for a few days. Is there any situation? Marie Joyce, home of the celestial dragons. The nobles like them like to do the most, which is to use dozens of chains every day to lead slaves of various special races and show off on the street. Show it off for everyone to see. If it weren't for the rules and restrictions, or the lack of strength, the ideal slave candidate for celestial dragons must be a marine admiral like Kong, or a super pirate like Rox. This. Sengoku felt a faint feeling in his heart. Kong explained, well, this month is the annual treasure day of the celestial dragons. All the treasures they collect in the world throughout the year will be transported to the God's Canyon and displayed there. So, there is a reason why there are so few Marijoi's celestial dragons. Snapped. Sengoku suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Maybe that's why. Rocks for a reason to act. The Canyon of the Gods. Kong didn't mind Sengoku's excitement, and just shook his head. Impossible, although the Valley of Gods exists on the sea, but except for celestial dragons, and their captive confidants, no one knows where it is. This is a legendary islands. Rocks don't have to be. As if thinking of something, Hakora suddenly froze. He knew that in recent years, there had been 3 incidents in which celestial dragons were attacked, and each time, celestial dragons were killed or injured. It all started 20 years ago, when Shiki from Sabayati Island destroyed a celestial dragons with one shot. Then 5 years ago, in the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge, the flying pirates killed 15 celestial dragons. Finally, 3 years ago, Rox took action to kill a luxury cruise ship full of celestial dragons. 13 celestial dragons died in this incident, and one of them was the leader of the Criteri family. Let's say, celestial dragons got hurt and something. Rox pirates, or air pirates. There may be a permanent pointer to the Valley of Gods. This. No. Sengoku. Follow me to Marijoi's immediately. Time passed. The palace where 5 elders was located immediately heard a complaining voice, it's a big night. What are you doing in Marijoi's? A Rox suddenly disappeared, it's not a good thing. Why are you lying? A few elderly people in luxurious pajamas half closed their eyes and said. However, after Kong and Sengoku talk about it, 5 elders also realized the seriousness of the matter. Moreover, Kong's guess is completely valid. Those celestial dragons not only lost their lives in the previous 2 incidents, but also lost the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods, all of which were counted afterwards. Fortunately, since the incident, Marijoi's has added a lot of combat personnel to the Valley of the Gods. And in the past few years, no outsiders have entered the Valley of the Gods. But after about 10 minutes, on the empty streets of Marijoi's, only the street lights are constantly flashing. From time to time, a line of patrolling privates passed by. Kong and Sengoku walked on the street, feeling their bodies getting colder by the day. At this time, there were 2 more things in Kong's hand. A transfer order. A permanent pointer made of gold. The big characters of God's Canyon are engraved on the permanent pointer. And the order reads: Naval Headquarters, all combat power, all personnel, let's go to the Valley of the Gods. You must stay on guard around the Valley of the Gods for more than 10 days. Now that the permanent pointer of the Valley of the Gods has been exposed, for the 5 elders of Marijoi's, the coordinates of the Valley of the Gods are no longer an undisclosed secret. Now the Rox pirates are all gone. And the Valley of the Gods is preparing to hold the annual treasure day, and even, I heard that this time, among the things celestial dragons have collected in the world, there is also a peerless treasure. Even the 5 elders are very much looking forward to seeing what this thing is. However, nobles are nobles, play. It is impossible to take out that peerless treasure until the treasure day. Certainly. As long as it is proved to be true, it will be owned by Marijoi's in the end. After all, celestial dragons are raised by Marijoi's. It is normal for important things to be owned by the collective. But as a world noble, the sense of drama, ritual, and grandeur must be done well. So, keep the good stuff until the end. What a surprise! And this time, if there is a problem with the Valley of Gods, no one can afford it. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, so many celestial dragons gather on the island of the Valley of the Gods, there must be no accidents. If the address of the Valley of the Gods is exposed, let it be exposed. Anyway, we will strengthen our defense in the future. But at present, we still need to make 10,000 preparations. Damn it! If all Marineford's defenses are transferred to the Valley of the Gods, then naval headquarters will be a veritable empty shell. Sengoku was walking on the street, stepping on the ground fiercely with his feet, cursing in his mouth. Will the rocks really go to the Valley of the Gods? After all, he got the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods 3 years ago. Treasure Day is also held every year. If you want to rob treasure, you can do it long ago. There is no need to choose this year. Maybe my guess is wrong. Sengoku suddenly felt regretful. He didn't expect that Marie Joyce would actually mobilize the naval headquarters just because of his own speculation that the celestial dragons were threatening. Maid. What kind of shit is this? Really noisy? And rocks, it's really not sure that they will go to the Valley of the Gods. Kong was also confused for a while, whether it was the transfer order or the permanent pointer of the Valley of the Gods, it was heavy in his hand. Thoughts of celestial dragons. Dimensional, ordinary people can't imagine it at all. But in the marine, and hold a high position, must fulfill the task. Ahem, it's better to fake it, just treat it as a vacation. After all, it's an island in Legendary, it's not bad to go to see. It looks like 1.4. Kong can only comfort himself. Everyone knows this is absurd. But what can be done? Kazan, this accident, nothing will happen again. Sengoku muttered. In this way, the two returned to Marineford, and naval headquarters. When they came back, the alarm bells rang out, and all the sleeping marine soldiers were woken up one after another to serve as commanders. Service. Not long. In the G1 G7 branches of New World, all the warships were mobilized, and they all drove to the G1 military fortress, waiting for the people in the headquarters to use them. And at the same time, New World Hakinosa's sea area, thousands of miners. The Nuxus is sailing. Kazan sat alone on the bow of the boat, Gold's hair fluttered behind him as the breeze blew, and he held a permanent pointer pointing to the Valley of the Gods in his hand. Now. Kazan sees. The pointer is swinging from side to side. But the overall direction is pointing to the endless sea directly ahead. At the same time, Kazan could also feel the sea floor below him. The floating imprint I left on a certain pirate ship of the Rocks Pirates before is also being connected with me through the special induction of lion fruit at this time. It turns out, the Rocks Pirates fleet is also sailing forward. Only one is at the bottom of the sea. One is high in the sky. Kazan put away the pointer. God's Valley. How will what happened on this island shock the world? Chapter 103. One in the sky and one in the sea. Kazan's flying pirates are almost on par with the Rocks Pirates. However, he plans to arrive later than the Rocks Pirates. After all, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, like the Summit War, was extremely tragic. After this time, the Rocks Pirates will never return to Hakinosu. This pirate island, like a pirate sanctuary, will lose its glory for 38 years. The same is true for the Rocks Pirates, and they will gradually be forgotten. Now, with the Rocks Pirates taking the lead, Zan is naturally not in a hurry to be the leader. In the Valley of the Gods, both humans and ghosts are on show, only Rocks is being beaten. Kazan just stay patiently in the sky and follow the Rocks Pirates on the bottom of the sea. For everyone, the Valley of the Gods is just a direction, not an actual distance. So, is it possible to arrive in an hour? Is it still 10 days away? Whether it's the Rocks or Kazan, don't know. Simply relax and look at the strength you currently have. System, open the panel. Ding. The system panel is opening, and the system has allocated experience points to the panel that host needs to strengthen. The entry of experience points will no longer be displayed. Host, Kazan. Swordsmanship, IV91. Physique, IV91. Constitution, IV91. Observation Haki 491 Foreseeing the future reading people's hearts. Armament Haki, IV91, Flow, Internal Destruction. Conqueror's Haki 491 Entangling Bone Shaking Knowing and Killing. Lion Fruit Wind Fruit, IV91, Awakening. Phantom Beast Phoenix Form, IV50. Special Talent, Listen to Everything, Treasure Radar. Fortune, 100. Portable Space 5000 cubic meters, Devil Fruit Upgraded Mosaic Frame X1/Devil Fruit Entry Fusion Card X1/Phantom Beast Species Azure Dragon Form, Paramecia Sweet Fruit, /books/Pure Gold/Black Boulder. In the past 6 years, the level of each entry has only increased by 1 level, and it has not changed much from last time. The later the level goes, the more experience points are required. The level of each level is surpassed, and the bonus is also huge. Now that we have just stepped into the Battle of the Valley of Gods, there is still a lot of time in the world of pirates, and there is no rush. Come. And. The Valley of the Gods is the site of the celestial dragons, and it may also be the concentration of all kinds of 28 treasures. There should be a lot of devil fruits, so my own upgraded phantom beasts are very likely to complete evolution in this battle. Turn off the panel. Kazan stretched, feeling very comfortable. Just looking for a new book to read from the space. And also at this moment. Today. There was the sound of light footsteps behind Kazan. The person who came was the crane who followed the Nuxus without getting the order. Kazan kept some members in the X1 branch of the original Marine, and did not say that the operation would bring cranes, but she just followed up with the ship, and Kazan did not look back. This operation is a war with Marine. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr. Those old teammates of yours will show up, and you probably shouldn't be with them. Hiss. Sure enough, Crane's heart tightened when he heard it. But he quickly recovered. I don't care about those anymore. When they offer a reward to me, everything is over. I just want to ask the captain to accept me now, no matter what I have to pay. Crane was regarded as a thorn in the side of Marie Joyce, and through the senior management of Naval Headquarters, a reward of 300 million berry was issued, which itself was already abandoned by Marine. As a result, she has completely transformed from Marine Vice Admiral to a pirate, a criminal in the sky. If there is no organization, Crane can only flee like a mouse crossing the street, and even Marine wants to get her head. In other words, apart from the flying pirates, there is no better place for cranes in the world. Over the past few years, her mentality has changed dramatically. Crane is no longer the elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Now that she has joined the Flying Pirates, all she can think about is how to fully integrate into the two team. What about the other members? He gradually accepted Crane and treated her as a member of the pirates. Whether it was a banquet or a game project, he would bring her and teach her how to play. Even Shiki, the deputy captain, no longer calls Crane a smelly woman, and complains from time to time. In the past, he and others joined forces to find trouble. Anyway, the Yin family no longer cared about his original identity. However, it is still close to the door. Kazan, the captain, hasn't fully accommodated her yet. Although Kazan would smile back at Tsuru, he never trained Tsuru as a core member, nor allowed her to participate in any important meetings of the pirates, which hurt Tsuru's self-esteem. I am obviously the resourceful general, suggestions will be very useful, why not use me? And the collective dispatch of the flying pirates this time is another crucial event. If Crane's performance in this incident does not satisfy the Captain Kazan, Crane himself reckons that there will be no next chance, and even the air pirates will leave after the incident. This is what the crane is most afraid of seeing. So she must get the captain's approval before that. When a smart woman cannot conquer a man with her wisdom, she can only use the most primitive way to please the man in front of her. After all, Crane is the only military flower in Marine in the current era. Although she is more than 30 years old, like her later sister Momuzagi-jun, the flowering period is far from over. On the contrary, the more it blooms, the more enthusiastic it is, and the charm is so strong that it will drip out of water. But after all, it was the first time, even if he was mentally prepared, when he spoke, he was a little at a loss. Now the mind is expressing, the body doesn't know how to act. Oh? Seeing Crane's anxious eyes, Zan actually feels distressed. Have you figured it out? That's okay. Anyway, the journey is boring, and during this process, I can have in-depth exchanges with former Marine senior officials. Kazan acts as an exchange of information. Soon, Kazan experienced the youthful skills of Marine Genmei. After sailing for a few days, the information on the sea was being passed around crazily. High altitude. A solitary sailing ship is sailing high in the sky. The conference hall of the Nuxus. All soldiers from naval headquarters have been mobilized to New World. Marine Ford is left with an empty shell, probably in anticipation of Rock's actions, and are planning to launch a sniper attack. Hearing Shuki's report, Kazan nodded, continue to wait for the news. It is indeed the world's largest violent organization, so quickly discovered the anomaly, and made such a violent action, it is a precursor to a big event. Inevitably, the Canyon of Gods will become the biggest battlefield of this era. Directly below the Nooks seabed, there are hundreds of coated ships wandering the bottom of the sea. The pirate on the sailboat stood next to the film and directed the other pirate fleets to move forward with lights. At the same time, various phone bugs on the ship kept ringing. Rox said nothing, staring at the dark ahead. He just got the information. The naval headquarters have all been dispatched, and it is very likely that the disappearance of their own side caused the change. Could it be that Marine has already guessed his purpose? Soon. Rox stared and stood up decisively. Shouting to the helmsman on one side, speed up. Yes. Boss Rox. On the dark bottom, the lights on the deck shine. Newgate's tall body can only sit cross-legged, beside him are two children aged 6 or 7, a pineapple head named Marco, and a fat boy named Ziz. These two were orphans picked up by Newgate on the sea a year ago. He felt fate, so he adopted it. No way. The attack on the Valley of the Gods was too urgent this time, and the Rocks pirates were dispatched again. Hakinosu has no members of the pirates. These two stinky brats will die in Hakinosu if no one takes care of them. Even if it was a battlefield, Newgate could only bring his family and people with him. Anyway, relying on one's own strength, it is still very simple to protect the two children. Daddy. Hearing Marcoan's immature voice, Newgate couldn't help showing a smile. Gu la 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 la, I will protect you, my son. He stretched out his big hand and nodded the heads of the two little devils with his fingers. Newgate suddenly felt that he had found the meaning of going to sea. Far away. Akoku turned one eye and closed the other, and muttered disdainfully, "Cut. That Newgate guy actually brought two stinky brats to fight, isn't he carrying 2 oil bottles?" Gilu gilu. John held up the wine bottle and drank wildly. Should we find a chance to kill the 2 brats, or Newgate will not work hard, and the burden is not on us. Why don't we kill Newgate so that Newgate won't be distracted? Hey, stop joking. That man got angry, you still can't stand it now. Silver Axe reminded, this will cause an internal fight. On the other side, the Canyon of the Gods. The central area, this is the most prosperous area in this canyon. There are many top luxury mansions here, and it is also the gathering place for celestial dragons. Underground, the integrated treasure house of 20 countries. In the huge underground space, there are 20 huge doors. The door has the emblem representing the celestial dragon's family, and various pure gold birds and beasts are used as decorations. The space behind the door is where the celestial dragons hide their treasures. The strange thing is that among the 20 treasure houses, none of the doors are locked, and some are even left open. It seems that the place where the wealth of the world gathers is not an important place. But this is the Valley of the Gods. Except for the celestial dragons, who are the lackeys of various CP organizations, there are only domesticated slaves left. The treasure house is wide open, and there is almost no possibility of being stolen. And celestial dragons consider themselves the most noble nobles in the world. Stealing, robbing, begging, that's what lowly people would do. They will not do such despicable things. Every celestial dragon's family is incredibly rich. They get a large amount of heavenly gold provided by Marie Joyce every year. Let alone spending it alone, even if the whole family spends it collectively, they will never be able to spend this huge amount of heavenly gold. Therefore, in the eyes of celestial dragons, they never covet other people's treasures. Everyone gathers together, puts the treasures in the same huge treasure house, compares the rare level, and shows off to each other. If the mind is satisfied, that's enough. Worth it or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is the mentality of showing off. So they pooled their treasures together. What is showing off is the rarity of the treasures, not the value at all. Negotiating prices with celestial dragons is more stupid than having money. Hey! Your Excellency Tyler, this year's Treasure Day, don't let me down with the rare collection under your name, said a celestial dragon's wearing a bubble hood. Tisk tisk tisk, I heard that your Critelli family actually destroyed half of the country in order to obtain that treasure. Is this true? Lee Teely Tyler St. Road. Critly Rickle Saint smiled and said, of course. Chick chick. Tadler said, that's really too weak. Too weak. What is half a country? If you want to destroy it all. What are those untouchables doing? They are not qualified to be slaves. Didn't our family meet that BD rocks? One day, he will become the #1 slave of our Critelli family. Oh! Rocks! Rocks is my slave that Puyol ordered. Zener, are right. The rocks belong to Arfagalan. Hey, this year's Treasure Day, Arfagalan family will definitely come out on top, ha ha ha, after all, we found the one in legendary. Peerless treasure. Oh! Peerless treasure. What the hell is it, Mr. Karasheng? The news that the Fagalan family found something good spread like wildfire inside celestial dragons. It's gone crazy. But what? Because everyone is very curious. Secret. When I come on stage today to present the treasure to everyone, you will know. Oh! While a group of celestial dragons are chattering non-stop, a senior CP official in a white suit and a black tie came here. He said to everyone respectfully. Gentlemen, just now the 5 elders of Marie Joyce sent an order, saying that the Treasure Day of the Valley of the Gods will be postponed for a few days, and the opening time will be set later. Please be safe and calm, my lords. Wait for news in the Mansion Palace. Today. It was originally the opening time of the Treasure Day of the Valley of Gods. But Marie Joyce gave the order suddenly, delaying it for a few days. Marie Joyce received news that the Rocks pirates disappeared collectively this time, and the target may be in the Valley of the Gods. Just in case, all the manpower of the Valley of the Gods must be used for defense. Superior. The Valley of the Gods also has a permanent garrison, and its strength is definitely not weak. Besides, all the Marines in Marineford are coming soon. As long as Rocks dares, he will never return. After the CP organization staff finished speaking, the celestial dragons had colorful expressions and chattered one after another. Postponed for a few days. What? How is this possible? Ahem. However, since it is the intention of the 5 elders, we will follow suit. Go back to the bedroom, I'm going to domesticate the 100 slaves I just got. There seems to be a special race inside. Yeah. What race? Hurry up, put the peerless treasure in the treasury, we'll come back in a few days. Inside the huge treasure house, celestial dragons complained everywhere. However, the celestial dragons of the major families still took their servants away with great interest. Soon, the entire treasure house was empty. Although the celestial dragons are extremely arrogant, they regard everyone as a lowly slave, but for the 5 Marie Joys, they are the stable providers of gold in the sky, and they are also the masters of the celestial dragons. As the real master of the clan, he is naturally quite respected. Now that the 5 elders have given orders, just follow them. Anyway, the treasure day will come in a few days. And when all the celestial dragons return to the living palace, the major CP organizations on the island took action one after another. Surveillance cameras were installed everywhere on the island, and manpower was also deployed in place. The military forces deployed on the surrounding islands of the Valley of the Gods also arrived one after another. God's custom. In a short period of time, the entire island was like an iron wall. And on this day, several members of the CP organization were patrolling Huia. Stare at the sea with binoculars. There is no shadow of the rocks group at all. This time, the oolong made a big mess. It caused us to be on guard for several days. Under the mask, the voice of complaining came out. After all, this is the Valley of the Gods, the rocks pirates also want to see if they are worth their weight. Forget it, let's go back to the monitoring room. No. Something popped out of the sea. The hands of the CP staff began to tremble while holding the telescope. 1, 2, 3. Near the Valley of the Gods, hundreds of ships suddenly emerged from the bottom of the sea. And when the bubble exploded, hundreds of pirate logos with bright red skulls were displayed in front of everyone. Lo! The rocks pirates! Boom! Just as the CP members shouted, a bloody cannonball flew directly from a far-away position. The top of the mountain was instantly blasted to the ground. Chapter 104. Boom! Halfway up the mountain, a shell was fired from the sea. A detection base in the Valley of the Gods was leveled. All CP organization personnel who were probing here were killed by the explosion. But a violent explosion sounded. Naturally, everyone will be alerted. The entire Valley of the Gods is full of alarm bells. The people in the town started to run towards the street, looked up or looked with binoculars, and saw the flames on the canyon on the side of the Valley of the Gods, already soaring into the sky. Not good. There is an attack. Enemy attack. Everyone pay attention. Send all celestial dragons back to the mansion. The guards on the street yelled. The people around acted immediately. The movements were very fast, and they were well trained at first glance. And the phone bugs in the hands of some people also kept buzzing. It's rocks. Not good. The rocks pirates are coming. Everyone is on alert. The rocks pirates have more than 700 pirate ships, and they are already around the Valley of the Gods, and the pirates are docking. The Valley of the Gods has been attacked. Hiss! 700 pirate ships! Hearing this, the members of the CP organization suddenly felt their scalps go numb. They never imagined that what was reported was actually true, and the goal of the rocks pirates was to capture the Valley of the Gods. The rocks pirates are coming out in full force. Although the Valley of the Gods also pays attention to defense. But therein lies the power of Marie Joyce. It can be said that the CP0-9 organization is very powerful, but compared to the super-large force of the entire Rocks Pirate Group, or the super-large violent organization of naval headquarters, it is still not enough. It might be okay to hold on. But over time, the defense is bound to fail. Present. The person in charge of the CP organization immediately turned ugly. Grab a black phone bug and call Marie Joyce. Blue, blue, Blue. In a minute, the person in charge of the CP appeared on the street, and there were many team leaders on standby. He directly ordered, "Hold on. Lord Marie-Joyce, who is fully aware of this matter, has sent the entire naval headquarters here, and everyone stands firm. We just need to wait for the army to arrive. Until then, we must ensure the safety of every celestial dragons. Everyone is on alert, ready to fight." At this time, on the sea, Rock's pirates. Rock stood on the deck, darkness spreading over his palms, washing the blood from them. At this moment, his expression was very angry. The reason why Rox threw a cannonball, let it explode on the top of the mountain, and chose to scare the snake, was entirely because he sensed the nuxus of the flying pirates in the sky the moment he surfaced. Damn flying pirates! I don't know how long I followed in the air, anyway, the opponent appeared as soon as I moved. Damn it! How did that guy Kazan get the news? Rox didn't expect that after making such a rigorous plan, lurking on the bottom of the sea for so many days, and sailing in the dark for so long, he was still followed by Kazan's flying pirates. Now that Kazan, the unprofitable guy, is here. Rox didn't hide anymore, he just brought everyone into extermination. Just look at it. The combat power of naval headquarters never came. Then the combat power of the pirate group is far better than the deployment of the combat power of the Valley of the Gods. In this case, it is better to directly make things big. A quick battle is the kingly way. Let the Valley of Gods incident completely shock the world. Boom boom boom. Little ones. Let Laozi rush. Anyone who dares to stop, kill them all. We have only one goal. Valley of the Gods, Palace of the Celestial Dragons. Rox roared, his footsteps increased sharply, and he disappeared in place in an instant. For Rox, the Valley of the Gods is an opportunity for all members of the pirates to make a fortune. The wealth here is huge enough to support the entire team for decades or hundreds of years. At the same time, this is also a place of opportunity for some pirate members. The Valley of the Gods may be the place where devil fruit is most concentrated in the entire sea. For some weaklings, it is an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. After the Valley of the Gods, the Rox pirates will only become stronger. And for him, Rox personally, the Valley of the Gods has the opportunity to become a god. Rox is not targeting celestial dragons are just rubbish in his eyes, nor is it targeting the Valley of Gods, it just happens that the Valley of Gods has that thing. He has to get ahead of everyone and get the stuff. For an extremely egotistical person like Rox, he has a purpose in everything he does, and the biggest driving force in the world is to satisfy his inner needs. Without a doubt, now is the time to achieve your goals. Rumble. Following the order of the captain of the pirate group, Rox. Many of the 150,000 pirates of the Rox pirates are marching towards the Valley of the Gods with the same air-walking skills as Moonwalk. And those pirates who were weaker were already impatient on the deck, and they accelerated the pirate ship one after another, regardless of whether it would damage the hull or not, they rushed the ship directly to the beach. Some pirates simply jumped into the sea, and countless figures fell directly into the water. Crack! 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 Immediately, the entire seaside of the Valley of the Gods was covered with waves of white. These pirates are like a group of desperados, they don't care about anything, they don't care about life or death, they only want to see the golden treasure. If you see a beast of prey, ignore it and move forward. Armed with knives and muskets, they frantically flocked to the island. During the process, they constantly collided with the Marie-Joyce forces that were coming to meet them. Suddenly, the island of the Valley of the Gods. There were bursts of weapon collisions, gunfire explosions, and the sound of people wailing. At the same time, above the sky, the sun was hidden behind by a layer of dark clouds. Even in broad daylight, the entire island of the Valley of the Gods looks grey, the sky seems to have lost its brilliance, and the overall look is a bit gloomy. Kazan was naturally aware of being noticed by rocks. Take advantage of the forces of the rocks pirates and the celestial dragons to fight. He simply looked at the Valley of Gods. This is an island surrounded by mountains. In the center of the island stands a town, which is very prosperous, and in the center there is a palace, surrounded by mountains, covered by green vegetation. In this era, in the eyes of celestial dragons, the status of the Valley of the Gods is even higher than the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Because, here is a more suitable place to raise them in captivity. Marie-Joyce is where Wang Xuan gathers, and celestial dragons dare not do it again. There are rumors that the Valley of the Gods also hides the secret of celestial dragons, which is the key to controlling the world, and once this secret is leaked, it is likely to threaten the dominance of celestial dragons. In addition, there is also legendary, there is an ancient weapon Pluto or even Uranus in the Valley of the Gods, but they are all legendary after all. If it's not true, you must have seen this trip with your own eyes. But no matter. Whether it is the celestial dragons of the major families themselves, or the superpower Marie-Joyce behind it, the Valley of the Gods is very important to them. According to current information, it seems that something is almost there. The scale of the war is far from enough. Kazan thought. In the original book, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is the biggest battle of this era, and here will be Garp's Battle of Fame. Because he united the later One Piece Roger. The two teamed up to defeat the Rocks, who were in full swing. 2 DS over another DS. The Rocks lost the battle bitterly. The Rocks pirates also fell apart. MT. New World opened. The Four Emperors split, Roger ruled the Great Era. The news of the defeat of the Rocks pirates spread to the world and to Hakinosu. All the other pirates couldn't believe it. The super pirates gathered all the monsters in the sea at that time. They will face the day of failure and disbandment. And after the Battle of the Valley of Gods ended, Marie-Joyce and Marine, in order to erase the influence of this battle, not only listed the matter of the Rocks pirates as a forbidden topic, but also blocked the news of the participant Roger. All achievements are placed on Garp. Monkey D. Garp also achieved the title of Marine Hero. The Valley of the Gods has also been completely wiped out. So, according to the current situation, only people from Rocks and Marie-Joyce had conflicts. Not only people from naval headquarters did not come. Roger pirates also had no news. Although the war started, it was far from reaching a fever pitch. And just when Kazan was thinking about it, far below, suddenly there was an explosion, and loud laughter came. Lay down and look across the island of the Valley of the Gods. I saw 3 naval headquarters warships chasing a pirate ship scurrying across the sea, accompanied by explosions from time to time. Take it, ha 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 ha. Garp BD, the island is ahead, come on, come to the island and deal with me. A pirate wearing a straw hat, holding a famous sword in his hand. Standing at the stern of the pirate ship, shouting frantically. Boom! What greeted Roger was Garp throwing a cannonball from behind. BD Roger, let's see where you are going. After half a month of chasing you, UBD is finally going to be cornered. Ha 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 ha. Die. Garp stood at the bow, and kept throwing shells at Roger's boat. Seeing this, Kazan was really quite speechless. What is the protagonist of the era? Roger and Garp are just that. What the hell? Once a very common marine chased pirates, and they were able to chase them to the Valley of the Gods in Legendary. Moreover, it is still the Valley of the Gods where the battle is breaking out. Fortunately for you, you are on the stage of Legendary after playing around. In the end, they teamed up to kill the Great Sufferer. How embarrassing is Rocks who have been painstakingly planned. Valley of the Gods is getting more and more interesting. Shiki and Redfield also came to Kazan at this time, waiting for Kazan's order. Kazan thought that the current situation, with the addition of Garp and Roger, Mano Hao, is no longer just a simple Rocks pirates against Marie-Joyce. It is a good time to fish in troubled waters. Others are on standby on the boat. Shiki, you and Redfield come down with me to have a look. Things are getting more and more interesting. If you don't participate, you will be regarded as an outsider. Present. 3 figures disappeared on the Nuxus. Call. Suddenly, there was a strong wind on the island of the Valley of the Gods, and there was already a thick layer of sky. Suddenly there was lightning and thunder. Not good. The sky is still there. Give me the telescope. The members of the CP organization on the ground continuously illuminate the sky with lights. Soon, I saw 2 gold figures and a red figure slowly descending. Not long after, they stopped on the land of the Valley of the Gods. This. Kazan. Shiki. Redfield. Not good. The flying pirates are here. The CP organization suddenly felt its scalp tingle. They originally thought they were just stopping the Rocks pirates and waiting for the naval headquarters to increase their personnel, but this time they provoked the flying pirates again. For intelligence agencies, the flying pirates are a more mysterious existence than the Rocks pirates. And it indicates that the most dangerous criminal in the current world, the first bounty in the current world, is the captain of the flying pirates, Kazan. That man, because of his mystery, looks even more terrifying. Everyone on alert. Hurry up and ask for more staff. Chapter 105. Hoo. Suddenly, the wind howled. The entire land was surrounded by a dark green color. With left and right wings, Kazan landed on the ground of the Valley of Gods from a high altitude. The black cloud descended with them, lowering it even more. It's getting darker. Now. The guards of the Marie Joyce faction were stunned in place, somewhat at a loss. They all opened their eyes wide subconsciously, looking at the strange sky. When they saw clearly who was coming, they couldn't believe it. The 3 of Kazan, together, are almost the most evil force on the sea. Unexpectedly, the 3 main forces of flying pirates actually landed in the Valley of Gods at this very moment. Damn it, it's actually the flying pirates. It's still the captain, the deputy captain, and the strongest deputy. These 3 bastards, why do they have trouble with Marie Joyce every time? With the sound of shouting, the guards continued to gather and raised their muskets. Aim at the 3 people and shoot indiscriminately. Countless musket bullets shot towards the 3 of Kazan irregularly. Bang bang bang. Bullets? Too slow. Shiki and Redfield just drew their swords casually. Before the bullets touched the blades, the flight trajectory was changed by the sword energy, and all the surrounding defenders were headshot and killed. What the hell, I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Shiki slashed a large area with a slash wave. Boss, shall we take action? Redfield put the famous sword Bloodbat into the scabbard, but he was very calm. Kazan took a look at the towering palace building in the center of the island, and he had already judged the terrain environment and architectural pattern of the Valley of Gods. It's not time to start a war yet, let's take the Celestial Dragon's family business first. Shiki and Redfield couldn't help frowning. This is Kazan, he is always so calm, his decisions are not affected by surrounding factors, no matter how chaotic the situation is, he always prioritizes achieving his own goals. Do you want to win a treasure? Looting? Kazan is the best. Of course, before the war started, we must first take all the benefits. This is the Valley of the Gods, the richest place in the world. And Kazan also needs to create a super upgraded Phantom Beast fruit. Naturally, the opportunity to collect Devil Fruit will not be missed. As long as everything is settled before the war, this upgraded Phantom Beast, which has been in preparation for nearly 6 years, will become his strongest trump card. Walk. Swipe, swipe. The figure flashed, and within a few sword lights, all the defenders in front fell down. Kazan ignored the others and flew towards the palace of the Celestial Dragons. At the same time, the other side of the Valley of the Gods. Rocks naturally noticed Kazan's actions. Pull out the supreme sword. After cutting off the lifeless 773 garrison, he immediately issued the captain's order. Newgate, come with me. Go to the palace first. Akoku, John, Silver Axe, you lead people to kill all the guards, and then meet at the palace. After speaking, Rox hurried towards the palace of celestial dragons. As for the members of the pirates, because of their slow progress, they could only delay entering the palace. If they had waited for them to come together, the treasury would have been looted long ago. The primary purpose of Rox is to control the entire treasury of celestial dragons. You can carry it outside when your little brother comes over. With Rox sitting in the treasury, you can prevent others from getting involved. Oh ho 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 ho! Under the command of Captain Rox, the members of the pirate group killed more happily. The person who had already been killed with a single knife, couldn't help but make up a few more. The corpse must be whipped to pieces. Goo la 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 la! Newgate was naturally very excited when he heard that Captain Rox was going to take the lead. He quickly followed Rox after he settled the two stinky brats, Marco and Jotzi, on a battleship. It's time to send. The first batch of people who touch the treasure will naturally get the best things. As long as you do a big ticket, you can get endless financial support for your hometown. Moreover, it can also allow the two children of Marcahus to live a prosperous life. Only those who have been poor know the importance of berry. In this way, Newgate felt that the burden on his body was completely liberated. The other side of the Valley of the Gods. Hey, Roger, something is wrong with this island, there is a huge war ahead. It's different from the countries I've encountered before. Rayleigh frowned, holding the griffin in his hand, and followed Roger loudly. The Roger pirates, with all their members, a total of 20 people, rushed to the island collectively at this moment, and naturally noticed the anomaly that happened on the island of the Valley of the Gods. Originally, they were going to have a big fight with the crazy dog Garp. But when I came to the island, I found that there were slaves running around in chains, and some running dogs like Marie Joyce with masks running around. The Roger pirates have been floating in the sea for so many years, and have entered countless countries. Many of these countries are at war. But compared with the scale of the battle and the level of power, compared with the island in front of him, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes. This damned place is not an ordinary country of war at all. Rayleigh, look over there, that's the cotter of the Rox pirates, the guy who asked us to join the Rox pirates, Edward Newgate. Roger frowned, and, Dabba, saw the big man Newgate in the crowd killing randomly. Rayleigh looked over immediately. Not only that, the captain of Rox is also there. Jabba reminded, hey, Roger, it's still too chaotic here, the Kazan you fought against is also there. Shiki, Redfield, these two big pirates are over there. Hiss. Is this a big fight? What the hell happened here? Hiss. After seeing the situation clearly, the members of the Roger pirates couldn't help but gasp. What's the situation? The Rox pirates disappeared collectively in Hakinosu. There must be a big move. This information has spread all over the sea, and almost all the pirates in the sea know about it. But no one can guess the destination of Rox. The whole sea is talking about it. Unexpectedly, how could I accidentally meet him? And, this time there is Kazan. In Roger's heart, Kazan is very mysterious. People are so weird. His character seems to be a bystander of the sea, but every time he makes a move, it will change the pattern of the sea. Such a character, Roger admires and fears at the same time. But now there is chaos ahead, and Garp's mad dog is chasing after him. Roger couldn't care less. It should be that Rox is eyeing a certain prey. Now that we have met it, of course we have to go and see what it is. Maybe there will be a huge treasure. Take advantage of the chaos and act. Ha 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 ha. Forward. Little ones. The goal is the luxurious palace ahead. Different from the previous situation, Roger originally didn't want to provoke the influence of rocks, and generally avoided contact, but now that Kazan also joined in, Roger couldn't help being curious. So he immediately followed Kazan's direction and led the team to run wildly. Fishing in troubled waters? It seems to be the best choice at the moment. Rayleigh immediately followed Roger's footsteps. And at this time, behind the Roger pirates and others, hundreds of Marines in marine uniforms chased after him. Blue, blue, blue. Garp was running with a phone bug on his shoulder. Connected, but Garp showed no sign of conversation. Garp just raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and shouted towards the front, "Roger BD. Coward. I'm coming, what do you mean by running away? It really is a mouse on the sea, it will scurry around." ZZ the phone bug blinked his eyes and opened his mouth. "Hey! What is Roger not Rogers, put it down first. Hey! Garp! According to the direction pointed by my life card, gather on the warships of the large army. Our headquarters has a big operation. The Rocks pirate group may be acting collectively. It's that Sengoku guy's voice. Rocks." Garp chased after Roger's pirate group, heard a few key words, immediately frowned and said, "There is someone calling for a fight ahead, I saw that huge man, it's Edward Newgate." "Well. Rocks, Akoku and others are there. Sengoku, is this the collective action of the Rocks pirates you're talking about?" During the pursuit, Garp also noticed that the situation ahead was not right, but he didn't know where he was at all. At the same time, he was surprised by the sudden appearance of Rocks. What? 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 In the phone bug, the voices of Kong, Sengoku, and Longfa came at the same time. "Tell me where you are." Garp. Garp's nervousness, "I've already said, I'm hunting Roger pirates. Who knows where this is?" Puff. The people on the other end of the phone couldn't help but want to spit out some old blood. These people have racked their brains and can't figure out where the Rocks pirates are. In the end, Garp, who was chasing Roger's pirates, met him. "What's the situation?" "Only. Damn, Garp didn't even know where he was." "Well, I saw a large number of people from the CP organization. There are 5 towering peaks, and there is a huge canyon in the middle. There is a huge war going on here. I'm going to hunt Roger first. Come quickly, we will clean up the rocks together later. Hurry up and send additional staff over here." Slap. Garp hung up the phone and continued running towards where Roger fled. "Come on, we're going to catch up to Roger's bastards." "Yes. Vice Admiral Garp." And at this time, one of hundreds of warships in a certain sea area of New World. Sengoku took out Garp's life card and held it in the palm of his hand. The direction the jam is moving, and the direction the permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods is pointing to. It fits perfectly. And also at this moment, the phone bugs on the Kong warship were bombed collectively. The signal from the Canyon of Gods. Signal from Marie Joyce. There are all. Call for additional staff. The Valley of the Gods has encountered the Rocks pirates. Attacked by the flying pirates. Speed increase. Hiss. On the warship, no matter how stupid Kong and others are, they still understand the truth. The Valley of the Gods is really facing an unprecedented attack. Confusion. At this moment, not only the Rocks pirates are there, but the flying pirates are also involved. At the same time, there is also the Roger pirates. In the blink of an eye, the Valley of the Gods where the celestial dragons gathered turned into a den of pirates. Speed up! Kong gritted his teeth, full speed. The 5 elders only gave the permanent pointer, but did not tell Kong and Sengoku what sea area the Valley of Gods is in, or how far it is from the marine branch. Therefore, Sora didn't know when he would reach the Valley of the Gods. But now, the pirates have taken the lead. Means chaos has come. And the Valley of the Gods gathers a large number of celestial dragons. According to the Rocks pirates, the flying pirates ignore the identity of the celestial dragons, and will brutally kill them when they meet the Valley of the Gods is gradually heading for uncontrollable chaos. The sea inevitably goes into a frenzy again. Damn! On the warship, the atmosphere of the Japanese Marines instantly dropped to freezing point. The Valley of the Gods war has started, and Marine Ben's battleship is still sailing on the sea. I don't even know where it is. Outrageous! Soon, the Valley of the Gods and the Celestial Dragons gather in the area. Kazan follows the radar. Locate the Vault of Celestial Dragons. Shiki, Redfield, follow up and follow the floating mark. As soon as the voice fell, Zan immediately turned into a quiet blast. The wind is Kazan. Suddenly, the entire underground treasure house was flooded by a huge dark green storm, and the wind penetrated everywhere. At the same time, the wind is also a good way to scan the layout of the treasure the fastest. Now, following the radar in his mind, Kazan took a second to analyze the general layout of the Celestial Dragon's treasure house. Here is a huge underground project. It can be roughly judged that the treasure house is divided into upper and lower floors, and there are roughly 3 to 4 red dots flashing in each location, and they are mainly concentrated in 19 areas. Of the 20 kingdoms, those 19 entered the royal descendants of Marie Joyce. There is no doubt that there is a huge treasure house of treasures in front of you. Boom! As the green wind blew through the underground space, several treasure house gates were violently blown open, and every time Kazan gathered his figure and waved his hand, the huge celestial dragon's treasure house became empty. Kazan didn't have time to pay attention to which celestial dragon's family these treasure houses belonged to, and regardless of the value of the treasures in the treasure house, he adopted the principle of proximity, and the first income space was not lost. Bonus! Can totally look back. Because Kazan has already noticed that there is a change in the surrounding area. Those who want to participate in the division of the Celestial Dragon's property. But it's not just me. 1, 2. 18 treasure houses. Kazan pays attention to high efficiency in handling affairs. In a short period of time, 18 of the 19 treasure houses were completely collected by him. The treasures he obtained can only be described as innumerable. And when Kazan entered the last treasure house, I saw 2 familiar figures. Rox D. Zebek. Edward Newgate. These 2 guys are still very fast. At this moment, Rox acted resolutely. He kicked and smashed the treasure chest in front of him. Objects made of gold and advanced jewelry made of gems were scattered all over the place. He didn't even take a look. At the same time, the Conqueror's Haki of the Rocks all targeted Kazan, an outsider, but did not do anything. He seemed to think that searching for the treasure was the most important thing at the moment. Found it. Along with several devil fruits, they rolled out of the broken treasure chest one after another. Rox was overjoyed immediately and chose one of them decisively. Good dong. And, at the fastest speed, he swallowed it in one gulp. The whole process was smooth, and it didn't take a second, so fast that even Kazan didn't even see the devil fruit clearly. And Rox is a ruthless person, he eats devil fruit without spitting out the fruit skin. It was stuffy, and he didn't even let go of the fruit tree fork. Tisk tisk tisk, how hungry is he for this devil fruit? But although Kazan was one step late, he did not hesitate and acted almost at the same moment. In less than a second, all the treasures, 3 devil fruits rolled to the ground. All of them were included in his space. Newgate's huge frame was hunched over. Immediately numb, stunned, stupefied. He was just about to pick up the 2 devil fruits that looked like each other, and he was going to take them away and give them to his 2 godsons as gifts. As a result, suddenly, it was gone. In an instant, the treasury was empty, leaving only the bare stone walls. Kazan shook his head regretfully. A devil fruit that slipped through the net was stolen by Rox. Otherwise, the whole treasury, all the treasures, are mine. Why, This is as regrettable as getting 99 points in the exam. Chapter 106. What's going on? Where's my treasure? Why are all the treasure houses along the way empty? Hey, are you space fruit capable? A sudden sound echoed back and forth in the treasure house. Coming here are two strange figures, wearing pirate costumes, with swords and guns in their hands. They are very dissatisfied with the disappearance of the treasure. After fighting all the way, the two pirates also knew that this is the gathering place of celestial dragons and the gathering place of treasures. The treasure curry should be full of treasures. As a result, nothing. Can this be tolerated? But at this moment someone is more intolerable than them. This person is Rox. Although Rox got his favorite devil fruit, this devil fruit was swallowed by him, and it has been determined to become and his ability. But other treasures were taken away by Kazan in front of him. Rox was instantly furious. He was still suppressing his anger just now, but now he was disturbed again. The brutal side of Rox is revealed in an instant. Directly explode with full strength. The instant his figure disappeared, his head had already attacked the two figures. Boom! Bleeding flowers erupted from the chests of the two figures, and they were directly blasted out of the treasure house. It fell on the wall, and the blood flower exploded. In the entire underground space of the treasure house, the sound of the explosion rippled back and forth, and the sound wave was infinitely amplified to the point where the eardrums were shattered. And the scene. There were only two tattered clothes lying on the ground, with two skulls painted on them, foreshadowing their master, the pirates. At this moment, a complete piece of meat has not been left in the world. Hey, Kazan, you really don't show any kindness. Newgate looked like he ate a fly. Really, he's pretty speechless about Kazan. Newgate came with Rox, and naturally passed by the treasure houses of other celestial dragons' families. Seeing that all the treasure houses are glittering with gold, he originally wanted to search for Juban. And Rox chose to go to the treasure house of the Figaland family first. Said, the stuff there is the best. As a result, the two of them crossed over to other treasure houses without even touching the contents inside. Came to the last treasure house and searched for a while. As a result, I just found something good, and Newgate hasn't made a move yet. Kazan moves so fast. Newgate could only watch helplessly, those treasures, those devil fruits, all of which were taken away by Kazan within a second. Weird way to loot treasure. It's so popular that I want to scold my mother. Who takes what is ownerless? Newgate, are you right? Kazan was also very innocent, looking at the naive Newgate with a smile. You are not members of the Flying Pirates, do you still want to be polite to you? Newgate is speechless. Isn't this bullying honest people? I just want 2 devil fruits as gifts for my sons. But Kazan also noticed the Rox anomaly. Rox, this guy is undoubtedly a man of destiny. First there was the exploding fruit, then there was the dark fruit, and now I swallowed one in front of the 2 of them. All 3 devil fruits. Absolute alien. What is the ability that makes Rox so important? You know, Kazan found the Phantom Beast Azure Dragon form in the Rox room. It is now proven that Rox has the weird ability to eat a devil fruit. As a result, the Azure Dragon form just stayed there. It is enough to see that the devil fruit that has just been swallowed by Rox is more important to Rox than the Azure Dragon form. What ability? I seem to have missed a big opportunity. But what? Kazan didn't think too much about it, just took this devil fruit and wrote that he had no chance. Now, Rox's anger reached ultimate. He really never thought that the treasure guarded by his side was just the moment he swallowed devil fruit, and all other opportunities were taken away by Kazan. What a concept! 19 huge treasure houses. Except for 1 devil fruit, all others were killed by Kazan. The efficiency of this quack search. What is the difference with the treasure house harvester? But Rox is patient. Kazan, every time you appear, I feel surprised. If I'm not mistaken, you have the legendary item in your hand, pure gold. If you take out some of the pure gold, I can forget about today's treasure hunt. Otherwise, you are ready to bear my wrath." The rocks watched 6 years go by again and noticed no change in Kazan, Shiki, or Redfield. He is familiar with some legendaries on the sea, so he naturally guessed something. Now, he has got his favorite devil fruit. It can be said, the biggest goal of Rock's attack on the Valley of Gods has been achieved. Although other things are important, Rock's trip is not in vain. Current. The most urgent remaining goal is to obtain eternal life. Pure gold is a more valuable strategic material than devil fruit. Even, for the purpose of longevity, Rox will choose to forgive Kazan for cutting off his beard. As long as Kazan is willing to take out pure gold. The Rox follow-up, of course, are willing to make a fortune with Kazan. After all, even though this brat made him angry everywhere, it made him fly into a rage. But in terms of strength, Yazan is indeed a man who can be on an equal footing with his former self. Now, Rox, who has obtained new abilities, no longer has the idea of being equal. Is it pure gold? As time goes by, having the means of longevity cannot be hidden. Kazan immediately took off the ring in his hand, and the inner side of the ring, the infinite light, kept flickering in the empty treasure house, and then, as he put on the ring, the light went out. Oh! Seeing that burst of light, Rock's eyes lit up. Newgate couldn't help the throbbing in his throat. In front of pure gold, the light of ordinary gold is simply too weak. Although Newgate didn't know the function of pure gold, he had no doubt that such a small piece of pure gold was an absolute super treasure, and its value would even buy a country. Pure gold. As if born with magical powers. It's so shiny and charming. I own the pure gold, can you please keep it a secret? Come out. If you continue to listen, you have heard all the secrets. Kazan's voice fell. Inside the treasure house, there was a sudden sound of noisy footsteps. Now, Shiki, Redfield, Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Garp, and hundreds more. They rushed here one after another. It may be that the forces in the treasury are too messy, and I didn't see a single treasure along the way. Everyone was a little stunned in place, with no intention of doing anything. Only anger was evident in Roger's eyes. He stood among the members of the pirate group, looking at the 2 pieces of clothing rags floating on the ground. 2 of his subordinates were blown to pieces by rocks. Roger Pirates is taking the elite route. There are not many members. Everyone is on the same boat. Everyone's relationship is very strong, like a brotherly relationship. As a result, Griezmann is number 5 and Dimble is number 15. The 2 of them just took advantage of their speed. Get a few steps ahead of everyone else. But there is no body left. Roger naturally knew that Rox was capable of exploding fruit. As the captain of Roger's pirate group, Roger's hatred for Rox has reached ultimate at this moment. If he is here, he will not avenge the 2 brothers on his ship. Roger Pirates might as well disband in place. Griezmann. Dimble. This, damn it, Rox did it. The Roger Pirates are vicious. They all looked at Rox, with murderous intent in their eyes. Hate, almost bursting out of the pupil. And the ace in Roger's hand is ready to explode at any time. Rayleigh's aura is also exuded, Griffin's grip is even tighter, and Jabba's 2 giant axes are swinging in front of him also in a state of drinking blood all the time. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. As he got closer, Roger's fighting spirit had reached ultimate. Garp, today's work is over, I have something to do. Roger said coldly. Garp picked his nose, since he can let the pirates beat the pirates, 2 groups of stinky rats, it would be a bit stupid to intervene by himself. Wouldn't it be nice to sit back and reap the benefits of the fishermen? You can do whatever you want. Garp flicked the booger away. But for Rox, he didn't care a bit about the presence of Roger or Garp. Ignore everyone. Rox turned his head and said, Kazan, what do you think? Kazan twirled the pure gold ring in his hand with a playful expression. You think I need pure gold for your forgiveness? Besides, I need your forgiveness? Pure gold is more precious than the secret treasure of the sea, but well, there are always exceptions, and it is not impossible to give it to you for free. There are tens of tons of pure gold in the Kazan space. One pill per person can make tens of millions of people live forever. There is a lot of pure gold, but to give it, you have to be qualified. Oh? How to say? Rox suppressed his anger, with a grin on his lips. Join my flying pirates and become my subordinate. If you make enough contributions, I will consider giving you pure gold, Lord Rox. Kazan laughed, did I make it clear enough? Boom. Rox was so angry that he was about to fly into a rage. He always knew that Kazan was crazy, but he didn't expect it to be this crazy. The tense fighting spirit has soared to the limit and is about to erupt at any time. He didn't expect that the first person who made him have the greatest killing intent in this operation against the Valley of Gods was actually Kazan. Why is this man so hated? Who? Kazan waved his hand and changed the subject. Rox, Newgate, we are all pirates, and pirates have their own way of dealing with things, but before that, can you slap that fly to death first? Monkey D. Garp is still in the treasure house. This is the hostile relationship in power. Rox offense? Of course Kazan chose to forgive first. Anyway, this guy Rox can't get out of the Valley of Gods alive. 0 fur flowers. No one responded. Kazan, Shiki, and Ladefield acted for a while, drawing their famous knives out of their sheaths, and facing the marine brought by Garp, they made a ruthless move. You. Garp was almost mad. Maid, Kazan doesn't play his cards right at all. Ding ding dang dang. For a short time. There are more than 20 marines. Was killed in the treasure house. Although Garp is very powerful, he can't fully display his strength in the relatively narrow underground space of the treasure house. In addition, the three of Kazan are all taking the route of refined fighting skills, and the space. The narrower the space, the better. Facing the siege of the Kazan trio, Garp naturally fell into a disadvantage. This place is simply not suitable for such open and closed battles like Garp. Get out! We need an open field. Damn it! I'm waiting outside for you bastards. Leaving a word, Pu fled in embarrassment with the rest of the marines. Roger also led people out of the treasure house. Once he's out, he leads a party hunting for Rox. Avenge the dead two brothers. Things change, still too fast. It turned out that everyone was looking for treasure happily with a greedy mentality. As a result, Kazan took away all the benefits, and directly made everyone a huge harvest. In such a huge treasury, not even a single treasure was left for others. What are you doing here? Soy sauce? In the cramped environment, even the battle is restricted everywhere, and they are afraid to move. Everyone can only endure the anger, and prepare to settle their grievances and vent their anger outside. Boom 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 dash. Also at this time, the tremors began to shake in the treasure house, and it was obvious that the ground had been bombed. The sound of shouting and killing came in. The Rox pirate group reached the entrance of the treasure house, and the pirates poured in like rushing towards the hatching riverbed like flounder in the spawning period. Kill, come in and grab the treasure. The naval headquarters' large army is here. Boss Rox is inside holding the treasure for us. Pick up money with a sack. Get in. Mine. My baby is waiting for me. The members of the Rox pirates are all desperados, and most of them come here to make a fortune. When they grab the treasure, they can even stamp their own hands. With the crowding, many people have been hanged. And they were all chopped down by their own people. Boom. And the one who welcomes these pirates is Garp G High Iron Fist. Black thunder flashed past, and the earth shook even more violently. The entrance to the treasure house became chaotic, and the corpses lay densely on the ground. The main characters in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods are already angry in their hearts at this moment. They are gradually losing their sanity, and their attacks are also quite violent. If they can smash other people's heads, they will not choose gentle. In the treasury, birds and beasts are scattered. Kazan is ready to leave. After all, he has collected the treasures from the 19 treasure houses of celestial dragons this time, and the ultimate upgraded phantom beast has been confirmed to be completed. Of course, you need to find a quiet place. Choose the upgraded box carefully and add the most suitable ability. However, before leaving, Kazan asked curiously, "Rox, what is your new ability? The devil fruit you just ate just now, there is no discomfort. The devil fruit that Rox likes should be very powerful. After eating, it is very abnormal to have no momentum. But in the end, Rox is like eating a fake devil fruit ability. Rox wants to freak out again, ignorance." But what Kazan said, the first to shoot Garp, is absolutely true. The number one enemy of the pirate camp, Marie Joyce, is naval headquarters. Now the whole army of naval headquarters is dispatched to kill the gods. Between the two pirate groups, it is actually no longer suitable for conflicts, internal strife. The Rox are going to mess with Kazan later. That kid has pure gold in his hands, and when he breaks through the Valley of Gods, he will be dealt with later. Rox suppressed his anger and said, "Go out and have a look and you'll know. I'm not used to devil fruit. It's a joke. Laozi is the awakened body of devil fruit. Any devil fruit, as long as Laozi gets it, it will definitely be in an awakened state. Keep your eyes open, praise. After the Valley of the Gods, you will kneel and submit to me." Ha 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 ha. Rox's laughter trailed off. Empty treasury. Suddenly cold. Devil fruit awakened body? Kazan couldn't help but secretly said, "This guy, it's really a bug. But, Rox, you can walk out of the Valley of Gods alive, no matter how arrogant you are." Naval headquarters has arrived, and the final battle in the Valley of the Gods has officially begun. Kazan is also about to get his biggest reward ever. Without delay, he immediately put his mind into the storage space. The space is full of golden treasures. One idea, devil fruits floating out of various treasure chests. Various colors. All shapes. Devil fruit all together. Hiss. There are a total of 49 devil fruits of different shapes. So many. I'm about to suffer from a difficult choice. Chapter 107. Treasury, Isle. Da-da-da. The sound of empty and rippling footsteps. Shiki, Pat, you and the people in the group moved the Celestial Dragon's mansion first. Come on, do this. Kazan said. It is important to create the ultimate phantom beast species, but since we have come to the Valley of the Gods, the team plan must be arranged first. Hearing this, she and Redfield's eyes lit up. Kazan's superb means, the two know best. Take this treasure hunt as an example. In almost tens of seconds, Kazan got all the benefits of the entire treasure house, and the other powerhouses got nothing but a grievance, which intensified the conflict. Although Shiki and Redfield became soy saucers, because of their existence, as Kazan led the marine forces to attack Garp, the contradictions in the entire treasure house scene were completely chaotic. Before doing big things, muddy the water first. This also resulted in the three of them avoiding going directly to the battlefield and having a lot of time to plan their benefits. Now that Kazan has a new plan, Yuki and Redfield are excited at the same time. The current situation in the Valley of the Gods is very clear. The real battle has already started, and the war zone is mainly divided into several parts. Valley of the Gods inside and out. First, the core area, descendants of the 19 countries, the mansion area of celestial dragons, where a large number of celestial dragons gather, and there are still many benefits hidden in the mansion palace, but it has not been breached yet. Second, on the periphery of the celestial dragons core area, the Marie Joyce garrison has organized a defense line, struggling to protect the celestial dragons from the Rocks pirate group, and is fighting. Third, the Rocks pirate group besieges the area. After the failure of the treasure house, the pirates will definitely attack the core area of the Valley of the Gods and snatch the treasures in the palace. Therefore, at the third ring position, there will be a battle with Marie Joyce's garrison. Firefight. Fourth, the outer ring is all the elites sent by naval headquarters. Marine is attacking inwards, trying to wipe out the Rocks pirates, and at the same time, crazily cut inside to protect the celestial dragons. The Rocks 750 pirates have been killed double team. Therefore, Kazan Plan 1. Let Shiki and Redfield take the lead Mori to use the door fruit, and let the flying pirates directly cross the barrier and enter the core area of celestial dragons. Of course, there are more ruthless tricks. Use the fluttering wind fruit to float the palace area of celestial dragons to an altitude of 10,000 meters. After that, just grab it. Kazan said to Shiki as he was about to walk out of the treasure house. When there is no celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods, the fun will begin. Call. Hiss. Kazan's plan, listening to Shiki and Redfield's blood is boiling, because it's awesome. The Valley of the Gods island is huge. Although Shiki also has the ability to float islands, not every island floats easily. Lion fruit ability users need to be in harmony with the world if they want to float the island. Want to uproot an island like the Valley of the Gods? After a few hours of tug of war, it is basically impossible to do it. But if just uproot the palace area of the celestial dragon's family. Small place. A breeze for Shiki. Brother, it has to be you. I admire you so much. As long as the palace of the celestial dragons is floated to an altitude of 10,000 meters, it's not like giving us a free grab. With the fruit of the door, it's easy to move things to the Nuxus. Without the celestial dragons on the island, those marines will probably become idiots. Father Tianlong has ascended to heaven, what are they still protecting? Jahahaha. Shiki had a look of emotion on his face, and couldn't help taking a few steps forward. In my heart, I admire my big brother. The same is true for Redfield, who was speechless in shock. Maid. This is crazy. FK. It's so exciting. Really, my elder brother is not an ordinary person. He is reading people's hearts, he is playing with people's hearts. During the conversation, the three arrived at the entrance of the treasure house. The figure flew into the sky immediately. Kazan continued to make plans for the two of them. After the Celestial Dragon's palace is finished, the Celestial Dragons will stay in the sky. It will be useful in the future. According to the situation in the Valley of Gods, you can participate in the battle and help the rocks out. Remember, our purpose is to consume Marine with the power of rocks. Don't let the rocks pirates fail prematurely. The rocks pirates have the upper hand. Let's just watch the show until they decide the winner. Our war is after the failure of the rocks. Kazan completed his confession, turned into a green wind, and disappeared into the sky. I plan to find a quiet place to build the ultimate phantom beast species. And Shiki and Redfield looked at each other. I was both excited and grateful. Fortunately for Shiki, Kazan is his own brother, and he said that being Kazan's younger brother is really cool. Fortunately for Redfield, he joined the flying pirates, otherwise he would be alone, wandering in that sea area. How could he have such a wonderful experience? Fortunately, I was not so stubborn at the beginning, and I am not so regretful now. Go for it, Pat. Ah. Let's go, Shiki. Tsi ha 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 ha. Yo ho 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 ho. In the sky, the king's wings were already throbbing with laughter. There are 5 high mountains in the Valley of the Gods. Kazan chooses one at random and goes to the top of the mountain. Standing here, you can see the whole picture of the Valley of Gods. Below is the crowded battlefield, the shouts of killing are loud, and the air is filled with a layer of blood. The entire Rock's pirate group attacked, with a scale of 150,000 people. Marijoya's garrison, Marine, had come out in full force, bringing at least 250,000 people from other branches along the way. The two forces have a scale of nearly 400,000 people. It's just an island, and the battle scene has reached ultimate. However, Kazan just glanced at it and began to look at today's harvest. Space interior. The treasures are displayed floating in front of Kazan. A conservative estimate is 300 billion berry. It has to be said that celestial dragons, as aristocrats, conscientiously plundered the whole world, and their wealth was plundered. In addition to treasures, there are also rare things collected in various worlds. Kazan took a look and ignored it. He concentrated on looking at the 49 devil fruits. System, can you scan all devil fruits? Ding! Scanning its value. Soon, corresponding information appeared on each devil fruit. To know. As long as Kazan touches the devil fruit, he can increase the fortune value. Just like getting those famous knives in Wano Kuni, if you touch them in advance, it is a waste of luck. After all, after the full value, it will no longer increase. It's better to keep it for now, and then touch it when you need fortune value. In order to maintain full value at all times. Only. Kazan did not expect that the system actually has the function of scanning information. Quickly glanced over. Zoan Shusha fruit hedgehog form, fortune level, 10. Zoan dog fruit hyena form, fortune level, 10. Paramecia rolling fruit, fortune level, 10. Paramecia tumbler fruit, fortune level, 15. The increase in fortune value can reflect the potential of devil fruit to a certain extent. Kazan focused on devil fruit with a high fortune level. His vision is very high, and the poor ones are directly screened out by him, but for other people, these abilities are definitely treasures that they dream of. Waiting to go back and strengthen the team. Take out these devil fruits to reward those who are excellent. No matter how weak these fruits are, they are still superpowers. Brother Doflaming, or Kaido, the younger brother in the group now, later on, even the rubbish artificial fruit like Smile can be regarded as a treasure, and they can make deals to win red. Pressure. Original devil fruit, it's just like the year-end award level. Present. Kazan puts his focus on the fruit of fortune at 20 fortune. Only, 4. It can be said that it is very rare. Paramecia combined fruit, fortune level, 20. Seeing this, Kazan couldn't help but frown. The combined fruit is the fruit ability of Douglas Bullet. That guy should have appeared in the Grand Line about 10 years after the Valley of the Gods, and then mixed with Roger Seeley for a few years. Now it is estimated that he is still in the country of endless wars, begging, or being a young soldier in thunder. Perhaps the Valley of the Gods was erased from the map, and some devil fruit fell and collapsed because of the island, and finally drifted in the sea, and were picked up by Bullet on the battlefield of other countries. For this ability of combined fruit, Kazan's evaluation of it, although it is very strong, it is relatively bulky. Not suitable for creating your own ultimate phantom beast species. Kazan set his sights directly on the next devil fruit. Logia cloud fruit, fortune level, 25. Logia's abilities. Clouds. Very dreamy ability. It is estimated to control the clouds in the sky. This ability is given to Tian Yuexu. Yun is very suitable for her dust-free temperament. Next, keep reading. Soon, a red peach-shaped devil fruit appeared in front of Kazan's eyes. Seeing the appearance of this fruit, Kazan was a little surprised. Paramecia OPOP fruit, fortune level, 25. Space Department OPOP fruit. This devil fruit, which belongs to Trafalgar Law in later generations, belongs to Paramecia, can be cut off at will, exchanged, with anything in a certain space. Moreover, OPOP fruit is coveted by various forces because it has the ability to give human beings immortality. The world government once wanted to buy it for 5 billion baileys. Make it the most expensive devil fruit in the world. More importantly, after the awakening of OPOP fruit, it can turn the scalpel into a very huge, 40-meter-long first-generation ghost is not a dream. It can eliminate all the sounds from the wrapped target, which is equal to half of the fruit of silence. Moreover, in the Battle of Ghost Island, the shock wave of OPOP fruit exerted a huge internal destructive ability. Even Linlin in the steel balloon had broken elbows and ribs, and the destructive power is beyond doubt. What's more, the key is, if you cooperate with a doctor or swordsman, the ability of OPOP fruit will maximize its power, and it is a top-notch superpower for breaking defenses. It just so happens that Kazan is already the world's #1 swordsman. At the same time, he has also read countless medical books over the years. Although he does not have a doctor's license, he is definitely a top doctor. In this way, under the premise that there are only 2 devil fruit left, Paramecia OPOP fruit became his best choice. And according to the principle of high or low luck value, OPOP fruit still cannot be used as the main fruit of the upgraded box. Present. Kazan touched a few devil fruits at will, increasing the fortune value to 100 full value. Decisively feed the OPOP fruit choice to the upgraded box. Ding! The opportunity to touch the host continuously has been detected, and the feeding probability of the upgraded box has reached 100%. Feeding succeeded. The upgraded box is changed to, and the ability of power fruit and OPOP fruit has been added. The current upgraded chance is 70%. Reward, Devil Fruit Entry Fusion Card X1. Hiss. Finish. Kazan was surprised again when he heard the system's announcement. He didn't expect that he could get a new entry fusion card. The Phoenix form has been stuck at level 50, which is the reason for the lack of fusion cards. Immediately, he integrated the entry in the form of the Phoenix into the overall Devil Fruit entry. Ding! The form of the Phoenix has been increased with the increase of entries, to IV91. Comes with the awakening of the Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. King Kanjian and Jindian are separated. Qing Kanjian possesses the ability to heal and resurrect. Jindian possesses the ability to burn the sky and bathe in fire. At this moment, Kazan has no mind to think about what these abilities are for. After having the Devil Fruit upgraded box, it is equivalent to eating a fat person at once, and there is no time to fully digest the joy. Continue to look at the last Devil Fruit. A purple Devil Fruit with spiral pattern came into view. On the top of this fruit, there is the basic information of the fruit. Paramecia Heavy Fruits, Fortune Level, 25. Seeing this, Tianzan was a little stunned. Another bug level ability. Sure enough, the trip to the Valley of the Gods was worth it. Heavy Fruit is the ability controlled by the later Marine Admiral Fujitora with a smile. It can control gravity and even pull meteorites floating in outer space. Among them, gravity can be accumulated, and it can crush and destroy everything in front of it. If it goes downward, it can sink people violently into the ground. It can be said that the destructive power of the heavy fruit is large enough, and the expressive power is also domineering enough. And what do phantom beasts need most? In Kazan's view, it's not wind, rain, lightning, it's just borrowing natural elements. If you want to embody natural energy, you need a more professional Logia to do it. The one that can really enhance the Phantom Beast species to the limit is to use Phantom Beast Constitution. Increased means of destruction to ultimate. Monomer. The ultimate single body skill is the greatest meaning of the Phantom Beast. Power Fruit. OPOP Fruit. Heavy Fruit. It can be said that violence has been raised to ultimate. Even the Lava Fruit, known as the strongest attack power, is not enough to look at in the face of the domineering destructive power of these 3 elements in one, not to mention that it was erupted by an upgraded Phantom Beast. Kazan already has a premonition that this fruit will develop infinitely towards invincibility. At the same time, Combined with lion fruit, there should be a more perfect experience. 4.4 At the moment, Yizan put away his excitement. Touch the devil fruit again to increase the fortune value to the full value of 100 points. At the same time, throw heavy fruits to the upgraded box. Ding! It is detected that the host has continuously touched the opportunity, and the feeding rate of the transformation stick has reached 100%. Feeding succeeded. The upgraded box is changed to increase the ability of lily fruit, OPOP fruit and heavy fruit. Currently upgraded chance is 100%. Reward, Devil Fruit Entry Super Fusion Card. Super Fusion Card, host can fuse all the abilities in the Devil Fruit entry into the strongest fruit to create a divine grade Devil Fruit that has the opportunity to gather godhood. Seeing this, Kazan is no longer calm la la la. According to the system explanation, the Devil Fruit entry is creating a brand new Devil Fruit, which will create a new godhood. From then on, it is no longer multiple Devil Fruits, but a new one. A Devil Fruit that has never been seen before, enough to become a god. Without time to explain, Kazan acted immediately. Ding! Zoanyuya Fruit Phantom Beast Azure Dragon Form upgraded successfully. Ding! The entry of Devil Fruit has been successfully merged. Lion Fruit, Feng Feng Fruit, Phoenix Form, Lily Fruit, OPOP Fruit, Heavy Fruit, Azure Dragon Form, forming the ultimate fusion. Ding! All the Devil Fruit abilities of this entry have been successfully integrated. The new Devil Fruit fusion has been successful. Can't rate it. Can't name it. Please host to collect beliefs, gather godhood for them, and rectify their names. Get a new entry, 1 faith. Current belief value, 0. With the successful creation of the unnamed fruit, Kazan's body surged with violent energy. At the same time, the ground in the Valley of the Gods suddenly shook, and the ground in the central area bulged. Operation Shiki, the celestial dragons are about to ascend. Chapter 108. Lion Majesty. Valley of the Gods, central area. Somewhere in the unknown celestial dragon's mansion, inside the compound, a transparent door suddenly opened. Shiki and Redfield led the crowd out of it. Seeing a sudden stranger, the celestial dragon's mansion was in chaos, and countless gunfire burst out, but they were wiped out by the flying pirates. Shiki just held it with one hand, and the ground shook violently at this moment. Bang bang bang! The earthquake cracked and uplifted one after another, and the entire area was uprooted in a short time. Scattered soil and gravel fell with gravity. Treasure hunt time! Roar! Suddenly, with the intervention of the flying pirates, numerous celestial dragons ran out of the palace with bubble masks in their arms, rolling and crawling. But all of these were ignored by the flying pirates. Run! The whole island has been lifted into the sky, where are you going? Island hopping is more or less the same. By the way, do the celestial dragons have the guts? At the same time, at the outskirts of the central area, the Marie Joyce garrison and the CP-0-9 organization's manpower are already showing signs of retreating in the face of the tide and the attack of the Rocks pirate group. The offensive of the Desperados is too fierce. The garrison intends to retreat to the mansion area where the celestial dragons are concentrated, and when the naval headquarters surround them, the crisis of the celestial dragons will be resolved. Although the rear is the residence of the celestial dragons, where nobles are concentrated, the battlefield should not be affected, and it is a sin to destroy every plant and tree. But now the situation is special, the CP organization must also make a choice. Retreat. Retreat 1 block. The more people concentrate, the greater our defensive advantage. A high-ranking official roared an order and immediately retreated behind him. And just when the CP organization was about to step into the central area, suddenly, the entire land behind was uprooted, and then a huge pothole with a diameter of 5 kilometers appeared on the ground, and the deepest depth actually reached 100 meters. And above the pothole, a conical piece of land is floating vertically towards the sky at a very high speed. Along with the endless soil and falling rocks, a part of the Valley of the Gods was completely separated from the foundation. This is... Damn! This is Kazan brothers' lion fruit ability. What are these two pariahs doing? This area is full of noble celestial dragons. Are they doing this to start a formal war with Marie Joyce? How dare you! Looking up, the island is getting farther and farther away from the ground. Under the masks of each CP organization, the expressions are petrified. With their mouths wide open, they look at the shocking picture in front of them in disbelief, and water is dripping from under the masks. The celestial dragons have been kidnapped collectively. If you get ripped off, all members of these CP organizations are covered in crimes and are doomed. Must be stopped. Hurry up! More than a dozen senior CP officials directly gave up the ground battlefield. Kikai stepped on the moonwalk and chased towards the island in the sky. And at the same time, Valley of the Gods battlefield. Rocks exploded fruit, and dark fruit made a concerted effort. He responded to the siege of more than 20 people from the Roger pirate group, from the captain to the members, which perfectly demonstrated the powerful suppression of the overlord of the sea. At the same time, because of the arrival of the naval headquarters army, Garp was also ordered to kill the rocks first, which led to Marine Garp inexplicably joining forces with the pirate Roger. Only, if you observe carefully, you will find that whether it is Roger's side, Garp, or several masters around Garp, they are all fruitless abilities. In this way, limit the energy of dark fruit. However, Rocks still handled it with ease. But the devil fruit he obtained the latest is still in hatching state. Born with a devil fruit awakened body, there will also be a 2-hour drunk time. Therefore, the current Rocks are still only considered as explosive fruit and dark fruit dual ability users. 2 hours later, it's time for him Rocks to completely rule the world. Now, Rocks looked up and saw that the palace of celestial dragons had been floating in the air. He felt like his scalp was exploding. Kazan. Number. These two brothers are indeed the masters of headaches. They simply came to cause trouble for everyone. At this moment, turning the palace into Sky Island, wouldn't all the benefits be taken away by these two brothers? The last treasure site, the Palace of Celestial Dragons, lifts off. The Rocks pirates are completely reduced to wage earners. It was my little brother who was fighting. It was my little brother who lost his life. As a result, they didn't get a single berry. Isn't it that the Rocks pirates formed a group to send warmth to the flying pirates with their lives? But there is no time to think about it. Members of the Roger pirates rushed over and surrounded Luke's. I was already in a rage. Rocks passed by in an instant, grabbed a pirate by the head, and pressed him directly to the ground. Push it and shoot it right in front of Roger. Create a groove in the ground. The next moment, Rocks led the people, in front of Roger. Loud bang. Armed annihilation. Head cannon. Boom. Roger idiot. This is the price of messing with me. Moment. A big pit was blown out on the ground, and the pirate's head was blown off by Rocks, turning into a headless corpse. The scene of the accident was just a few meters ahead of Roger. Armed down. It can also be called Overlord Disarmer. It is one of the feature branches of Conqueror's Haki. This feature branch allows Rocks to scare off the enemy's armament Haki by releasing Conqueror's deterrence in a short period of time, that is, in a few tenths of a second. The enemy's armed defense is weakened to 0. The function is roughly the same as that of Knowledge Kill. All through the mighty Conqueror's Haki, kill a certain Haki. However, compared to the wide range of uses of knowledge killing, the function of armed annihilation is only for defensive armed. The function can be said to be very single, and the duration of scaring away armed colors is also extremely short. But for a powerhouse like the Rocks, in a blink of an eye, it is enough to send people to the underworld. Another brother was killed in front of his eyes. Roger hated his teeth itchingly, and he was so furious that he reached ultimate, drew out the supreme sharp knife ace, and took Rayleigh and Jabba to attack rocks crazily. Ding ding dang dang! Bang bang bang! The two sides frantically fought again. And the other side of the battlefield. Sengoku looked up and saw that the small floating island had been lifted into the sky. Dense sweat was directly frightened on his forehead. Celestial Dragons was hijacked by the flying pirates, and even became a prisoner. With the cruelty of the flying pirates, it is likely that they will be killed collectively. This kind of thing, for naval headquarters, the consequences are too unbearable. And as long as the Celestial Dragons disappear in the Valley of the Gods, what else will the pirates grab? The wrath of all lunatics will be ignited. All will wash the body of the enemy marine. In the entire Valley of the Gods, there are no resources to take. All that's left is bloodshed. Fighting like mad dogs. Damn it! That BD Kazan must have done it, what a vicious scheme. He's trying to drive everyone to a dead end. Sengoku gritted his teeth and glared, endless anger arose in his heart. At this time, a heavy voice came. Gu la 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 la! Sengoku, fight me, don't be distracted. The huge figure descended suddenly, and Newgate rapped Shockwave with a knife, and slashed directly towards Sengoku. This small piece of space instantly produced cracks like broken glass. Boom! The earth shook at this moment, huge cracks appeared on the ground, and many pirates and marine soldiers were shaken to this side. No, it's Newgate's shock fruit ability activated. Hold on, don't fall into the crack, shouted a pirate. And Sengoku looked up and glared at Newgate, spat directly on the ground, and immediately turned into a golden Buddha all over the sky, with the volley in the air, shock waves and concussion waves intertwined, making the whole space buzz. The gravel collapsed, and the earth trembled more frequently. Newgate, remember, I will kill you sooner or later. Accept. Buddha's subduing demon pestle. The two huge figures clashed again. And at the same time, as the supreme commander of the entire marine, Kong didn't make a move in his original form. He is demon fruit power, against rock's dark fruit, although he has weakness, but also has enough strength to deal with rocks. Only now the Garp and Roger pirates join forces against the rocks. Kong had more time to observe the situation on the scene. So that he can find the enemy's loopholes, mobilize the whole army, and kill and defeat the enemy in the fastest way. And Kong was really worried about that. That guy Kazan is also in the Valley of the Gods at the moment. Kong's defensive target has changed from rocks to Kazan. Until now, his eye, which was replaced by a glass bead, is still aching. Only Kazan didn't even see a person. Sly fellow. At this moment, Kong found out that the mansion of the Celestial Dragons was floating in the air. What the hell? It's another good thing that the flying pirates did. Possessing fluttering abilities, the flying pirates will always be the one that gives Marine the most headaches. They are treacherous, insidious, and will do anything to achieve their goals. All the benefits are often confiscated before the war begins. They are not so much pirates, but natural robbers. Boom boom boom. At that moment, Kong slapped his chest angrily, transformed into a one-eyed ape demon, using all four legs, and ran towards the center. He wanted to sprint to accelerate, and then rush to fly to Sky Island. As Marine Admiral, he must step in to keep the Celestial Dragons safe. Boom boom boom. Every step of Kong is very heavy, stepping on the ground to create a big hole, and countless pirates along the way were trampled into a puddle of flesh by Kong's huge feet. Then, the huge ape demon's thick legs exerted strength, and its shadow moved towards the sky. And Kazan here. Through a simple understanding, he already knew the specific function of this unrectified fruit. To put it simply, it concentrates the abilities of all the previous fruits, which can be regarded as the integration of abilities. Moreover, it is also designated by the system as Zoan everyone's fruit. It's just that this fruit of everyone is different. For the other fruits of everyone, what can be transformed is only the image of a mythical figure. And Kazan's upgraded everyone's fruit. It has a beast form, it can transform into an upgraded giant dragon. Although it is in the form of a dragon, it is completely different from the azure dragon. It is another kind of upgraded dragon. It has human form, because the godhood has not yet been assembled, the image of the human form has not yet been finalized. Currently, it is completely controlled by Kazan himself and can be changed freely. He can be humanized, or grow scales freely to transform into a beast, and can also increase in size. At the same time, even if Kazan keeps his human form unchanged, he can still use the human form ability, and has the skills of each fruit after awakening. Anyway, the appearance of the human form, except for some of its own characteristics, is currently completely under the control of Kazan. And the special passive skill currently obtained, upgraded. Whether it's the wind of Feng Feng fruit, the spherical space of OPOP fruit, or the gravity ring of gravity fruit, or the dragon flame in the form of azure dragon, all of them change their form, and there is a wave of gold. Even, armament haki, Conqueror's haki, is no longer black, but gold lightning. To describe it in one sentence, all skills of Kazan have been upgraded, unified into a gold theme. Now, Kazan looked up slightly, and saw that Shiki had already taken the palace minister. And the top executives of CP are stepping on moonwalk, flying towards the sky to catch up. Kong turned into a white ape demon running and jumping. Both forces will bring trouble to the flying pirates' treasure hunting plan. Kazan immediately moved to snipe. Immediately, the entire Valley of the Gods hangs the golden wind. The environment of the Valley of the Gods changed suddenly. What's up with Gold's wind? Gold flows in the wind. It's gone. Get the gold thread out of the wind. The wind of gold blows the earth, and the pirates can detect the abnormality with their eyes open, and they all have greedy 883 eyes. Stretching out his hands and grabbing wildly, trying to take away the golden thread in the wind with his hands. But the wind is shadowless and invisible, as long as it touches the barrier a little, it will bypass the fingers of everyone, and continue to rush towards the next destination without any worries. No. It's a fake handle. Half altitude. People from the CP organization were walking on the moonwalk, and felt something abnormal. People at high altitude have a better view. They discovered that the entire Valley of the Gods was covered with a layer of gold. What a weird feeling. They didn't think much of it, saving the celestial dragons was the main task. But when these CP personnel stepped on the moonwalk again and jumped towards the sky, a gold figure appeared without warning. In an instant, several jumping figures were killed. Under the pressure of strong gravity, these corpses smashed heavily on the ground, and turned into flesh in each hole. What level of power is this? The rest of the CP personnel, seeing their colleagues being killed in seconds, quickly stopped moonwalk, not daring to take a step forward. And at this time, Kong turned into a huge ape demon, and immediately charged towards the sky. I've been looking for you for a long time. Kazan. In your own sky, blast me to pieces. A huge beast roar exploded in the sky. Boom. In an instant, an extremely mighty aura erupted from Kong's body. The strong pressure made the air in the surrounding sky a bit sticky. Kong unleashes a powerful punch in the air, this time cautiously, wrapping his fists around armament haki and Conqueror's haki. While exerting all his strength, he was always on guard against Kazan's sneak attack with a storm. And Kazan has long seen this towering behemoth. In his opinion, Kong is pure physical strength, a person is like a steel fortress, huge and domineering. Ah! Kazan wasn't afraid at all. In terms of strength, the phantom beast with the blessing of the power fruit is by no means weaker than you, a giant ape. Presently, Kazan stepped forward. Conqueror's gold gravity wave, with the first generation ghost in hand, entwined with a gold thunderbolt. Boom down. Gravity knife raptor splitting void. The giant golden slash knocked down the huge iron fist that hit Kong directly. What kind of power is this? Kong felt himself being torn apart by an invisible force of gravity, violently about to push him downwards, and at the same time, the blade cut like a wind, drawing thousands of sparks on Kong's body that covered armament haki. It feels like a chainsaw cutting steel. Immediately afterwards, golden light exploded in the midair of the Valley of Gods. All those who stand on the ground. They couldn't help but staggered and fell to the ground. Both the pirates and the marine looked at the sky with a very dignified expression. It's Kazan, the pirate with the highest bounty in the world. When shocked, Kong's huge figure has been wrapped in gold, falling down like crazy. Slap all the people on the ground flat. A bottomless huge void formed on the ground of the Valley of the Gods. As deep as an abyss. Chapter 109. On one side of the battlefield, a huge bottomless pothole suddenly appeared. The smoke cleared. Pirates and marines came closer to watch, and couldn't help but gasp. A black hole in the earth. It's like the gate to hell. Deep. Horrible. It makes people shudder. That man in the sky actually made a hole in the earth. How did he do it? What kind of ultimate power is this? With this unexpected occurrence, the pirate who had no treasure target and vented all his anger on Marine, and Marine who is fighting frantically in order to deal with the crazy pirate. They all stopped at this moment. Only then did I realize that the surrounding area was already a mountain of corpses. Sengoku and Newgate also stopped fighting, and stood in place with expressions of disbelief. Because, as the immediate boss of naval headquarters, Sengoku is well aware of how powerful Kong's ape demon form is, and in the ape demon form, he was hit by Kazan from the sky and sank to the ground. What a terrifying force! Could it be that Kazan's physical strength has surpassed that of Kong Chen in ape form? How is this possible? Similarly, as an opponent, Newgate has actually fought against Kong. When it comes to strength, the huge ape demon over 20 meters is synonymous with strength. Want to fist bump Kong? 99% of the strong people in the sea will be shaken up. Head to head, it's not bad if you don't smash your body to pieces. Although Kazan has the upper hand in the sky. But it's impossible to think about sinking the ape demon Kong to the dark ground. Hiss! Scary man! Crushing power? This man is simply too powerful to be recognized. See this scene. Rocks in the distance also frowned. Kazan is either surprising people, or on the way to surprise people. Rocks remembered clearly. The last time he fought against Kazan on the Duelist Island, facing him, Kazan did not choose to face head-to-head, but relied more on the fruit ability to fight wits. In the end, the two sank the island and the battle ended. Compared with the single-point blasting ability shown by Kazan now, it is not at the same level at all. Rocks even subconsciously thought. If Kazan had this expressiveness at the time, the Rocks would have lost it completely. Because, as Kong's old opponent, Rocks also recognized that Kong was a super monster, and this monster fell to the ground in a collision. Kazan. Even with such a small body in human form. The contrast is too great. It was quite shocking. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. It seems that there are other forces involved. However, it's already surprising. Rock's eyes are like an abyss, arrogant and uninhibited. For my own strength, I also look forward to it more and more. Crash! Da-da-da! On the ground of the Valley of Gods, inside a huge black hole. The stone fell apart and fell directly into the depths, and it took more than 10 seconds before it hit the ground and echoed. Kong looked at the little white dot above his head. Knowing that's the exit, but he's a little lost now. Yes, confused. Although Kazan uses strange gravity, if he wants to repel, or even sink himself, his physical strength is not up to the standard, and it is impossible to do it. Has Kazan reached this point yet? Power over skill. Has he reached this level yet? How can his constitution be compared with his own in the form of a phantom beast? But Kong also recovered quickly, his expression was serious, and it took a while for the huge figure to burst out of the ground. When the giant ape demon stood on the ground, the strong oppressive force caused everyone around to retreat one after another. Marine Admiral Kong. Truly the scariest creature in the sea. Kong Admiral. Are you all right? The surrounding marines surrounded them. Seeing Kong with bloodline all over his body, he didn't know how to speak for a while. Don't worry about me, keep fighting and kill all the pirates. Our mission is to protect the Valley of the Gods and the Celestial Dragons. Kong stabilized his troops and shouted loudly. And at this time, in the sky, Kazan is very satisfied with the abilities of the upgraded fruit. After all, it has been upgraded, and the 5-star is completely better than the Azure Dragon form in cognition. At the same time, his recovery power was also so strong that it exploded, and after one blow, his stamina was replenished again. Plus the defensive healing of the Phoenix, various natural forces and superpowers. At the same time, all skills are also changed to a unified gold, which increases the force. Let the background of this fruit of everyone. Beyond the cognition of Kazan, a time traveler. Certainly. Kazan seems to have understood the purpose of the system rewards. Does it have the fruit of godhood? Is it the fruit of fulfilling the name of God? In Kazan's subconscious, only one devil fruit in the original book has reached this level. It is owned by Monkey D. Luffy, Zoan human fruit phantom beast Nica form. It seems. A new guess was generated in Kazan's mind. Kazan guess. He guessed that the so-called card Tim. In fact, it was originally just a common fruit, or directly speaking, the predecessor of Nica form was Common's Paramecia rubber fruit. But because of one of his masters, Joey Po, become the liberation warrior who knocks on the Valley of Liberation, and become the aspiration of some people. In the end, the rubber fruit came together to form the godhood. Therefore, rubber fruit has evolved into Nica form. Possesses incredible, almost godlike abilities. Certainly. Although other phantom beasts are also mythical fruits, such as the form of the Great Buddha, the form of the Great Enlightenment, etc., they are the creations of mythology, and they are myths that have existed in themselves. They are known by everyone and are not rare things. And the form of Nika is more like a typical example of a self-made god from scratch. Just a common rubber man, a concrete example of mythology. Create something from nothing, and become a god by yourself. From mediocre to inverse qualitative leap. The devil is the role of the fruit gathering godhood. If so, that this unnamed fruit I own may also be forged in the future, possessing the weird ability of godhood. Let yourself, the master, become a real self-reliant god who created from nothing. Is that so? Not sure. But the system gave me the entry faith, which more or less has such a meaning in it. Create a fruit of self-reliance as a god. How to gain faith? What kind of belief is it? Righteous, evil, demonic, demonized. It's impossible to make me a good person, is it? I'm not interested in being another Joey Poi. Kazan looks inside the devil fruit box. The brand new devil fruit, which is covered with weird patterns, has many sharp horns on the flesh, and is colorful in Madara, can't help but sigh with emotion. This fruit is really beautiful. Hey! Don't be arrogant. Kazan. Justice never loses. Put the celestial dragons down. Otherwise, all marines will let you die here. Above the ground, Kong looked up at Kazan. Kazan glanced down disdainfully. This guy is really tough. Justice? Only the victor deserves justice. Till now, still care about celestial dragons. No wonder, if Kong didn't cooperate with Marie Joyce, How could he have been occupying the highest position in naval headquarters, and he might be expelled from the military? And also at this time. Gee ha 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 ha. Along with laughing, the figures of Shiki and Redfield descended from the sky. You can tell at a glance that they have gained a lot. Is celestial dragons all gone? Kazan asked. Shiki looked excited. The group of Tianlong pigs did not expect to be so rich. They actually have a treasure of more than 100 billion berry, and a few devil fruits. Most of them should be in their hands. Everything has been loaded onto the Nuxus, and the manpower has returned to the ship to stand by. Brother, why don't we? Shiki stopped talking with a smirk. Kazan naturally knew what Shiki was thinking. This guy always hated celestial dragons and thought they were animals that wasted food and should be extinct in this world. Now that you have all the treasures of the celestial dragons in your pocket. Celestial dragons also don't serve any purpose. Kazan looked at Kong on the ground. Immediately also had an idea. Since this Marine Admiral is eager to protect the celestial dragons, you shouldn't mind using your physical body to carry their lives. Time to show loyalty. Hey, Kong, since you value the celestial dragons so much, I will return all these pigs to you Marines. As a Marine Admiral, you must perform well in front of the celestial dragons. The opportunity is rare, so take advantage of it. High above, Kazan laughed. What do you mean by that? The ape demon with a Mexican face immediately shouted angrily at the sky. What does it mean to behave well in front of celestial dragons? Marine was originally a vassal of Marie Joyce. What's wrong with protecting celestial dragons? Naturally, Kong would not feel that Kazan was kind. And as Kazan's voice fell, his actions unfolded immediately. High above, Kazan held the first-generation Kitoru, and swiped the blade in front of him. A gold crescent with gold flames was quickly put into the scabbard, and the sizzling flame burst out from the handle of the first-generation Kitoru. And at the same time, Kazan's gold hair turned into a gold flame like an upside-down waterfall, swaying towards the sky, looking unusually agile and elegant. The next moment, behind Kazan, a circular gold gravity wave engraved exploded in the air. Circle after circle of the gold gravity ring, flying towards the sky at extreme speed. After finishing all this, Kazan pinned the first-generation ghost back to his waist. It's like waiting for a good show. Catch it, here are the celestial dragons of your dreams. Meteor star falling. Buzz buzz. Then, everyone in the Valley of Gods noticed the sudden strangeness in the sky. Often, the dark clouds in the entire sky were scattered by Kazan's gold rings at this moment, and the clouds turned crazily. And at this moment, a huge figure in the sky, braving the flames of gold. Like a meteor, it hit the road down. What it is? The Marines on the ground, the pirates, couldn't help but widen their eyes, and the entire pupils were covered by this golden light, reflected by the golden radiance. That's an island. Get out of the way. FK. Get out of the way. Countless pirates, Marine's eyes are raised, holding his head, sticking out his tongue. Is too big. Not good. That's the island that floated up into the sky before, and it's the celestial dragons. It's full of celestial dragons. Kong is completely numb. If this island is smashed down, the weak bones of celestial dragons will definitely be smashed to pieces. Moreover, this is far from the speed of free landing. This small island seemed to be pulled by a huge force, and fell down at an extremely fast speed like a meteorite. Asterisk. Like a burning cannonball. Moreover, the center of the target is Kong on the ground. Now, Kong finally knew what Kazan meant earlier. This island gathers almost all the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. Do you want me to catch the island? You are crazy. Kong felt his feet shaking. How can it be possible? Although Kong is a gigantic Yodemon with a stature of tens of meters, compared to the enclosure of the celestial dragon's palace, it is only a small size. If it breaks out with all its strength to smash the island, it may still be possible. Pick up the island with bare hands? Why not let Kong commit seppuku? Kong immediately chose to use the shaving step and disappeared in place. He's Marine Admiral, not a sucker for everything. The surrounding marine pirates also did everything they could, rushing towards the periphery one after another. War? Also make a yarn. Who would want to be smashed by an island? This moment, the island of the celestial dragons fell to the ground, and the island of the Valley of Gods seemed to be sunken, causing a huge explosion immediately. Stones and soil burst into pieces at this moment, flying thousands of meters in all directions. The whole island, like a giant sponge, bending, deforming, and springing up again. Hundreds of thousands of people on the island were thrown more than 10 meters high, and some even fell directly to death. Several high mountains around, boulders rolled down one after another. In the waters around the island, huge waves bloom like lotus flowers. Like sparks hitting the earth. The end of the world scene is actually being staged at this moment. And the palace island of the celestial dragons has long been smashed down with gravity, turning into dust. Celestial dragons? If you can survive. Kazan can only count them lucky. Rumbling. The entire island of the Valley of the Gods, Nyohaozhao, was trembling, and the loud noise was like the howling of the earth. Everyone was shocked and paralyzed. Maid, you cheated. How can anyone play like this? Kong, Sengoku, CP Institute and others looked ashen. They know, those celestial dragons they are meant to protect. It no longer exists at the moment, and even a complete body is hard to find. With just one blow, nearly 10,000 people will sink to the ground to sleep forever. Celestial dragons have no combat power. Isn't it cruel to kill celestial dragons like this? Demon. Kazan is the real devil. Marine, the CP organization, collapsed powerlessly at this moment, knelt down, and their brains were completely shut down, without thinking about what would happen next. Even the pirates, who are prone to burning and killing, feel that their humanity is being wiped out at this moment. Is this something a human can do? Many people's gallbladders were frightened, and they spurted green bile. Hiss! Seeing this scene, even Ji was taken aback. He also has the lion fruit ability, and he can smash islands too. But what Kazan did, he only used the lion fruit, combined with the powerful traction of the heavy fruits, to complete the whole process of smashing the island at the speed of light. This, my own brother is being too aggressive. How can lion fruit have such great power? Shiki was actually a little speechless, so he could only think inwardly. Kazan didn't delay. The rest, of course, is to let everyone have fun. And the battlefield. Naturally provided by Kazan. With the power fruit, azure dragon flame cloud, and lion fruit, it seems that it is not difficult to pull up the entire Valley of Gods. When the entire Valley of Gods is raised to an altitude of 10,000 meters, it will become a high-altitude battlefield isolated from the world. Naval Headquarters, Marie Joyce, Luke's Pirates. 3 forces, no one disturbed, no one escaped. The battlefield of the Cage of Beasts is the most suitable for fighting. Kazan, who is preparing to lay out the new world, naturally hopes that the Rocks Pirates and Marine will fight each other. At that moment, a burst of golden light and lightning erupted from Kazan's body. The huge dragon figure went straight into the sky.